Hello everyone. The fifth part has finally been completed. Please take your time to enjoy it. The sixth part will be updated shortly. I am grateful for your subscriptions to my channel. Chapter 372. The 1,000 tripods descend, 1,000 flames ascend. Upon the elevated platform, Xiao Ze sat alongside the three presidents in the foremost seats. As he observed the alchemists emerging one after another, he noticed that President Xian Yi's gaze was particularly fixated. President Xian, are you perhaps searching for the presence of my third brother? Xiao Ze's words jolted Xian Yi from his reverie, prompting a complex look as he replied, "Even you have discerned this, have you?" Xian Kongzi interjected, "That old fellow, Yao Chun, has indeed arrived in St. Dan City, yet he avoids meeting with us and remains elusive. If it weren't for your alerting us, Xiao Ze, we might have remained unaware. Senior Yao Chun likely has yet to prepare himself for facing the three presidents. After all, he was once the continent's foremost alchemist, basking in glory, and held an equal status with you all," Xiao Ze offered in a low voice. However, having now fallen to a mere soul entity, such a disparity may easily influence one's thoughts. The three presidents subtly nodded. There was merit in Xiao Ze's words that he has emerged. Xian Yi suddenly exclaimed with excitement. The gazes of the group shifted towards the imposing black door. Draped in a black robe, Xiao Yan slowly stepped forth from the dark threshold, immediately feeling several intense gazes directed at him. Xiao Yan instinctively glanced towards the platform, where the three presidents and his fourth brother were all looking in his direction. It was not surprising that his fourth brother gazed at him, but why was he deserving of the attention of the three presidents? Soon, Xiao Yan regained his composure and inwardly questioned, "Master, have the three titans of the Dan Tower noticed you?" "It seems so," Yao Lao replied with a hint of resignation. In his prime, he had been spirited and accustomed to freedom, disinclined to remain within the confines of the Dan Tower. He never anticipated that upon returning, he would find such a vast chasm between himself and his former acquaintances. "Very well. After the competition concludes, you shall accompany me to meet the three titans of the Dan Tower," Yao Lao stated, having abandoned any thoughts of further evasion now. That he had been discovered. Understood. Xiao Yan held no reservations since they were acquaintances of his master. A visit seemed entirely reasonable. Xiao Ze surveyed the participants below, noting that their numbers remained substantial. Despite the previous two rounds having eliminated 9/10 of the competitors, over 1,000 still stood. Moreover, this number likely exceeded that of the original narrative, as this time, Old Mugu had not had the opportunity to eliminate many alchemists. As the black door gradually closed, Xiao Ze recognized that virtually all alchemists from the Dan realm had emerged. On behalf of the Dan Tower, I extend my congratulations to all of you for successfully navigating the first two rounds. However, it is this final round that will witness the fiercest competition. The one who emerges victorious in this round shall be crowned the champion of this year's Dan Conference. The stone platform high in the sky shall serve as your stage for this round. I hope each of you can shine forth with your most resplendent brilliance there. Glory shall arise from among you." Xiao Ze's words ignited the crowd like a spark in a barrel of gunpowder, sending the entire square into a frenzy. Those alchemists who had successfully navigated through two rounds of challenges gazed at Xiao Ze with fervent admiration. Not long ago, Xiao Ze had successfully concocted the 9-color Dan Lei, an 8th-grade elixir, standing at the pinnacle of 8th-grade alchemists. Them. Xiao Ze was an unattainable figure, an epitome of aspiration. Confronted with Xiao Ze's expectations and encouragement, their spirits soared with excitement. Danshin cast her gaze towards the high platform, her hand brushing against the back of her hand, once marked by Xiao Ze's fiery imprint, her eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. Xiao Ying tidied her hair, her gaze fervently fixed upon the high platform. Ever since Xiao Ze rose to fame in the Alchemy Tower, he had ascended with remarkable speed, now sitting alongside his mentor. Xiao Ying's feelings toward Xiao Ze had transformed from initial resentment to profound admiration. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, clenching his fist as if rallying himself for the challenge ahead. "Teacher, I shall not bring you shame. The championship of the Dan Conference is mine to claim." Hearing Xiao Yan's ambitious proclamation, Yao Lao paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Well said. I eagerly await your victory." Though Yao Lao wished to avoid placing undue pressure on Xiao Yan, it was evident that Xiao Yan was resolute in his desire to seize the championship, and Yao Lao refrained from dousing his enthusiasm. "Contestants, you may now take the stage. The rules for the third round are simple. There are no rules. Create your finest elixirs and showcase your skills." As Xiao Ze's voice echoed, a multitude of alchemists soared into the sky, heading towards the stone platform above. Xiao Ze even observed some individuals engaging in fierce competition for the central area of the platform, feeling a sense of helplessness. Even alchemists, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, could easily lose their composure. However, those he had previously favored had each chosen more secluded locations, avoiding the fray for the central platform. Xiao Ze exchanged a glance with Dan Shun, who raised her hand in a gesture towards him, prompting an involuntary smile from him. This neighborly girl, Dan Shun, still remembered the time he had imprinted her hand with fire. He then turned his gaze elsewhere, noticing Chao Ying's intense stare directed toward him. Xiao Ze felt uncertain, unsure whether Chao Ying was gazing at her mentor or at him, yet he still nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, he focused on Xiao Yan, who was currently meditating with his eyes closed, oblivious to Xiao Ze's gaze. Not overly concerned, Xiao Ze looked up at the sky, waved his hand, and an invisible wave spread out, resonating like a bell's chime across the expanse. The time has come, esteemed alchemists. Please commence your alchemical endeavors. Ding, ding, ding. As Xiao Ze announced the beginning, the world fell into a profound silence, followed by the resounding thud of numerous alchemists placing their cauldrons heavily upon the stone platform, the sound echoing throughout the realm. The resounding clangor of metal reverberated, stirring the hearts of all present. What was ostensibly a gathering of alchemists felt akin to a battlefield, alive with the fervor of clashing weapons. The sight of countless cauldrons descending to the ground was likely a first for many, as was the unprecedented assembly of such high-quality alchemical vessels. Soon after, an array of flames ascended, a kaleidoscope of fire that seemed to elevate the temperature of this realm itself. Alchemists of this caliber typically possess the means to harness beast flames, resulting in flames of vibrant hues, each distinct from the other. The onlookers erupted in gasps of awe even before the alchemical creations were completed. The spectacle of these diverse flames constituted a visual feast. In Xiao Ze's gaze, a faint glimmer of emerald and golden light emerged. Ever since acquiring the formula for the Sacred Heart Glazed pill, he had devoted considerable study to the framework of the elixir mentioned within. This alchemical gathering presented an opportune moment to validate his research. He pondered whether he could deduce the formula from the potions crafted by these alchemists. Although he had already mastered the formulas for the vast majority, the individual methods of crafting differed, thus providing an opportunity to refine his own alchemical techniques into a harmonious whole. Chapter 373. A Bountiful Harvest. The Dan Lei appears frequently. As Xiao Ze's hundredfold green serpent three-flower eyes emerged, individuals possessing particularly potent spiritual senses began to perceive a faint resonance. However, after the alchemists glanced around and found nothing amiss, they returned to their potion-making tasks. After all, this was a Dan conference hosted by the Dan Tower, with its three towering leaders presiding above. Who would dare to disrupt such an event? Meanwhile, the elder Yao, residing within Xiao Yan's storage ring, cast his gaze towards the elevated platform. Among the alchemists in the square, the elder's soul realm was undoubtedly in a league of its own, allowing him to notice Xiao Ze at once. Upon observing the pair of eyes faintly shimmering with emerald golden light, the elder felt a mix of astonishment and uncertainty, for even with his vast experience, he could not discern the origin of such a phenomenon. Master, what is it? Xiao Yan inquired, sensing a trace of oddity but giving it little thought. It is nothing. Have you decided what kind of elixir you wish to refine? The elder contemplated, opting not to disclose his concerns to Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Ze posed no threat to them. I have made my decision. The Lifebone Blood-Melting Pill. The elder nodded at this revelation. Although the Lifebone Blood-Melting Pill was a pinnacle 7th-tier elixir, if crafted with exceptional quality, it could indeed reach the 8th tier. However, this year's Dan conference was particularly competitive, as it featured the qualification for subduing the 3,000 yen flame. Thus, it was teeming with hidden talents, making it unlikely for anyone to secure the championship with an 8th-tier pill. Nevertheless, the elder refrained from interfering with Xiao Yan's choice, as he had always placed his trust in him. Boom! Unusual flames erupted from Xiao Yan's palm, roaring to life and causing the flames controlled by surrounding alchemists to recoil in fear. Is that a strange fire? A multitude of alchemists could not help but cast incredulous glances at Xiao Yan. This time, the elder Mu Gu did not precede the display of the Haixin flame, thus making Xiao Yan's strange fire the focal point of the entire competition. As the king of all fires, even the most vibrant beast fires surrounding it could not compare. Even the elder generation of alchemists could not help but shift their attention towards Xiao Yan, for a significant part of their motivation to attend the Dan conference was to obtain the qualification to subdue the 3,000 yen flame. Now that Xiao Yan had employed strange fire, it was difficult for them not to regard him with newfound respect. However, Xiao Yan remained unfazed and began refining the Lifebone Blood-Melting Pill. On the elevated platform, Xian Yi suddenly furrowed his brow, gazing at the emerald flames in Xiao Yan's hands. The green flames appeared to be unlike any strange fire listed on the rankings. Based on my understanding of the strange fire rankings, there is indeed no fire that exhibits the characteristics of the flames in Xiao Yan's grasp, Xian Kongzi remarked. He cannot possibly have, like Xiao Ze, subdued an unknown strange fire, can he? Tian Ze turned to look at Xiao Ze. Haha, the three presidents need not speculate. This is an entirely new strange fire. However, the methods by which we acquired our strange fires differ significantly from those of alchemists across the continent. With a smile, Xiao Ze remarked, and the three presidents nodded in agreement, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. After all, the Dou Qi Continent is vast and boundless, and no one can guarantee that the ranking of exotic flames encompasses all the unique flames. Presently, Xiao Ze and Xiao Yan have indeed acquired two entirely new exotic flames. You two brothers possess truly profound fortunes. Countless alchemists yearn for these exotic flames, yet each of you has one that is absent from the ranking. Hearing Xian Yi's sentiment, Xiao Ze chuckled softly, opting not to respond, as his exotic flame is well known on the list. During this period, Xiao Ze, utilizing the hundredfold green snake three-flower eyes, has observed the alchemical processes of many practitioners, discovering numerous formulas he has already mastered. However, these alchemists hail from across the Dou Qi Continent, and some have introduced him to entirely unfamiliar concoctions. Among them were peculiar elixirs, such as those crafted by an elderly man clad in a floral robe, whose smile radiated mischief, presenting materials that could make one's blood surge with just a whiff. Upon witnessing the old man's creations, Xiao Ze could not help but press his forehead, realizing that such potions could indeed be of such a high grade. It appears that only those potions he cannot conceive exist not within the alchemical realm. The three presidents were drawn to Xiao Ze's helpless gesture, casting their gaze toward the elderly man. With their discerning eyes, they quickly identified the situation. Tian Ze snorted softly, Xian Kongzi chuckled, while Xian Yi simply rolled his eyes in response. As time progressed, more and more practitioners completed their concoctions, and the fragrant aroma of potions wafted through the air, accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations. In an instant, the entire square was enveloped in the intoxicating scent of various elixirs, lang that would likely elude most spectators for a lifetime. Among the potions radiating formidable energy, some even formed terrifying pillars of energy, capturing the attention of all present, as even among sixth-grade elixirs, they were considered the pinnacle. This elicited continuous gasps of astonishment. However, when the thunder rumbled in the sky, even the pinnacle of sixth-grade elixirs could not draw the crowd's gaze, for it was the seventh-grade elixirs that truly warranted attention, as only they could summon the thunder of alchemy. As the first alchemical thunder was invoked, a chain reaction seemed to ensue. Within a short span of time, over 10 instances of alchemical thunder were triggered. Each emergence of thunder ignited a fervor throughout the square. After all, alchemists capable of crafting seventh-grade elixirs could rightly be hailed as masters in the central state, underscoring the rarity of such elixirs. During this time, Xiao Ze remained exceedingly busy. Aside from the formulas he had already mastered, numerous others demanded his attention, and the operation of the hundredfold green snake three-flower eyes never ceased. As more alchemists completed their creations, Xiao Ze found himself relieved, exhaling softly and internally reflecting. Ah, the rewards are immense. Indeed, it is the Alchemist Association. What left Xiao Ze somewhat exasperated was that the elderly alchemist, who had previously concocted a special elixir, truly succeeded, summoning the Pill Thunder. Xiao Ze, the individuals you mentioned earlier are all fervently striving to compete for the championship of this alchemical conference, Xian Yi remarked, observing the remaining participants. Haha. That girl Xiao Ying should be able to produce an 8th-grade elixir, Xian Kongzi said with a sense of satisfaction. Dan Shun is also quite impressive. These two young ladies are indeed evenly matched. Tian Ze cast a glance, evidently pleased with Dan Shen's performance as well. At present, it appears that the old monster Qinghua holds the advantage, but as for my third brother, who can say? Xiao Ze surveyed the scene. Judging by the energy brewing within their cauldrons, it was clear that Qinghua was in the lead. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan had mastered the method of spirit elevation from Master Yao, so the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 374. As one performance concludes, another begins. Boom. A colossal green beam of light, measuring 10 zhang in height, erupted from a stone platform, piercing the sky. Beneath this green column, the ominous thunderclouds above seemed to recoil in fear from such a formidable sight. In the blink of an eye, this green beam attracted a vast expanse of thunderclouds, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Turning to observe, Xiao Ze noted Dan Shen's pale complexion, yet her face radiated an exuberant smile. Dan Shen had successfully refined an 8th-grade elixir. As Xiao Ze's words fell, the thunderclouds in the sky began to manifest silver lightning, swirling and morphing into a new hue. Two-colored thunderclouds. The surrounding spectators gasped in awe, although it had been previously rumored that Xiao Ze had summoned the nine-colored pill thunder. It had occurred within the inner domain of the sacred pill city, where not everyone was privileged to witness it. The birth of the 8th grade elixir was finally before their eyes. Many had long heard of Vice President Xiao Ze's ability to summon nine-colored pill thunder and had yearned to see the various hues of pill thunder. Such terrifying two-colored pill thunder. Was this what the 8th grade elixir had to endure? It was said that with each additional color, the potency would significantly increase, rendering the nine-colored pill thunder's terror unimaginable. That individual appeared to be a prodigy from one of the 5 great families of the Pill Tower. The first to successfully refine an 8th grade elixir, affirming the Pill Tower's profound heritage. The audience buzzed with discussion, their astonished gazes fixed upon the thunderclouds above. At that moment, Xiao Ying, unwilling to be outdone, rose to her feet, her own face somewhat pale yet adorned with a flirtatious smile. Sister Danchen, I cannot allow you to shine alone. I too shall refine an 8th grade elixir. With a swift transformation of her hand seals, Xiao Ying unleashed a torrent of formidable energy from her cauldron, manifesting as a dazzling beam of light that ascended towards the heavens. The intertwining blue and silver thunderclouds danced together, beneath which lay a faint red hue imperceptible to the common eye. The emergence of yet another 8th grade elixir caused the countenance of many alchemists present to pale. Even the elder generation of alchemists wore expressions of wry smiles. Truly, he is a paragon of the younger generation of the Dan Tower, unmatched in prowess. In fact, Xiao Ze can also be regarded as one of the elite of this generation, yet he has ascended to the position of vice president of the Dan Tower. Consequently, the crowd instinctively excluded Xiao Ze from comparisons, relegating him to the ranks of the venerable elders. Even in such comparisons, Xiao Ze stands resolute, demonstrating no inferiority. Upon witnessing Xiao Ying concocting an 8-tier pill infused with dual-colored Dan Thunder, Xian Kongzi's face illuminated with a gratifying smile. Ah, my lineage seems to have promising successors indeed. With their discerning eyes, they could discern that Xiao Ying's 8-tier pill surpassed that of Dan Chen's. After all, it could already evoke a faint hint of red. Reaching the pinnacle of dual-colored Dan Thunder, with a bit more spiritual essence, it could summon the tri-colored Dan Thunder. In the square, most alchemists had completed their concoctions, leaving only a few still engaged in the alchemical process. An elderly man slowly opened his eyes, turning his gaze toward Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Yan also turned to meet the elder's gaze, for in his soul perception, the energy within the elder's cauldron was undeniably comparable to his own. Little one, I had intended to wait for you to commence first, but upon reflection, it seems unnecessary. To concoct an 8-tier pill is no disgrace to your dastardly teacher. The old monster Qinghua's lips moved, a barely perceptible voice reaching Xiao Yan's ears. Xiao Yan smiled, nodding respectfully to the elder, responding in kind, I pay my respects, senior. Meanwhile, the medicinal elder within the spatial ring rolled his eyes, bemused that the old monster Qinghua could utter such words while remaining oblivious to his presence. After arriving in the central state, the elder's spiritual power had begun to recover, coupled with Xiao Yan's breakthrough in the spiritual realm. His mastery over spiritual power had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to conceal the elder's existence effectively. Thus, it was indeed challenging for an average individual to perceive the elder's presence. Boom! A magnificent pillar of light shot skyward, its might overshadowing the 2 other instances of dual-colored Dan Thunder. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the roiling thunderclouds above suddenly revealed 2 distinct colors. Another manifestation of dual-colored Dan Thunder. No, it seemed to be more than that. Silver, azure, crimson, tricolored Dan Thunder. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Their eyes filled with awe as they turned to the old monster Qinghua. Tricolored Dan Thunder. Such an achievement that even the 2 prodigies of the Dan Tower could scarcely rival. Ultimately, it is the elder generation of alchemists that possesses greater strength. The 2 prodigies of the Dan Tower succumbed to the weight of age and experience. Amidst the discussions, some lamented for the 2 prodigies, while others marveled at the significance of experience in alchemy. Xiao Yan too was taken aback by Qinghua's ability to produce tricolored Dan Thunder in an 8-tier pill. The medicinal elder spoke within Xiao Yan's heart. What do you think? Little Yan, do you possess confidence? I cannot guarantee success, but I shall exert my utmost effort. Haha, losing to that old monster Qinghua would not be a disgrace. After all, he hails from the same era as my master and participates in this Dan conference with the vigor of youth. Elder Yao offered a comforting remark. Yet Xiao Yan merely smiled, his hand gestures shifting in rapid succession. Drawing in a deep breath, the emotions in his eyes quickly subdued, transforming into a tranquil stillness. The immense and expansive power of his soul surged into the medicinal cauldron, making a final effort. Upon the high platform, the three presidents also turned their attention to Xiao Yan. Xian Kongzi hesitated for a moment before glancing toward Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, do you believe Xiao Yan can concoct the three-colored Danlei? It should be possible. In fact, if he pushes himself. My third brother likely inherited the ascension method from Elder Yao Chun, which could enhance the essence of the pill once more. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the three presidents recalled the ascension method employed by Yao Chun when refining the 8th grade pills. If that secret technique were utilized, it could indeed secure the championship. Xian Yi nodded in agreement with Xiao Ze's assertion. It seemed the moment of revelation was at hand. As Xiao Ze's voice fell, it captivated the attention of the three presidents. Slowly, Xiao Yan opened his eyes and rose to his feet, sweeping his hand to unveil the peculiar medicinal cauldron. The energy, long in gestation, was finally released at this moment. It surged forth like a galloping dragon, soaring directly into the sky. In the blink of an eye, thunderclouds began to gather, and witnessing such momentum, Xiao Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. Before the thunderclouds could coalesce into color, he spoke with a smile. It seems the ascension method 1T be necessary. The essence is abundant, ensuring at least a three-colored Danlei, with hopes of reaching for colors. Indeed, the thunderclouds in the sky churned, quickly manifesting three distinct colors of Danlei, eliciting gasps from the multitude. If the previous Qinghua old monster represented the older generation of alchemists, then Xiao Yan's visage was far from that of the aged. Rather, he resembled the two prodigies of the Dan Tower, belonging to the younger generation. This revelation astonished them greatly, as it suggested that among the youth, there existed an alchemist capable of surpassing the two esteemed figures of the Dan Tower. Chapter 375. The Alchemy Conference concludes perfectly. Xian Kongzi, you have lost to him again, Xian Yi remarked with a smile, observing the three-colored Danlei. There's no helping it. While Xiaoying possesses remarkable talent, Xiao Yan's aptitude is even more monstrous, Xian Kongzi replied, shaking his head. The three presidents tacitly acknowledged that Xiao Ze should not be compared with the young alchemists, for he was on par with them, and to juxtapose him with the younger generation would be an unfair advantage. The audience, upon beholding Xiao Yan's youthful countenance, found themselves utterly dumbfounded. Who exactly was this Xiao Yan, that at such a tender age, he could concoct a three-colored Danlei? Their astonishment also subtly led them to exclude Xiao Ze from the ranks of the young generation. Otherwise, in comparison to Xiao Ze, even the most exceptional young alchemists seemed less distinguished. Qinghua old monster gazed towards the three-colored thunderclouds overhead, his eyes narrowing slightly, for within those clouds, he discerned a faintly dim hue. Little one, it seems I may have spoken too soon. You are not to be outdone by your scoundrel of a teacher. The champion of this assembly is likely to fall into your hands. A smile graced Xiao Yan's face as he cupped his hands in respect to the old monster Qinghua, saying, Senior, I concede. The gathered crowd employed various methods to confront the 8th grade Dan Thunder, and throughout this process, no unexpected complications arose, much to Xiao Ze's satisfaction. Naturally, he desired the Dan conference he presided over to conclude smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. As Xiao Yan struggled to block the final three-colored Dan Thunder with his Xian Zhongqi, the conference approached its conclusion. A melodious chime resonated throughout the vicinity, quelling the clamor and excitement, prompting everyone to direct their gaze towards the high platform. Xiao Ze rose, a smile upon his face, congratulating the alchemists on their successful concoction of pills. Regardless of their rankings, this experience represented a personal triumph in alchemy. The Dan Tower would soon announce the top 10 of this conference, and those ranked within the top 10 would earn the privilege to tame the 3,000 yen fires. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, many alchemists involuntarily straightened their chests, feeling a swell of pride at receiving recognition from the vice president of the Dan Tower. Esteemed alchemists, please present your finished pills. After a moment's hesitation, pills exuding rich aromas and pulsating with intense energy rose from their hands, hovering before each individual. The appearance of these pills intensified the fragrant atmosphere of the square. As people greedily inhaled the rare aroma, countless gazes, filled with varied emotions, desire, greed, curiosity, settled upon these pills. The much-coveted 7th grade advanced pills garnered little attention at that moment, overshadowed by the brilliance of 4 8th grade pills radiating a captivating aura. These 4 8th grade pills instinctively maintained a distance from one another, enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy. A chasm separated the 7th grade pills from the 8th grade ones, with the most crucial distinction being the presence of spirituality. Only with spirituality can a pill truly come to life. Thus, 8th grade pills are often referred to as living pills or spiritual pills. Among the 4 8th grade pills, those of Danshun and Xiaoying demonstrated slightly weaker spirituality. their mist coalescing into the forms of a rabbit and a fox around the pills. Countless astonished gazes fell upon the 8th grade pills, their curiosity palpable. After all, many were witnessing 8th grade pills for the first time, their attendance at the Dan conference driven by a desire for enlightenment. The Dan pills of the old monster Qinghua took the form of a bear, roaring towards Xiao Yan's pill. In response, Xiao Yan's pill coalesced into the shape of a dragon, defiantly facing off against it. This fantastical scene elicited exclamations of awe from the crowd, affirming the value of attending this Dan conference. Truly, such a rare spectacle was difficult to encounter. The 8th grade pills, characterized by their spirituality, were discernible by the alchemists present, who could distinguish the strengths and weaknesses of the spiritual energies. I hereby announce that the champion of this conference is Xiao Yan. Following him are the esteemed Qinghua Old Monster, Xiao Ying, and Dan Shen. With Xiao Ze's keen perception, it is evident that Xiao Yan's elixirs possess greater vitality than those of Qinghua Old Monster. As for the potency of the 7th grade advanced elixirs, a mere glance with spiritual power suffices to reveal their strengths. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's announcement of the rankings, the 3 presidents nodded in agreement, their judgments aligning perfectly. Xiao Yan. The ecstatic cheers reverberated throughout the square, soaring to the heavens, as countless voices hailed Xiao Yan's name. They understood that from this day forth, Xiao Yan's name would resonate across the entirety of Zhongzhou. This is the prestige of being the champion of the Alchemy Association, even among the great forces of Zhongzhou. A champion is regarded as a guest of honor. Once again, I extend my gratitude to the alchemists for their support of this conference. The top 10 competitors will receive the qualification for subjugation. As the champion of the Alchemy Association, Xiao Yan will also be granted candidacy for the position of a prominent figure in the Alchemy Tower. Upon hearing this, countless eyes turned green with envy towards Xiao Yan. To become a candidate for the Alchemy Tower's leadership is to gain the opportunity to compete for a position of immense power, one that truly stands at the pinnacle of the continent. Such authority is enough to evoke admiration and jealousy in equal measure. Moreover, he will receive a soul cultivation technique, the Tai Soul Decision. Xiao Ze deftly revealed a remarkably ancient-looking animal skin scroll in his hand. With a gentle toss, the scroll was sent forth by spiritual power to Xiao Yan. All alchemists present felt a surge of envy as they gazed at the Tai Soul Decision in Xiao Yan's hands. To claim disinterest would be a falsehood. This is a technique capable of enhancing one's spiritual power, which is of utmost importance to alchemists. As for the other 3 alchemists who successfully concocted 8th grade elixirs, the Alchemy Tower will soon present you with the Master Alchemist badge, congratulating you for advancing further on the path of alchemy and achieving the title of Master. Xiao Ze nodded towards Qinghua Old Monster, Xiao Ying, and Dan Shen. The crowd marveled at the emergence of 4 Master Alchemists from this conference. It is worth noting that Master Alchemists are highly sought after in Zhongzhou, and with 2 of them being affiliated with the Alchemy Tower, the tower's reputation and heritage are further enhanced. Finally, in 2 days, the top 10 competitors will proceed to the Star Domain to attempt to subjugate the 3,000 yen flame. The top 10 competitors exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with excitement. A significant reason for their participation in the Alchemy Association was their desire for the 3,000 yen flame. This flame bestows immense vitality and is known as the Undying Fire. One wonders to whom this extraordinary treasure will ultimately belong. Seeing the fervor igniting in the eyes of the top 10, Xiao Ze smiled and proclaimed, "Thus, this conference of the Alchemy Association concludes successfully." Chapter 376, Scheming for the Saints' Relics. In a rather secluded room outside the sacred dance city, the Blood River Sovereign's gaze turned frigid. Mugu is truly a worthless individual. I had explicitly warned him against engaging in conflict within the alchemy realm, yet he perceives others as prey, oblivious to the fact that he himself is the true quarry. His demise, though regrettable, has only served to jeopardize our current mission. Without Mugu's internal support, penetrating the Star Domain would prove exceedingly arduous. Although Blood River Venerable, as one of the 4 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace, possesses peak Dozun strength and can unleash secret techniques to reach the pinnacle of a 4-turn Dozun, such power is still insufficient to confront the 3 titans of the Alchemy Tower head-on. In any confrontation with a titan of the Alchemy Tower, Blood River Venerable would likely face a dismal defeat. Furthermore, should we attempt a forceful assault on the Star Domain, we would directly confront all 3 titans of the Alchemy Tower. While the mission holds great significance, I am far more reluctant to court death. Alas, embarking on this task alongside such a worthless individual has prepared me for failure, should any misfortune befall us due to Mugu's misstep. The Lord of the Palace could hardly lay blame at my feet. After much contemplation, Blood River Venerable resolved to abandon this mission. The formidable reputation of the 3 titans of the Alchemy Tower is indeed daunting. coupled with the newly appointed vice president of the Alchemy Tower, whose strength is unfathomable. I swiftly dismissed any thoughts of continuing the task. Blood River Venerable transformed into a streak of crimson light, melding into the earth, his presence rapidly receding into oblivion. The residence soon returned to tranquility, while its original occupant had long since merged with the Blood River Venerable. As the Alchemy Conference concluded, the events that transpired therein swiftly spread throughout the central continent as people departed. Surprisingly, the most talked-about figure was not the champion of the Alchemy Conference, Xiao Yan, but rather the vice president of the Alchemy Tower, Xiao Ze. Ordinary individuals may not ponder too deeply. Primarily astonished by Xiao Ze's meteoric rise to power and status in merely a few years since he first garnered fame in the central continent. Even the common folk recognized that, despite the addition of the title vice, it still positions him alongside the three presidents. At merely in his 20s, Xiao Ze had previously been dubbed the foremost genius of the younger generation. Yet, such a title now seems a diminutive praise for him. After all, Xiao Ze has already ascended to the ranks of the three titans of the Alchemy Tower, making any comparison to the youthful prodigies utterly inadequate. They understand that Xiao Ze has genuinely matured, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the continent's peak powerhouses. What is evident to the common folk is even clearer to the leaders of various factions. Furthermore, Xiao Ze's appointment as vice president of the Alchemy Tower is no trivial matter. The endorsement of Xiao Ze by the three titans signifies that his alchemical skills and Dou Qi realm are more than sufficient to occupy such a position. Xiao Ze's alchemical prowess is indisputable, able to concoct the 9-colored Dan Lei 8th grade elixirs, indeed rivaling the three titans of the Alchemy Tower. However, what is even more unsettling to contemplate is Xiao Ze's formidable strength. The title of the president of the Alchemist Association is not one to be easily borne, signifying that Xiao Ze's combat aura level must, at the very least, reach the rank of a high-star Dozun. Not only does Xiao Ze possess unparalleled talent in the art of alchemy, but his prowess in cultivation is equally remarkable. Upon realizing this, the leaders of various factions despaired as they discovered that the once derided genius from Zhongzhou had now ascended to a stature that even they must look up to in reverence. It is precisely under such circumstances that Xiao Ze's situation becomes a topic of fervent discussion, for compared to mere prodigies, people are far more inclined to engage in discourse about accomplished peak powerhouses. Prodigies often meet with unforeseen calamities and perish, yet peak powerhouses are a different matter entirely. They stand as true paragons at the pinnacle of the continent, deserving of respect and caution, serving as a stern reminder to their subordinates, not to provoke. Should one inadvertently offend such a being, the only recourse would be to pray for divine protection and to hasten one's flight. Xiao Ze remains blissfully unaware that the leaders of numerous factions have been cautioning their subordinates to avoid provoking him at all costs. At this moment, he reclines on his bed, indulging in a massage from Qinglin. During the Alchemist Convention, as the host, Xiao Ze must remain on the elevated platform throughout the proceedings. Though not particularly fatigued, Qinglin nonetheless volunteered to provide him with a massage. With his eyes closed in enjoyment, Xiao Ze contemplated strategies for the Dou Qi relic. Previously, he had discussed this matter with Ziyan, who had rolled her eyes at his words, bluntly stating that she lacked the capability to infiltrate the Dou Qi relic, which was sealed by the Dou Qi himself. However, circumstances have changed, with just over a year until the Dou Qi relic's appearance. The power of the seal should have diminished to an acceptable level, with his peak Dozun strength and profound mastery over spatial forces. Xiao Ze believes that accessing the Dou Qi relic is no longer a daunting endeavor. If all else fails, he could venture to the Abyssal Sea to consult a genuine Dou Qi powerhouse, making the relic an easily attainable prize. Among the treasures within the Dou Qi relic, the only one Xiao Ze truly values is the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. He does not consider the heavenly ranked Dou technique, the Great Creation Palm, essential. He possesses numerous methods that can rival heavenly ranked Dou techniques. His attitude toward the Great Creation Palm is one of indifference. If he acquires it, he considers it fortunate. If not, it is no great loss. Qinglin, in due time, accompany me to the southern beast domain. It is the realm of the monster beast clans, home to many extraordinarily powerful serpentine beasts. Yes, young Master Xiao Ze, Qinglin replied, her breath slightly quickening, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Even with her current strength, she felt her wrists strain while massaging Xiao Ze's physique. Are you truly heading to the southern region of Zhongzhou? The little healer entered and, upon seeing Xiao Ze's blissful expression, couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly know how to indulge yourself. Just look at how exhausted Sister Qinglin is. Sister Xiao. I voluntarily offered to attend to Master Xiao Ze. After all, I am his exclusive maid. Qinglin gently interjected before Xiao Ze could speak. You just keep defending him. Medusa chimed in, as she also walked in. If you truly care for Qinglin, you could take turns helping me with the massage. Xiao Ze lightly patted Qinglin's small hand, signaling her to pause as he propped himself up, addressing the two women. In a while, we shall venture to the beast domain. There are indeed numerous opportunities there, including methods for the further advancement of the seven-colored sky-devouring python. Moreover, that girl Ziyan is also in the beast domain. It's been quite some time since I last saw her. Chapter 377, Journey to the Beast Domain. Methods for the further advancement of the seven-colored sky-devouring python. Medusa's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately wished to inquire further from Xiao Ze. Noticing Xiao Ze's composed demeanor, Medusa shot him a glance, stepping closer. Observing this, Qinglin obediently stood, making room. Medusa's long, fair hand rested on Xiao Ze's shoulder, applying just the right amount of pressure as she began to knead his shoulders. Clearly a familiar act. Indeed, the seven-colored sky-devouring python, as an ancient beast, did not simply materialize. In ancient times, its habitat and breeding ground was located in the beast domain of the southern region of Zhongzhou. Xiao Ze cleared his throat gently and continued. The seven-colored sky-devouring python has always been renowned for its rarity and pure bloodline. However, it did not vanish without a trace. Anything that exists must leave a mark. Even if the seven-colored sky-devouring python has ceased to exist since ancient times, it may still have left behind remnants. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Medusa's eyes brightened. As the former habitat of the seven-colored sky-devouring python, searching for the remnants of its lineage in the beast domain seemed far more promising. Furthermore, there was a significant possibility that the clan had preserved methods for the python's further advancement. Ah, I see. In that case, we must indeed journey to the beast domain. The little healer nodded. Qinglin's three-patterned azure serpent eyes require more high-tier serpent-type magical beasts, and Medusa's bloodline can only seek answers from there for further advancement. Medusa pondered thoughtfully. This was indeed plausible. When shall we depart? Let us wait until the 3,000 flames are settled. Although I am not in charge of the specifics, it would not reflect well on me as the vice president if something were to go awry, and I could not even locate anyone, Xiao Ze mused before smiling. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since we last saw that girl Ziyan. Given the significance the ancient void dragon placed upon her, she must possess formidable strength by now, the little healer remarked with a glimmer of fondness in her eyes, reminiscing about the young girl Ziyan. With her innate talent, as long as she possesses the right resources, her strength will undoubtedly rise swiftly. The only concern is that the ancient Void Dragon clan might become wary of her prowess. Xiao Ze couldn't help but recall the fierce, gluttonous demeanor of Ziyan, eliciting a bemused shake of his head and a quiet chuckle. Just as Xiao Ze and his companions were deliberating their journey to the beast domain, the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Tower arrived at the entrance of the Star Domain, accompanied by the top 10 participants of the Alchemist Conference. As the vice president of the Alchemist Tower, Xiao Ze need not involve himself in every detail. For instance, he did not have to personally lead the contestants to subdue the 3,000 blazing flames. The Star Domain is fraught with peril, so it is imperative to follow my lead closely. Any misstep will bear its own consequences. The Grand Elder cast a glance at the top 10 participants, cautioning them against reckless behavior. However, with the absence of the Elder Mugu, the Grand Elder appeared considerably more relaxed. The entrance to the Star Domain gradually opened, and the Grand Elder said calmly, "Let us proceed." Not long after, Xiao Ze stood atop his Elder Tower, gazing toward the direction of the Star Domain, his eyes narrowing slightly. This time, lacking the involvement of the Soul Palace and the Dragon Seal provided by Ziyan, he wondered if his third brother would succeed in subduing the 3,000 blazing flames. Recalling the ferocity displayed by the 3,000 blazing flames in the original narrative, as well as his own previous encounter with them, he couldn't help but shake his head. Without various means to weaken them, attempting to subdue the 3,000 blazing flames with the pinnacle strength of a Dou Zong is exceedingly challenging. However, reflecting on Xiao Yan's earlier feat of devouring the fallen heart flame, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. It seems that, indeed, without the Soul Palace causing disturbances, he could take this opportunity to refine the 9th pill of the Hunyuan 9-pill formula left behind by Zhu Yang. Having reached the pinnacle of an 8th-tier alchemist for some time, he had yet to attempt refining the 9th pill, not only due to time constraints, but also a lack of confidence. Nonetheless, after the Alchemist Conference, his alchemical skills had improved, and his understanding of the framework for refining the Sacred Heart glazed pill deepened. With this newfound comprehension, he found himself emboldened regarding the 9th pill. Xiao Ze retrieved the cauldron he had acquired in the Bronze Ruins. However, due to the lingering marks left by the ancient Void Dragon clan, it was entirely unusable by outsiders. Thus, he abandoned the idea of refining directly within the cauldron. Golden flames swiftly coalesced, forming an exquisitely solid golden cauldron. The ancient void dragon's essence left by Zhu Yang was exceedingly potent. If he were to haphazardly condense the golden cauldron, it might not withstand the terrifying surge of energy. Gently tapping the cauldron, it slowly opened, a mist of blood swirling forth, accompanied by an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood. A powerful surge of spiritual energy poured into the cauldron, and feeling the pressure exerted by this spiritual force, Xiao Ze frowned slightly before issuing a low command. Rise. The essence surged, enveloping the pill at the center, and then was directed by Xiao Ze's spiritual energy into the cauldron. As the ancient void dragon's essence and the pill entered the cauldron, the immense energy that erupted caused the cauldron to tremble violently. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure emanating from the essence of blood surged forth. However, Xiao Ze remained unfazed, completely disregarding the suppression of the bloodline's influence. Not to mention the lingering pressure. Even in the presence of Zhu Yang, it would scarcely be able to restrain Xiao Ze. After all, he possessed the formidable feedback of the hundredfold seven-colored devouring python. The primal imperial flame surged forth, while Xiao Ze continuously retrieved medicinal herbs from his spatial ring. Zhu Yang had already refined the elixir to his semi-finished state. All that was left was to assist with the herbs, ensuring that the essence of blood fully integrated into the elixir. Given that Zhu Yang had initially followed the specifications for refining a 9th-grade precious elixir, the energy within, despite being diminished over the long passage of time, remained formidable. Such a level of energy, when coalescing into a pill, would likely be an exquisite specimen among the 8th-grade 9-colored thunder elixirs, tantalizingly close to the 9th-grade precious elixir. As time elapsed, the essence of blood within the fire cauldron surged more violently, yet its quantity dwindled as it continuously merged into the elixir. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Ze gradually opened his eyes. Within the cauldron, only a single elixir remained, spinning rhythmically. The purple-golden radiance was on the verge of breaking through the cauldron, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Xiao Ze exhaled deeply, his hand seals shifting, reaching the pinnacle of his soul power in that moment. Break. The golden fire cauldron suddenly erupted, the dazzling purple-golden light piercing through the spatial seal, soaring into the sky. In an instant, a mass of thunderclouds gathered, the 9-colored thunderclouds capturing countless gazes within the confines of St. Dan City. A smile graced Xiao Ze's face. At last. Success. He had achieved the 9th elixir of the primordial 9 elixirs. With this endeavor complete, it was time to venture into the beast domain. Chapter 378. The Elixir Little Dragon. That was the Elder Tower of Vice President Xiao Ze. Vice President Xiao Ze's vigor was truly remarkable. Typically, high-ranking alchemists require a period of rest after refining elixirs. Yet, Xiao Ze seemed untroubled by such concerns. Having already refined another 8th-grade 9-colored thunder elixir in such a short span, the 9-colored thunder above attracted countless gazes, leaving many in awe of Xiao Ze's boundless energy. Within the inner domain of St. Dan City, many were alchemists who naturally understood the arduousness of crafting high-grade elixirs. It not only drained mental and physical energy, but, more crucially, consumed soul power. Even high-ranking alchemists would refrain from frequently refining such elixirs, as excessive depletion of soul power could lead to permanent damage. However, this posed no challenge for Xiao Ze. His soul body, having merged with the primal tree, inherently nourished his soul. Additionally, he possessed the innate feedback of Danshun, allowing his soul power to continuously recover. Coupled with his own soul cultivation techniques, his recovery rate was already formidable. Most importantly, he had now attained a heavenly realm level of soul power, qualifying him for the refinement of 9th-grade precious elixirs. At this moment, Xiao Ze's soul energy surged like the waves of the sea, exhibiting no sign of decline. Rather, it conveyed a sense of perpetual vitality amidst its ebb and flow. While nurturing the elixir with his soul power, he gazed upward at the sky. The 9-colored thunder flickered and danced among the clouds, brewing an awe-inspiring might. Even the most ordinary of Dou Qi experts would not dare to let a trace of this 9-colored thunder touch them. The previous ceiling of the 9-colored elixir thunder had yet to be exhausted, thus there was no need to reserve a portion for the next thunder tribulation elixir. As Xiao Ze's words fell, the surrounding void rippled, with golden roots emerging from the ether. Following Xiao Ze's intent, these golden roots intertwined to form a peculiar lotus flower. Strikes of 9-colored elixir thunder descended, yet none could escape the devouring grasp of this extraordinary lotus. Sensing the sudden influx of 9-colored thunder within the primordial tree, a smile spread across Xiao Ze's face. He raised his hand, and a burst of 9-colored thunder erupted from his palm. The might of the 9-colored elixir thunder was formidable, leaving one to wonder about the power of the black magic thunder. Judging by its portrayal in the original text, it would likely reduce any being below the Dou Sheng level to ashes upon contact. Should one utilize the black magic thunder to temper their body? Even a physique that had stagnated for an extended period could advance further. Just as Xiao Ze pondered, the thunder in the heavens gradually ceased. He waved his hand, beckoning the golden roots back into the void, and a brilliant bolt of thunderous energy descended, elevating the quality of the Hun Yuan 9 elixir to its zenith. In an instant, the Hun Yuan 9 elixir transformed into a radiant purple-gold light, attempting to flee, but Xiao Ze reached out towards that direction, grasping the void. The space contorted, and the purple-gold light could not evade his hold, being drawn back to him. Observing the petite yet exquisite purple-gold dragon before him, Xiao Ze gently tapped the dragon's forehead, smiling as he said, "Fear not, I shan't consume you, so there is no need to flee." The little dragon seemed to comprehend, its earlier struggles gradually subsiding. Xiao Ze produced some 7th-grade elixirs he had refined earlier and offered them to the dragon's mouth. Upon seeing the 7th-grade elixir, the purple-gold dragon's eyes brightened. However, it looked up at Xiao Ze first. Upon receiving a nod from him, it eagerly swallowed the elixir whole. After consuming the elixir, the trust the purple-gold dragon placed in Xiao Ze increased significantly, even nuzzling its head against the back of his hand. "Grow at your own pace. I wonder how far you will ultimately develop." Xiao Ze stroked the dragon's head, noting that the 8th-grade 9-colored elixir thunder had sufficient spirit to comprehend human speech. A step further, and it could transform into human form, indistinguishable from high-level cultivators. Xiao Ze had no particular thoughts on the Hun Yuan 9 elixir. Although it was an 8th-grade 9-colored elixir thunder, its uniqueness meant that only Zhu Yang could consume it. Even the ancient Taimu dragon clan could not partake in it. While the potent efficacy of the Hun Yuan 9 elixir was undeniable, its exclusivity was exceedingly stringent. Xiao Ze intended to nurture it, hoping it could mature into a 9th-grade elixir, thus becoming a formidable ally. As for the arduous endeavor of forcibly consuming it merely to refine its energy, Xiao Ze had no intention of undertaking such a thankless task. Refining the energy within would demand a substantial expenditure of his own vitality, potentially leading to a chaotic manifestation of his fighting spirit. Were others to attempt to swallow it forcefully, they would undoubtedly suffer from the elixir's potency. Once the purple-gold little dragon ascertained that Xiao Ze harbored no ulterior motives, it grew increasingly affectionate towards him. After all, he was its creator. Ultimately, it coiled around Xiao Ze's forearm like an exquisite bracelet. Observing the majestic dragon's playful display of affection, Xiao Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling the warmth upon his arm, he dismissed any further thoughts, stowing away the medicinal cauldron of the ancient Taishu dragon clan, planning to return it to Ziyan upon their next meeting. As Xiao Ze opened the door, he encountered Medusa and her companions waiting at the threshold. "Young Master Xiao, I sent someone to inquire with the elder responsible for the star domain and received excellent news. It appears that Brother Xiao Yan is the only one who successfully endured the initial taming phase. The other top 10 competitors have already vacated the star domain." "Did the 3,000 yen flames not erupt?" Xiao Ze inquired, astonished. "No news has surfaced. If the 3,000 yen flames had indeed gone awry, the Dan Tower would not conceal it from us." Xiao Ze nodded, reasoning that since they had entered the taming phase, there should be no further incidents. "Let me inform the 3 presidents, and then we shall set forth." "Is that so? What is this?" Qinglin inquired, her eyes lighting up as she noticed a segment of the purple-gold dragon tail peeking from Xiao Ze's sleeve. The gazes of the other 2 companions were similarly drawn, captivated by the resplendent purple-gold tail that swayed from his cuff, gently brushing against the back of Xiao Ze's hand. "This is the 8th-grade elixir I concocted this time. The mixed element 9 elixirs," Xiao Ze remarked, raising his hand to gently tap the little dragon's head through the fabric. The purple-gold little dragon promptly retracted its tail, peeking out from the sleeve with curiosity. Upon sensing the formidable aura of the little healer Medusa and her companions, it instinctively withdrew its head once more. Witnessing this scene, the 3 women's eyes brightened slightly. The little dragon's appearance was indeed striking, its entire form translucent and radiant, embodying both the majesty of its draconic lineage and the beauty of a work of art. "What a lovely little dragon," Qinglin exclaimed. Xiao Ze took a moment to explain his intentions of nurturing it, and upon understanding, the trio expressed their delight. "Young Master Xiao, may I play with it for a while?" Qinglin asked, batting her eyelashes at him. "Of course, the purple-gold little dragon is temporarily entrusted to you. I shall discuss our forthcoming plans with the president." Xiao Ze patted the little dragon's head reassuringly before handing it over to the little healer and her companions. Chapter 379, The Bone Mountains. Within the Black Giant Tower. What has prompted your sudden desire to venture outside?" Xian Kongzi expressed his surprise. Compared to the other alchemists of the Dan Tower, Xiao Ze exhibited a notable aversion to remaining within its confines to diligently study the art of alchemy. To Xian Kongzi, It appeared that Xiao Ze preferred the thrill of adventure beyond the tower's walls. Upon reflection, this inclination made sense. Although Xiao Ze held the position of an elder within the small Dan Tower, his age did not align with that of the majority of the elders. The elders of the small Dan Tower, in their youth, had traversed the central continent, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. And it was only now that they contemplated a life of seclusion and tranquility within the tower's sacred realm. They believed in seizing their youth to explore the world. And with Xiao Ze's current proficiency in alchemy, solitary study would yield little improvement. Xian Kongzi nodded, assuring him, "You may depart with peace of mind." After the Dan conference, there are no pressing matters for the Dan Tower. The 3,000 yin flames will hardly stir up any trouble. "Thank you, President Xian Kongzi," Xiao Ze replied, engaging in light conversation with the president before taking his leave. This time, with no interference from the Soul Palace. The Dan Tower did not need to allocate excessive resources for defense, allowing them to focus their energies within the star domain. Should the 3,000 yin flames rise again, they could be subdued once more. Upon departing from the Black Giant Tower, Xiao Ze hastened back to the Elder Tower, where he found Qinglin, the little medical fairy, and Medusa feeding the purple golden dragon with elixirs. As Xiao Ze entered, he was met with a 7th-tier elixir hurtling towards him, swiftly followed by the agile form of the purple golden dragon, which gulped the elixir down in one swift motion. The dragon, upon seeing Xiao Ze, affectionately rubbed against the back of his hand. The three observers chuckled at the scene, bemused by how the gluttonous little dragon transformed its demeanor the moment Xiao Ze returned, despite their own efforts to feed it numerous elixirs. "Have you all packed up? It's time to set off." The three nodded in agreement, each possessing high-level spatial rings, rendering any additional packing unnecessary. Shortly thereafter, the four embarked through the spatial wormhole towards the southern region of the central continent, opting for a discreet journey. Despite their formidable strength, they preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. The Beast Domain, renowned as the land of 100,000 mountains, far exceeded that number in reality, with endless mountain ranges under the dominion of the Beast clans, the true extent of which was beyond human comprehension. Xiao Ze took the opportunity to introduce the Beast Domain, and the little medical fairy and her companions listened intently, particularly Medusa. Even the purple golden dragon craned its neck towards Xiao Ze, feigning earnestness in its attentiveness. Throughout the endless passage of time, this rugged expanse of mountains had concealed countless treasures. After all, the Beast Domain had long been the realm of the Beast clans. Witnessing the rise and fall of many mighty beasts within these so-called 100,000 mountains, with a stroke of fortune, they might uncover remnants of incredibly powerful beasts. As Xiao Ze concluded his discourse, the spatial vessel approached the exit of the spatial wormhole. Passing through the silvery portal, the group beheld a vast spatial plaza before them. This city stands apart from others in the central plains, exuding a rugged charm as if it has weathered the ravages of war. Even the public square bears remnants of past conflicts. Beast City, being the closest urban settlement to the Beast Domain, serves as a front line where humans occasionally clash with magical beasts. After a leisurely stroll through the city, Xiao Ze and his companions sought a map of the Beast Domain. Having spent a few gold coins, they acquired a rough map and discreetly departed. Once they left Beast City, they soared southward for 1,000 miles before truly entering the territory of the Beast Domain. "Wow, is this the Beast Domain?" exclaimed the little medical fairy, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed at the horizon. The towering, endless mountains evoked a sense of wildness unique to the Beast Domain. After traveling for some time, the group finally caught sight of the realm, their spirits soaring with excitement. "Young Master Xiao Ze, with such vastness in the Beast Domain, where should we head first?" queried Qinglin, turning to face Xiao Ze. He retrieved the rough map and, after a brief examination, pressed his finger upon a particular mountain range. "We shall go to the Bone Mountain Range, a renowned area within the Beast Domain, famed for its immense ocean of bones." As they made their way to the Bone Mountain Range, they occasionally encountered practitioners or high-tier magical beasts. However, sensing the formidable auras of the four companions, they refrained from approaching. Hiss. So this is the Bone Mountain Range. The site before them was almost entirely composed of the skeletal remains of magical beasts, likely amounting to billions. The three women stared at the seemingly endless expanse of bones, feeling a profound sense of awe. Though they had heard Xiao Ze's descriptions, witnessing such a grand spectacle left them utterly astonished. "Why do I feel that the Bone Mountain Range might benefit my cultivation?" Medusa remarked, her brows raised in surprise. "Naturally," Xiao Ze explained. "This place is buried with an abundance of beast bones, and over the ages, the strange beastly energy contained within has been released. While this energy may not hold much significance for humans, it is quite beneficial for magical beasts. Thus, it is a favored gathering spot for them." Medusa nodded, contemplating the possibility of attempting her cultivation here. Hee, no need to rush. The Bone Mountain Range harbors other opportunities. Xiao Ze teased, leading them on a reconnaissance of the area. In his eyes, a verdant golden glow emerged as he employed the insight of the green serpent triflower eyes, making it relatively effortless to locate the damaged seal of the Dou Saint. Within a vast basin spanning thousands of miles, covered by the ocean of bones. The stark whiteness was almost blinding, sending a chill down one's spine. Young Master Xiao Ze, this space seems somewhat different, one of them remarked. Qinglin also sensed the situation, and with a nod, Xiao Ze instructed the three women. In a moment, the commotion will be considerable. You should disperse in different directions and set up spatial barriers to conceal the disturbances here. As his words echoed, the three women nodded in agreement and scattered, distancing themselves from Xiao Ze by several dozen miles. They then joined forces to form seals, unleashing a formidable spatial power that began to envelop the area, concealing it from view. Through the golden sapling, Xiao Ze communicated with them, advising caution regarding their surroundings. Since they had already cleared the area of magical beasts upon their arrival, no unexpected occurrences arose. Behind Xiao Ze, golden roots emerged from the space, and the emerald golden light in his eyes suddenly burst forth with intense radiance. Identifying the weak points of the seal, the golden roots, like colossal serpents, thrust forward and pierced the void with great force. With a resounding crack, a terrifying spatial storm erupted. The relic of the fighting saint revealed itself before them. Chapter 380, Reunion with Ziyan. The space before them shattered like glass, spreading ominous black fissures that formed a dreadfully powerful spatial tempest. Even the most ordinary Dou Zun experts would be struck with fear at the sight. However, as the fierce spatial storm descended upon Xiao Ze, it merely stirred a ripple around him, failing to inflict any harm, dissipating like melting snow. Upon witnessing the shattering of space and the unveiling of the fighting saint's relic, a smile crept onto Xiao Ze's face. He had initially contemplated seeking the assistance of the Holy Spirit Saint if he could not locate the relic. Reluctant to expend the favor owed to the fighting saint for the sake of this relic, he felt a sense of relief now that it was unnecessary. Yet, sensing the spatial storm continuing to expand, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow. Although Medusa, the little medical sage, and others had arranged spatial seals to obscure the disturbances in this area, excessive noise could still easily attract other powerful beings. Moreover, should sufficient destruction occur within this space, the lingering aura would undoubtedly draw the attention of formidable experts. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ze extended his right hand into the void, and in the next instant, the raging spatial storm seemed to be frozen in time. If a Dou Saint were present, they would be astonished to discover that Xiao Ze's technique bore a striking resemblance to the mastery exhibited by Dou Saints over their realms. However, while Dou Saints wielded incomparably powerful abilities to control energy and space, Xiao Ze relied on his formidable spatial manipulation skills. With his terrifying foundation, his control over space surpassed that of any beneath the Dou Saint level. As he completely halted the shimmering silver spatial storm, Xiao Ze gradually clenched his fist, causing the spatial fissures to slowly mend around his body. The spatial tempest quietly dissipated alongside the healing cracks in the fabric of space. With my current mastery over spatial control, I harbor no fear even when confronting the ancient dragon clan of the same rank. Should I enhance my abilities with the support of the golden roots? Even formidable adversaries at the level of Dousheng may find their spatial prowess lacking in comparison to mine. Xiao Ze ultimately compressed the spatial storm into a cavity of approximately 10 feet in diameter, his hands suffused with resplendent silver spatial energy. A sharp sound of rending air resonated as Xiao Ze delivered a punch, shattering the seal left by the Dousheng and establishing a spatial passage between the outside world and the relics of the Dousheng. Subsequently, the brilliant spatial energy transformed into serpentine silver figures, swiftly contorting and morphing into intricate spatial runes under Xiao Ze's formidable command. This fractured spatial rift was enveloped as if a breach had been made in a wall, subsequently fitted with a door for his own ingress and egress, complete with a lock for security. Xiao Ze communicated with the three women through the golden tree, permitting their return. The first to rush to his side was the petite healer clad in a white dress, her expression betraying a hint of astonishment upon witnessing the stable spatial passage. Following her was Medusa, adorned in form-fitting red armor, who had previously been responsible for external warfare in the northwest continent and was accustomed to donning her armor while safeguarding Xiao Ze. Lastly, the charming Qinglin, dressed in verdant attire, smiled upon seeing Xiao Ze safe and sound. Just as Xiao Ze was about to speak, a radiant purple-gold light erupted between the four of them. The three women paused momentarily, instinctively assuming it was the purple-gold dragon, only to quickly realize that the aura was not that of the dragon. Xiao Ze's gaze, ablaze with intensity, was fixed upon the purple-gold light, and a smile broke across his face. In the next instant, a graceful figure appeared, leaping directly into his embrace. Xiao Ze, I have missed you so much. The melodious voice brought relief to the three women present, revealing that this was not an enemy, but rather an acquaintance of Xiao Ze. Feeling the warmth of the person in his arms, Xiao Ze tenderly stroked her head. It has been a long time, Ziyan. Ziyan lifted her head, allowing Xiao Ze to scrutinize her current form. Her strength had similarly surged, now capable of transforming her shape at will. The residual medicinal power of the transformation herb within her body having been naturally assimilated. Compared to the innocent visage of the little girl she once was, Ziyan had blossomed into a mature beauty, her violet eyes radiating an inherent authority. Her figure had transitioned from that of a child to a poised and graceful young woman. Well, you have matured so much. Why do you still act like a child? Xiao Ze gently patted Ziyan's back, astonished. By the way, how did you find us? Ziyan stepped back from Xiao Ze, her small face displaying a hint of distress as she replied. Actually, I had intended to visit the Dan Tower to seek you out, but upon arriving there, I discovered that you were not present. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze could not help but smile. Previously, when he and his companions departed from the Dan Tower and returned to the northwest continent, only a select few were privy to their whereabouts. As for how he could accurately locate them now, it was naturally due to the dragon-shaped jade token bestowed upon him by the Elder. The moment they approached the beast domain, he felt a sense of awareness. With this understanding, Xiao Ze nodded knowingly. He had not placed overly stringent seals on items left behind by amicable individuals. It was hardly surprising that Ziyan could sense him through the jade token. Seeing Ziyan's eager expression, Xiao Ze chuckled and retrieved a vial of elixirs, remarking that he occasionally concocted some for her. Upon seeing the elixirs, Ziyan's face lit up with joy, reminiscent of a little girl. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ze introduced Ziyan to the three women, some of whom were familiar with her, while others had merely heard of her and were not well acquainted. Regardless, Ziyan's matured appearance was indeed a novel visage for them. By the way, this is the medicinal cauldron left by Senior Zhu Yang, adorned with numerous marks of the ancient dragon clan. It is best returned to its rightful owner, Xiao Ze said as he produced a cauldron radiating a peculiar pressure. As Ziyan gently brushed her hand over it, a series of dragon roars resonated from within. Thank you, Xiao Ze. When you previously brought back the remains of our ancestor Zhu Yang, the clan was overjoyed and wishes to express their gratitude in person. Now, with the return of the ancestral medicinal cauldron of the ancient dragon clan, I shall ensure they reward you handsomely. Ziyan winked at Xiao Ze. Your physical prowess should have reached its peak by now. The clan also possesses some ancient dragon's blood, which could further enhance your physique if absorbed. Let us discuss it later, Xiao Ze replied vaguely, lacking a strong desire for the ancient dragon clan's blood. After all, a single feedback from Ziyan was worth far more than countless drops of ancient dragon's blood. Chapter 381, The Sole Inheritance of the Dou Saint Relics. Noticing Xiao Ze's noncommittal response, Ziyan did not dwell on it, recognizing that his current physical strength was sufficient to handle most situations. Is this the Dou Saint relic you mentioned earlier? She inquired, turning her gaze towards the spatial passageway and shifting the topic. Indeed, by a stroke of fortune, I acquired information regarding this Dou Saint relic, but my previous lack of strength hindered my pursuit until now, Xiao Ze explained to the group, who nodded in agreement without a trace of doubt. After all, whispers of ancient relics occasionally circulated, albeit most concerning the remnants left by Dou Saints were mere echoes of speculation and could not be taken as truth. Nevertheless, even such elusive rumors of Dou Saint relics would inevitably draw countless individuals eager to pursue them. Even the faintest hint of a relic was enough to entice throngs of seekers, all for the sake of the name Dou Saint, a true entity standing at the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent. Medusa's eyes glimmered with a hint of astonishment. No wonder you mentioned that we need not concern ourselves with the resources of the Bone Mountains. With such an opportunity at hand, we can indeed overlook the enhancements they provide. Young Master Xiao Ze, does this imply that we may bask in the exclusivity of this Dou Saint relic? Qinglin's tone carried a touch of delight. Those present had all attained the Dou Zun level, fully aware of the allure that relics left by Dou Saint warriors possess. To think that such a relic would be solely theirs to enjoy, indeed, with no one else vying for it. All that lies within this Dou Saint relic will naturally fall into our hands, Xiao Ze replied with a smile, beckoning them. Now, let us not tarry any longer. Hurry and step inside to explore. He allowed the few of them to advance into the spatial passage while he remained behind to attend to subsequent matters. He erased the spatial seals they had left and cloaked the aura of the area, finally activating the seals he had set. This Dou Saint relic was not scheduled to reveal itself for another year or two. Currently, Xiao Ze had merely opened a small aperture in the seal, with proper concealment. It could remain hidden for another year and a half. By the time various factions converged upon the Dou Saint relic, they would discover that it had already been visited. A faint smile graced Xiao Ze's face as he entered the spatial passage. Just then, Ziyan, who had recently traversed the passage, glanced back with a touch of surprise. The mastery over spatial forces displayed was something even she could not attain. With a slight frown, Ziyan mused that Xiao Ze seemed more akin to the ancient dragon clan than herself, possessing a physique rivaling that of top-tier magical beasts and an extraordinary command over space. Were it not for the pure human blood coursing through Xiao Ze's veins, she would have considered bringing him back to ancient Dragon Island to showcase him to the elders. Upon Xiao Ze's emergence from the spatial passage, he casually sealed it behind him. The onlookers turned their attention to the interior of the seal, momentarily entranced. As they beheld a colossal palace towering like a mountain amidst the heavens and earth. Gazing upon this magnificent edifice, a profound sense of insignificance welled up within them. Truly, it bore the hallmark of a Dou saint's crafting. The little medical sage could not help but exclaim in awe. We have previously explored a relic left by a Dou saint, yet in comparison to this one, each possesses its unique merits, Qinglin remarked with a gentle smile. Addressing the others, Xiao Ze meticulously scrutinized the gigantic palace, its entirety a deep crimson, standing resolutely, as if it were a mountain of flames. Against the stark white sea of bones, such a red palace created an extreme sense of disconnection. Haha, let us proceed. Merely gazing upon it will not bring the treasures of the Dou Saint relic to our hands, Xiao Ze called out. And the four elegantly distinct figures followed him to a point just 100 meters before the grand entrance of the Crimson Palace. Standing before the towering structure allowed them to truly appreciate its majestic height and grandeur. The colossal temple seemed to pierce the heavens, evoking awe at the grandeur crafted by a formidable sage. Medusa gazed upon the immense crimson gate, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Such a monumental stone door must weigh no less than millions of pounds. The others nodded in silent agreement, acutely aware that merely opening such an imposing entrance would require considerable effort. Xiao Ze's eyes shimmered with a verdant golden light, prompting the women to hold their breath in anticipation of his decision. Moments later, he flicked his fingers, and a silver bolt of lightning surged toward a specific point on the crimson gate. With a resounding crack, the massive door began to creak open. Xiao Ze, you truly are remarkable. How did you discern that? Ziyan exclaimed in wonder. You simply need to apply that little brain of yours and study the art of mechanisms. He replied, prompting muffled laughter from the others. As the door fully opened, it revealed a pitch-black passageway. Ziyan, eager to be the first to enter, was halted by Xiao Ze. No need to rush, he cautioned. Amidst the curious gazes of the group, he flicked his fingers again, sending a bolt of lightning into the dark corridor. As if sensing the presence of the lightning, the floor of the passage split open, revealing seething magma below. The molten rock erupted forth, but it posed no threat to the lightning. To the astonishment of the women, blue flames burst forth from the walls, radiating an intense heat that distorted the very air. Even from a distance, the oppressive warmth was palpable. This sage seems to harbor ill intentions, Ziyan remarked. Her hand pressed to her chest in a mix of trepidation and relief. Though unafraid of the flames, the sudden display had caught her off guard. Indeed, this is their relic. Naturally, they do not welcome intruders, Xiao Ze chuckled, shaking his head. Come a bit closer, I will guide you inside. The four complied, drawing nearer as golden flames enveloped them, emanating from Xiao Ze. Such mastery over fire. This flame is extraordinary, yet it feels remarkably cool to the touch, Ziyan marveled. Reaching out to grasp the golden flames, deepening her understanding of Xiao Yan's alchemical prowess. After just a few years apart, your strength has grown to the point of making me feel somewhat estranged, she mused. Upon hearing her remarks, Xiao Ze rolled his eyes and affectionately ruffled her hair. Aside from our initial acquaintance, when have I ever allowed you to see my true power? Ziyan felt a tinge of disappointment, while the other three women erupted into melodic laughter. Having grown accustomed to Xiao Ze's prowess during their time together, they found his strength less surprising. However, for Ziyan, who had been away for a considerable time, witnessing the rapid evolution of Xiao Ze's abilities left her in awe, an understandable reaction, considering that if their roles were reversed, she too would be astonished by his extraordinary growth. Chapter 382, The Marvelous Utility of the Thunderous Body. Xiao Ze led four companions into the fiery passage, his soul energy radiating outward as he sought to ascertain the authenticity of this infernal route. Aside from the entrance below, no other pathways were discernible. After flying for a while, Xiao Ze contemplated and decided to manipulate the thunderous body he had previously released, sending it forth to explore the mysteries of the fire passage. He then propelled himself and his companions directly into the molten lava below. The four were momentarily taken aback, yet they refrained from uttering cries of alarm. Instead, following Xiao Ze into the depths of the magma. Was the profound secret of this fiery passage hidden within the lava itself? They quickly grasped Xiao Ze's intent. Indeed, this fire passage served merely as an illusion. If they were to proceed along it indefinitely, they would likely encounter nothing but a stone wall in the end. Xiao Ze nodded in affirmation. Ensconced in the protective embrace of the Origin Emperor flame, the surrounding magma felt as innocuous as the most ordinary liquid, devoid of any lethal potency. The descent lasted less than a minute, after which they felt their bodies grow heavy, landing abruptly on a frigid floor. Upon raising their heads, they beheld the fire passage formed by the magma suspended above, creating a circular formation. If they were to continue along this path, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a dead end. Xiao Ze, your soul perception is remarkably potent, capable of penetrating through such dense magma. Ziyan remarked with a hint of envy. They were unaware of Xiao Ze's prior foresight regarding this place, and naturally assumed that his discovery of the fire passage's intricacies stemmed from his formidable soul strength. Given your robust physique as a magical beast, it is only natural that your soul energy develops at a slower pace. After all, you possess an abundance of time. Xiao Ze casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Ziyan smiled lightly. Indeed, the longevity of magical beasts compared to human cultivators was truly advantageous. Upon entering this novel environment, Medusa began to survey her surroundings, her attention drawn to a grand hall in the distance. Could that be the true entrance to the ruins? Upon reaching the square, they encountered an imposing stone door at its end, flanked by 10 figures standing erect like javelins. Those appear to be puppets? The little medical sage remarked, gazing at the corpse-like entities. They are indeed puppets. I recall that young Master Xiao Ze previously possessed 2 as well, Qinglin acknowledged. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the puppets. Medusa placed her hand upon the sword at her waist, turning to Xiao Ze. It seems these puppets serve as guardians for the Grand Hall. Shall I engage them? No need. These puppets pose no obstacle, Xiao Ze replied, shaking his head as he stepped forward to the end of the square, with the others closely following. After a brief moment of sensing, Xiao Ze addressed his companions. These are Earth Demon puppets. However, it is evident that this saint-level fighter did not invest much effort into these puppets. They may merely be a casual creation. As they sensed Xiao Ze's soul energy surging forth, it swept across the puppets, and soon thereafter, the puppets approached Xiao Ze and his companions. Medusa paused for a moment. Sensing that the scene before her was eerily familiar, it seemed reminiscent of the 2 celestial demon phoenix puppets that Xiao Ze had previously subdued. Xiao Ze, have you managed to tame them so swiftly? There was little to be done. The formidable Dou sage deemed them unworthy, and after crafting the puppets, he had not even inscribed a soul mark upon them. Xiao Ze casually explained this, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, stored away the 10 puppets. What a bountiful harvest. Just upon entering the Dou sage relic, he had acquired 10 puppets, which was indeed commendable. Ziyan sighed in admiration. And just as Xiao Ze finished stowing away the puppets, a series of mechanical sounds echoed, and the heavy stone door slowly creaked open. An ancient and desolate aura wafted forth from within, causing the group to exchange glances, ultimately settling their gazes upon Xiao Ze. What are you waiting for? Let us proceed. Within this Dou sage relic lies a certain treasured artifact. The others followed closely behind Xiao Ze, their curiosity piqued by his mention of a treasure worthy of such a title. What could possibly be regarded as a treasure by Xiao Ze? As for how he possessed such knowledge of this Dou sage relic, he had previously elucidated that by sheer coincidence, he had acquired information regarding it. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ziyan inquired, what kind of treasure is it? This treasure is connected to you as well. Once obtained, it shall be for your use. Xiao Ze replied, momentarily stunning Ziyan. It relates to me? The other 3 women cast envious glances at Ziyan, realizing that Xiao Ze's journey to this Dou sage relic was specifically to procure a treasure for her. Even if Ziyan had not sought them out, it was certain that upon acquiring this treasure, Xiao Ze would deliver it to ancient Dragon Island for her. This realization stirred a sense of envy among the 3 women, not only due to the treasure's immense value, which was undoubtedly high given that it was deemed a treasure by Xiao Ze, but more importantly, because of Xiao Ze's regard for Ziyan. He had traveled a great distance to this Dou sage relic solely to obtain a treasure that she could utilize. Realizing the deeper significance of his words, Ziyan gazed at Xiao Ze with newfound understanding. As Xiao Ze was her first friend, who had crafted pills for her, his status in her heart was unparalleled. Witnessing Xiao Ze venture so far for her sake, seeking this treasure, caused her heart to race slightly. Upon entering through the stone door, they were met with an immense hall, where numerous corridors extended, forming pathways that led into the unknown. With so many corridors, exploring each one individually will surely take a considerable amount of time, remarked the little medical sage, her mouth agape in astonishment. The others nodded in agreement, gaining a deeper appreciation for the joy of exploring the Dou sage relic unaccompanied. Had they been with other factions, They would likely be embroiled in a fierce scramble for supremacy, potentially leading to a deadly confrontation. However, their current concern was not competition, but rather how they could efficiently explore the entirety of the site in a short span of time. It is akin to an individual entering a treasure mountain, pondering how to extract its riches. Shall we explore separately? Qinglin's eyes sparkled as she proposed an idea. However, given that this is ultimately the relic of a Dou saint, it would be safer for us to remain together, Medusa mused, echoing the sentiment. There is no need for such complications, Xiao Ze said with a smile, waving his hand. With deft movements, he swiftly altered his hand seals, conjuring forth numerous thunderous bodies. Subsequently, Xiao Ze flung out a multitude of storage rings, and upon acquiring them, the thunderous bodies surged towards various passages. Turning around, he found the four women staring at him in utter astonishment. Very well. The thunderous bodies will be responsible for exploring the other passages. Anything of significant value will hardly escape the grasp of the soul energy I have left behind. We shall focus on locating that treasured artifact. Chapter 383, The Beast Spirit Cloak. What an intricate combat technique. And to think that this technique was conceived by you. Xiao Ze, after learning the origins of the thunderous bodies, Ziyan could not help but exclaim in wonder once more. She had thought she had acclimated to Xiao Ze's extraordinary talents, but it appeared she was still far from it. Although Medusa, the little doctor, and Qinglin were already aware of the unique utility of the thunderous bodies, witnessing such large-scale utilization by Xiao Ze was indeed a first and left them thoroughly astounded. Now, swiftly employ your treasure-hunting abilities and discern where the medicinal aura resides. Xiao Ze affectionately ruffled Ziyan's hair, despite her growth. He found it hard to relinquish the habit of patting her head. Ziyan shook her head, brushing his hand away, and gently inhaled, speaking as she did so. Are you saying this treasured artifact is a medicinal material? Quite close. It is a rare heavenly treasure that would greatly benefit you. Xiao Ze's words caused Ziyan to furrow her brow, pondering the significant advantages such a treasure would bestow upon the Taishu ancient dragon clan. At that moment, she struggled to recall any. The dragon phoenix origin fruit was exceedingly rare, and even among the Taishu ancient dragons, not everyone was knowledgeable of it. According to the records of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, the dragon phoenix origin fruit had only been mentioned 5 times. There is a somewhat vague aura of a heavenly treasure there, but otherwise, there is nothing else, Ziyan indicated, pointing towards a specific passage with her delicate, jade-like hand. Let us proceed. With Xiao Ze's words, the group entered the passage, which was immensely vast, allowing them to fly through the palace like little birds. As they chatted casually, they speculated whether this Dou saint might not be a human cultivator, but rather an entity of another race. After all, why would such an enormous palace and passages be constructed? Ultimately, it must be attributed to the peculiar preferences of the Dou saint, desiring to create an awe-inspiring abode. After traversing swiftly for a while, they finally halted before a moss-covered stone door. This is the place. Xiao Ze glanced at it, waved his hand, and a beam of fighting spirit struck the stone door, which then began to slowly open. As the stone door creaked open, a rich and profound aroma of medicinal herbs, seemingly accumulated over countless years, surged forth, invigorating the spirits of those gathered. The moment the door fully opened, a resplendent light burst from within. Medusa instinctively placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, her expression wary. The others, too, summoned their fighting spirit, ever vigilant for any sudden developments. After all, this was the relic of a Dou saint, not a place for casual exploration. As the blinding light gradually dimmed, the group squinted into the interior, revealing an expression of astonishment. Ziyan could not suppress a gulp as she gazed inside. What lay before her was an ancient forest, entirely composed of rare celestial materials and treasures. To Ziyan, this ancient forest was akin to a sacred sanctuary. Her eyes darted around, nearly overwhelmed, as she murmured the names of various treasures, listing dozens in a mere few moments. As she spoke, she tossed pills into her mouth, fearing that she might impulsively rush in to seize and devour them otherwise. Ultimately, the delectable pills proved more enticing, and Ziyan restrained herself from charging forward. Was this the handiwork of a Dou saint? To construct such a forest teeming with celestial materials and treasures within one's own abode. Xiao Yixian couldn't help but gape, having thought that following Xiao Ze had already broadened her horizons. Yet, she found the scale of a Dou saint's accomplishments beyond her imagination. The treasures here, even when compared to the pill realm, were undoubtedly on par. Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow, gazing at the ancient forest, marveling at the astonishing handiwork of the Dou saint. Ziyan poured the pills from her vial into her mouth, wiping her lips with the back of her hand, and turned to Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, is this what you referred to as a treasure? Such an abundance of celestial materials and treasures indeed offers me immense benefits, she exclaimed, unable to resist licking her lips. Haha, not at all. In truth, this ancient forest pales in comparison to that one treasure. Even if you were to consume all these celestial materials, you might not reach the level of a Dou Saint. However, if you were to absorb that treasure, achieving the status of Dou Saint would be as effortless as eating or drinking, he replied. This revelation left not only Ziyan speechless, but also astonished Medusa and the others, all of whom had attained the Dou Zun stage and understood just how arduous the path to becoming a Dou Saint truly was. Countless prodigies had been halted at the threshold of Dou Saint, struggling to enter. Yet Xiao Ze claimed that with the absorption of that singular treasure, Ziyan could achieve the status of a Dou Saint as simply as quenching thirst. The women were filled with boundless curiosity about that treasure. Xiao Ze, your words are tantalizing, Ziyan remarked, trusting his assertion, yet she pondered deeply, unable to conceive of any celestial material or treasure that could possess such formidable efficacy against the Tai Su ancient dragon. The dragon phoenix origin fruit is indeed exceedingly rare, causing Ziyan to hesitate to contemplate it further. The treasure lies deep within the ancient forest. Xiao Ze led the group of women directly toward the heart of this primordial woodland. Following Xiao Ze's prior remarks, the women lost interest in the natural treasures of the forest, replaced instead by an insatiable curiosity regarding the precious artifact. With Xiao Ze's prowess providing cover, they ventured deeper into the forest without disturbing any magical beasts. However, even if they had stirred them, it mattered little. The mere aura emanating from Xiao Ze was sufficient to deter any beast from acting recklessly. As they approached the forest's depths, Ziyan's expression subtly shifted. Was that the presence of my ancient Taisu dragon lineage's ancestors? Ziyan glanced at Xiao Ze, who offered her a faint smile and a nod, yet refrained from elaborating. Upon reaching a clearing, Ziyan exclaimed in astonishment, "The beast spirit shield?" Noticing the puzzled expressions of her companions, she explained, "This is an incredibly powerful artifact that can only be formed by a magical beast at the moment of its demise. Let us open it, for the treasure lies within." Ziyan bit her lip, her countenance tinged with sadness, and pricked her delicate finger, allowing several drops of golden blood to fall onto the beast's spirit shield. The shield could only be activated by a bloodline relative. As the golden droplets slid down the surface, a golden fissure slowly tore open. With a glance at Xiao Ze, and with his encouraging gaze, Ziyan stepped forward first, followed closely by the others, as the golden rift shimmered and then vanished. "What an overwhelming pressure!" exclaimed the little physician upon entering. Before them lay a blood-red desolate plain, at the center of which stood an ancient stone altar towering 100 feet high. The source of the oppressive force emanated from this altar. Chapter 384, The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. "Xiao Ze, the object atop that altar seems to call out to me," Ziyan remarked with a tone of uncertainty. "Then heed its call, and see for yourself," Xiao Ze encouraged. Ziyan nodded, gracefully extending her long legs, transforming into a radiant beam of light, and in mere moments, she reached the pinnacle of the altar, followed closely by the others. As Medusa and the others ascended the altar, they beheld Ziyan's astonished visage, her gaze fixed in wonder at the altar's center. Observing her reaction, they too turned their eyes towards the altar's core, where a platform of purple and gold hues emerged. Atop this platform lay a half-foot-sized recess, within which a sapling thrived. The sapling's trunk was no thicker than a thumb, yet it twisted and coiled like a majestic dragon. Atop the sapling hung a fruit the size of a palm. The fruit shimmered in shades of purple and gold, and the little physician and her companions recognized it as the treasure Xiao Ze had spoken of, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they studied this remarkable fruit. To their astonishment, they discovered that the golden half of the fruit, twisting and winding, resembled a living, ancient dragon, albeit on a minuscule scale. The purple half, on the other hand, appeared to be a mythical phoenix, poised to soar through the void. They were incredulous to find that it was indeed the fabled dragon phoenix origin fruit. "No wonder you, Xiao Ze, were so enigmatic. Even had you claimed that this place harbored the dragon phoenix origin fruit, I would have struggled to believe it." Ziyan, regaining her composure, spoke with disbelief. "The dragon phoenix origin fruit exists solely in the ancient tomes of the dragon clan. It is a legendary fruit. This extraordinary fruit is a confluence of the life forces of the ancient dragon and the primordial phoenix. And even if one were to absorb these life forces, the probability of successful birth does not exceed 10%. The primordial phoenix is the ancestor of the contemporary 3 great beast families, specifically the celestial phoenix." Upon hearing Ziyan's words, Xiao Yixian and the others also regained their senses, questioning whether ancient dragons and primordial phoenixes had once existed here. They hurriedly cast their gazes down towards the altar, and indeed, from their elevated vantage point, they discerned white remnants amidst the blood-red desolation of the plains. Connecting the dots, They soon perceived the skeletal remains of a colossal dragon and a phoenix, intertwined and cyclical, with the altar at their center. Here lay the fallen ancient dragon and primordial phoenix. Xiao Yixian and the others could not suppress their gasps. Both the ancient dragon and primordial phoenix are supreme among beasts, and to think that both had perished here simultaneously was extraordinary. It seems that due to fortuitous circumstances, the demise of these two supreme beasts led to the convergence of their life forces, ultimately giving birth to this earthly treasure. Xiao Ze spoke slowly, urging Ziyan, "Do not linger, quickly collect it." Taking a deep breath, Ziyan nodded emphatically, fully aware of the preciousness of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Acquiring the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit would allow me to evolve into a supreme beast embodying the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor. Xiao Yixian and the others displayed expressions of envy, having gained a clearer understanding of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. From Xiao Ze's explanation, they learned that once Ziyan refines the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, she would ascend directly to the level of a battle saint, inheriting the bloodlines of both the ancient dragon and the primordial phoenix. Both are supreme beasts, and the extent of the Dragon Phoenix's power is beyond imagination. Ziyan approached the center of the altar, biting her finger to draw blood, which she smeared over her hand before using her bloodied right hand to touch the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. The moment the fruit made contact, it erupted with a dazzling purple-gold radiance. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit then transformed into a pool of purple and gold liquid, flowing into Ziyan's palm and quietly merging with her being. Once the liquid had completely vanished, a pattern of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit appeared in her palm. Seeing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit successfully collected, Ziyan finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Xiao Ze understood the significance of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Otherwise, missing out would have been an immense regret. Ziyan gently patted her chest, expressing her gratitude to Xiao Ze. She acknowledged that should she wish to refine the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, she could seek his assistance in absorbing its vast energies. For to attempt such an endeavor recklessly might lead to dire consequences. Xiao Ze spoke with solemnity, and Ziyan understood the formidable nature of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Nodding in agreement, she held great trust in Xiao Ze's abilities, fully aware of the immense power behind his alchemical skills. By the way, a predecessor of the ancient Void Dragon clan has fallen here. Do you wish to retrieve his remains for burial at the ancient Dragon Island? Xiao Ze's words plunged Ziyan into contemplation, and after a moment of reflection, she nodded. The remains of the ancient Void Dragon clan held significant value, and should they fall into the hands of others, they might be used to craft puppets or extract marrow. It was indeed best to return the ancestor for a proper burial at the ancient dragon tomb. Then allow me to assist you, Xiao Ze offered with a smile, as his soul energy surged forth, enveloping the entire plane. Rise. At his command, the ground stirred, even the altar trembled. To the astonishment of Xiao Yixian and the others, a colossal dragon skeleton floated up from the earth. Shall we store it in a high-grade spatial ring for the time being? Xiao Ze inquired, and Ziyan had no objections. He produced an unused high-grade spatial ring and carefully placed the remains of the ancient void dragon within it. Ziyan cradled the ring with both hands, her eyes shimmering with gratitude, and she could not resist embracing Xiao Ze. Thank you, Xiao Ze. Haha, why engage in such formalities between friends? He replied, patting her back reassuringly, encouraging her not to dwell on it too much, for excessive formality could lead to awkwardness in their interactions. Ziyan, her face nestled against Xiao Ze's chest, could not help but tilt her head and peck his cheek, only to realize, as she caught the astonished gazes of Xiao Yixian and the others, the implications of her impulsive action. Even with Ziyan's typically carefree demeanor, a blush crept onto her cheeks under the scrutiny of their stares. Ahem, I was caught up in the moment. I got overly excited and meant no offense. Do you believe me? Ziyan attempted to explain, eliciting headshakes from Xiao Yixian and the others. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze cleared his throat, redirecting the attention of the group. Let us discuss how to handle the remains of the ancient celestial phoenix. Regardless of the circumstances, these bones belong to a being of saint-level prowess. And coupled with the supreme bloodline of a magical beast, their rarity is likely to be unparalleled within the entire ancient ruins. With Xiao Ze's words, the group's focus shifted to the remains of the ancient celestial phoenix. Chapter 385. The Marrow of the Ancient Celestial Phoenix. The gestation of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit requires the life force from both the ancient Void Dragon and the ancient Celestial Phoenix. Ziyan gazed down at the ancient Celestial Phoenix's remains, her brow furrowed as she remarked, "The flesh and blood of the ancient Celestial Phoenix have decayed with the waning of life force. However, the true value that still resides within these bones remains unclear to me." Upon hearing Ziyan's analysis, the crowd nodded in agreement. Although the bones of a Dou Sheng possess extraordinary worth, They are ultimately remnants after the genesis of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Given the immense value of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, they would not be surprised even if all the energy from the ancient celestial phoenix had been entirely extracted during its gestation. Regardless, the bones of a Dou Sheng are indeed a pity to waste. Xiao Ze pondered for a moment, then stepped forward to the altar. Using his soul power, he lifted one segment of the bones, and the Source Emperor flame emerged from his palm, igniting the bone segment. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ze narrowed his eyes, a smile of delight gracing his face. Clearly, the bones of the ancient celestial phoenix were far from worthless. The others, intrigued by Xiao Ze's words, turned their gazes toward the bones engulfed in golden flames. Within the fiery glow, the bones exhibited an exceptionally hard texture, and faintly, a trace of delicate purple became discernible. Seeing this scene, Medusa could not help but exclaim, "Is that the marrow of the ancient celestial phoenix?" Indeed, the marrow of a Dou Sheng holds immense value. Even if you were to absorb it, the enhancement would be substantial, surpassing that of some 8th-grade elixirs. Xiao Ze nodded, suggesting they refine it directly during this period. As there was no one competing for the Dou Sheng relics, thus there was no need for haste. The women responded with joyful nods, elated by the extraordinary value of the Dou Sheng marrow. Days later, the little medical fairy and her companions entered from outside the beast spirit barrier. Finding Xiao Ze seated upon the altar, golden flames danced in the air, and amidst them lay a colossal relic of the ancient celestial phoenix. At that moment, the ancient celestial phoenix's bones had lost their prior hardness, and the faint purple hue became increasingly prominent against the backdrop of golden flames. The little medical fairy and her companions had not been idle during this time. Outside the beast spirit barrier lay the ancient forest, teeming with rare treasures. They had been busy gathering these precious materials. Qinglin had even made an unexpected discovery within the ancient forest, forcibly contracting several serpentine magical beasts. As the onlookers observed, Xiao Ze slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the ancient celestial phoenix's remains in the sky, a smile illuminating his face. His hand seal shifted, and his soul power surged forth once more, intensifying the flames of the Source Emperor flame. He aimed to completely reduce the already maximal bones to ashes. The endeavor of fully refining such a vast Dou Sheng relic was indeed a labor-intensive task. Fortunately, with the Source Emperor flame at his disposal, it did not require excessive exertion on his part. The purple marrow gathered and swirled within the Source Emperor flame, purging the impurities contained within. Upon witnessing the skeletal remains reduced to mere ashes, Xiao Ze seized the opportunity to retract the golden flames, consolidating them into a fire cauldron of considerable size. Simultaneously, he intended to obliterate the lingering will of the ancient heavenly phoenix within, to prevent any potential influence while absorbing the bone marrow. "Young Master Xiao, how is it progressing?" Qinglin inquired with concern as she approached the altar. "All is well. Aside from the initial difficulties wrought by the remnants of the ancient phoenix soul, the subsequent process has been one of patience and diligence," he replied. Before long, the golden fire cauldron dissipated quietly, leaving behind a deep purple liquid suspended in midair, significantly more viscous than blood, resembling a gelatinous substance. Is it truly possible that such a colossal ancient phoenix could yield only this small amount of bone marrow? Xiao Yixian remarked, gazing at the nearly head-sized marrow with disbelief. To still retain this much after nurturing the essence of the dragon and phoenix is somewhat beyond my expectations. Xiao Ze responded with a smile, his thoughts stirring as he divided the deep purple marrow into 5 portions. "Let each partake equally." At that moment, Ziyan interjected, raising her hand. "There is no need to reserve a portion for me. I have already acquired the most precious treasure of this journey. This Dou Saint bone marrow should be shared among everyone." Respecting her firm stance, Xiao Ze divided the marrow into 4 portions, placing them into jade vials. "Proceed with the refinement here. I shall stand guard nearby," Ziyan offered with a smile. Seeing this, Xiao Yixian and the others did not hesitate to accept the vials, settling down to commence their refinement. Xiao Ze tilted his head back and consumed the marrow in one gulp, instantly feeling it akin to molten lava coursing through him. Subsequently, a torrent of energy erupted forth. The vast energy was absorbed by the origin tree, its diameter steadily expanding. However, as the diameter widened, the energy required grew exponentially. At this stage, even the Dou Saint bone marrow could not facilitate an instantaneous transformation for Xiao Ze. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan had consumed a drop of Dou Saint bone marrow, which had propelled him to a higher star within the Dou Zun realm. Yet Xiao Yan had been a low-star Dou Zun at that time, and the marrow had held significant influence. For Xiao Ze, at the pinnacle of Dou Zun, the marrow's utility was not enough to catalyze a qualitative change. Soon, Xiao Ze gradually opened his eyes. With previous accumulations, the diameter had barely surpassed 600 meters. He mused to himself, indeed, There exists a chasm between the pinnacle of Dou Zun and Dou Saint, hence the necessity for a distinctly new realm. Moreover, his foundation was far more formidable than that of other Dou Zun, rendering the energy requirements incomparable. Xiao Ze did not feel overly anxious. The expansion of the origin tree's diameter itself constituted an enhancement. Even without reaching the Dou Saint stage, his prowess had been steadily increasing. With each meter the diameter broadened. The upper limit of his Dou Qi surged correspondingly, along with an enhancement of various abilities. Xiao Ze stretched languidly, seizing the moment while the little medical fairy and her companions were still engrossed in their alchemical endeavors, to organize the bounty he had amassed from the Thunder Body during this period. Although Medusa and the others had been foraging for rare treasures in the ancient forest, the primary focus remained on the resources derived from the Thunder Body. Xiao Ze sifted through numerous storage rings, selecting a few particularly precious herbs to place directly into his advanced storage ring for future alchemical concoctions. Naturally, he did not uproot every herb from the ancient forest. The treasures of the earth vary in quality, and with Xiao Ze's current discernment, only those suitable for crafting high-tier elixirs caught his eye. After spending the better part of a day organizing, Xiao Ze could not help but shake his head, lamenting that an abundance of herbs can indeed be a burden. Chapter 386. Encounter with a Dan Beast. Upon the altar, Xiao Ze rose, while the little medical fairy Medusa and Qinglin were still absorbing and refining the marrow of the ancient phoenix. Although the energy from that marrow was insufficient for Xiao Ze to undergo a qualitative transformation, it held the potential to elevate the three of them to a higher tier. It is worth noting that the remnants of the ancient phoenix's bones had also aided Xiao Xun'er in advancing her strength, granting her a semblance of the ancient phoenix's authority. However, it was too late to ponder such matters, for the ancient phoenix's bones had long since been refined by him. Even the lingering essence was now dissolved within the marrow, absorbed by each of them in their respective refining processes. Shaking his head, Xiao Ze chose not to dwell on the ancient phoenix any longer. After all, it had already become a part of him, and no amount of contemplation could restore the ancient phoenix's remains. Turning his gaze to the center of the altar, he noticed Ziyan, who was intently focused on a small sapling, her eyes fixed unwaveringly upon it. What extraordinary qualities might this sapling possess? Xiao Ze's sudden remark startled Ziyan, prompting her to instinctively pat her chest. With a hint of irritation, she replied, "Xiao Ze, there are no enemies present. There's no need to conceal your aura to such an extent." Laughing heartily, Xiao Ze approached her side, joining her in observing the diminutive sapling. "I was wondering if it would be possible to transplant this sapling back, nurturing it to continuously cultivate the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit." Ziyan's melodious voice resonated in Xiao Ze's ears, yet it caused him to furrow his brow as he placed his palm gently on her head. "What are you thinking with that little mind of yours? Not to mention that the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit requires the life force of both the Taishu Ancient Dragon and the Ancient Phoenix for a chance to form. Moreover, the probability is less than 10%, meaning we would need 10 Taishu Ancient Dragons and Ancient Phoenixes." The odds were appallingly low, and the cost was not something to be taken lightly. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's analysis, Ziyan chuckled sheepishly, realizing she had been somewhat presumptuous. "The most critical point is that the ancient phoenix now appears to be extinct. Do you still harbor hopes for the Tianyao Phoenix clan to revert to ancestral forms and give rise to an ancient celestial phoenix? Indeed, the resurgence of beast bloodlines is no trivial matter." Ziyan sighed, promptly relinquishing any thoughts of exploiting the sapling. Suddenly, a surge of breakthrough energy emanated from behind, and as Xiao Ze turned, he sensed two more waves of breakthrough simultaneously. What a fortuitous occurrence. Three individuals have remarkably transcended together, Xiao Ze remarked with a smile. Ziyan gazed at the successful breakthrough of the little medical fairy and her companions, her astonishment evident as she mused. They have somehow evaded the influence of the ancient celestial phoenixes while lingering in the marrow? Naturally, with my current alchemical prowess, dispelling such will is rather effortless. Can a high-level alchemist truly achieve such a feat? To eliminate even the will contained within this bloodline. Ziyan was undeniably awestruck by the alchemical techniques demonstrated by Xiao Ze. The proud lineage identification methods of the beast clans held no sway before Xiao Ze. Even if Xiao Ze and his companions were to confront the Tianyao Phoenix clan, they would remain oblivious to the fact that Xiao Ze had absorbed and refined the marrow of their ancestral ancient celestial phoenix. Indeed, during the absorption and refinement process, I encountered no resistance from the beast's will. The little medical fairy, who had been the first to break through, said with a smile as she approached the two. Qinglin and Medusa followed closely, nodding in acknowledgement under Ziyan's gaze. "Very well, the capabilities of a high-level alchemist are boundless. There is nothing they cannot accomplish. After all, the 9th-grade elixirs crafted by grandmasters possess a spirit akin to that of living beings, akin to the creation of life itself. Xiao Ze casually explained. Having secured the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit and refined the marrow, it was time to continue exploring the relics of the fighting saint. The women nodded in agreement, and Xiao Ze cast a final glance at the dramatically transformed desolate plain before diving into the golden fissure opened by Ziyan. Upon departing the beast spirit shield, Xiao Ze was immediately met with the resonant roars of beasts from all directions. The ancient forest harbored many primordial beasts, each safeguarding exceedingly rare heavenly materials and treasures. However, against the thunderous physique, there was little recourse. Let us proceed. The heavenly materials and treasures of this place will be entrusted to the thunderous form for collection as we delve deeper. The group retraced their steps, opened the stone door, and re-entered the passage of the grand hall. To the central area we go, where the thunderous form has discovered a hall for storing elixirs and has even made unexpected gains. As Xiao Ze spoke, he gently stroked the purple-gold little dragon on his wrist. The others expressed curiosity about Xiao Ze's unexpected gains and hurriedly followed him to the heart of the grand hall. After a swift traversal, they halted before a grand palace, its plaque adorned with the elegant characters Elixir Hall. Surely, the elixirs left behind by the powerful fighting saints must be exceptionally precious, Ziyan remarked, playfully licking her lips with her delicate pink tongue. Upon hearing Ziyan's words, the little medical fairy and the others shared a knowing smile. Qinglin spoke up, addressing Ziyan, Sister Ziyan, in truth. The elixirs currently concocted by young Master Xiao Ze would even entice those of the Dosheng realm. Ziyan was taken aback, as this implied that the elixirs available in the alchemy hall were perhaps inferior to those crafted by Xiao Ze. Meeting Ziyan's astonished gaze, Xiao Ze smiled and said, "Let us proceed." The first level of the alchemy hall was devoid of any remaining elixirs or formulas, all having been collected by the thunderous entity. Compared to martial techniques and cultivation methods, Xiao Ze harbored a profound appreciation for elixirs. The more, the better. Even if they held little value for him personally, they could be utilized to nourish alchemical beasts. The purple gold dragon under his care possessed a rather accommodating palate, accepting any grade of elixir and reveling in the higher tier ones. As the group followed Xiao Ze upward, upon entering the second level, he enveloped them in golden flames. From this point onward, the air was laced with poison, necessitating caution. However, Xiao Ze did not shield the little medical fairy. In such an environment, she thrived as if it were her natural habitat. He guided them to a chamber on the third level. Upon opening the door, the women beheld a cage formed from the power of thunder, within which resided a small, snow-white beast. It resembled a cat, yet its rotund form exuded a charming innocence. The women, well-versed in elixirs, cast a glance at the purple-gold dragon on Xiao Ze's wrist. With a hint of surprise in her voice, Ziyan remarked, "Could it be that this creature is akin to the one adorning Xiao Ze's wrist, also an alchemical beast?" Chapter 387. The alchemical beast competes for affection. The snow-white beast had previously lived in blissful ignorance within the alchemy hall, occasionally scavenging for damaged elixirs to consume. Unexpectedly, a few days prior, an unfamiliar life form had descended upon it with lightning speed, capturing it within the cage of thunderous power before it could react. Just as the snow-white beast braced for misfortune, the thunderous entity departed. Initially agitated within the confines of the thunder cage, the little beast gradually settled down over time, lying calmly within its enclosure. Now, upon encountering these strange beings, it instinctively assumed a defensive posture, placing its forepaws firmly on the ground and attempting to appear menacing. However, its entirely white, fluffy fur and rotund physique rendered it exceedingly adorable. This display failed to evoke a sense of threat in the little medical fairy and her companions. Instead, their eyes sparkled with fascination as they gazed at the snow-white creature. Xiao Ze, observing the beast's antics, could not help but chuckle softly. Its foolish yet endearing demeanor was quite charming. "Xiao Ze, what do you intend to do with this alchemical beast?" the little medical fairy inquired, her eyes glimmering with unmasked affection for the snow-white creature. "Let us see if we can tame it. Nurturing one is akin to nurturing two. Moreover, the blood of the spirit beast possesses the remarkable ability to dispel myriad toxins. Thus, having an additional one serves as a precaution." Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the women present exhibited flashes of delight in their eyes. The little healer furrowed her brow, gazing at the snow-white creature imprisoned within the thunderous cage, pondering how to subdue it since it was not a concoction of her own making. "Rest assured, it can be tamed with the aid of elixirs," Xiao Ze reassured, producing a vial of pills and directing his gaze towards the snow-white beast. However, after a moment's contemplation, his attention shifted to the purple-gold dragon coiled around his wrist. An epiphany struck him, and a novel idea blossomed in his mind. As the vial's cap was removed, a rich and intoxicating fragrance of the elixir permeated the surroundings. The purple-gold dragon's eyes brightened, nuzzling Xiao Ze's hand, though it refrained from further action. The The snow-white beast, too, caught a whiff of the alluring aroma, its previously menacing demeanor softening as it instinctively twitched its nose. Xiao Ze poured 2 advanced 6th-grade pills into his palm and gently tapped the dragon's head. The purple-gold dragon glanced at Xiao Ze, and upon receiving a nod of approval, it soared into the air, swallowing the 2 advanced 6th-grade pills with eagerness. It then flitted around Xiao Ze, occasionally nuzzling against his cheek in a display of affection and playfulness. The snow-white creature could not resist extending its pink tongue, the faux ferocity in its expression dissipating as a glimmer of longing appeared in its eyes. It recognized that the purple-gold dragon, like itself, was also a spirit beast. Xiao Ze opened another vial, and a powerful surge of energy, accompanied by the rich fragrance of the elixir, filled the room. 7th-grade advanced pills. Upon seeing these, the purple-gold dragon abruptly halted its flight, unable to suppress a lick of its lips. It occasionally received such high-grade elixirs from Xiao Ze, though it was a rare treat. Noticing the dragon's eager gaze fixed upon the pills in his hand, Xiao Ze smiled and tossed one to it. In an instant, the purple-gold dragon darted like lightning. Swallowing the pill whole, its expression one of profound satisfaction. It then redoubled its efforts to charm Xiao Ze, seeking to elicit his amusement. The snow-white beast widened its eyes. Disbelief etched upon its face. Such high-grade elixirs were typically a hard-won reward, only attainable once its seal was broken. Yet now, its kin merely needed to flutter about and nuzzle that human's cheek to enjoy such a delicacy. Xiao Ze subsequently produced several more 7th-grade advanced pills, much to the purple-gold dragon's ecstatic delight, while the snow-white beast displayed an unmistakable, anthropomorphic yearning. Is it merely a matter of playfulness? It could do that too. Initially, the little healer and the others were uncertain of Xiao Ze's intentions, but upon witnessing the snow-white beast's human-like desire, they stifled their laughter behind their hands. Ziyan has now developed a fresh perspective on Xiao Ze's extravagant nature. Having witnessed him nonchalantly toss numerous high-grade 7th-tier elixirs into the mouth of the beast without a hint of remorse. Upon observing the eager expression of the snowy little creature, a faint smile graced Xiao Ze's lips, indicating it was time to escalate matters. With a flick of his wrist, a vial materialized in his hand, the potent aura of the elixir nearly seeping through the glass. At this moment, the eyes of both the golden dragon and the snowy little beast were fixated on the vial. 8th-tier elixirs. Even Ziyan could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "Is this truly so extravagant? You are even presenting 8th-tier elixirs." Though the expressions of the young healer and her companions bore a hint of astonishment, they were no strangers to Xiao Ze's methods. Seeing that the time was ripe, Xiao Ze waved his hand, dissipating the thunder cage. The moment the cage vanished, the snowy little beast dashed toward him. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan had gained the trust of the snowy little creature after offering over 26th-tier elixirs and 8 7th-tier elixirs, ultimately resorting to the allure of the 5-colored thunder elixir, an 8th-tier concoction, to lure it in. However, Xiao Ze had not fed the snowy little beast even a single elixir, yet it still came rushing toward him. This was largely due to the golden dragon's behavior. Being a beast of elixirs itself, it had demonstrated that by charming Xiao Ze, it could acquire the high-tier elixirs it had toiled to obtain. The snowy little beast realized that it, too, could receive high-tier elixirs simply by exhibiting affection. Upon reaching Xiao Ze, the snowy little beast unhesitatingly lay on the ground, rolling over and exposing its belly, clearly yearning for Xiao Ze's caress. The golden dragon cast a glance at the snowy little beast, then at Xiao Ze, and seeing that Xiao Ze was ignoring it, hurriedly approached his palm, eagerly seeking his touch. The onlooking maidens were left agape at the sight of these 2 elixirs beasts vying for Xiao Ze's affection, revealing an unexpected gluttony. Who would have thought elixir beasts could be so greedy? The young healer remarked in surprise. Indeed, even humans would find it difficult to resist the temptation of 8th-tier elixirs. What is merely a display of affection in comparison? They would even fight to the death for such treasures. Medusa mused, her understanding of the allure of 8th-tier elixirs profound. It was only due to their association with Xiao Ze that they had become accustomed to seeing 8th-tier elixirs. For an ordinary person, encountering even one in a lifetime would be a rarity. Witnessing the 2 elixir beasts competing for attention brought a smile to Xiao Ze's face, suggesting that the process of winning over the snowy little beast was proving to be far less arduous than in the original tale. The presence of the golden dragon as a role model had shown the snowy little beast that following Xiao Ze truly came with the promise of high-tier elixirs. Crouching down, Xiao Ze gently stroked the belly of the snowy little beast, which felt warm and soft beneath his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he uncorked the vial, and 2 ethereal, misty elixirs instantly soared from within, darting around the chamber as Xiao Ze and his companions had blocked the entrance. "One for each, no fighting," he declared. At his words, The two elixir beasts erupted into a flash of speed, each racing toward one of the 8th-tier elixirs. Before long, the two alchemical beasts consumed the two 8th-grade pills, and the little purple golden dragon soared back, coiling itself around Xiao Ze's wrist. The snow-white creature grew bolder.
Leaping into Xiao Ze's embrace and burrowing into his clothing, it had made up its mind. Even as Xiao Ze attempted to shoo it away, it would refuse to depart.
Chapter 388. The Main Hall, Annihilation of the Puppets. After devouring the 8th-grade pills, the two alchemical beasts settled onto Xiao Ze, succumbing to slumber. After all, they too were 8th-grade pills, though they had reached the pinnacle of that tier. They were far more formidable than the two color lightning 8th-grade pills that Xiao Ze had provided. Nonetheless, they remained on the same level, yet to achieve a qualitative transformation capable of effortlessly digesting 8th-grade pills. Thus, after consuming the two color lightning 8th-grade pills, both alchemical beasts fell into a deep sleep, absorbing the medicinal energy contained within. Young Master Xiao Ze, have they been subdued this easily? Qinglin exclaimed in astonishment. Quite so, this snow-white creature can be considered subdued, although the price was not trivial. One of those two color lightning 8th-grade pills would likely incite fierce competition among cultivators in the outside world, Xiao Ze replied, gently ruffling the snow-white creature's head and smiling at his companions. However, managing to tame an alchemical beast is certainly a worthwhile endeavor. The little medical sage remarked with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. It was known that alchemical beasts required at least a 7-color lightning 8th-grade pill to form. Moreover, with proper nurturing, they could potentially achieve 9th-grade pills, though the costs of such cultivation were exceedingly high. Subsequently, Xiao Ze rummaged through the alchemical hall before leading everyone to the central area of the Grand Hall. Along the way, he reviewed the ancient alchemical formulas stored within his spatial ring. The majority were already familiar to him, though some were rather obscure. With a mere sweep of his spiritual sense, he grasped the methods of their concoction. Before long, the group arrived at the heart of the Grand Hall, where a massive ancient palace revealed itself before their eyes. The entire structure radiated a deep copper hue, having weathered countless ages, its color deepening over time. The palace was extraordinarily vast. From a distance, it resembled a colossal copper beast lying prostrate, with figures before it appearing as mere ants. Upon witnessing the Grand Hall, the group exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they swiftly approached its entrance. As they neared the palace, the passage of time was palpably felt, leaving behind an aura of frost and wear. Xiao Ze glanced at the enormous stone door of the palace and discerned its crucial mechanism. With a wave of his hand, a strand of fighting energy struck a specific point on the stone door, triggering a mechanism. With a series of mechanical sounds, the stone door began to open slowly. As it creaked ajar, an indescribable pressure emanated from within the hall, causing the women to adopt defensive postures, their expressions alert. Upon glimpsing the scene inside the Grand Hall, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. In the center of the Grand Hall, 10 colossal orbs of light hovered in midair, their blinding brilliance revealing faint glimpses of scrolls within. At the heart of these luminous spheres rested a stone pedestal, upon which lay a skeletal form of pure white jade, its hands forming intricate seals as it sat in meditation. Even the resolute hearts of Medusa and the little physician could not help but stir with quiet excitement. These were the martial techniques and methods bequeathed by a Dou saint. The scrolls, positioned near the skeletal remains, were undoubtedly of immense value. Each emanated an aura that confirmed their rank was no less than that of the Earth level. Upon observing, Ziyan remarked that acquiring these techniques and methods would likely prove to be no easy task. Qinglin pointed towards the surroundings of the stone pedestal, where a dozen figures, resembling statues of a gray hue, were seated. More puppets, the little physician mused, her expression growing serious as she regarded the automatons. Each exuded an aura rivaling that of a Dou Zun, an impressive display indeed. The gravity of the situation dawned on the others, as the combined might of a dozen Dou Zun would pose a significant challenge for them. Moreover, these puppets were not mere trinkets. They were ancient human puppets. Xiao Ze finally spoke, drawing the gaze of all present. Ancient human puppets? Medusa inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, they are crafted using special techniques to extract and seal the souls of powerful beings within the puppets. Such creations possess not only intelligence, but also the ability to wield martial techniques, demonstrating formidable power. A collective gasp escaped the women's lips as they absorbed Xiao Ze's explanation, realizing the ruthlessness of this ancient Dou saint's methods. To forge a dozen puppets of Dou Zun caliber likely required the souls of Dou Zun strongholds, indicating that at least a dozen Dou Zun had perished at the hands of this ancient Dou saint. In that moment, the little physician and her companions struggled to grasp the reality. Were Dou Zun strongholds so easily discarded? Yet, They soon recognized that it was not the Dou Zun that were cheap, but rather that, in comparison to a Dou Saint, they were of little consequence. Xiao Ze flicked his fingers, unleashing a silver bolt of lightning that tore forth like a serpent, crashing into the front of the 10 orbs, causing them to tremble in response. In the original narrative, many practitioners suffered grievously within this hall, falling victim to the ancient human puppets. However, Xiao Ze felt no such concern. Those practitioners had not reached the high-star Dou Zun level, and since they fought individually, they suffered significant losses. With Xiao Ze's peak Dou Zun prowess, those ancient human puppets would not pose a great threat. Xiao Ze, do you require our assistance? Someone inquired. No need. Just ensure those orbs do not escape. I will handle the ancient human puppets, he replied. As his words echoed, the orbs quivered, and the scrolls transformed into 10 streaks of light, hurtling forth from within the luminous spheres. Meanwhile, the statues surrounding the stone pedestal abruptly opened their eyes, emanating an intense aura of murderous intent. Within the grand hall, only Xiao Ze and his companions were present, making them the center of attention. The ancient puppets immediately fixed their gaze upon Xiao Ze and his group, their eyes ablaze with a fierce desire to kill, charging recklessly towards them while disregarding the scrolls that had just burst forth. Sensing the overwhelming aura of violence, the young healer and her companions narrowed their eyes slightly. However, recalling Xiao Ze's earlier words, they felt a sense of reassurance. Each of the ancient puppets radiated a brilliant glow of combat prowess. Without hesitation, Xiao Ze clenched his fist, the overwhelming force of spatial energy enveloping him, and delivered a simple, yet powerful punch into the void. Boom. Within the hall, it felt as though a tempest of spatial energy had suddenly erupted. A silver whirlwind of spatial force, mingled with dark rifts, transformed into a colossal tsunami of space, sweeping towards the ancient puppets. Upon contact, the glow of their combat prowess quietly faded. Under the might of this spatial energy, any form of combat seemed utterly trivial. Subsequently, torn apart by the relentless onslaught of the silver storm, the ancient puppets were shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 389, The Revival of the Battle Saint. Gulp. The women could not help but swallow hard, gazing at Xiao Ze's calm visage, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yet they dared not overlook the magnitude of what Xiao Ze had just achieved. Half of the grand hall was engulfed in the fury of the spatial storm. The ancient puppets, under the crushing force of this terrifying spatial energy, could not withstand even a breath's time before being torn to shreds. Remarkably, under Xiao Ze's deft control, the ancient scrolls that inadvertently entered the spatial storm remained unscathed. Ziyan stared at Xiao Ze in astonishment, then turned her gaze towards the storm before her. The spatial tempest, renowned for its uncontrollable and enigmatic nature, was now confined to a specific area. Such a level of spatial prowess, Ziyan believed, was beyond her own capabilities. She even suspected that even if she were to reach the same pinnacle as Xiao Ze, the peak of the battle sovereign, her spatial abilities would only barely match his. To truly surpass Xiao Ze, one would need to ascend to the realm of the battle saint. Noticing the women's gazes, Xiao Ze silently chuckled as he surveyed the results of his endeavor. He had just annihilated the ancient puppets to prevent the unnecessary complications that would arise from the resurrection of the battle saint's remains. With a wave of his hand, the immense spatial energy surged forth, calming the storm and mending the rifts in space. Seizing the moment, he urged, "We must gather those scrolls quickly. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes." His urgent words left the young healer and her companions momentarily stunned. However, they quickly regained their composure. In the very next instant, they surged forward, scattering like lightning in pursuit of the scrolls. Xiao Ze was equally busy, gazing at the scroll that lay farthest from him. With a single step, the power of space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, his figure appeared at the opposite end of the grand hall. The scroll emanated an overwhelming special energy. Seemingly sensing the approach of Xiao Ze's palm, it swiftly darted away as if possessed of its own consciousness. I shall not squander any more time," Xiao Ze declared. And with a surge of immense spatial power, he ensnared the streak of red light. As he grasped the scroll, the wild special energy upon it relentlessly battered against his hand. Though it could not harm him, its unruliness rendered it unsuitable for storage within his spatial ring. A faint blue energy enveloped Xiao Ze's hand as he brushed it against the scroll, neutralizing the chaotic energy with the might of the ocean, ultimately leaving behind a scroll pulsating with formidable waves of power. This action took but a few breaths of time, and Xiao Ze then set his sights on another scroll of earthy yellow hue. Simultaneously, his sole perception remained attuned to the movements of the Dou Saint's skeletal remains, which were far from ordinary. Even after countless epochs of silence, the Dou Saint's bones retained the potential for revival. Effortlessly, he acquired another scroll, securing it within his spatial ring. Xiao Ze noticed that the others had each obtained one scroll and were now vying for a second. There were 5 of them, and if each secured 2 scrolls, they could gather all 10 streaks of light. Due to Xiao Ze's earlier remarks, they dared not linger, employing various methods to hasten their collection. In a flurry, purple-gray poison gas, resplendent rainbow energy, enchanting emerald light, and noble purple-gold hues filled the grand hall. Medusa and her companions, despite lagging behind Xiao Ze for a brief time, managed to seize 2 scrolls each. Xiao Ze had already returned to the entrance of the hall, and upon seeing this, the others hastily gathered around him. Xiao Ze, is something amiss? Will these scrolls vanish after a while? Asked Ziyan, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why else would Xiao Ze have urged them to collect the scrolls in such haste? It is prudent to gather them early. A battle may erupt shortly. And we must preserve these scrolls, Xiao Ze replied with a smile, directing his gaze toward the Dou Saint's skeletal remains at the center of the stone platform. No Dou Saint was to be taken lightly. Even after enduring the ravages of time, their flesh long since eroded, the remnants still harbored the potential for revival. Upon Xiao Ze's words, the women turned their heads in disbelief. However, they held great faith in Xiao Ze, refraining from voicing any objections. Their curiosity piqued about how this Dou Saint might be resurrected. Little Fairy Doctor and the others felt little trepidation, for Xiao Ze had not urged them to leave prematurely, indicating his unwavering confidence. In the gaze of the women, the fingers of the Dou Saint's skeletal remains moved imperceptibly. In the midst of a fiercely contested battle, they might have overlooked it, but thanks to Xiao Ze's guidance, each of them perceived the transformation of the bone of the fighting saint. The bone of the fighting saint has awakened. Is the fighting saint truly revived? A few of them gazed at the bone in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, a faint crimson glow emerged from its eye sockets. However, in contrast to the original text, wherein this bone could obliterate countless cultivators with a single sound wave, the current bone merely stood up in a mundane manner. Perhaps it was due to the sparse presence of cultivators nearby. Or maybe because Xiao Ze and the others were positioned at the entrance of the hall, the bone refrained from exerting any unnecessary efforts. After all, with a single sound wave, Xiao Ze and the others could instantly flee the hall. Hiss! It truly has revived. The little healer felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the bone, her expression stiffening. Even if the bone's strength had diminished significantly, it remained exceedingly formidable. Medusa, wielding her longsword, spoke gravely. If we combine our strength, we should be able to dismantle it. The green flowers in Qinglin's eyes slowly rotated, and her tone bore little fear. Xiao Ze, do you intend to take action? Ziyan inquired of Xiao Ze. Observing the bone's unusual behavior, Xiao Ze furrowed his brow slightly and addressed them. There is no need for haste. Let us remain still. In the original narrative, the bone of the fighting saint revived by absorbing the blood essence of numerous cultivators, which was commendable. However, at this moment, not to mention the blood essence of cultivators, even those ancient puppets had been torn to shreds by Xiao Ze's spatial power and cast into the fissures of space. Even if the bone has awakened, its strength would be considerably limited. The bone glanced at Xiao Ze and the others standing at the entrance, spread its arms wide, and the previously stored light orbs cascaded down like a waterfall. The energy contained within was swiftly absorbed by the bone, its white bone structure radiating a shimmering glow. This peculiar transformation caused Xiao Ze to raise an eyebrow. It turned out that absorbing the blood essence of cultivators was a lesser choice. The superior choice lay in utilizing the energy embedded within those light orbs. After all, it was evident that such energy originated from the powerful fighting saints, sharing the same root. The crimson light in the bone's eyes quietly metamorphosed into a golden hue, and an ancient, hoarse voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Intruders of the ruins, die? Chapter 390, The Great Creation Poem. Upon hearing the voice of the bone of the fighting saint, the women were momentarily taken aback, yet their faces bore no signs of fear. Although they sensed the bone's overwhelming pressure, their confidence in Xiao Ze surpassed their trepidation. Xiao Ze gazed into the hollow pupils of the bone, which subtly glimmered with a golden light, raising his brow slightly. To think that the bone, which absorbed a vast amount of cultivator's blood essence in the original tale, had instead fallen to a lesser state. Now, having absorbed the energy from the light orbs, the aura radiating from the bone of the fighting saint was astonishingly comparable to that of a half-saint. The skeletal remains of the Dou Saint, which absorb blood energy, possess strength that does not exceed that of a high-level Dou Zun, and are even susceptible to being besieged by the likes of Xiao Yan due to a lingering fragment of soul, in stark contrast to the formidable presence before them. This comparison is as disparate as heaven and earth. After all, a half-saint is still a saint. As the Dou Saint skeleton stomped down, the stone pedestal beneath it shattered with a resounding crash, its form launching towards Xiao Ze and his companions like a bolt of lightning. The golden gleam emanating from its eyes radiated an overwhelming pressure, allowing this seemingly frail skeleton to exude an aura that was all-encompassing. It was not merely the disparity in blood energy and Dou Saint power. Could it be that the early entrants had left that fragment of soul too intact? Feeling the oppressive force radiating from the skeleton, Xiao Ze could not help but ponder. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and without hesitation, he stepped forward. A faint rumble of thunder accompanied him as he was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, boldly confronting the Dou Saint skeleton. Noticing Xiao Ze's advance, the golden light in the skeleton's eyes flickered momentarily, and it responded with a strike aimed at Xiao Ze's face. Despite its skeletal form, it seemed to defy the very fabric of space itself, unleashing a sharp, explosive sound. Xiao Ze manifested a delicate blue glow in his palm and mirrored the action, meeting the skeleton's strike with his own. Boom! The tremendous energy surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, radiating in all directions. The ground of the Grand Hall appeared as though it had been trampled by some terrifying entity, fracturing with grotesque cracks. The surrounding space could not withstand the force, tearing apart into dark fissures. The mere contact of their palms sent waves of energy that caused the entire hall to tremble. Xiao Yixian and the others gazed in awe at this terrifying spectacle, their hearts racing in trepidation. Even the quaking walls of the Grand Hall went unnoticed as their eyes remained fixed on Xiao Ze's silhouette. After a brief standoff, the Dou Saint skeleton suddenly shuddered, retreating several dozen steps in the void before ultimately landing back atop the previously shattered stone pedestal. In contrast, Xiao Ze stood resolutely, unmoved like a mountain, as if the skeleton's return to its original position was entirely by his design. Witnessing this, Xiao Yixian and Medusa exchanged glances, their hearts easing with relief. It appeared that even when the Dou Saint skeleton unleashed an aura akin to that of a half-saint, it was still no match for Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze contemplated the palm that had just made contact with the Dou Saint skeleton, where faint white imprints were discernible. Aside from a few marks left by the earlier spatial fissures, the majority were the result of the sudden emergence of spatial spikes around the Dou Saint skeleton. However, it was unfortunate that neither the spatial fissures nor the spikes could inflict any lasting scars upon Xiao Ze's palm. The mere presence of white imprints indicated a formidable power. In the blink of an eye, those white marks quietly vanished. Xiao Ze turned his gaze back to the skeletal remains of the battle saint. It seemed that even though the fragment of the soul remained intact, combined with the remnants of power left by the formidable battle saint, the might it could unleash was merely modest. There was still a discernible gap when compared to a true, semi-holy powerhouse. Initially, Xiao Ze had harbored hopes of engaging in combat with such a figure, but now, he found himself somewhat disillusioned. The golden light flickered continuously in the eye sockets of the skeletal remains, and Xiao Ze could sense that the battle saint's bones seemed to regard him with a profound gaze. Gradually, the head lifted, and a faint, raspy voice resonated, as if transcending time, echoing from ancient epics. Heavenly creation palm. As this hoarse voice sounded, a brilliant golden radiance suddenly erupted from the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal remains. Xiao Ze immediately communicated through the golden sapling to the little doctor and the others, urging them to retreat, for the battle saint was about to execute a heavenly tier combat technique. The little doctor and the others exchanged glances, their forms moving without hesitation toward a direction far from the Grand Hall. Prior to entering the ruins, Ziyan had already been bestowed with a golden root by Xiao Ze, thus all four present possessed Xiao Ze's golden roots, facilitating their communication. Just as they were departing, the energy from the skeletal remains began to converge in its right hand. Even the golden glow erupting from its pupils quietly waned. With the golden light in its eyes completely dimmed, a black the size of a soybean suddenly materialized in the palm of the skeletal hand. Pure black to the point that an ordinary person gazing upon it would feel their very soul threatened by its insatiable hunger. Xiao Ze manipulated his hand seals, taken aback by the skeletal remains' prompt execution of the heavenly tier combat technique, the heavenly creation palm. In the original narrative, the battle saint's bones had been besieged by Xiao Yan and others for a period, gradually exhausting its vitality before it resorted to the heavenly creation palm. Unexpectedly, after merely exchanging a blow with him, it directly unleashed the technique without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Ze had no intention of obstructing it. Rather, he found himself intrigued by the might of the heavenly creation palm. He wished to ascertain whether it could indeed devour any form of attack. After all, with his current speed, even if the heavenly creation palm were to be fully unleashed, he could instantaneously retreat. The mountain sealing seal, the ocean turning seal, the earth covering seal, and the sky annihilating seal, these four seals overlapped. The crystalline hand seals in Xiao Ze's grasp erupted with resplendent brilliance, continuously radiating formidable energy, causing even the very fabric of space to tremble. Before the technique was genuinely released, the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand the pressure. as tiny fissures in the fabric of space appeared around the crystalline hand seals. The skeletal remains of the battle saint suddenly struck the pile of rubble, and the black radiance expanded explosively, consuming the debris in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The black circle continued to expand, simultaneously unleashing a formidable pull, as if it could devour even the soul of anyone who fell into its grasp. Although the Imperial Seal technique encompassed only 4 seals and might not rival the Heavenly Tier combat techniques, the power of the Heavenly Tier technique you are currently executing is significantly diminished. Let us see who ultimately prevails. Xiao Ze spoke softly, gently pushing his hands forward. The deep blue crystal imprint sliced through space like a meteor, violently colliding with the black vortex. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted, causing the already precarious hall to shatter into fragments, which quietly vanished into the black vortex. Yet, in the confrontation with the Imperial Seal technique, the black vortex ceased its expansion. The point of contact between the two remained silent, tranquil as a windless lake. However, true powerhouses could discern that this was the most perilous area. To recklessly venture in would likely result in one's very soul being shattered. Chapter 391. The Might of the Imperial Seal Technique. The black vortex expanded as a whole, even though one direction was blocked by the Imperial Seal technique. Its expansion remained halted. Xiao Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. The gravitational force within the black vortex was indeed fearsome. But the might of the Imperial Seal technique was equally formidable. Although the Heavenly Creation Palm was a sky-level combat technique, the remnants of the Dou Saint's bones had ultimately weakened considerably. Even when employing a sky-level combat skill, its power could not match that of a Dou Saint wielding it directly. Conversely, while the Imperial Seal technique possessed only 4 seals, Xiao Ze's strength surpassed that of the Dou Saint remnants. Moreover, Xiao Ze harbored no concerns about consuming Dou Qi. He could unleash the Imperial Seal technique with all his might. Thus, the stalemate between the two was quite understandable. However, even with Xiao Ze's keen insight, he could not ascertain which side would ultimately prevail. Crack! After a tense standoff lasting several breaths, a remarkably crisp explosion suddenly echoed throughout the space. This was soon followed by a chain reaction, akin to the toppling of dominoes, as explosions echoed continuously. Xiao Ze turned to the area that had erupted, lightning flickering around him as he retreated. This was no ordinary spatial explosion. It was a cataclysmic rupture infused with overwhelming energy and a spatial storm. Its might surpassed even the spatial turmoil he had unleashed when breaking the seals of the Dou Saint's relics. Although Xiao Ze could forcibly contain it, there was nothing worth safeguarding here, rendering such effort unnecessary. Amidst the dark spatial rifts, Xiao Ze witnessed the black vortex suddenly expand, engulfing the Imperial Seal technique. However, after devouring the Imperial Seal technique, the black vortex became unstable and ultimately erupted with an immensely powerful deep blue energy. Xiao Ze retreated outside the hall, reuniting with Xiao Yixian and the others. He felt quite satisfied with the might of the Imperial Seal technique. Although the power of this sky-level combat skill was somewhat diminished, it could indeed annihilate the Heavenly Creation Palm. Was this the energy storm resulting from the mutual annihilation of sky-level combat techniques? It was likely that even ordinary Dou Zun experts would be reduced to fragments upon entering. Xiao Yixian's eyes widened. Her gaze filled with astonishment as she remarked that such power would likely obliterate even the very soul of anyone caught within. Qinglin spoke with a hint of trepidation, expressing that if she were to confront the celestial stage combat technique, her only recourse would be to have those serpent-like magical beasts delay time. If one could escape swiftly from the grasp of the Black Circle's pull, there might still be a chance for evasion. Medusa, lost in thought, remarked, "How easy it is to say, unless one possesses the foresight to sense it in advance and escape first. Even an ordinary Dou Zun would likely perish in the face of such terrifying suction." Ziyan furrowed her brow, finding the might of the great celestial creation palm quite formidable. Yet, such a powerful celestial stage combat technique was matched by the remarkable handprint technique employed by Xiao Ze, astonishingly capable of contending with it. In truth, Xiao Yixian and Medusa, to varying extents, were aware that this was a gift from Xun'er to Xiao Ze. They felt a sense of helplessness, as even among the women. Xun'er's strength and background stood unparalleled. The depth of her foundation was beyond compare. Merely producing this set of combat techniques was sufficient to rival celestial stage techniques. Xiao Ze, oblivious to the thoughts of Xiao Yixian and the others, gazed upon the gradually calming spatial storm. The figure of the Dou Saint's skeleton slowly emerged. Even with its formidable skeletal resilience, it did not find it easy to withstand the ravages of the spatial storm. The once luminous jade bones had dimmed significantly. The interruption of the Black Circle's expansion by the Emperor's seal led to the great celestial creation palm's effects being confined to the hall, causing little destruction to the plaza. Unlike in the original text, where a massive pit hundreds of feet deep was formed, obliterating both the hall and plaza, resulting in countless cultivators being annihilated by a single strike of the great celestial creation palm. However, the main hall had been reduced to ruins amidst successive impacts, and the final surge of power from the black circle had devoured a pit nearly 100 feet deep. Suspended in midair, the golden glow in the Dou Saint skeleton's eyes had completely faded. Upon witnessing this scene, the women collectively sighed in relief. Surely, this Dou Saint skeleton would not stir up any further turmoil? Should we depart now, or explore further? There's no rush. This Dou Saint skeleton is a rare treasure within the ruins. It would be a pity to abandon it. Xiao Ze waved his hand, beckoning the others to follow him. The women cast their curious gazes upon the Dou Saint skeleton. Young Master Xiao, do you intend to refine this Dou Saint skeleton into a puppet? Not quite, Xiao Ze replied, flicking his fingers. A wisp of golden flame descended upon the Dou Saint skeleton, swelling with the wind and instantly enveloping it entirely. As the golden flame scorched, the women noticed an anomaly. 3 ribs on the belly of the Dou Saint skeleton began to reveal strange runes under the intense heat of the golden fire. What is this? Ziyan exclaimed, her eyes widening in curiosity. This must be the celestial stage combat technique that was just unleashed, right? Medusa pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, within the entire relic, the value of the great creation palm is sufficient to rank among the top 5. Xiao Ze stepped forward and effortlessly pried off the 3 ribs. With his current strength, shattering these bones would be a mere trifle. Young Master Xiao Ze, it seems that there exists the bone marrow of the battle sage within some of these bones. A glint of emerald flickered in Qinglin's eyes. The other girls, upon hearing this, also focused intently on the skeletal remains. Certain heavenly class combat techniques have exceedingly stringent learning requirements, making it likely that only Xiao Ze could acquire them. Thus, Medusa and the others did not dwell on it too much. However, the bone marrow of the battle sage holds no such reservations. Perhaps everyone could receive a portion. After all, having tasted the exquisite essence of the ancient heavenly phoenix's marrow, their anticipation was palpable. Haha, no need to look at me with such longing. Once I refine the bone marrow of the battle sage, everyone shall have a share. Xiao Ze stored the 3 ribs away. He did not intend to use these battle sage bones to forge his body, so he would directly refine them to see how much bone marrow he could produce. During this time, they continued to explore the battle sage relic. They were in the central area, and further ahead lay the domain where battle sage powerhouses resided. There was no rush to leave. Exiting would only lead them into the beast domain, which was arguably less safe than their current location. I shall refine the battle sage bones here. You all cooperate with the thunderous body and continue exploring further. As Xiao Ze's words fell, Xiao Yixian and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing that there was indeed no pressing matter at hand. Even Ziyan, who held a precious treasure, did not hurry to return to the ancient Dragon Island. After all, there were currently no members of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan to contest her for the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Xiao Ze divided his attention, refining the bone marrow of the battle sage, while simultaneously studying the 3 ribs inscribed with the Great Creation Palm technique. Chapter 392, The 9 Nether Earthly Serpent. In a square imbued with an ancient ambience, golden flames blazed fiercely as Xiao Ze sat cross-legged, suspended in the void. At one end of the square lay a staggering, colossal pit, surrounded by ruins that bore witness to a battle of unimaginable ferocity. Huff, it's done. Xiao Ze withdrew his palm, the golden flames gradually extinguishing, revealing the scorching essence of the bone marrow of the battle sage, now resembling liquid gold, radiating a blinding brilliance. With a mere thought, the golden-like bone marrow transformed into a dozen uniform golden orbs. As the temperature decreased, their texture became more akin to a gel-like substance. Xiao Ze produced a jade vial, allowing the gel-like beads to fall one by one into it, producing a crisp sound. Young Master Xiao Ze, thank you for your hard work. Qinglin appeared beside him, producing a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Each person should be able to receive 3 beads. Xiao Ze shook the jade vial and sealed it. This is of no concern. While you were refining, we also explored the area behind the Great Hall. Indeed, as you mentioned, it primarily consists of living and cultivation spaces. The figure of Medusa also emerged, nodding at Xiao Ze. Once everyone returns, let us divide this Dou Saint bone marrow and refine it right here. Xiao Ze harbored no doubts, as he could manipulate the body of thunder and was quite aware of what lay beyond the Grand Hall. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of ruthlessness regarding the methods employed by this Dou Saint powerhouse. The living quarters behind were littered with numerous skeletal remains, some human, some of various magical beasts, seemingly used for the study of puppet techniques. Xiao Ze had also acquired a jade slip detailing the research on puppetry. Yet he found little interest in the methods of crafting ancient human puppets. deeming them excessively cruel for forcibly extracting souls and imprisoning them within puppets, denying them peace. However, the ordinary methods of puppet crafting possessed unique nuances, which he accepted without hesitation. He planned to study them further, hoping to corroborate them with the blood puppets found within the Blood Fiend magic tome. Although he seldom engaged in the crafting of puppets himself, there might be opportunities in the future to create a few Dou Saint-level puppets. After all, the 3 dragon kings of the Taishu ancient dragon clan were not particularly docile, and should his strength suffice, Xiao Ze would not mind tidying up after them. Additionally, the 3 split ancient dragon islands boasted considerable resources. For instance, the North Ancient Dragon Island harbored the essence blood of the ancient heavenly serpent. In the original narrative, the North Ancient Dragon Island utilized this essence blood to persuade the inhabitants of the 9 nether earthly serpent to jointly besiege the East Ancient Dragon Island. It stands to reason that these 3 dragon islands possess numerous such treasures. The Taishu ancient dragon clan has a lineage that stretches back through the ages, having thrived in ancient times and outlasted countless adversaries. Powerful magical beasts such as the ancient heavenly phoenix, ancient heavenly serpent, and the colorful devouring python have perished throughout this protracted history, yet the Taishu ancient dragon clan endures. The profound heritage accumulated over endless epochs is undeniably vast. While Xiao Ze refrained from coveting the East Ancient Dragon Island, he maintained a keen interest in the other 3. A fleeting thought crossed his mind when Ziyan returned from the rear area, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she beheld the jade vial in Xiao Ze's hand. Previously, when Xiao Ze had divided the bone marrow of the ancient heavenly phoenix, she had felt too embarrassed to share it with the little medical sage Medusa and others since she had already obtained the origin fruit of the dragon phoenix. However, she felt no such reservations regarding the Dou Saint bone marrow. Xiao Ze, hurry and let me sample one, Ziyan urged eagerly. Her light purple eyes fixated on the Dou Saint bone marrow, which gleamed like gold. She could sense the energy contained within it was far more abundant than that of ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Hold on. Let us wait for the little medical sage, Xiao Ze replied. Haha, I don't mind. If Ziyan wishes to indulge, let her have one. No sooner had Xiao Ze spoken than a graceful white figure appeared beside them, as if having teleported in an instant. As Xiao Ze observed that all were present, he ceased his hesitation, opened the jade vial, and glanced at the eagerly expectant Ziyan. With a smile, he poured out 3 gleaming orbs and tossed them toward her. Upon catching sight of the Dou Sheng bone marrow, Ziyan's eyes sparkled with delight. In an instant, she flickered and, with her cherry-red lips agape, devoured the floating marrow with the swiftness of lightning. Gulp! Ziyan swallowed the bone marrow, unable to resist licking her lips, savoring the abundant energy within. And a satisfied smile graced her face. Witnessing such a hasty display from Ziyan, Xiao Ze, after distributing the bone marrow, could not help but shake his head. Yet, with Ziyan's ethereal ancient dragon physique, she could effortlessly absorb that overwhelming energy. The little physician and her companions, seeing this, did not hesitate either. They sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the Dou Sheng bone marrow. Xiao Ze held the bone marrow in his palm, golden light radiating from it. As golden roots penetrated the marrow he grasped, consuming it entirely. Subsequently, Xiao Ze retrieved the 3 ribs inscribed with the great heavenly transformation palm. Casting a glance at the little physician and her companions who were busy refining, he stepped forward to the center of the deep pit and sat in the void. Golden flames surged forth, commencing the calcination of the ribs. Grandfather, what is so remarkable about the Bone Mountain? Once my strength advances, wouldn't it be better to directly go to the 9 underworlds for body refinement? A man with a cold demeanor remarked to the elder beside him. 2 peculiar serpentine symbols adorning the corners of his eyes. Humph, the 9 underworlds are exceedingly cold and sinister. Not to mention you. Even I dare not venture too deeply. You think to enter for body refinement? You should focus on absorbing the skeletal power here in the Bone Mountain first, the elder replied, shaking his head as he led the man toward a vast basin in the Bone Mountain. Though we belong to the 9 underworlds earthbound Python clan, our overpopulation has diluted our bloodline, and resources within the clan are scarce, leading to a diminished allocation for each individual. The elder continued to persuade the young man. Being brought here to the Bone Mountain for body refinement and to absorb skeletal power is a privilege that your siblings do not possess. Upon hearing the elder's words, a flicker of joy crossed the man's face. It was precisely this feeling of favoritism that bolstered his confidence. Very well, once my strength increases, I shall enter the 9 underworlds and stride boldly into the realm of Dou Zun. Hearing such arrogant proclamations from the young man, the elder could only smile wryly and shake his head, questioning whether he had indulged his grandson too much, resulting in his inflated ego. The duo arrived at the vast basin, where the sight of countless bones, stark white and almost blinding, sent a chill down their spines. Under the elder's urging, the young man swiftly approached a section of the basin, commencing the absorption of the skeletal power. Meanwhile, the elder gazed toward the central area of the basin, his expression tinged with curiosity. Could it be that other beasts have battled there? Yet, it matters little. As an elder of the 9 underworlds earthbound Python clan, he possessed the confidence to confront any unforeseen foes. Chapter 393, The Inheritance of Heavenly Tier Dou Techniques. Departure. As the primordial emperor's flames intensified, even the immensely resilient bones of the could not endure for long. When Xiao Ze finally opened his eyes, he beheld a peculiar dark golden liquid, seemingly imbued with its own consciousness, morphing into various shapes in midair. Could this be the revered golden spirit saliva? A substance capable of refining the palm and simultaneously forging minute meridians within it, thus enabling the execution of the grand celestial transformation palm. At this thought, Xiao Ze's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning peculiar. How could the skeletal figure of the transformation saint execute the grand celestial transformation palm? After some contemplation, Xiao Ze attributed it to the transformation saint's mastery as the creator of this technique. Even without the circulation of meridians, one could still wield the grand celestial transformation palm if one had reached its zenith. Dipping his fingers into the golden spirit saliva, the dark golden liquid eagerly enveloped Xiao Ze's right hand. However, unlike the excruciating pain Xiao Yan experienced in the original tale, contorting his visage, Xiao Ze felt merely a gentle tingling sensation. His current physique rendered ordinary methods incapable of refining him, and even the opening of minute meridians posed no challenge. He had likely already achieved that long ago. Xiao Ze could distinctly sense that the hidden meridians were being fortified by the golden spirit saliva. The enhancement of the primordial tree's diameter contributed significantly to Xiao Ze's growth, facilitating his learning of techniques that demanded precise meridian control. Simultaneously, he sensed a strange force attempting to influence his soul. After a moment's reflection, he surmised that this must be the residual soul imprint left by the transformation saint, and thus he offered no resistance. With his soul power at the heavenly realm, suppressing such a force would have been effortless. Yielding to its influence, a faint dark golden glow shimmered in Xiao Ze's eyes, blurring his vision. As he blinked, the scenery shifted, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself in an extraordinary space. Was this the memory realm of the transformation saint? The inheritance of heavenly tier techniques was indeed quite remarkable, Xiao Ze mused, directing his gaze to a figure standing with their back to him, hands clasped behind. This figure appeared as an ordinary person, yet was the very core of this memory space. Soon, a voice, tranquil as water, reverberated through the memory realm, compelling Xiao Ze to focus intently on the words of the transformation saint. To master the grand celestial transformation palm, one must refine their palm and forge entirely new meridians. The grand celestial transformation palm embodies the power of transformation and is the culmination of my lifelong devotion. Remember this well. As the transformation saint's voice faded, the figure before Xiao Ze swiftly became translucent, leaving behind only an intricate illustration of human meridians. A stream of dark golden energy coursed rapidly through the meridians, causing Xiao Ze's eyes to narrow slightly as he memorized the flow of the great creation palm. At his current level of spiritual enlightenment, the term photographic memory seemed exceptionally fitting. His soul's power was formidable, endowed with various effects. The ability to remember with perfect clarity was merely one of the more fundamental capabilities, akin to his frequent practice of multitasking. After the demonstration by the Sage of Creation concluded, he gathered dark golden light in his hands, and the radiance surged forth, crashing through the void like a tempest. A black circle coalesced from his palm, expanding like lightning once formed, far surpassing the speed of the great creation palm executed by the bone of the fighting saint. In an instant, the surrounding space shattered like glass, revealing dark fissures that began to collapse and disintegrate. As Xiao Ze noticed that the transmission of the legacy was nearing its conclusion, he clasped his hands in respect and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sage, for imparting the heavenly tier fighting technique. The calm voice echoed in Xiao Ze's mind like the thunder of awakening, and by the time he regained his senses, he had exited the memory realm of the Sage of Creation. Even a powerful fighting saint could not withstand the passage of time as the years flowed by. This segment of spiritual imagery would likely be the last trace of the sage's existence in this world. Xiao Ze sighed softly, his gaze resting on his right palm, which faintly shimmered with a dark golden hue. Although the refinement brought by the golden spiritual nectar was not overwhelmingly transformative, it nonetheless left a mark. He clenched his fist, and the dark golden sheen gradually faded from his palm. Speaking of the golden spiritual nectar, it seemed that replicating it might not be as arduous as I initially thought. With a raised brow, Xiao Ze recalled the properties of the nectar and, as a user, quickly deduced its components. He resolved to attempt its synthesis. If unsuccessful, there were alternative formulas available, as refining his palm was not limited to this method. While he could deduce its ingredients, completely recreating it would require numerous attempts at refinement to ultimately replicate the formula. Fortunately, he had acquired an abundance of medicinal materials this time, and once the synthesis was complete, he intended to pass on the Great Creation Palm to them. The Sage of Creation may have wished for his crafted Great Creation Palm to flourish. Xiao Ze was inclined to teach the Great Creation Palm to the likes of the Little Medicine Sage and others. As a heavenly tier fighting technique, its power was undoubtedly extraordinary, and equipping the Little Medicine Sage and others with it would grant them greater means. After all, possessing multiple skills never hinders one. Techniques like the Great Creation Palm, which require no elemental attributes, were relatively rare for Xiao Ze. Upon reaching the heavenly tier, he possessed only the Imperial Seal technique. As this technique belonged to the ancient clan's lineage, Xiao Ze would not casually impart it to others without Xun'er's consent. Moreover, the ancient clan would not allow their legacy techniques to circulate freely. The prior acquisition of the Cataclysmic Torrent has proven to be a considerable pitfall. Even Xiao Ze seldom employs it now, let alone entrust it to others such as the Little Medical Fairy. This time, the essence of the saintly bone of battle was somewhat diminished, allowing them to refine it at a swifter pace. Observing Xiao Ze hovering above the deep pit, they surmised he might be inheriting a celestial-level combat technique and chose not to intrude. Now that Xiao Ze had finally regained his composure, they all approached him eagerly. Master Xiao Ze, was it successful? Qinglin inquired with a curious gaze. Indeed, cultivating the Grand Creation Palm requires the tempering of one's palms. Once I devise the elixir for this tempering process, you may all attempt to practice it, Xiao Ze replied with a smile directed at the four of them. Is that truly the case? The Little Medical Fairy expressed her astonishment, as celestial-level combat techniques are coveted by all. The others also displayed expressions of joy, having previously witnessed the formidable prowess of such techniques. The prospect of acquiring another means of combat was most welcome. Very well, we have thoroughly explored the saintly battle ruins, and all matters have been concluded. It is time for us to depart. Chapter 394, A Self-Invited Encounter. A fleeting shimmer of silver spatial energy heralded the reappearance of the spatial passage before them. They were finally able to leave, despite the numerous opportunities within this ruin. Prolonged exposure had become tiresome. Ziyan stretched languidly and was the first to soar toward the spatial passage. The others smiled at her words and followed suit. Xiao Ze cast one last glance at the crimson-hued Grand Hall, a subtle smile gracing his lips. When the group discovered this ancient ruin, they excitedly entered to explore, only to find that the majority of valuable items had already been claimed, likely returning empty-handed. Xiao Ze touched the high-grade spatial ring on his finger. Feeling quite satisfied with the bounty of this journey, he transformed into a streak of flowing light, diving into the spatial passage. The women awaited him on the other side, for Xiao Ze had previously established a spatial seal here. With his mastery over spatial manipulation, even Ziyan would require some time to unravel this seal. So it was wiser to wait for Xiao Ze. Upon exiting the spatial passage, he waved his hand, causing it to vanish and return to its original state. He then regarded the spatial seal he had created, raising an eyebrow. It appeared that two presences from the Beast clan were nearby. Xiao Ze mused internally, not feeling the need to alert the Little Medical Fairy and the others, as the strongest of those presences was merely at the battle venerable stage. Grandfather, the power of the bones here has been nearly exhausted and is of no further use to me. The enigmatic young man approached the elder, who surveyed him with a satisfied smile. Although the young man possessed a rather arrogant disposition and a tendency toward hubris, his talent was unmatched among the elder's many grandsons. It was well worth the elder's efforts to bring him to the Bone Mountains. By the way, upon your return, do not boast about this matter to your siblings. The elder seemed to recall something and hastily cautioned, lest the arrogant demeanor of the enigmatic man lead to a reckless display of this matter. I understood that the mysterious man had not finished speaking when I noticed a distortion of light and shadow in the center of the basin. The elder abruptly turned, his expression darkening as he gazed towards the basin's center. Even he could not detect any anomalies in that area, which was truly terrifying. After all, he possessed the strength of a Dozuan and wielded spatial power. In many situations involving spatial seals, he could discern certain occurrences, yet now he was entirely oblivious. The enigmatic man raised an eyebrow, directing his attention to the place where the light and shadow twisted, only to see 5 figures materialize out of thin air. Human cultivators? He gazed intently, surprised, for while the beast domain was not devoid of human practitioners, they held a position of significant weakness, akin to that of subordinate families. This was, after all, the beast domain, dominated by beastly clans, where the power of human cultivators was feeble. Suddenly, The enigmatic man appeared momentarily stunned as four stunningly beautiful women emerged simultaneously, an occurrence that felt surreal. Especially striking was a woman clad in red soft armor, whose cold and alluring aura ignited a fervor within him. "Ah, esteemed beauties, would you care to accompany me? I am of the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan, esteemed among the many subordinate families in this beast domain." The enigmatic man could not resist stepping forward to speak. The elder twitched at the corner of his mouth. Having been astonished by the arrival of Xiao Ze and others, he was taken aback to find his grandson had boldly initiated conversation with these unidentified powerhouses in his absence. However, the elder felt little concern, for the name of the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan was enough to frighten the vast majority in this domain. "Oh, the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan, I was just lamenting my inability to find you, and here you are, presenting yourselves to me," Xiao Ze remarked, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the enigmatic man and the white-haired elder, his eyes betraying no emotion. After all, what thoughts could one hold for the dying? Medusa and the others maintained calm expressions, sharing the same sentiment as Xiao Ze, disinterested in engaging with those at death's door. "Master, may I handle this?" Qinglin inquired softly, refraining from directly addressing Xiao Ze by name while they were away from home. "Certainly, that old man is a Dou Qi. Exercise caution," Xiao Ze permitted. And a smile graced Qinglin's face as she transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the elder, her emerald eyes swirling gently. The elder, intending to obstruct the enigmatic man, suddenly locked eyes with Qinglin. A flash of insight struck him, and he exclaimed in shock. The 3 flower eyes of the green serpent. A glimmer of greed swiftly emerged in his gaze. Although the 3 flower eyes of the green serpent possessed formidable restraint over all serpentine beasts, should he be able to harness such power, it would be an extraordinary ability. Before the enigmatic man could utter a word, Qinglin struck with a flick of her hand, reducing him to a mist of blood. Qinglin has now ascended to the esteemed rank of Dou Qi, rendering her disinterested in serpent-like magical beasts beneath this level. Moreover, the gaze of that individual unsettles her, evoking a sense of displeasure. Prior to dealing with the elder, she decides to eliminate him first. The elder, momentarily taken aback, finds Qinglin's speed of action beyond his imagination, causing the avarice in his eyes to swiftly dissipate. He raises his hands, intending to communicate, yet fails to anticipate that Qinglin has no desire to engage in dialogue with him. The 3 colored pupils of the azure serpent begin to swirl, emanating an extraordinary mental force. Before the elder can articulate his thoughts, his expression turns vacant, his eyes devoid of focus as they fixate on the azure serpent's mesmerizing gaze. Upon forcibly binding a contract with the Dou Qi level Jiu Deming Python, Qinglin muses that her cultivation speed should soon rival that of the esteemed little doctor. With a sly grin, she effortlessly leaves a vibrant green flower upon the elder's forehead. In an instant, the surrounding space warps, and the elder vanishes without a trace, pulled into her 3-colored serpent pupil space. "Master, it's done." Qinglin turns back, her smile radiant as she addresses Xiao Ze. "Excellent. While the Jiu Deming Python remains unaware, let us contract with more formidable beings. We may also consider the affiliated races of the Jiu Deming Python." Xiao Ze replies. This endeavor primarily aims at the Dou Qi relics. The Jiu Deming Python boasts profound strength, with genuine Dou Qi experts within their ranks. We must secure as many contracts as possible before they realize our intentions. Qinglin nods thoughtfully. Having gleaned from the elder's memories that he is indeed an elder of the Jiu Deming Python clan, the current clan leader is a Dou Qi expert, so it is prudent to remain discreet for now. I will sift through his memories. Aside from the elders of the Jiu Deming Python clan, there are also several serpent magical beasts among the affiliated races worthy of contracting. Indeed, let us not delay, we must act swiftly. With Xiao Ze's command, the group, guided by Qinglin, ventures deeper into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 395, Disturbing the Beast Domain. A party of 5 delves into the Beast Domain, embarking on a hunt for the formidable serpent magical beasts. Thanks to Xiao Ze's possession of the golden sapling, which allows for communication across distances, he hesitates briefly before instructing them to disperse according to Qinglin's intel and hunt the magical beasts individually. Benefiting from the insights provided by the elder of the Jiu Deming Python, Qinglin possesses a newfound understanding of the powerful serpent magical beasts within the beast domain. Xiao Ze's decision reflects his confidence. Regardless of the faction, a Dou Qi expert holds a position of immense prestige and is seldom called upon unless in dire circumstances. Their presence is rarely witnessed in ordinary times, provided they do not recklessly invade the stronghold of the Jiu Deming Python. It remains feasible to harvest some of the strong from the peripheral allied factions and perhaps encounter some solitary elders of the Jiu Deming Python. Certainly, The safety of Medusa and her companions is assured, even when confronted by the formidable peak of Dou Qi. Xiao Ze can utilize the golden sapling to tear through space and reach them in an instant. In such circumstances, the formidable combination of 4 high-rank Dou Qi and 1 peak Dou Qi wreaks havoc within the beast domain. In just a matter of days, the beasts in the domain find themselves overwhelmed with fear. In a vast mountain range, a cascade of colorful sword aura pours forth like the Milky Way, cleaving the air and severely wounding a massive black serpent, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. Medusa gazes at the now unconscious serpent and swiftly retrieves a golden root, flicking it forth to penetrate the creature's body. Through the connection between the golden sapling on her hand and the golden root, she briefly seizes control of the comatose serpent. The black serpent morphs into the form of an elderly man with dark skin, approaching Medusa, with a flicker of golden light shimmering in his eyes. He is the last serpentine powerhouse mentioned in the information from the Azure Scales. Medusa exhales softly, sensing powerful presences drawing near, and hastily retreats with the black serpent into the distance. Though Medusa is a 7-color devouring python and belongs to the serpentine beasts, the dynamics among different clans in the beast realm are characterized by fierce competition, where survival is paramount and mercy is a rarity. Thus, when dealing with a strong entity of her own kind, Medusa hesitates not in her actions. After her departure, chilling figures materialize amidst the mountains, their expressions grim. Elders that had been in seclusion here have also fallen victim to this sinister hand. One figure, surveying the bloodstains that mar the landscape, speaks with trepidation. Who dares to target our clan? Do they not fear the retribution of the 9 nether earthly serpents? The 9 nether earthly serpent clan is currently preoccupied with their own troubles. How could they find the leisure to concern themselves with the lives of us, their subordinate races? Alas, why do the powerful of the 9 nether earthly serpent clan not take action? If this continues, we subordinate races may soon cease to exist. Competition within the beast domain is particularly fierce. Under the law of the survival of the fittest, numerous subordinate races arise, seeking the protection of stronger clans. It must be soon. The peak powers of the 9 nether earthly serpent clan must act, or we shall have no choice but to ally with the celestial phoenix clan. One figure declares resolutely, for they, as subordinates of the 9 nether earthly serpents, have long served them. Now, faced with such adversity, the inaction of the 9 nether earthly serpents not only disheartens them, but also evokes the disdain of other subordinate races. In the stronghold of the 9 nether earthly serpents, within an exceedingly grand palace, several elders wear expressions of cold severity, their brows furrowed as they collectively scrutinize a map laid out upon the table. The map is marked with numerous red dots, each representing the powerful figures from various clans who have vanished over the past days. Among these are members of the 9 nether earthly serpent clan, as well as those of their subordinate races. Every elder present possesses the strength of a half-saint, among whom there is even a senior half-saint. Were it not for the grave circumstances surrounding the Jiuyou earthly underworld Python clan, these half-saints would not have been compelled to gather here to deliberate on countermeasures. The clan leader is currently in seclusion, and should matters not be handled adeptly, we would both bear the brunt of his ire. Hence, it is imperative that we act swiftly. However, what force could possibly summon such a multitude of formidable beings, creating turmoil in the beast domain? Such inquiries can be postponed. Once we apprehend them, the truth shall undoubtedly come to light. Should we release bait to lure them in? Quite possibly, as their targets are predominantly elders of the Dou Qi level. Let us dispatch all the existing Dou Qi elders from our clan. The moment any disturbance arises, we shall mobilize immediately. After deliberation, the elders resolved to also scatter bait generously, while they would remain at headquarters, patiently awaiting their catch. At the edge of the Bone Mountain range, Xiao Ze landed a punch upon a golden giant python, causing it to roll its eyes and fall into unconsciousness. The Jiuyou earthly underworld Python clan has unleashed so many Dou Qi elders. Are they attempting to draw us out? Xiao Ze received intelligence from Xiao Yixian and the others, advising them to refrain from taking rash actions for the time being. After all, they have already reaped considerable rewards. The ability to command such a number of Dou Qi elders undoubtedly indicates the involvement of a higher echelon within the Jiuyou earthly underworld Python clan. Xiao Ze could not ascertain whether it was the clan leader himself or the Dou Sheng level elder who had taken action. After careful consideration, he resolved to abandon the notion and hastily rendezvous with them outside the beast domain. Casting a glance at the golden giant python, a verdant golden glow slowly emerged in his eyes, and a golden flower gradually appeared within the python's rolling white pupils. In the next moment, the python's Dou Qi surged forth like a dam bursting, rapidly dissipating, and in the blink of an eye, it had fallen a star in its realm. Since the Jiuyou earthly underworld python has so generously laid out such bait, I shall gladly accept it. sensing a slight enhancement of Dou Qi within him. A satisfied smile graced Xiao Ze's face. Although this gain was but a drop in the ocean for him now, it was nonetheless a gift freely given. Feeling an instinctive urge, he summoned a thread of thunderous power at his fingertips, which struck the golden giant python, and in the next instant, his form twisted and vanished from the spot. Cursed be it, slipperier than an eel. Mere moments later, a vast, profound aura suddenly emerged from this location. Its chilling presence radiating outward, causing tiny ice crystals to form in the surrounding space. The elder with white whiskers gazed at the giant python, now reduced to charred remains. Consumed by a furious wrath, he sniffed, grinned, and thought, "Do not presume you can escape. The dynamics of hunter and prey are about to shift." The elder's form likewise distorted, merging into the boundless void as he commenced the pursuit of the essence's master. Chapter 396, Half-Saint? Merely that. In the boundless void. Distinct from the continent of fighting spirits, the environment is particularly harsh, desolate and devoid of light, shrouded in profound darkness. At times, chaotic currents of the void lurk unseen. For those weaker than a Dozuan, entering such turbulence could lead to a near-certain demise. Even formidable Dozuan practitioners would find themselves flustered when confronting powerful chaotic currents of the void. Amidst this pitch-black and desolate expanse, a flash of silver lightning suddenly manifested. Transforming into a figure, the soul's perceptive power expanded, discerning a direction before swiftly retreating into the distance. After a while, Xiao Ze's brow furrowed, and he decided to leave a trace of spiritual energy in the void he had previously entered, just to be cautious. This surge of fighting spirit seemed not to belong to a true Dou Shang, yet it was significantly more powerful than a newly ascended half-saint. Could it be an advanced half-saint? Xiao Ze's thoughts stirred. If it was not a genuine Dou Shang, he felt little trepidation. After all, he was also treading the path toward becoming a Dou Shang. And in terms of combat prowess, he held no fear of half-saints. Contemplating, he coalesced a body of lightning embodying the strength of a 9-star Dozuan. Rashness would not serve him well. Further investigation was prudent. Suddenly, a cold-faced elder with white whiskers appeared in the void. He was the third elder of the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan, a powerful figure who had attained the rank of advanced half-saint over a century ago. Within the clan, his strength was second only to that of the clan leader and the first elder. At present, he had caught wind of the whereabouts of the one causing havoc for the 9 Nether-Earth Serpents. The third elder possessed absolute confidence in his ability to subdue this foe. In this endless void, one's aura cannot be concealed, he thought. I am eager to see just how far you can hide. The elder's eyes shifted, transforming into serpentine vertical pupils. His gaze like lightning as he swiftly locked onto a direction. His figure morphed into a flickering amber light, dashing through the vast void, leaving behind faint amber crystals in his wake. Crystals formed from the condensation of exotic fighting spirit. The third elder's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he traversed dozens of miles. Suddenly, a silver glow emerged within the void, illuminating his surroundings. In this dark and desolate expanse, this glimmer of silver was strikingly conspicuous. Regardless of your intentions, provoking the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan will surely exact a toll. The third elder gathered a deep yellow radiance in his hand and struck toward the flickering silver light. In an instant, it coalesced into a deep yellow crystal several hundred feet wide, emanating an aura of utmost coldness as it surged rapidly toward the location of the silver glow. Before the eye, a colossal ice crystal, hundreds of feet long and stretching several miles, suddenly manifested in the void. Though the deep yellow crystal appeared unremarkable, its power was extraordinary. As it passed through a chaotic current of the void, the deep yellow crystal penetrated the turbulence with ease. The chaotic turbulence of the void tore at the deep yellow crystals, merely shattering a few without inflicting any substantial damage. Xiao Ze, with a singular focus, concentrated his mind within the embodiment of thunder. He had grown adept at wielding this thunderous form, demonstrating remarkable proficiency in its manipulation. As his spiritual perception swept across the scene, he beheld the relentless onslaught of deep yellow crystals. With a raised brow, Xiao Ze noted that such a formidable impact, even a beast of immense physical strength, would not dare to confront it head-on. The power contained within could easily shatter a mountain. However, a smile crept upon Xiao Ze's face. He chose not to evade. Instead, he boldly advanced toward the oncoming deep yellow crystals. With a thunderous crash, the embodiment of thunder collided with the deep yellow crystal, resonating with a cacophony of thunderous echoes. The thunderous form disintegrated into countless minute lightning serpents, surging upward as silver arcs danced upon the deep yellow crystal, racing towards the semi-holy being of the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan. Observing the oncoming silver arcs aimed directly at him, the third elder felt a surge of indignation, his countenance darkening. relying on the formidable power of thunder. He thought to challenge the semi-holy, and if one sought their own demise, he would oblige. Suddenly, the third elder unleashed a torrent of his aura, vast and deep. As his fighting spirit coalesced into a deep yellow current around him, transforming his palm into a fist, he struck the deep yellow crystal with tremendous force, infusing it with overwhelming fighting spirit, which caused the crystal to shatter and explode with a resounding roar. One end of the deep yellow crystal was met with the relentless silver arcs of lightning, while the other erupted with frenzied, deep yellow fighting spirit. The energy released from the explosion generated fierce spatial turbulence, shattering the previously penetrated spatial turbulence into nothingness. Xiao Ze, wielding the power of thunder through his spiritual strength, observed the semi-holy being of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent Clan's countermeasures, feeling a twinge of astonishment. It appeared that the deep yellow crystal was not as simple as it seemed. It possessed techniques for subsequent transformations. Beyond its formidable nature, it could also infuse fighting spirit and forcibly detonate. The chilling essence contained within the deep yellow crystal posed considerable challenges even for ordinary semi-holy beings. If detonated forcibly, its lethality would be astounding. Xiao Ze did not overly regard this thunderous form, as it was merely intended to test the strength of the semi-holy being of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent Clan. Therefore, upon witnessing such a lethal maneuver, he harbored no intentions of resisting with the embodiment of thunder. The silver arcs of lightning were obliterated by the explosion of the deep yellow crystal, overshadowed not only by its inherent power, but also by the profound chilling force it contained, which rendered even the violent thunderous energy helpless in its wake. The third elder, taken aback by how effortlessly the lightning arcs were shattered, paused momentarily. Upon closer inspection, his expression darkened further. This thunderous power was merely a fighting technique. Originally, the third elder sensed the presence of soul power and combat aura from his opponent, assuming it to be the individual himself. However, he was taken aback to discover it was merely an illusion of a combat technique. The realization that he had expended such considerable effort only to extinguish a single technique of his adversary filled him with wrath and humiliation. Unable to contain his fury, the third elder bellowed, "Arrogant fool! I shall not rest until I have vanquished you today." Oh. So it appears that the semi-holy stronghold of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent Clan resorts only to verbal bravado? At that moment, Xiao Ze's silhouette materialized nearby, cloaked in a dark mantle, his ethereal power concealing him from prying eyes. "Let me demonstrate today that a semi-holy being is still a saint," he declared, his tone unwavering. Having previously gauged his opponent's strength through a trial of thunderous might, he found the semi-holy presence to be rather unimpressive, at least in the case of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent before him. As the third elder furrowed his brow, gazing at Xiao Ze hidden within the folds of his cloak, he found himself at a loss. To his astonishment, he realized he could not penetrate Xiao Ze's concealment. It was known that a combat venerable, with his soul power, would find it exceedingly difficult to elude his perception. Yet, this foe had evidently mastered some method to obscure his presence. Xiao Ze scrutinized the ominous aura surrounding the strongman of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent Clan and pondered deeply. This chilling and oppressive force, which could even suppress the raging thunder, was likely the 9 Nether Yellow Spring referenced in the original text. The chilling energy of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring was notoriously potent, capable of overwhelming even combat saint-level warriors. Xiao Yan had managed to delve into its depths. Relying on the might of the fused, the Yellow Spring blood crystal formed within the 9 Nether Yellow Spring was even one of the primary materials for the 9 Yellow Spring pill, which also yielded favorable results with the pure Lotus Demon Fire. This warranted Xiao Ze's attention, for the pure Lotus Demon Fire ranked among the top 3, deserving of the title King of Fire. Xiao Ze amassed an immense torrent of thunderous power, this time infused with a hint of gold. As the Origin Emperor Flame, which clung to the Origin Tree, could merge with all of Xiao Ze's abilities, even the thunderous force could be laced with a fragment of the Origin Emperor Flame's might. Go! The furious thunder transformed into countless serpentine bolts, surging relentlessly towards the third elder. Mere parlor tricks. The power of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring is not something trivial thunder can withstand. The third elder scoffed, unleashing the deep yellow energy that rippled forth like water, reminiscent of the flowing yellow spring. Where it passed, deep yellow ice crystals abruptly manifested in the void, an outward manifestation of the chilling power. The thunderous energy, inherently wild and emblematic of fervor, was now further augmented by Xiao Ze's infusion of the Origin Emperor Flame, rendering it sufficiently potent to contend against the powers of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Two opposing forces collided, instantly stirring up tremendous waves in the void, with energy sweeping across a radius of several dozen miles. The third elder felt a flicker of uncertainty. The overwhelming devastation he anticipated did not materialize. instead revealing a balance of power. However, this unexpected situation only deepened his inner unrest. As a high-ranking semi-holy, he was significantly stronger than Xiao Ze, yet they found themselves evenly matched. The third elder forcibly suppressed his unease and swiftly formed seals with his hands. He conjured a profoundly deep, yellowish light, which seemed capable of freezing one's very soul with just a glance. Jia Yuhan Palm, a massive hand, spanning dozens of feet, surged toward Xiao Ze, emanating a terrifying power, the yellowish aura roiling like the breath of death itself. Faced with this formidable strike, Xiao Ze remained vigilant. His right hand shimmered with dark golden light as the fighting spirit within him swiftly diminished, coalescing into a black circle of energy. De Tian Zhao Hua Palm. The moment the black circle formed, it spread like lightning, colliding fiercely with the terrifying yellow hand. The two techniques stalemated in the void, unleashing powerful turbulent currents that would spell disaster for even a Dozuan expert caught within. Crack! The yellow hand suddenly emitted a sound of shattering, causing the third elder's expression to turn grim. You have actually mastered a heavenly ranked fighting technique, he exclaimed in astonishment. Nonetheless, his extensive combat experience kicked in. Upon witnessing the Jia Yuhan Palm unable to withstand the bizarre black circle, he unleashed several formidable fighting techniques in rapid succession. He was willing to expend substantial fighting spirit, for the might of a heavenly ranked technique was not to be underestimated, even by him. With a series of powerful techniques, he finally countered the eerie black circle, causing it to burst apart. The violent energy surged between the two, and after testing the might of the Detian Zhao Hua Palm, Xiao Ze nodded inwardly, quite pleased with its power. At the very least, it had compelled a high-ranking semi-holy to continuously employ measures to counter it. Seeing the elder's pale complexion and the evident drain on his fighting spirit, a smile crept onto Xiao Ze's face. Having tested the power of the Detian Zhao Hua Palm, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Xiao Ze thought to himself as his figure flickered, and he charged through the energy storm toward the elder. His presence there was not solely for testing the Detian Zhao Hua Palm. He also harbored thoughts regarding the high-ranking semi-holy of the Jiu Di Ming Python clan. He wondered how much the absorption of a semi-holy's fighting spirit through the Bai Shi San Hua Tong would expand the roots of his primordial tree. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ze boldly traversed the energy storm, closing in on the elder. Upon realizing that Xiao Ze was advancing directly toward him, the third elder briefly paused, then revealed a cruel smile. To my astonishment, this fool has chosen to forego the advantages of the heavenly stair combat skills in favor of engaging in close-quarters combat. He is, after all, a member of the illustrious Jiu Dimiang family, one of the three great beast clans. Although his bloodline has thinned considerably over the past few centuries, he remains a paragon of his kind, endowed with unparalleled physical prowess. To challenge a beast in close combat is to invite an overwhelming disparity in strength. The third elder flickered through the air, charging toward Xiao Ze, emanating a dim yellow radiance. Beyond the advantage of physical might, the chilling and oppressive aura he wielded was not something an ordinary warrior could withstand. With unwavering confidence, the third elder coalesced a brilliant light in his hand and hurled a punch toward Xiao Ze. Upon witnessing the third elder's advance, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow. Understanding the elder's mindset, he intended to exploit the elder's overconfidence for a swift resolution. As he approached the third elder, Xiao Ze felt the potent Jiu Huangquan energy, undeniably cold and sinister. In an instant, his thoughts ignited a golden flame that enveloped his entire being, nullifying the influence of the Jiu Huangquan power. Simultaneously, he gathered the golden flames in his hand and met the elder's punch with one of his own. Let me show you the might of a beast. Xiao Ze chuckled lightly, brimming with anticipation. Upon impact, the sheer force of Xiao Ze's blow sent a cacophony of bone-cracking echoes resonating through the elder's arm, transforming the elder's expression into one of sheer disbelief. How could this be possible? With the initial strike successful, Xiao Ze continued his relentless assault, unleashing a succession of punches imbued with enough destructive power to shatter mountains and fracture the earth, landing mercilessly upon the elder. The elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality swiftly waning. A fleeting glimmer of emerald and gold flickered in Xiao Ze's eyes as he observed the high-ranking semi-saint of the Jiu Dimiang family, a small golden flower slowly blossoming in the elder's gaze. In such a weakened state, Xiao Ze could effortlessly dominate him with the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. Refinement. As he felt the overwhelming battle aura transmitted by the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, a satisfied smile adorned Xiao Ze's face. Chapter 398, Ancient Dragon Island. Headquarters of the Jiu Dimiang clan. Within a heavily fortified grand hall, a dim yellow mist permeated the air. The surrounding space, tainted by this yellow energy, occasionally revealed scattered black voids. Should an ordinary person falter for even a moment, they would likely be torn to shreds by these dark abysses. The master of this yellow mist was a man clad in a black robe, seated at the far end of the hall, his eyes tightly shut. His countenance a blend of otherworldly allure and subtle arrogance. With the battle aura emanating from his cultivation, he could erode space itself. His power had ascended to a transcendental level. This was none other than the current patriarch of the Jiuyou Demiang family, Yao Xiaotian. As the spiritual imprint he left outside the hall was triggered, he furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. "Enter," he commanded. Those within the clan were well aware of his temperament. To disturb his cultivation recklessly was to court death. Those who disturbed his cultivation with trivial matters have all been cast into the abyss of 10,000 serpents, enduring unspeakable torments. The stone door of the grand hall creaked open, revealing an elder with a grave expression, a venomous serpent of vivid crimson coiled about his shoulders. Upon seeing the elder, Yao Xiaotian raised an eyebrow. "Elder, what grave matter has compelled you to come in person?" The clan leader, "Dire news has arisen. Recently, a cadre of mysterious and formidable beings has emerged within the beast domain, targeting the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan." The elder's voice trembled with urgency. "Numerous elders have fallen prey to their assaults, and even our subordinate tribes have not escaped their onslaught." Yao Xiaotian's brow furrowed at the elder's words. Have the other elders stood idly by? With a wry smile, the elder replied, "Not at all. Elder Sin has devised a bait to lure the serpents from their lairs. An hour ago, he ventured forth, likely on the trail of the assailants. However, mere moments ago, Elder San's soul tablet dimmed ominously, nearly shattering. I fear for his safety." "What?" Yao Xiaotian's eyes widened in disbelief. Elder San, one of the few peak powers of the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan, a being of advanced semi-saint caliber, had fallen victim to the attackers. It appeared this assault was indeed ferocious. A glint of cold fury flashed in Yao Xiaotian's eyes. "Summon all the elders. I shall ensure that the assailants pay dearly for their transgressions." Under Yao Xiaotian's command, the entire 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan transformed into a colossal war machine, initiating a relentless pursuit of the attackers. In a certain mountain range beyond the beast domain, Xiao Ze's figure suddenly materialized, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the anxious waiting Medusa and her companions. "Young Master Xiao Ze, you have finally returned. Upon hearing you had encountered an advanced semi-saint, I was quite anxious for your safety," they exclaimed in unison. "It is a relief to see you return unharmed." Xiao Ze's emerald gaze gradually softened, and with the overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, a smile graced his lips. "Let us hasten to ancient Dragon Island as planned. The 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan has suffered a blow from an advanced semi-saint, and they are unlikely to let this matter rest." Inspired by Xiao Ze's unwavering confidence, the women exchanged smiles. "Let us depart at once." Creating chaos in the territory of the 9 Nether-Earth Serpents before vanishing feels rather exhilarating. The little medical sage turned to Ziyan, who conjured a soft lavender glow in her hands, constructing a spatial passage in the void. "Rest assured, once we reach ancient Dragon Island, those 9 Nether-Earth Serpents will be powerless against us." Ziyan chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan. She stepped boldly into the spatial passage, followed closely by the others. Within the silver-hued passage, the little medical sage and her companions marveled at their surroundings, gaining a newfound appreciation for Ziyan's spatial abilities. Tai Su Ancient Dragon, as the supreme being among the warcraft, possesses space abilities that evoke immense envy from others, remarked the little medical fairy with a hint of admiration. Upon sensing the astonished and envious gazes of the other girls, Ziyan's small face blossomed with pride. Naturally, the spatial prowess of the Tai Su Ancient Dragon lineage is unparalleled on the Dou Qi Continent. A fleeting glance at Xiao Ze revealed him smiling, prompting Ziyan to clear her throat. Cough, cough. "Of course, my current spatial abilities pale in comparison to Xiao Ze's. I truly wonder how this prodigy cultivates." Upon hearing this, Medusa and the others displayed expressions of deep understanding, as if they believed that, should Xiao Ze wish it, he could master any ability to its utmost pinnacle. This sentiment was keenly felt by the little medical fairy and Medusa, who had accompanied Xiao Ze. In response to their gazes, Xiao Ze merely shrugged. He could not claim that his current achievements were solely due to their feedback. Certainly, his mastery over spatial power was significantly augmented by the widening diameter of the source tree, fortifying his foundation to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to surpass even Ziyan of the Tai Su Ancient Dragon lineage. As the group conversed and laughed along their journey, nearly an hour passed before the uniform silver radiance around them began to shift, revealing a silver halo at the horizon. "Have we arrived?" Qinglin whispered, her spirit slightly invigorated, for she harbored considerable curiosity about the legendary Tai Su Ancient Dragon lineage. As they traversed the silver halo, astonishment graced the faces of the women. Before them lay a vast expanse of lush green meadows, towering mountains, and cascading waterfalls, a vibrant land that unfolded in their sight. The land was so extensive that it hardly resembled an island, as above the ancient dragon island, a bowl-shaped silver dome enveloped it. The elusive Tai Su ancient dragon lineage, known for being both mysterious and reclusive on the Dou Qi Continent, was revealed to reside directly within the infinite void. Medusa was equally astonished by the feats of the Tai Su ancient dragon lineage. The endless void, where even Dou Zun experts dare not tread lightly, was evidently the sanctuary of the ancient dragon island, explaining its enigmatic status on the Dou Qi Continent. The little medical fairy also expressed her astonishment. Although the Dou Qi Continent was filled with wonders, the scene before her was still breathtaking. Let us proceed. You are my friends and thus esteemed guests of the Tai Su ancient dragon lineage. Should you be interested, I shall guide you on a tour of the ancient dragon island. Upon hearing the exclamations of the little medical fairy and Medusa, Ziyan's face radiated pride as she confidently patted her chest. Ziyan, it is a promise. I truly mean it. Qinglin laughed as she approached Ziyan, equally curious about the ancient dragon island. Chapter 399, Elder Zhu Li's Astonishment. Under Ziyan's guidance, the group effortlessly entered the silver dome. Just as they stepped inside, a towering figure swiftly approached them with astonishing speed. My dear aunt, you have finally returned. Had you delayed any longer, Elder Zhu Li would have cast me into the chaotic void to suffer. The burly man expressed his grievances upon seeing Ziyan's return. Ah, Brother Xiongzhan. It has been quite a while, Xiao Ze remarked, clasping his hands in greeting at the sight of the man's troubled countenance. As an 8th-tier magical beast, Xiongzhan possessed formidable strength, yet he was utterly subdued in the presence of Ziyan. Brother Xiao Ze, Sister Qinglin, you have also arrived at Ancient Dragon Island. Welcome, welcome. Xiongzhan, initially focused solely on Ziyan, now turned his attention to Xiao Ze and the others, his face lighting up with surprise. He owed a significant favor to Xiao Ze, as it was through Xiao Ze's congealing essence pill that he had managed to break through to the rank of Dou Zun. What troubles could I possibly have? With my prowess, even many leaders on the central continent would find themselves outmatched, Ziyan scoffed, eliciting a wry smile from Xiongzhan. It is not that I am concerned about your strength, but rather that I fear the members of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan might discover you. Your bloodline has not yet fully awakened. Should that group of raucous birds uncover your identity, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to capture you. Xiongzhan's voice trailed off, the implication clear. Enough. Am I not back now? Besides, I do possess my own hidden cards, Ziyan replied lightly. Elder Zhu and Elder Air have both provided me with spatial jade slips. Should I encounter an insurmountable foe, I can summon them for assistance. She gestured to the storage ring on her hand. Xiongzhan realized he could not sway this esteemed aunt and could only shake his head with a resigned smile as he led the way. It is only due to the unparalleled status of this aunt that both elders were willing to provide her with spatial jade slips. It is worth noting that even a Douxing expert would find the crafting of spatial jade slips to be a daunting task. Under Xiongzhan's guidance, they gradually descended upon a towering peak. Young Master Xiao Ze, there are many powerful auras within ancient Dragon Island, Qinglin remarked, her expression grave. With her current high-tier Dou Zun strength, even the concealed auras on the island posed a considerable challenge. The other young women shared her somber demeanor. Having gained a deeper understanding of the power of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan, they silently acknowledged, truly, they are the supreme beings among magical beasts. Big fellow, is the third elder here? We need to find him for something important. Of course, my esteemed aunt, Brother Xiao Ze, please follow me, Xiongzhan replied. Glancing at Ziyan, noting her lack of desire to elaborate, he continued forward in silence. Throughout the journey, Ziyan eagerly introduced Xiao Ze and the others to the sights of ancient Dragon Island. Xiao Ze, in turn, observed the architecture, which bore the weight of ancient heritage. Despite their age and the marks left by time, the structures of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan seemed to possess a unique preservation method, appearing remarkably sturdy even after countless years. Along the journey, the group encountered several sentinels of the ancient void dragon patrolling the islands. Upon sighting Ziyan, the guards immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and bowed. Noticing that Ziyan was accompanied by Xiao Ze and his entourage, the guards hesitated and refrained from approaching to inquire further. Ah, young friend Xiao Ze, it has been quite a while. I have missed you dearly. A figure clad in a white robe suddenly materialized outside a grand hall. Cupping his hands in greeting to Xiao Ze responded, I have come to disturb Elder Zhu Li without prior notice. I hope for your understanding. These are my friends. He gestured towards the young healer, Medusa, and others as he introduced them to Elder Zhu Li. Elder Zhu Li's gaze swept over the group. And though his expression was initially calm, a trace of surprise flitted across his features. This aura, truly reminiscent of an ancient adversary. I never imagined you could completely subdue the soul of the primordial celestial serpent. His eyes fixed upon the forehead of Qinglin, where, despite its alabaster purity, he seemed to perceive the mark of the ancient serpent. Qinglin, having met Elder Zhu Li before, remarked, "My ability to fully refine the soul of the ancient serpent was merely a stroke of luck, coupled with young Master Xiao Ze's assistance." He offered a slight bow, feeling no burden in the presence of Ziyan's elder. Elder Zhu Li nodded with a smile and turned his gaze towards the young healer. His eyes suddenly reflected uncertainty. The calamity poisoned body, yet it appears that no toxins are manifesting. Have you truly managed to exert complete control over the calamity's venom? I have indeed managed to control the calamity's venom with Xiao Ze's help, the young healer replied softly, eliciting a sense of wonder from Elder Zhu Li. Finally, his gaze shifted to Medusa, revealing a tinge of complexity. The seven-colored devouring python, a being that could once rival the Void Dragon clan in ancient times. I had thought them lost to the annals of history. I am astonished to encounter one once more. My evolution into the seven-colored devouring python was made possible largely due to Xiao Ze's aid, Medusa explained, her words rendering Elder Zhu Li's astonishment impossible to conceal. He stared at Xiao Ze, utterly dumbfounded. Young friend Xiao Ze not only possesses unparalleled innate talent, but his companions are also extraordinary individuals endowed with remarkable gifts. Elder Zhu Li expressed with heartfelt admiration. From their brief exchange, he discerned that the accomplishments of the young healer and her companions were inextricably linked to Xiao Ze. It could be said that Xiao Ze is profoundly fortunate, or conversely, that the young healer and her friends are extremely fortunate to have encountered him. As the group continued their conversation while walking, they entered the grand hall and took their seats. Ziyan opened her palm and gestured towards Elder Zhu Li. Elder Zhu Li, observing the image of the dragon phoenix origin fruit in Ziyan's palm, paused, his brow furrowing as he seemed to recall something. In the next instant, a spark of realization flickered in his mind, and his expression transformed into one of utter shock. He sprang to his feet and hastily approached Ziyan. His aged eyes fixated on her palm, his lips trembling as he uttered, "The dragon phoenix, origin fruit." Zhu Li felt that the astonishment he experienced today was perhaps the greatest he had felt in centuries. Observing Zhu Li's reaction, Ziyan could not help but chuckle. Indeed, the dragon phoenix origin fruit is the fruit of my endeavors during this outing. Let us see if you will still attempt to hinder my excursions. Xiao Ze cast a glance at Ziyan, prompting her to temper the pride evident on her face as she cleared her throat. Ahem, of course. Acquiring the dragon phoenix origin fruit is still thanks to Xiao Ze. Had it not been for his guidance, I would never have obtained it. Elder Zhu Li, listening to this familiar phrase, wore a dazed expression, feeling as if he had heard it several times before. In the grand hall, Zhu Li gazed at the image of the dragon phoenix origin fruit in Ziyan's palm, took a deep breath, and approached Xiao Ze with utmost solemnity. Performing a deep bow, "Elder Zhu Li, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Ze quickly supported Elder Zhu Li, who was the third elder of the ancient dragon clan, a figure of great esteem, and more importantly, a senior to Ziyan. Thus, he felt uncomfortable receiving such a grand gesture of respect. "Lord Xiao Ze, the dragon phoenix origin fruit holds paramount significance for the ancient dragon clan. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance," Zhu Li said earnestly. "Should there come a time when my clan's aid is required, I shall exert every effort to assist you." "Elder Zhu Li, you speak too highly of me. Ziyan is my friend. It is only natural for friends to aid one another," Xiao Ze replied with a smile, not overly concerned with Zhu Li's promise. Given Ziyan's esteemed status, should she successfully refine the dragon phoenix origin fruit, she would undoubtedly become the future dragon sovereign of the ancient dragon clan. With his relationship with Ziyan, if he truly needed the ancient dragon clan's support, he was confident of receiving it in abundance. Elder Zhu Li paused momentarily, turning to glance at Ziyan and then at Xiao Ze, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. Contemplating this possibility, the corners of Elder Zhu Li's mouth slightly lifted as he quickly raised his hand to clear his throat, attempting to mask his involuntary smile. If Ziyan were indeed to advance her relationship with Xiao Ze, it would be exceedingly beneficial for the ancient dragon clan. Although the clan resided in the boundless void, seemingly isolated from the world, they still possessed considerable awareness of the shifting dynamics within the Dou Qi Continent. As the first vice president in the history of the Alchemy Tower, Xiao Ze had directly presided over the Alchemy Conference, and his ascension to the position of president was nearly a foregone conclusion, unless he were to meet an untimely demise. It was certain that he would succeed the current three presidents once they stepped down. This was an unprecedented scenario in the Alchemy Tower. Although there were candidates for the presidency, their numbers were not insignificant. Typically, fierce competition would ensue to determine the final 3 candidates. Yet now, Xiao Ze's standing within the alchemy tower was such that he could almost be regarded as having a reserved spot for the presidency. Xiao Ze is merely in his 20s, a striking contrast to the older generation, embodying an almost limitless potential. Should the Taishu ancient dragon clan cultivate a favorable relationship with such an extraordinary talent, it would greatly benefit their development. Furthermore, Xiao Ze's current status is not inferior to that of Zhu Li. As the vice president of the Pill Tower and a pinnacle 8th-tier alchemist, he commands respect even from formidable Dou Qi warriors. Contemplating this, Zhu Li's smile deepened as she eagerly inquired about Xiao Ze's acquaintance with Ziyan. The other women observed Zhu Li's sudden transformation, momentarily stunned. Was this truly the same tranquil elder of the Taishu ancient dragon they had just met? Ziyan furrowed her brow in response to Zhu Li's unexpected demeanor. Having never witnessed such a display before, she recalled Zhu Li's fleeting glance toward her, followed by a notable shift in her attitude toward Xiao Ze. This realization was not lost on Medusa and the others, who exchanged knowing looks with an air of curiosity directed at Ziyan. A flicker of panic crossed Ziyan's face before she interjected, "Haven't I already clarified how I met Xiao Ze? More importantly, we must address the matter of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. That is why Xiao Ze has come to the ancient Dragon Island." Zhu Li, interrupted by Ziyan, noticed the expressions of the other young women and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though she was indifferent to how many romantic interests Xiao Ze might have, the realm of Dou Qi revered strength above all, imposing fewer restrictions on powerful individuals. Moreover, as a member of a beast clan, Zhu Li's understanding of partnerships differed significantly from that of humans. While she remained unconcerned, it was inappropriate to openly facilitate a connection between Ziyan and Xiao Ze in front of his female companions. Clearing her throat, Zhu Li attempted to dismiss the attention and offered, "I apologize for my abruptness. However, the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is rarely mentioned in the records of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. I shall need to consult ancient texts for guidance on its refinement." With that, she stood to leave, refraining from discussing who should consume the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, as Xiao Ze had nearly implied that he intended to offer it to the Taishu ancient dragon clan specifically because of Ziyan, leaving no room for debate on the matter. "Why are you all looking at me?" Zhu Li suddenly remarked, a spark of inspiration igniting as she began to connect the dots. "This isn't something I orchestrated." Xiao Ze shrugged in response to the gazes of the young women. They, too, felt a sense of helplessness, realizing they could not question Zhu Li openly. "By the way, Xiao Ze, didn't you mention having a way to handle the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit?" Ziyan interjected, redirecting the topic. "Indeed, I have formulated some ideas in my mind. However, if Elder Zhu Li could uncover useful information within the ancient texts, it would grant me even greater assurance." Xiao Ze nodded. He indeed possessed thoughts on how to handle the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. In the original narrative, the energy contained within the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit was overwhelmingly formidable. Even with Ziyan being a member of the ancient dragon clan, she could not completely absorb it. The unabsorbed energy crystallized, trapping Ziyan within the energy crystal. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to alchemists. Numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures harbor immense energy. Often, the human cultivators' bodies are incapable of containing such power. Hence, it becomes necessary to combine it with other herbs to temper the energy within these treasures, rendering it gentler and more amenable to absorption. However, the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is significantly more potent than the heavenly materials Xiao Ze has previously dealt with. Were it not for his own attainment at the pinnacle of Dou Zun and the assistance of the Origin Emperor Flame, he would lack considerable confidence in tempering the energy of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Suddenly, there was a knock at the Grand Hall door. Without much thought, Ziyan said softly, "Come in." A robust man clad in black armor entered, and a smile graced Ziyan's face. "Uncle Hey, what brings you here?" "The third elder instructed me to bring the preserved bloodline from the Dragon Palace to Lord Xiao Ze. He also asked me to convey to you, Lord Xiao Ze, that your assistance to the ancient dragon clan is most deserving of this bloodline." He Qing stated, producing a jade vial shimmering with a faint purple light. Within the vial floated 5 drops of blood, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It was indeed the blood of a Dosheng powerhouse from the ancient dragon clan. Chapter 401, Handling the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Xiao Ze gazed at the jade vial in He Qing's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. It would be disingenuous to claim he was uninterested in the Dosheng blood. The blood of the ancient dragon clan not only possessed terrifying energy, but also significantly enhanced physical strength upon refinement. Xiao Ze's physical enhancement had nearly reached its limits. Many heavenly materials and supreme elixirs held little significance for him. Yet, these 5 drops of Dosheng blood were an entirely different matter. Even though a powerful seal was placed upon the vial, The might of the Dou Sheng blood still permeated through, attesting to its formidable nature. Moreover, Xiao Ze suspected that these 5 droplets were even more precious than those Elder Zhu Li had presented in the original story. Although the original narrative did not specify the grade of blood given to Xiao Yan, Elder Zhu Li merely stated it was blood he had personally refined, likely his own ancient dragon blood. Despite Elder Zhu Li's formidable prowess, having reached the semi-holy level, the intensity that Xiao Ze sensed from the vial far surpassed the mere semi-holy realm. Beside them, Ziyan noticed Xiao Ze's silence and gently patted his shoulder. Xiao Ze, please accept this. It is the heartfelt intention of my ancient dragon clan. Heiqing respectfully presented a jade vial, and Xiao Ze, no longer hesitating, reached out to take the vial. It is rare for the old man to be so generous. I thought his previous words were merely verbal promises. I did not expect him to produce the precious blood preserved within the Dragon Palace. Upon seeing Xiao Ze accept the vial, Ziyan smiled broadly, expressing her delight. The treasures preserved in the Dragon Palace are not easily obtainable, even for me, as they have been passed down through the ages. Ziyan was thrilled that Xiao Ze could obtain the ancient dragon blood of the saint level. A flicker of curiosity crossed Heiqing's eyes. He had retrieved these 5 drops of ancient dragon blood strictly following the elder's instructions. However, he remained ignorant of the specific assistance Xiao Ze had provided to the ancient dragon clan. Now that Ziyan had spoken so, his curiosity about Xiao Ze's contributions was piqued. Noticing Heiqing's changing expression, Ziyan playfully opened her palm. Although her appearance and demeanor had matured, she still retained some habits from her childhood. Uncle He, this is one of Xiao Ze's helps to the ancient dragon clan. Heiqing gazed at the purple and gold pattern in Ziyan's palm, and his confusion only deepened. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment. In the next instant, an expression of sheer astonishment appeared on his face. The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. It is indeed the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. No wonder the elder was willing to part with the precious blood of the Dragon Palace. If it is the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, our ancient dragon clan could give birth to a Dragon Phoenix, achieving true supremacy among magical beasts. Heiqing spoke with fervent excitement, his gaze fixed intently on Ziyan's palm. I extend my gratitude to you, Lord Xiao Ze. If Heiqing's previous address had been dictated by the elder's command, it now stemmed from genuine respect for Xiao Ze. He was acutely aware that the current situation on ancient Dragon Island was far from favorable. Should Ziyan succeed in refining the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit to achieve the status of Dragon Phoenix, those traitors who had divided ancient Dragon Island would all pay the price. Facing the wrath and punishment of the Dragon Emperor, even Heiqing could not suppress a joyful smile. There is no need for such formalities, Senior Heiqing. Ziyan and I are close friends, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. Upon hearing this, Heiqing's expression shifted slightly, adopting a grave demeanor. He held deep admiration for Xiao Ze, recognizing the significance of offering such a precious treasure for the sake of friendship. Ziyan was indeed fortunate to have someone like Lord Xiao Ze as a friend. Heiqing chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. Just then, Zhu Li rushed back into the great hall, clutching an ancient tome in his hands, urgency written all over his face. Zhu Li's countenance bore a hint of gravity as he presented the ancient tome to Xiao Ze. The accounts of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit by the Taishu ancient dragon clan were rather scant, lacking detailed instructions on its refinement. As Xiao Ze opened the ancient text, he swiftly located the page marked by Zhu Li regarding the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. A fleeting surge of spiritual perception allowed him to absorb the information within at lightning speed, and a smile graced his face. Senior Zhu Li, there is no need for concern. My alchemical skills are modestly accomplished. If you trust me, I can handle the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, he assured. I certainly have faith in you, Lord Xiao. Moreover, without your expertise, the Taishu ancient dragon clan would not have the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Please, do not feel any burden and proceed with confidence, Zhu Li replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he spoke courteously. As an 8th-rank peak alchemist, if Xiao Ze deemed his skills merely modest, then the number of those who could claim the same in the Dou Qi Continent would be few indeed. These are the materials I require, Xiao Ze stated, using his spiritual force to inscribe a list of over a dozen medicinal ingredients on paper, which he then handed to Zhu Li. Most of the ingredients he had gathered were usable, yet there remained a selection of rare treasures closely aligned with the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit that necessitated collection by the Taishu ancient dragon clan. After all, these treasures often required either ancient dragon blood for nurturing or were intrinsically linked to dragon energy. Zhu Li glanced at the list, nodded slightly, and passed the paper to Heiqing. Retrieve all the ingredients within 10 minutes. Understood. Heiqing responded with decisive efficiency, snatching the paper and swiftly departing the hall. In less than 5 minutes, Heiqing reappeared, his imposing figure illuminated by the shimmering of his spatial ring, as a plethora of well-preserved ingredients floated before him. Lord Xiao, will these materials suffice for your needs? He inquired. Certainly. Can we conduct the alchemy within this hall? Xiao Ze replied. Indeed, the defenses around this hall are quite formidable. It is suitable for alchemical endeavors, Zhu Li confirmed with a nod. Xiao Ze wasted no time, summoning forth a torrent of golden flames. Sensing the might of the Origin Emperor Flame, Zhu Li took a cautious step back, his expression grave. He Qing's eyes widened in awe as he thought to himself, exotic fire. Disregarding the changing expressions of the two, Xiao Ze concentrated as the flames swiftly coalesced into a grand fire cauldron. He then activated his spatial ring, and thousands of medicinal ingredients materialized from thin air. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power emanating forth, prompting those present to instinctively retreat. As Xiao Ze commenced the alchemical process with fluidity, anticipation gleamed in the eyes of the onlookers. Time flew by as he engaged in his craft, and before long, half a month had elapsed. Suddenly, Xiao Ze opened his eyes and turned towards Ziyan. Ziyan, toss over the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Certainly, Ziyan responded, her hands gathering a mesmerizing blend of purple and gold light, which coalesced in her palm into a remarkably unique fruit that captivated the attention of both Zhu Li and He Qing. Upon witnessing the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit being cast aside by Ziyan, both Zhu Li and He Qing felt their hearts skip a beat in shock. Fortunately, it was swiftly ensconced within the fire cauldron through the soul power of Xiao Ze, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, they awaited the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit to absorb the medicinal essence, signifying the completion of the alchemical process. Chapter 402, Ziyan's Seclusion. Within the Grand Hall, a torrent of formidable soul energy surged forth, pouring into the fire cauldron to conclude this alchemical endeavor. A resonant roar echoed, accompanied by a sound that split the air, dragon's roar and phoenix's cry. This overwhelming pressure reverberated throughout the surroundings, drawing countless covert gazes towards the hall. Inside the hall, Zhu Li and He Qing's eyes remained fixated on the fire cauldron, as if it were refining the essence of the ancient void dragon and the primal heavenly phoenix. The terrifying aura, even from a distance, sent chills down their spines. Disperse, Xiao Ze commanded, and the fire cauldron disintegrated into golden flames, which ultimately coalesced in the palm of his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he encapsulated the golden flames. The contents of the fire cauldron finally manifested before the onlookers. It remained a fruit of peculiar shape. Yet the hues of gold and purple had deepened, now resembling dark gold and ink purple. The ancient void dragon and the primal heavenly phoenix depicted on the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit appeared more animated, with visible energy rippling around it. Seeing the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, Ziyan tilted her head slightly, blinking in curiosity as she could not refrain from inquiring, Xiao Ze, why is it still just a fruit? I had anticipated you would directly refine it into a pill. In response, Xiao Ze replied, somewhat irked, refining it into a pill is not a simple task. It is time-consuming and could potentially alter its effects. Furthermore, a pill made primarily from the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit would at least be a 9th-grade elixir, and the black magic thunder attracted would be insurmountable for anyone present. Nevertheless, the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit is sufficient to meet the requirements and can be consumed. Infused with thousands of medicinal herbs, it could temper the ferocious energy of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, while simultaneously enhancing its effects. Xiao Ze extended his hand to retrieve the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit and offered it to Ziyan. You should consume it promptly. The energy surrounding the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit can protect it, but if prolonged, the energy will dissipate, making the fruit susceptible to contamination. Startled by Xiao Ze's words, Ziyan gazed at the energy enveloping the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit before turning to Elder Zhu Li. Since Lord Xiao Ze has spoken, we should not delay. Let us swiftly proceed to the Dragon Hall to refine the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Zhu Li held unwavering confidence in Xiao Ze's alchemical skills. Moreover, judging from Xiao Ze's previous demeanor, he did not appear to be one who boasted. The fact that Xiao Ze was willing to entrust the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit to Ziyan clearly indicated his high regard for her as a friend. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, one may seek further assistance from Xiao Ze. In a fleeting moment, Elder Zhu Li contemplated extensively, before leading a group to the front of the Dragon Hall. My apologies, Lord Xiao Ze. The Dragon Hall is the sacred heritage site of the ancient Void Dragon clan. It holds immense significance. A hint of remorse graced Zhu Li's countenance as he addressed Xiao Ze and his companions. Not at all, Elder Zhu Li. Please allow Ziyan to enter and refine the Dragon Phoenix Source Fruit without delay, Xiao Ze replied with a smile. Zhu Li's respect for him did not grant him the liberty to disregard the long-standing traditions of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Respect is often reciprocal. Zhu Li nodded gratefully at Xiao Ze before instructing He Qing to attend to Xiao Ze and his party. Subsequently, Elder Zhu Li gestured in the void, and a shimmering silver light flickered, gradually forming a spatial passage. He bowed slightly to Xiao Ze and the others before stepping inside. Ziyan, cradling the Dragon Phoenix source fruit, glanced at Xiao Ze, who beamed back at her and waved. Go on in. Perhaps upon refining the Dragon Phoenix source fruit, you shall successfully ascend to the 9th tier and achieve the title of Dou Sheng. Ziyan bit her lip, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Xiao Ze, I sense that this refining process may take quite some time. It feels as though we have only just reunited, and now we must part once more. What is there to fear? We possess this, Xiao Ze replied, extending his hand to reveal it was empty. Yet Ziyan understood, and a smile graced her lips. Indeed, having experienced the benefits of the golden tree provided by Xiao Ze, her feelings of reluctance diminished considerably. After all, the Dou Qi Continent currently lacks any means to communicate across great distances at will. Given the vastness of the Dou Qi Continent, once parted, it is exceedingly challenging to receive news from one another. If either party is inclined towards adventure and wandering, the prospect of re-establishing contact or even meeting again becomes a distant dream. However, with the golden tree bestowed by Xiao Ze, everything had changed. Then I shall enter, Ziyan said, nodding at Xiao Ze, her gaze shifting to Xiao Yixian, Medusa, and Qinglin, her face brightening with a smile as she acknowledged them. The group watched as Ziyan's figure vanished into the silver spatial passage, and only when the passage dissipated did they regain their senses. Lord Xiao Ze, allow me to show you around ancient Dragon Island, lest Elder Zhu Li emerge and accuse me of inadequate care. I appreciate your guidance, Elder He Qing, Xiao Ze replied with a smile, and under He Qing's lead, they began their exploration of ancient Dragon Island. As it stands, no one has yet connected Xiao Ze with the ancient clan of the Xiao family, in contrast to the original narrative, where He Qing recognized Xiao Yan immediately and mentioned his acquaintance with Xiao Xian. The present scenario seems far more natural, as the elder generation typically recognizes his identity upon first meeting. In the vast expanse of the Dou Qi Continent, where countless souls reside, the clan of the Xiao family is indeed innumerable. However, the situation concerning Xiao Yan may have been disseminated by the Soul Palace. Regardless, Xiao Ze does not enjoy such attention at present. Yet, he finds solace in this, for it signifies that his protective measures over the Xiao family are somewhat effective. At the very least, they remain concealed from the gaze of the Soul Palace. Xiao Ze is uncertain how the original narrative led to the exposure of the Xiao family. It may have been after the 3-year agreement, when Xiao Yan rose to prominence within the Gamma Empire. Otherwise, given the formidable nature of the Soul Palace, would they truly require a year and a half to deal with a declining Xiao family? A mere envoy could easily obliterate them. However, due to Xiao Ze's intervention, the 3-year agreement has yet to cast its shadow. The true reason Xiao Yan entered the awareness of the Soul Palace was due to the alliance against the Yunlan sect and his subsequent identity as a disciple of the Medicine Sovereign upon entering Zhongzhou. By that time, Xiao Yan had already severed significant ties with the Xiao family. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Ze's mind. He harbored no great concern for his third brother, who was currently engaged in a battle of wits with the Soul Palace. With the absence of the Xiao family's backing and the allure of the Tuo, ancient emperor's jade, the Soul Palace's interest in Xiao Yan had not escalated to the level of the palace master. Consequently, the pursuit of Xiao Yan by the Soul Palace remained relatively lukewarm. In fact, due to the relentless pursuit, Xiao Yan had encountered numerous fortuitous events. This very circumstance dissuaded Xiao Ze from intervening. Chapter 403, The Ancient Dragon Tomb. Cultivating Dragon Qi. Lord Xiao Ze, esteemed ladies, ahead lies the ancient dragon tomb of ancient Dragon Island, the resting place of generations of the Taishu ancient dragons. Renowned for its rich dragon qi, He Qing led the group on a tour of ancient Dragon Island and had just arrived at the ancient dragon tomb, whereupon he casually introduced it. Speaking of the ancient dragon tomb, I seem to have forgotten something. Previously, we acquired the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit within the ruins. As Xiao Ze beheld the majestic ancient dragon tomb, with mountains winding like a dragon and dragon qi rising in vaporous tendrils, it appeared as though a colossal dragon of fortune coiled above the peaks. He intended to return the remains of the fallen ancestors of the Taishu ancient dragon clan for burial within the tomb, allowing that esteemed elder to return to their roots. As he spoke, Xiao Ze retrieved a spatial ring. Earlier, the group had dispersed to address matters concerning the Jiuyou Daiming Python clan. Concerned about the potential loss of the ring, Ziyan had entrusted it to Xiao Ze for safekeeping. After their journey back to ancient Dragon Island, with numerous affairs at hand, the ring had remained with Xiao Ze. Now that Ziyan was in seclusion, refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, it was appropriate to hand over the ring to He Qing. He Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted the spatial ring. Upon probing its contents with his spiritual power and confirming the presence of the remains of an esteemed ancestor from the Taishu ancient dragon clan, gratitude illuminated his features. After a moment's hesitation, He Qing addressed Xiao Ze and the others, saying, "Since it is Lord Xiao Ze and the esteemed ladies who are returning my clan's ancestor, I shall lead you into the ancient dragon tomb for a closer look." The ancient dragon tomb, being the final resting place of generations of ancient dragons, is suffused with an extraordinarily rich aura of dragon energy. Upon entering, one would find themselves capable of withstanding the oppressive force of the dragon clan. The little medical immortal, Medusa, and others exchanged glances, their interest in the ancient dragon tomb palpable. After all, even the outer perimeter of the mountains was already enveloped in a majestic display of dragon energy, suggesting that the interior would be even more splendid. However, they did not act recklessly, instead turning their attention to Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze pondered for a moment. Logically, this was a sacred resting place for the ancient dragons, and they should refrain from intruding. Yet, in the original text, Elder Zhu Li had permitted Qinglin to enter the ancient dragon tomb, utilizing its dragon energy to suppress the spirit of the ancient heavenly serpent, assisting Qinglin in further refining the serpent. It appeared that the Taisu ancient dragon clan did not possess an extreme aversion to such intrusions. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ze nodded at He Qing. "Thank you, esteemed Elder He Qing. I too harbor a yearning for the ancient dragon tomb. The spectacle of the surging dragon energy is truly captivating." He Qing smiled and nodded, gently patting his head before solemnly placing the storage ring in his bosom. He then led the group to the entrance of the ancient dragon tomb. A silver spatial power materialized in his hands, and with a graceful sweep through the void, a spatial passage was formed. Witnessing this familiar portal, Xiao Ze felt a sense of admiration. Truly, the Taisu ancient dragon clan possessed the remarkable ability to manipulate space at will. Almost all the ancient structures they had visited on ancient Dragon Island bore traces of spatial seals. However, some were dormant, while significant locations like the Dragon Hall and the ancient dragon tomb were perpetually active. Following He Qing's lead into the ancient dragon tomb, they were met with an unexpected brightness, a stark contrast to their previous notions of tombs. The dragon energy radiated forth, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire burial chamber. The expressions of the little medical immortal, Medusa, and the others turned solemn. Unlike other areas of ancient Dragon Island, the ancient dragon tomb was indeed a sacred resting place, prompting them to refrain from frivolous behavior, their eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. Inside the ancient dragon tomb, the expanse was vast, with colossal tombs arranged in orderly ranks. Despite the longevity of the Taisu ancient dragon clan, the weight of their lineage was immense, and through the ages, many ancient dragons had perished. Consequently, a significant number of ancient dragons lay buried within the tomb. Following He Qing to an unoccupied burial site, he retrieved the ancient dragon bones from his storage ring, deftly placing them within the tomb. Regrettably, the name of this elder had been lost to time. A hint of sadness crossed He Qing's face as he sighed. "May you rest in peace." Xiao Ze gently patted He Qing's shoulder, then, in unison with him, paid their respects to the newly arranged tomb. As Xiao Ze was not a member of the Taisu ancient dragon clan, he did not need to perform an elaborate bow. A slight inclination of his body and clasping of hands sufficed, with the little medical immortal and others following suit. Not long after, as the group departed from the ancient dragon tomb and the spatial passage sealed shut, the solemn expressions on the faces of the little doctor and Medusa finally relaxed. I sensed that thereafter, they would scarcely regard the pressure exerted by other magical beasts. Naturally, having lingered in such an abundant atmosphere of draconic energy for so long, facing the might of other high-ranking magical creatures would feel as gentle as a breeze. The few of them expressed their deep realization that within the ancient dragon tomb, the overwhelming draconic aura had imposed considerable pressure upon them. After all, this tomb housed not only the ordinary Taisu ancient dragon lineage, but also the remains of those at the Saint combat level, resulting in a terrifying concentration of draconic energy. Their experience within the ancient dragon tomb proved to be immensely beneficial. However, for Xiao Ze, the gains were not as significant. He already possessed the formidable hundredfold colorful sky-devouring Python, and with the Source Emperor Flame at his disposal, he was nearly immune to all forms of pressure. Lord Xiao Ze, so it was you who entered the ancient dragon tomb. No wonder we could not sense your presence. The figure of Zhu Li materialized from the void, having evidently ensured the safety of Ziyan. Third Elder, allow me to explain. He Qing hurriedly began to elucidate the situation to the third elder, lest she mistakenly believe that Xiao Ze and his companions were ignorant of the rules. Ah, I see. Thank you, Lord Xiao Ze, for aiding my Taisu ancient dragonkin in their return to their roots. Upon understanding the entirety of the matter, Elder Zhu Li solemnly bowed to Xiao Ze. There is no need for such formality, Elder Zhu Li. Even if I had not intervened, Ziyan would have done so, Xiao Ze replied with a smile, complimenting Ziyan in the process. Upon hearing this, Zhu Li's expression softened with gratitude. By the way, this is a medicinal formula from my Tai Su ancient dragon lineage. I kindly ask you to accept it, Lord Xiao Ze. Zhu Li produced a spatial ring and presented it to Xiao Ze. The previous offering of dragon blood was a token of thanks for Xiao Ze's assistance in providing the Dragon Phoenix source fruit to Ziyan. As a peak 8th grade alchemist, I humbly request your expertise in refining a medicinal pill, the cost of which is exceedingly high. Moreover, Lord Xiao Ze, you have personally contributed over 1,000 varieties of herbs, which truly humbles us. Although you may not attach great importance to this due to your connection with Ziyan, my Tai Su ancient dragon clan cannot disregard this matter as trivial. Xiao Ze initially intended to refuse upon seeing the spatial ring, for the dragon blood of saint-level ancient dragons was already immensely precious. However, after hearing Elder Zhu Li's explanation and observing her resolute demeanor, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the spatial ring she offered. A surge of spiritual energy swept through it, revealing a plethora of medicinal formulas contained within. Even with Xiao Ze's extensive knowledge, he could not help but feel a slight stir of excitement. Chapter 404, The Void Thunderpool. Seeing Xiao Ze accept the spatial ring, Elder Zhu Li felt a sense of relief wash over her. The Tai Su ancient dragon lineage, known for its long-standing heritage and formidable strength, seldom received such substantial assistance from outsiders. More often than not, it is those subordinate families who beseech the protection of the esteemed Taishu ancient dragon clan, at least according to Elder Zhu Li's observations. This marks the first occasion that the Taishu ancient dragon clan has received such significant favors from outsiders. Witnessing the satisfied smile upon Xiao Ze's visage, Zhu Li secretly rejoiced in the reward he had chosen. Lord Xiao Ze, esteemed ladies, why not reside on ancient Dragon Island for a while? He proposed. Although the bloodline of the 9 Nether Earth Abyss Python has considerably thinned, the clan's top-tier warriors still possess the strength of Dou Qi. It would serve well to temporarily evade any potential troubles, as the 9 Nether Earth Abyss Python would not dare to provoke our clan. Zhu Li had previously escorted Ziyan into the Dragon Palace for seclusion. Just prior to her retreat, Ziyan had specifically requested this matter from Elder Zhu Li. Thus, Zhu Li spared no effort in inviting Xiao Ze and the others to temporarily settle on ancient Dragon Island. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ze glanced at the spatial ring in his hand. He indeed had no pressing matters at hand. Residing on ancient Dragon Island for a spell would allow him to assimilate the medicinal formulas of the ancient dragon clan and organize the numerous items acquired from the ruins of the Dou Qi. Very well, it appears we shall be imposing here for a while, Xiao Ze conceded with a smile, while the little medical sage, Medusa, and the others showed no objections, aligning themselves under Xiao Ze's lead. As esteemed guests of ancient Dragon Island, Xiao Ze and his companions were afforded the most lavish hospitality. Within the boundless void, the cycle of day and night did not exist. Overhead, a silver light dome served as the island's perpetual source of illumination. However, for Xiao Ze and his companions, having reached the Dou Zun level, their control over their own beings was extraordinary. If they truly wished to rest, they could find tranquility and rejuvenate their energy, even in the most adverse conditions. Thus, the island's everlasting light posed little impact on them. In a quaint and elegant loft, Xiao Ze was the first to meticulously organize the ancient dragon medicinal formulas bestowed by Elder Zhu Li. He marveled at the fact that this clan is indeed one of the oldest lineages in the Dou Qi Continent. Even though it was merely a fraction of its original self, the medicinal formulas possessed were astounding. Even with Xiao Ze's current extensive knowledge of medicinal formulas, he encountered several he had never mastered or even seen before within the ancient dragon formulas. Part of the reason is that the Taishu ancient dragon clan belongs to the beast race. Thus, even if alchemists are born within their ranks, the formulas they study and master are predominantly suitable for beasts. Moreover, the Taishu ancient dragon clan's long-standing heritage, an unbroken lineage, grows increasingly formidable with the passage of time. For instance, while perusing these ancient dragon formulas, Xiao Ze stumbled upon an ancient recipe for the 9-color pill Thunder, an 8th-grade formula. According to the information inscribed within the formula, the alchemist who created it belonged to a faction that had long since perished. This particular formula may have already been lost to the Dou Qi Continent, preserved solely by the ancient dragon clan's enduring legacy. At least, according to the records of the Alchemy Tower, there exists no documentation of such a formula. What a fortunate find for me, he mused. Xiao Ze's soul power permeated the essence, absorbing all the information contained within the alchemical formula. Soon after, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the formula, noticing that the soul imprint upon it had significantly dimmed. Only 2 more readings of soul power were permitted before this imprint would be completely extinguished. Attempting to restore the 8-grade formula of the 9-colored Danlei through mere ink and paper would be akin to scaling the heavens. Xiao Ze intended to seize this opportunity to fully comprehend the formulas he had yet to master. Subsequently, he would return this ancient dragon formula to Elder Zhu Li. This 9-colored Danlei 8-grade formula was the final piece. Fortunately, there remained 2 readings. However, ordinary formulas could only be read by one's soul 5 times before their imprints faded. It appeared that even among the ancient Void Dragon clan, those alchemists capable of mastering such advanced formulas were few and far between over the ages. The likes of Elder Zhu Yang were truly rare. Considering that the ancient Void Dragon clan, being beasts, inherently possessed weaker soul powers. As Xiao Ze's surging soul power subsided, he stowed the formula back into his storage ring. With a creak, Xiao Ze pushed open the attic window, revealing a vast lake stretching nearly 100 yards before him. The gentle flow of water and the refreshing air, imbued with a hint of moisture, invigorated the spirit. The most precious treasures from the remnants of the Dou Saint were the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit given to Ziyan, while the Heaven Creation Palm was under his control. As for the remaining martial techniques and heavenly materials, he would leave them for Xiao Yixian and the others to peruse. Although they paled in comparison to heavenly tier techniques, some did reach the advanced level of earthly tier. Gazing into the crystal-clear depths of the lake, Xiao Ze mused that with his current strength, only techniques at the quasi-heavenly tier or true heavenly tier martial arts would truly be effective. Alternatively, he could create techniques tailored to his own abilities. Techniques that could surpass heavenly tier martial arts without being classified as such, like the Thunder Body, served as examples. Therefore, rather than exhausting himself mastering those advanced earthly tier techniques, it would be wiser to invest time in contemplating and crafting techniques that suited him. He was adept at discerning the merits of both paths. Speaking of which, the current strength of the Thunder Body was somewhat lacking. When confronting the high-level semi-saint known as the 9 Nether Earth Abyss Python, it could pose a threat, yet it faltered in direct combat against the opponent's techniques. The techniques employed by that high-level semi-saint were at least of the advanced earthly tier, if not quasi-heavenly tier. After some contemplation, Xiao Ze concluded that the best way to enhance the strength of the Thunder Body was to elevate his own thunder power. It seemed he would need to pay a visit to the Void Thunderpool. This pool was where Xiao Yan had refined the heavenly demon puppet in the original tale. And it was also where he first encountered the president of the Jianan Academy, the semi-saint known as Mang Tianqi. However, with time having advanced so much, he wondered if he would still have the chance to meet this powerful figure from the Thunder Clan. Deep within the Void Thunder Pool lies a multitude of black demon thunder and the exceedingly terrifying 9 Xian Golden Thunder. According to the original text, the formidable power of the 9 Xian Golden Thunder exceeds that of a 7-star Dou Saint. Otherwise, a mere fraction of its power would not have enabled Xiao Yan to elevate his rank by 1 star, reaching the 7-star Dou Saint level. Contemplating a journey to the depths of the Void Thunder Pool at this juncture is rather premature. After all, each bolt of black demon thunder equates to a strike from a Dou Saint, possessing an immensely fearsome might. Even with Xiao Ze's current strength, confronting the hundreds or thousands of black demon thunder would leave him feeling utterly overwhelmed. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Xiao Ze resolved to inquire Elder Zhu Li about the location of the Void Thunder Pool. Chapter 405. The Hunting of the Rock Demon, Xun'er approaches. In the ancient realm, Xun'er, who had just concluded a conversation with Xiao Ze, maintained her radiant smile. Although she could not meet Xiao Ze in person, listening to his voice through the golden sapling alleviated her yearning. The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, originating from the ancient dragon island of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, is shrouded in mystery. It is indeed commendable that her brother Xiao Ze has fostered a beneficial relationship with the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan. Delight danced in Xun'er's eyes. Given the rarity of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan would undoubtedly extend their support to Xiao Ze should he require it in the future. Xun'er felt a surge of joy for the substantial assistance Xiao Ze was poised to receive. With hands fluttering like a butterfly weaving through flowers, Xun'er swiftly formed seals. Had Xiao Ze been present, he would have recognized that these gestures represented the first 4 seals of the Imperial Seal technique. A resplendent golden crystal handprint materialized from Xun'er's palm. With a commanding presence, the golden crystal handprint, trailing a golden flame, descended into the mountainous terrain. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a mountain vanished abruptly. The might of the Imperial Seal technique, when unleashed in the outside world and converged into the 4 seals, could rend space asunder, creating gaping black fissures. However, in the ancient realm, such power was diminished. Not only were fissures absent, but the overall potency was also somewhat curtailed. The ancient realm has been fortified by countless Dou Saints over millennia, rendering its spatial integrity astonishingly robust. In the original narrative, the formidable duo of Gu Yuan and Soul Heaven Emperor, both 9-star Dou Saints, could not tear apart the ancient realm's space even amidst a cataclysmic clash of energy. Xun'er's current strength remains far removed from that exalted level. I can now achieve the convergence of the four seals, surely. My brother Xiao Ze has attained this level long ago, she mused. Although Xiao Ze and Xun'er often engaged in conversation, he seldom elaborated on the intricate details of each battle. Thus, Xun'er remained unaware of when exactly Xiao Ze had mastered the convergence of the four seals. At that moment, a shadow emerged, transforming into an elderly figure who knelt respectfully. "Miss," said Ling Ying with utmost reverence. "Elder Ling, what brings you here?" The Xiao Clan has sent an invitation, requesting the ancient clan's participation in the Rock Demon Hunt. The Elder Council wishes to ascertain which young talents among the younger generation are inclined to attend. Upon hearing Ling Ying's words, Xun'er's smile faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. How many quotas has the Stone Clan allocated for the Demon Rock Hunt? It seemed from the Stone Clan's demeanor that there were no restrictions. At this, a glimmer of amusement appeared in Xun'er's eyes. "Then I shall go as well, and perhaps bring a few friends along." Ling Ying paused momentarily, quickly recalling the friends the young lady referred to. "Miss, would you like me to inquire about the elders' opinions?" "There's no need. Just let my friends participate as honorary elders of the ancient clan." Xun'er shook her head. As the young lady of the ancient clan, she had the authority to appoint certain honorary elders. This was a matter beyond the elders' jurisdiction. She communicated her intention to the elders' council, stating that she would temporarily leave the ancient realm to join her friends in the Demon Rock Hunt. After a brief hesitation, she added to Ling Ying, "It's no trouble for Elder Ling. I shall go myself." In an instant, Xun'er's figure resembled a graceful golden butterfly, flitting among the mountains before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ling Ying, now standing, felt a twinge of trepidation. The young lady's cultivation is becoming increasingly formidable. I wonder if she can catch up to young Master Xiao Ze. He was relieved she hadn't asked him to discuss this matter with the Elders' Council. If he had to broach such topics with those old stalwarts, the mere aura they exuded could inflict injury upon him. Yet, it was remarkable that the young lady could exercise such patience, using the legitimate excuse of the Demon Rock Hunt to leave the ancient realm. Ling Ying mused that ultimately, it was her desire to pursue young Master Xiao Ze that motivated her. The ancient realm was vast, although Xun'er's cultivation ground was at its heart. Reaching the Elders' Council still required time. Since her last departure from the ancient realm, after acquiring the golden sapling from Xiao Ze, Xun'er could finally focus on her training. However, this occasion, with the opportunity to participate in the Demon Rock Hunt, was one she was not willing to miss. Before long, Xun'er emerged from the Elders' Council. Her expression relaxed. Although participating in the Demon Rock Hunt posed certain risks, it was an excellent trial for the younger generation. The Elders' Council would not hinder Xun'er's departure. At most, they would assign a saint-level elder to escort her. Since her return to the ancient realm, she had only left once due to a deep-sea relic. Rumors about Xiao Ze had not circulated within the ancient clan, as her visit to the Xiao family had been rather discreet, known only to the clan's higher-ups. The elders would certainly refrain from disseminating such matters carelessly within the clan. Following her acquisition of the golden sapling, Xun'er no longer needed to rely on the ancient clan's power to gather intelligence on Xiao Ze. Thus, Xun'er's departure from the ancient realm was remarkably smooth. She decided to withhold this news from her brother Xiao Ze for the time being, intending to surprise him later. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she resolved to head directly to Elder Tong Xian's residence. The elder appointed to escort Xun'er was none other than Elder Tong Xian himself. She planned to proceed straight to the Endless Void to seek out Xiao Ze on ancient Dragon Island. "Lord Xiao Ze, is there anything I can assist you with?" Zhu Li remarked, surprised by Xiao Ze's sudden visit. "Elder Zhu Li, here is the ancient dragon pill formula. I have comprehended all the formulas that I had not previously mastered," Xiao Ze explained, which enlightened Elder Zhu Li, who was not an alchemist. "I see. Then I shall take it back. Are you truly certain you don't wish to leave these formulas behind?" "Not necessary. I have no intention of accepting disciples. Even if I wish to impart knowledge to others, I could simply inscribe a new version using my soul's power," Xiao Ze replied, shaking his head. "By the way, Elder Zhu Li, I practice lightning attribute combat techniques and require a place abundant in thunderous energy for further refinement. Might there be such a location near ancient Dragon Island?" Elder Zhu Li scrutinized Xiao Ze, contemplating the formidable prowess he had exhibited during their previous alchemical endeavors. After a moment of hesitation, she disclosed the existence of the Void Thunderpool to him. "The location of the Endless Void is rather elusive. I shall have He Qin guide you to the Void Thunderpool. It is considered a perilous area of the Void. Should the situation prove untenable, please do not take unnecessary risks." Xiao Ze understood and expressed his gratitude, bowing respectfully to Elder Zhu Li. Chapter 406, Refining Puppets, Cultivating in the Thunderpool. Within the endless void, an extraordinary luminescence streaked like lightning across the expanse. The spatial turbulence that rippled through the void could not perturb this brilliance in the slightest. Within this radiance was an immense black dragon, soaring through the void with an imperious demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the chaotic energies surrounding it. Perched atop the dragon's head was none other than Xiao Ze himself. As he contemplated his journey to the void Thunderpool, he ultimately decided to venture alone. This location was a rare treasure for him, yet it posed significant danger to Medusa, the little medicine fairy, and Qinglin. Despite being an ancient beast, Medusa, as the seven-colored sky-devouring python, was still a magical creature and harbored an inherent aversion to the force of thunder. The little medicine fairy, possessing the calamity poison body, could not afford to absorb such a destructive and volatile energy into her being. It was purely detrimental. As for Qinglin's mastery of the Emerald Serpent's three flower eyes, which focused on spiritual power, absorbing the intense and fierce force of thunder held little benefit for her. Thus, Xiao Ze chose to leave them at Ancient Dragon Island, a place abundant in elemental energy, the ancestral land of the Taishu Ancient Dragon. Even within the confines of the Ancient Dragon Island, there exist certain places conducive to the cultivation practices of the three of them. After a thorough discussion, the little medicine immortal and her companions consented to separate for their training. With the presence of the golden tree, Xiao Ze felt no anxiety regarding their safety. Should they encounter any unforeseen mishaps, Xiao Ze could rely on the golden tree to tear through space and arrive swiftly at their side. Xiao Ze, we are now approaching the void Thunderpool mentioned by the third elder, announced his ebony dragon. Thank you, esteemed Black Qing, Xiao Ze replied, lifting his gaze towards the horizon. Amidst the boundless darkness and chaotic currents, a silver point of light gradually emerged. As the distance closed, a vast lake came into view. However, this silver lake was not composed of water, but rather a convergence of silver lightning, forming a magnificent thunderpool. The genesis of this void Thunderpool shares similarities with the illusory sea spirit realm that Xiao Ze had encountered before. Both places possess a unique gravitational pull, attracting and consolidating the ferocious energies present. Over the course of eons, these energies manifested into streaks of lightning, culminating in the formation of the void Thunderpool. Besides the visually stunning brilliance of the silver light, the air was filled with a resonant thunder, echoing like the beating of countless drums, overwhelming the senses and causing one's heart to tremble. Facing the void Thunderpool evoked a profound sense of insignificance within oneself, a reminder of the boundless might of nature. Xiao Ze exhaled softly, gazing at the Thunderpool, contemplating to himself. This was merely the periphery of the void Thunderpool. Venturing deeper would reveal the terrifying black magic thunder, not to mention the core of the void Thunderpool, the 9 profound golden thunder, which could rival the most formidable flames on the fire ranking. The dragon, transformed from Black Qing, halted near the void Thunderpool and then morphed into a robust figure. Xiao Ze, do you truly intend to enter the void Thunderpool? It is exceedingly perilous here. Even I do not dare to venture too deeply, Black Qing remarked, his expression grave as he regarded the Thunderpool with a hint of trepidation. Rest assured, I would never jest with my own life. If the situation proves too dire, I shall retreat immediately, Xiao Ze reassured him with a smile, hoping to comfort Black Qing. That is a relief. Should anything happen to you, the third elder will likely hold me accountable, and Ziyan would not let me off lightly either, Black Qing said, scratching his head, a slightly awkward smile emerging on his honest face. Despite his formidable strength, many within the ancient dragon clan could still subdue him. Xiao Ze nodded in acknowledgement, a faint glow of lightning emanating from him as he carved a straight line through the void, vanishing from Black Qing's sight. Watching Xiao Ze's silhouette disappear into the void Thunderpool, Black Qing took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged in the void, his gaze fixed intently on the Thunderpool. As Xiao Ze approached the void Thunderpool, the dazzling arcs of lightning surged towards him with ferocity. However, the outermost flashes of lightning were impervious even to the thunderous power emanating from Xiao Ze. The energy surrounding him did not evoke a tumult within the entire lightning pool. Rather, it merely attracted the nearby lightning to his presence. The periphery of the void lightning pool failed to meet the demands of his cultivation. Taking a deep breath to acclimate, Xiao Ze propelled himself deeper into the void lightning pool. After traversing 100 zhang, he retrieved the celestial demon puppet he had previously acquired in the St. Dual ruins, casting it into the depths for a thunderous refinement. The intensity of the lightning 100 zhang deep was already at the limit of what the celestial demon puppet could endure. Should he venture further, the tempestuous silver lightning would rend the puppet into shreds, rendering any notion of refining it moot. Given Xiao Ze's current prowess, The celestial demon puppet would not be of significant assistance unless it was refined to the half-saint level. Nevertheless, while it may not serve him directly, it could provide some protection for those he holds dear. For instance, he had previously secured 2 celestial demon phoenix puppets to leave with the Xiao family in the northwest continent as a precaution against unforeseen events. Observing the bolts of lightning striking the celestial demon puppet and being subsequently absorbed, Xiao Ze nodded in satisfaction. The void lightning pool was exceedingly perilous, and ordinarily, no one would dare approach. Thus, he felt confident in leaving the puppet here. Even if someone were to covet the celestial demon puppet, it would not be a simple endeavor. After all, the current puppet was not devoid of a soul imprint. To seize these puppets, one would have to obliterate the soul imprint left by Xiao Ze. However, to subdue the puppet's resistance and eradicate the soul imprint, one would need to be at least of half-saint caliber. Such beings would hardly find interest in a mere Dozun puppet. With the celestial demon puppet secured, it was time for Xiao Ze to focus on his own cultivation. With his strength, delving 100 zhang into the lightning pool was far from his limit. This lightning pool was vast, and even with the speed of a 6-star Dou Saint, it would take 10 minutes to reach its depths. Thus, Xiao Ze boldly advanced deeper, unperturbed by the risk of straying into the heart of the thunder. 200 zhang, 400 zhang, 1,000 zhang. Upon reaching a depth of 1,000 zhang, his sleeves were torn to shreds by the swirling lightning serpents, dissipating into nothingness. Before him lay a frenzy of lightning, as though he had stumbled into a realm of thunder. This place seemed nearly ideal for cultivation, though venturing deeper would entail certain risks. Furthermore, he sensed a nascent intelligence within the lightning at this depth. Should he, as an outsider, recklessly intrude, it could potentially trigger an explosion in the lightning pool, unleashing a deluge of thunder. Chapter 407. President of the Canaan Academy, Mang Tianqi. At a depth of 1,000 zhang within the void lightning pool, Xiao Ze gazed into the deeper recesses, where a silver ocean unfolded. The lightning flowed like water, appearing tranquil, yet concealing an extreme and violent destructive power. Amidst the faint emergence of sentient thunder, all things possess a spirit. I delved deep into this realm, though I faced no mortal peril. The relentless bombardment of myriad lightning bolts demanded a significant portion of my focus to withstand. The efficacy of my cultivation, however, paled in comparison to remaining at a distance of 1,000 feet. As Xiao Ze glanced at his sleeves, he noted the profound intensity of the thunder surrounding him, even at the depths of the 1,000-foot thunder pool. Yet, occasionally, some bolts managed to breach the protective veil of my own thunderous power, damaging my attire. Though the strikes sent tingling sensations coursing through my body, I could also perceive an enhancement in my physical strength. According to previous estimations, the innate talent for body cultivation is represented by the color purple, with its limits approaching the realm of a battle saint. Beyond that, its efficacy diminishes drastically. The innate body cultivation I acquired from Xun'er provided me with a seamless ascent in physical fortitude. However, since reaching the pinnacle of the battle venerable stage, my innate cultivation has succumbed to a state of fatigue. In other words, my physical enhancement has reached a plateau. Disregarding these thoughts, despite some fatigue, I still experience some benefits. However, following this trial by thunder, the effectiveness of my innate cultivation would likely become negligible. As Xiao Ze concluded his thoughts, the magnificent thunder began to coalesce into a form, transforming into a robe of pale silver, adorned with golden flame patterns. Realizing that I was about to endure the refining power of thunder, I was determined not to be left bare in this void of the thunder pool. Thus, I fashioned a robe of thunder fire, using thunderous power as the fabric and the essence of imperial flame as the foundation. True to expectation, once I completed the construction of the Thunderfire robe and released the protective barrier of thunder around me, my garments could withstand but a fleeting moment before being obliterated by the raging lightning. The Thunderfire robe, akin to the softest silk, merely fluttered under the onslaught of the thunderous energy. If one were to overlook the immense power radiating from the Thunderfire robe, it would seem merely a delicate garment. Seated in meditation, the thunder cascaded like a torrent, fiercely washing over my form. A tingling sensation mingled with sharp pricks of pain, and I gradually closed my eyes to commence my cultivation. Such levels of torment could not sway my resolve. The deeper one delves into the realm of fighting spirit, the more profound one's understanding becomes of the formidable hidden effects of 100-fold feedback. The mere 100-fold feedback from the little medical fairy's cursed body has enabled me to resist numerous temptations, sufferings, and desires throughout my journey. Under my deliberate attraction, bolts of thunder, dozens to hundreds of feet in width, crashed against my body, further elevating my physical strength, which had already reached a bottleneck. Simultaneously, the immense energy was absorbed by the golden roots, gradually expanding the diameter of the primordial tree. Time flew by in my cultivation, before I knew it. More than half a month had passed. In the vast expanse of the void Thunderpool, a dazzling silver radiance flickered, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder that echoed endlessly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, over 100 feet wide, surged from the distance, crashing down upon a solitary figure. This figure, seemingly an eternal deity, remained completely undisturbed despite the thunder striking his form. The overwhelming thunder surged around Xiao Ze, and anyone witnessing his frenzied cultivation method would surely be left in awe. The silver lightning surged past, leaving Xiao Ze unscathed, his body shimmering with electric brilliance. His light silver robe, adorned with resplendent golden fire patterns, resembled that of a divine being. At that moment, this godlike figure, akin to the thunder god, felt his eyelids tremble slightly. After a brief interlude, Xiao Ze abruptly opened his eyes, and the immense power of thunder transformed into two beams of lightning, piercing through a chasm of thunder, deep into the Thunderpool. As he blinked, the radiant silver glow in his eyes gradually receded. Once again, he faced a bottleneck. Yet the gains were substantial. As for the depths of the Thunderpool, it would be prudent to return after achieving the rank of Dou Qi. Gazing into the abyss of the Thunderpool, he hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. As he had surmised earlier, while it was indeed possible to cultivate within, the efficiency was significantly diminished. With the influence of advanced half-saint Dou Qi, coupled with the thunderous power of this place, the diameter of the primordial tree had surpassed 800 meters, bringing him a step closer to breaking through to Dou Qi. Feeling elated, Xiao Ze stood and stretched languidly. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the depths of the Thunderpool. Amidst the silver ocean, a streak of black light emerged. Strikingly out of place, this black illumination stirred the silver sea, causing tumult and upheaval. Wherever the black light traversed, the silver ocean recoiled in terror, as though it had encountered a formidable nemesis, retreating in fear and daring not to draw near. Could it be mere coincidence? Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow, silently pondering, while swiftly making his way towards the edge of the Thunderpool. The sheer terror evoked in the silver sea could only be attributed to the more fearsome black magic thunder. An aged figure was being relentlessly pursued by several bolts of black magic thunder, appearing utterly beleaguered. Upon spotting Xiao Ze, a look of astonishment crossed his face. If the old man was not mistaken, Xiao Ze had just been cultivating within the Thunderpool. As he regarded Xiao Ze's retreating form, the elder gasped in disbelief. Yet, in the brief moment of his astonishment, a bolt of black magic thunder obliterated the fabric of his robe into nothingness. The elder dared not linger any longer and hastily fled towards the periphery of the Thunderpool. Xiao Ze, enveloped in the power of thunder, navigated the depths of the Thunderpool with remarkable agility, swiftly returning to the location where he had placed the celestial demon puppets, guided by his soul's perception. As he beheld the golden glimmering celestial demon puppets, a smile graced his face. As the demonic puppet approached, it was swiftly drawn into the storage ring upon contact. And then I hastened outside without pause. Old fellow, do not flee so quickly. If you can cultivate within the Thunderpool, you should not fear these black demon thunderbolts. Came a slightly flustered voice from behind. Senior, it would be wise to refrain from such mischief, I remarked lightly as I darted forward, leaving behind those words. The elderly man momentarily paused at the youthful voice, only to be struck by another black demon thunderbolt, grimacing in pain as he hastened toward me. Which clan do you belong to, young one? Are you from the ancient clan or the soul clan? At such a tender age, possessing such cultivation, who is the ancient one that trained you? After evading the relentless pursuit of the black demon thunder, the elder caught up with me, a disgruntled expression on his face. Chapter 408, The Astonishment of the MingTNCH. At the periphery of the void Thunderpool, the elder stood before me. Upon seeing my youthful visage, a flicker of astonishment and gravity crossed his eyes. Initially, he had presumed I was an ancient recluse who had fortuitously discovered the Thunderpool for cultivation, but after hearing my words, he naturally deduced I belonged to the younger generation of an ancient race. Now, scrutinizing me from close range, my refined features and the composed aura I exuded left a lasting impression on him. Most notably, the pale silver thunderfire robe I wore evoked within him a silent awe, for my command over thunder was indeed formidable. Senior, the continent of fighting Qi is vast and boundless. Not all prodigies hail from the ancient clan or the soul clan. I replied with a gentle smile, though it was evident that the elder had yet to reveal his identity. However, it was highly probable that he was MingTNCH of the Thunder clan. After all, a practitioner of his caliber could effortlessly reference the two most powerful ancient clans, the ancient clan and the soul clan. Oh, so you are neither from the ancient clan nor the soul clan. Who, then, is your master? The elder's gaze shifted away from the thunderfire robe. Pondering that with his own mastery over thunder, He likely could not forge such a harmonious and powerful garment. His eyes fixed upon me. Disbelief flickered within him. Could one truly attain this level without a mentor? Senior, we are strangers. It seems somewhat inappropriate to pry so deeply. Moreover, if my memory serves me correctly, did you not intend to divert trouble earlier? I responded with an air of nonchalance. In the original narrative, during their first encounter, the cautious demeanor of Xiao Yan toward Tnch stemmed from their disparity in strength. However, I held no such reservations. The outcome of a confrontation between us remained uncertain. Haha, I have observed your cultivation at the precipice of the Thunder Abyss, and I can only surmise that you harbor a profound interest in the Dark Lightning. The elder chuckled heartily, rephrasing his thoughts. One might mistakenly believe that he was considering Xiao Ze's needs, summoning the Dark Lightning to aid in his cultivation. I am Mang Tianqi, hailing from the Thunder Clan. After a moment's hesitation, Mang Tianqi revealed his lineage. Although Xiao Ze had denied any affiliation with the ancient clan or the Soul Clan, his extensive knowledge of ancient races suggested he must belong to another ancient lineage. This left Mang Tianqi somewhat confounded. He was well acquainted with the descendants of the Thunder Clan. Could it be that another ancient race has produced such an anomaly? So, you are the esteemed headmaster of Canaan Academy, wandering the world for decades, Mang Tianqi? Mang Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, as Xiao Ze seemed to dismiss his Thunder Clan identity and instead mentioned Canaan Academy. Since its inception, he had rarely concerned himself with the Academy's specific affairs, delegating responsibilities to the Grand Elder, Su Qian. And you are? I am the student Xiao Ze. It is an honor to meet the headmaster. Xiao Ze performed a respectful bow. Despite Mang Tianqi's earlier ungracious demeanor, he indeed held the position of headmaster at Canaan Academy. The Academy had extended considerable assistance to him, making this gesture of respect entirely appropriate. Mang Tianqi, upon observing Xiao Ze closely, felt a sense of familiarity with his name. His gaze lingered on the golden fire patterns adorning Xiao Ze, and he exclaimed, "You are the renowned vice president of the Pill Tower, Xiao Ze. But why do you address me as headmaster?" At this juncture, Mang Tianqi regained his composure and inhaled sharply. "So you are the Xiao Ze that Su Qian has been incessantly mentioning in his correspondence. It appears you are not merely a namesake, but indeed the same individual." Even with Mang Tianqi's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Su Qian had alluded to Xiao Ze's identity, describing him as an unparalleled genius emerging from a remote empire in the northwest continent. It is astonishing that he has ascended to the position of vice president of the Pill Tower through his extraordinary talents. Headmaster, I am indeed Xiao Ze from Canaan Academy. As well as the vice president of the Pill Tower, Xiao Ze replied with a smile and a respectful bow. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's affirmation, Mang Tianqi suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. I never anticipated that the Canaan Academy, established in such a casual manner, would produce such an exceptional prodigy. However, I suppose the Academy's influence must not be overstated. Mang Tianqi possessed a degree of self-awareness. He had no doubt about the Academy's teaching capabilities, yet producing a genius of Xiao Ze's caliber seemed implausible. The Academy has indeed provided me with significant assistance. Haha. No wonder Su Qian holds you in such high regard in his letters. Now that I see you in person, it seems Su Qian was not exaggerating. Upon realizing he was addressing a student from his own academy, Mang Tianqi's demeanor transformed, becoming notably warmer. Approaching Xiao Ze, he patted him on the shoulder. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to come to me. I shall look after you. Upon hearing the words of Tnch, Xiao Ze displayed a faint smile. It is no wonder that in the original text, Xiao Yan referred to him as the bandit chief within a den of thieves, rather than the esteemed head of an academy. You are capable of controlling the power of thunder to such an extent, with not even the slightest tremor upon your palm, despite it being a violently chaotic force. Tnch glanced at his own hand in mild surprise, having prepared himself for an assault from the Thunderfire mysterious garment. I suppose I possess some innate talent regarding the power of thunder, Xiao Ze replied nonchalantly, as though it were not a matter worthy of commendation. The Thunderfire mysterious garment indeed possesses the ability for automatic retaliation. Nevertheless, as the head of the Jianen Academy, Xiao Ze would not genuinely strike him with lightning. Although a strike would not pose a significant threat, given that Tnch appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his aura remained undiminished. It is noteworthy that, to Xiao Ze's knowledge, Tnch had already been struck by the black magic thunder twice. Such terrifying thunder is not something even semi-holy beings would approach lightly, yet it failed to diminish Tnch's aura. This can be attributed not only to Tnch's profound cultivation, but also, more importantly, to his heritage from the Thunder Clan. However, your current achievements are rather remarkable. You are likely just a step away from the position of Alchemist Association President. Ming Tiandi remarked curiously. Despite the presence of numerous formidable beings from ancient races, the Alchemist Association commands considerable respect, especially figures of the caliber of the association president. Indeed, although the 3 current presidents are still vigorous, it is not yet time for them to retire, Xiao Ze acknowledged without much concealment. It was apparent to discerning eyes that he, the vice president of the Alchemist Association, was already designated for the role of president. TSK. I believe you may be the most accomplished student since the founding of Xiao Yan Academy, Ming Tiandi exclaimed in astonishment. Given Xiao Ze's current achievements, he could undoubtedly be deemed unparalleled in the annals of Xiao Yan Academy's history. As for whether there will be successors, that remains to be seen. Chapter 409. The Arrival of Xiao Xun'er. Just as Ming Tiandi was inquiring further of Xiao Ze, a sense stirred within him. His gaze sharpened slightly as he sensed the presence of a golden little tree nearby. The owner of the golden little tree could mutually sense him, making their arrival here unsurprising. However, upon closer discernment, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Upon realizing the identity of the visitor, a smile emerged on Xiao Ze's face. Initially assuming it to be the little healing fairy or Medusa, he was surprised to find it was that girl. Ming Tiandi, upon observing Xiao Ze's change in demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. What is it? Someone very important has come to find me, Xiao Ze replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ming Tiandi cast a glance at Xiao Ze, having gleaned some insight into his character from their prior conversation. Unfazed by change, he maintained a serene demeanor, as if everything were well within his grasp. Yet, now he displayed a rare expression of joy. Director, would you care to join me in a meeting? He inquired, for she was indeed a student of the Canaan Academy. Xiao Ze suddenly extended an invitation to Ming Tiandi. What? A student of Canaan Academy? Ming Tiandi responded, somewhat incredulous. This place was the Void Thunderpool. Situated within the boundless void, even formidable combatants dared not traverse it carelessly. Are all the students of Canaan Academy so exceptional? Or has Su Qian's teaching prowess significantly improved over the years? If she is a student of the Academy, then I shall meet her. Initially, upon witnessing Xiao Ze's demeanor and hearing his words, Ming Tiandi realized that the visitor held great significance to Xiao Ze. He was reluctant to interfere in this reunion. But given Xiao Ze's earnest invitation and the visitor's affiliation with Canaan Academy, his curiosity was piqued. Let us go? I too wish to see what noteworthy students Canaan Academy has produced. With a swift motion, Xiao Ze propelled himself outward at remarkable speed. Ming Tiandi glanced at his attire, hastily changing into a new robe, and hurried after Xiao Ze's figure. After all, he was still the director. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of being seen in such disarray. A director must maintain a semblance of dignity. Soon, they completely departed from the Void Thunderpool. Sensing Xiao Ze's aura, Qing immediately made his way toward him. Upon confirming Xiao Ze's safety, he finally exhaled in relief, his expression softening. However, upon noticing Ming Tiandi approaching, his countenance quickly hardened again, for he sensed a formidable presence emanating from him. At least of semi-holy caliber. Senior Qing, there is no need for alarm. This is Ming Tiandi, the director of Canaan Academy, and I was once a student there, Xiao Ze remarked, casting a glance at the hastily approaching Ming Tiandi, noting his fresh attire with a slight smirk. It seemed the director was aware of his previous disheveled appearance. Qing paused momentarily, then recalled the origins of Canaan Academy. Ziyan had been brought to the academy by its grand elder, later guided by Xiao Ze de Zhongzhou, ultimately returning to the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan. In retrospect, the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan ought to express gratitude to Canaan Academy. Ah, so you are the director of Canaan Academy. I am Qing, he introduced himself. Ming Tiandi, upon seeing Qing, appeared bewildered. Wasn't he from the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan? Did they need to attend Canaan Academy for their studies? Moreover, given the imposing stature of this man, who was at least several times older than Xiao Ze, how could he possibly be an acquaintance of Xiao Ze? Ming Tiandi soon regained his composure, realizing that Xiao Ze was not expecting Qing. I am Ming Tiandi. Has the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan begun to engage with humanity? Haha, the esteemed Lord Xiao Ze has rendered immense assistance to the Ancient Dragon Clan of the Void, undoubtedly standing apart from ordinary humanity. When Black Qing spoke of Xiao Ze, his tone was imbued with deep respect and gratitude. The glance that Ming Tiandi cast towards Xiao Ze bore a more enigmatic significance. For Black Qing to declare such a substantial aid, it seems that Xiao Ze holds an astonishing status within the Ancient Dragon Clan of the Void, serving as the vice president of the elite human faction, the Dan Tower. In providing such aid to the ancient dragons, his position is indeed remarkable. Ming Tiandi could not shake the feeling that his student was extraordinarily exceptional. Lord Xiao Ze, have you completed your cultivation? Indeed, Senior Black Qing. I have an old acquaintance visiting. Please allow me a moment to await her arrival. Xiao Ze smiled and nodded, gazing into the void with eyes full of anticipation. In truth, he could have directly contacted Xun'er using the golden sapling. However, perceiving that Xun'er had not informed him, he surmised she wished to surprise him, thus refraining from revealing anything prematurely. Observing Xiao Ze's demeanor, both Meng Tianqi and Black Qing were filled with curiosity regarding the impending visitor. Suddenly, in the depths of darkness, a glimmer of golden light appeared silently. Initially resembling but a distant star in the night sky, faint and minuscule, the golden radiance gradually intensified with the passage of time. A figure enveloped in golden flames streaked through the boundless void like a golden meteor, leaving behind a long golden tail. Black Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. The golden flames were extraordinarily powerful and likely akin to the unique fire wielded by Lord Xiao Ze. Meanwhile, Meng Tianqi, due to the fallen heart flame sealed within the Canaan Academy, began to delve deeper into the lore of the unique flame rankings. As that golden fire swept through the void, incinerating the chaotic currents into nothingness, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The legendary golden flames, said to be capable of burning even fighting spirit, known as the Golden Emperor's Flame of Heaven. Yet, was this not the inherited unique fire of the ancient clan? Meng Tianqi spoke, his eyes reflecting a hint of shock. Although Su Qian frequently sent messages to him, they did not cover every detail. Meng Tianqi was aware that the ancient clan had previously visited the academy to retrieve someone, yet he was unaware of the identity of that individual. He could not help but glance at Xiao Ze, and upon seeing the look of delight in his eyes, he was momentarily dumbfounded. To possess the inherited unique fire of the ancient clan must signify that this individual was a treasured jewel of the clan, a heavenly beauty. Such a being was somehow connected to Xiao Ze. Upon catching sight of Xun'er, Xiao Ze no longer hesitated, transforming into a silver streak of light as he raced towards her. Amidst the golden flames, a figure clad in azure became increasingly striking. From a distance, it appeared as if a solitary blue lotus, blooming with golden light, brought a splash of color to the dark and desolate void. Xun'er, upon noticing that silver glimmer, felt her previously tranquil visage blossom into a radiant smile. The speed of the golden flames quickened further, mercilessly incinerating the chaotic void in their wake. At last, the golden flames and silver lightning collided silently, the golden flames retracting suddenly. Xun'er, like a fledgling returning to its nest, nestled into Xiao Ze's embrace. Brother Xiao Ze. She lifted her head, a trace of a smile illuminating her exquisite visage. I have missed you dearly. Upon witnessing Xun'er's breathtaking countenance, Xiao Ze inclined his head slightly. Sensing his thoughts, a blush crept onto Xun'er's cheeks as she gently closed her ethereal eyes. Their lips drew ever closer, until no space remained between them. After a prolonged moment, they slowly parted, Xun'er's eyes slightly dazed, her stunning face flushed with crimson. Brother Xiao Ze, you always tease me, even after just reuniting, she said, playfully biting her lip with a bashful demeanor. Amused by this rare display, Xiao Ze chuckled heartily. It has been quite some time since we last met. One cannot help but feel overwhelmed. He did not deny it. He acknowledged his actions. Xun'er shot him a playful glance, considering how the young prodigies of the ancient clan would surely be left astounded by her current demeanor. By the way, Xun'er, did you not bring any elders from the ancient clan with you this time? Xiao Ze inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his gaze, as he had anticipated an elder might interrupt them. In response, Xun'er offered a playful smile. The elder chosen by the Elder Council this time is Elder Tong Xian, with whom I share a certain rapport. I arranged with him to come alone, while he waits for me in the Stone Realm. Nonetheless, Elder Tong Xian was still somewhat concerned and provided me with a space jade slip. With a flick of her finger, a ring glimmered, revealing a jade slip radiating formidable spatial energy in her palm. Xiao Ze was momentarily taken aback. The Stone Clan has invited you? Indeed. The rock demon hunt organized by the Stone Clan is a rather common trial among the ancient races. As she spoke, Xun'er intended to elaborate on the rock demon hunt, but was suddenly drawn to two immensely powerful auras approaching from behind Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, you truly are fortunate. Having captured the heart of the ancient clan's jewel, remarked Meng Tianqi, following Black Qing with a somewhat audacious tone. Xiao Ze discreetly conveyed Xun'er the identity of Meng Tianqi using a golden sapling. I have met Elder Meng before. I studied at the Canaan Academy for a time, Xun'er said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she bowed to Meng Tianqi, refraining from contesting his words. No wonder the ancient clan made such grand preparations. For a prodigy like you, it is only fitting, Meng Tianqi chuckled, graciously accepting her bow. At this moment, Xiao Ze introduced the three of them to one another, as their identities were all rather significant. However, Xun'er was already well aware of Black Qing's presence. There was no excessive astonishment in their eyes. Merely a curious glance cast towards He Qing, a member of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. He Qing, in turn, was astonished by Xiao Ze's extensive network of friendships, particularly his connections with the formidable ancient races. The ancient races, endowed with the bloodline of the Dou Emperor, boast countless powerful individuals. Even when compared to the Taishu ancient dragon clan, they are not easily outclassed, and may even excel in certain aspects. Speaking of which, what exactly is the rock demon hunt? Is it that time of year again? Mang Tianqi, taken aback, began to elucidate. The ancestors of the Stone Clan once discovered a peculiar group of rock demons in the void. With great effort, they relocated these rock demons to the Stone Realm for the younger generation to train. Of course, their purpose was not solely for combat. The allure of the rock demons lay in the extraordinary treasures within them, akin to the Earth's core refining essence. Upon hearing Mang Tianqi's explanation, Xiao Ze finally understood. This seemed akin to the Heavenly Tomb, a place replete with benefits for those who enter. Xun'er, participating in the rock demon hunt will surely be advantageous for you, Xiao Ze remarked with a smile after grasping the context. Hee, brother Xiao Ze, the truth is, I came here this time with the intention of inviting you all to join the rock demon hunt in my capacity as a guest elder, Xun'er explained with a smile. Such a precious opportunity. Surely there are no restrictions on the number of participants? Xiao Ze queried, somewhat surprised, as he had assumed it was akin to the Heavenly Tomb, where each of the ancient 8 clans could only send 2 representatives. However, it appeared the situation was somewhat different. In fact, the Stone Clan would prefer us to bring more individuals. The rock demons are not easy foes. Having more participants can help alleviate the pressure. Moreover, this is not considered overly precious, at least when compared to other training grounds among the ancient races. The rock demon hunt is rather basic. There was a period when rock demons proliferated extensively, leading to substantial losses among the younger generation of the Stone Clan during their training, prompting the clan to open up numerous trial slots. Xiao Ze nodded in understanding. As for why they did not allow Dou Saint experts to enter first and clear the area, it was likely due to some special reason. Dean, as a member of the Thunder Clan, would you care to join us? Xiao Ze suddenly extended an invitation to Mang Tianqi. I have participated in the rock demon hunt before, but alas, not only is my age a factor now, my cultivation level also falls short of the standard. Otherwise, I would certainly wish to confront those stone monsters once more, Mang Tianqi replied with a shrug, not declining to accompany Xiao Ze. Shall we return to the ancient Dragon Island first, and bring along the little doctor and Medusa? Xiao Ze cautiously inquired, seeking Xun'er's opinion. Xun'er appeared unperturbed, smiling and nodding in agreement. Along the way, Mang Tianqi further clarified the cultivation restrictions for the rock demon hunt to Xiao Ze. The rock demon clan originally existed within the void, but was forcibly relocated to the stone realm by the ancestors of the Stone Clan through severe means. Given the nature of this coercion, the process was anything but gentle. One could even describe it as drenched in blood. Consequently, after the rock demons reproduced, they harbored an ingrained fear and resentment towards the powerful fighters of the Stone Clan. The rock demons expressed their hatred in a rather straightforward manner, by self-detonation. Once a formidable fighter from the Stone Clan entered the rock demon realm, numerous rock demons would begin to self-explode. Upon detonation, the rock heart within each rock demon would also be obliterated. Initially, the fighters of the Stone Clan were somewhat skeptical of this phenomenon, believing they could enter the rock demon realm and subdue the wildly aggressive rock demons, thereby allowing the younger generation to train in peace. However, they were soon overwhelmed and forced to retreat by the mass self-detonations of the rock demons. Mang Tianqi, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked that during the most intense incident, those frenzied rock demons nearly obliterated the entire rock demon realm. Thus, it is no wonder that the Stone Clan refrains from placing restrictions on their numbers. The current rock demon realm likely resembles a tasteless morsel to them, too unpalatable to consume, yet too valuable to discard. If left unaddressed, the rock demons would continue to proliferate, and completely exterminating them would seem a regrettable loss to the Stone Clan. Xiao Ze's observations elicited nods of agreement from the other 3, as this was likely the prevailing sentiment among the higher echelons of the Stone Clan. After all, the value of the rock hearts is exorbitant, comparable to the earth core refining elixir. Even if they fall slightly short of it, they remain a rare treasure. It is essential to recognize that the gestation period for the earth core refining elixir is exceedingly lengthy. By controlling the rock demon realm, the Stone Clan possesses a veritable treasury that continuously nurtures this elixir. Even if they must concede a portion of their interests to foreign factions, they would be reluctant to see it destroyed by their own hands. Chapter 411, a rare moment for 2. This pace is far too slow. Please bear with me for a moment. In the void, He Qing suddenly spoke, and then transformed into a colossal black dragon. Climb aboard. Compared to you, I am far more familiar with the chaotic currents of the void and can move at a swifter pace. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed Elder He-Qing. Xiao Ze cupped his hands in gratitude, taking Xun'er's hand as they ascended to the top of the black dragon's head. Am I also included? Mang Tianqi asked, somewhat astonished. For even with his experience, he had never attempted to ride the ancient void dragon. As the headmaster of Xiao Ze, I could never leave you behind. The black dragon's voice resonated like thunder, speaking courteously. At this, a delighted smile graced Mang Tianqi's face as he swiftly joined them atop the dragon. Feeling the unyielding scales beneath his feet and the exhilarating speed of traversing the void, Mang Tianqi's mouth remained agape in astonishment. Headmaster, it seems excessive to react this way. Xiao Ze chuckled, bemused by Mang Tianqi's behavior. Mang Tianqi rolled his eyes. Please, I'm not as extraordinary as you. Even managing to interact with the ancient True Dragon clan is a rare experience for me. At his words, Xiao Ze couldn't help but chuckle. However, after hearing Mang Tianqi's brazen remarks repeatedly, Xiao Ze had begun to adapt to his demeanor. After a while, Xiao Ze and his companions keenly sensed a decrease in speed and turned their gazes forward. Xun'er, with a curious expression, looked towards the ancient Dragon Island. Although it was not comparable in size to the ancient realm, which was an entire world unto itself, the establishment of such a vast island in the void was indeed remarkable. Mang Tianqi felt similarly, despite being a member of an ancient race with extensive knowledge. The True Dragon clan had always been shrouded in mystery, and this was his first visit to their ancestral land. The True Dragon clan certainly possesses significant capabilities. He mused inwardly. The black dragon entered the silver light shield and soon transformed back into a robust man. Please follow me, he instructed, under the guidance of He-Qing. They made their way to the Grand Hall, where Xiao Ze had previously refined medicine. Elder Zhu Li was already present, and upon seeing Xiao Ze and his companions return, a smile spread across his face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Ze suddenly inquired, Elder Zhu Li, have they not completed their training yet? Although he felt apprehensive about the reunion between Xun'er, the little physician, and Medusa, he understood that delaying was not a viable option. Thus, he steeled himself and broached the subject. Indeed, once they entered the training area, they have yet to emerge. They must have made some breakthroughs. Elder Zhu Li affirmed with a nod. Due to Xiao Ze's influence, Elder Zhu Li had taken great care of the little physician and others, arranging the most suitable training environments based on their individual needs. Then let us wait a little longer. After all, the rock demon hunt is still a month and a half away, and the entrance to the stone realm is conveniently located in the southern region of Zhongzhou. We have plenty of time, Xun'er remarked with a radiant smile as she glanced at Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze pondered for a moment, accepting that some things were beyond his control and deciding to go with the flow. In the following days, he refrained from using the golden little tree to contact them, instead cherishing the time spent alone with Xun'er on ancient Dragon Island. On a towering peak of the island, Xiao Ze lay on the grass. The scent of fresh grass mingled with earth wafting through the air. Xun'er reclined against him. Brother Xiao Ze, since my return to the ancient clan, it seems we haven't had such moments together. Do not worry. There will be many more opportunities like this in the future, he reassured her, gently stroking her silky hair. I believe in you, Brother Xiao Ze, Xun'er replied, lowering her head to relish his caress. Xun'er, once I reach the Dosheng level, I will personally go to the ancient realm and boldly declare that I am worthy to be with you. In her eyes, a ripple of emotion stirred, and a gentle smile graced her lips as her cheek nestled against Xiao Ze's chest, attuned to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Brother Xiao Ze, you need not make any promises to me. I have always believed in you. With your innate talent, reaching the level of Dosheng is not your ultimate limit. I am confident that you shall traverse the path of Dosheng with increasing prowess, perhaps even achieving the esteemed rank of 9-star Dosheng, she affirmed with unwavering conviction. However, despite her profound trust in him, she hesitated to assert that he could breach the threshold of Dou. After all, history has witnessed countless prodigies who failed to complete the path of Dosheng, let alone stand before the formidable barrier of Dou. In this era, attaining the rank of Dou seems nearly unattainable. Perhaps Dosheng is not my limit either, Xiao Ze suddenly interjected, his tone imbued with a newfound confidence that momentarily took Xun'er by surprise. His gaze was resolutely fixed upon the silvery barrier above. Before the void space underwent any transformation, he harbored some doubt regarding his potential to achieve Dou. The only known sources of origin within the Dou Qi Continent resided within the ancient emperor's cave. Though he possessed the source emperor flame, it remained uncertain whether he could inherit the legacy of the ancient emperor Tuashi. After all, he was unaware of the criteria for such an inheritance. Previously, his aspirations were directed towards the imperial great seed pill, intending to contend with Soul Emperor at that time. Yet, upon discovering that the void space was a world in gestation, all doubts dissipated. The exceedingly scarce source energy within the Dou Qi Continent would be abundant once the transformation of the void space was complete, making the attainment of Dou Di a mere formality. Feeling the unparalleled resolve in Xiao Ze's voice, Xun'er suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over her. Since returning to the ancient clan, she had diligently pursued her cultivation, unwilling to let Xiao Ze bear the clan's pressures alone. She trained tirelessly, hoping to share some of that burden when the time came. However, hearing Xiao Ze's words brought her a sense of reassurance. Brother Xiao Ze, once I reach Dou Sheng, the Elder Council will no longer restrain me, and I will be able to remain by your side, she expressed. Haha, then you must hasten your progress. I sense that I am on the verge of breaking through the pinnacle of Dou Zun, Xiao Ze replied with a sudden smile. Xun'er sensed the latent energy emanating from him and responded with a soft hum of acknowledgement. As their quiet conversation unfolded, a distant figure clad in white stood atop another peak, casting her gaze towards Xiao Ze and Xun'er. A bittersweet smile surfaced on the lips of the little medical sage as she whispered, Xun'er. Chapter 412, Journey to the Stone Wasteland. On the towering peak, Xiao Ze felt a stirring within his heart and lifted his gaze towards the distant mountain. What is it, Brother Xiao Ze? Xun'er inquired. They must have completed their training one after another. Upon hearing this, Xun'er promptly rose to her feet and gazed into the distance, where a graceful figure clad in a white dress darted towards her like a flash of lightning. Xun'er, it's been a long time, the little physician said, her face lighting up with a sincere smile. Among the other girls, the little physician was the first to recognize Xun'er, and she felt a surge of joy at seeing her again. Thank you for accompanying Brother Xiao Ze during this time, Xun'er replied, returning the smile as she took the little physician's delicate hand. Xiao Ze had initially harbored some concerns about their reunion, but upon witnessing their amicable demeanor, he breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, little physician, have the others emerged from their seclusion? It should be soon. We had agreed on a time. Just as the little physician finished speaking, a stream of azure light and a cascade of colorful brilliance simultaneously appeared, making their way towards the towering peak. Just in time. You all have emerged. I have something to discuss with you, Xiao Ze said, drawing everyone's attention after the initial pleasantries. Xun'er has come to invite us to participate in the Stone Clan's rock demon hunt. As he spoke, he conveyed the details of the hunt through his spiritual energy. The little physician, Medusa, and the others were momentarily taken aback, but after processing the information regarding the rock demon hunt, they glanced at Xun'er. Noticing her calm demeanor, they nodded in agreement. Our current strength is quite adequate. We certainly cannot miss out on such a beneficial opportunity as the rock demon hunt. Then let us prepare and set off, Xiao Ze urged the three, taking Xun'er's hand as they soared towards the hall where Elder Zhu Li resided, intending to bid him farewell. Xun'er felt the warmth of Xiao Ze's hand and let out a soft sigh within. Ultimately, it was her choice, and in this moment, she was uncertain how to navigate the situation, opting instead to go with the flow. She gazed deeply at Xiao Ze, deciding to refrain from overthinking and to simply embrace the present. The little physician, Medusa, and Qinglin exchanged glances. Although they had anticipated that their reunion with Xun'er might be somewhat awkward, they were surprised by the tranquility of the moment. Watching the two depart, the little physician sighed softly. Let us go. At least for now, Xun'er does not seem to reject us. Perhaps Miss Xun'er is also unsure of how to handle this, Qinglin remarked, biting her lip in resignation. She was indifferent, as long as young Master Xiao Ze held her in regard. Medusa's expression was more complex. Although her relationship with Xiao Ze had indeed progressed, it had originally been merely one of contractual guardianship. Over time, she had come to understand the profound bond between Xun'er and Xiao Ze. Even the proud Medusa understands that contending for a place in Xiao Ze's heart against Xun'er is an impossibility. Perhaps maintaining the current state of affairs is the most beneficial outcome for all involved. The trio followed silently in the footsteps of Xiao Ze and Xun'er, arriving at the grand hall where Elder Zhu Li resided. Within the hall, Zhu Li and Mang Tianqi were engaged in conversation, and upon seeing Xiao Ze and his entourage of 5, Mang Tianqi was momentarily taken aback. The sight of the 4 uniquely enchanting figures behind Xiao Ze prompted him to silently marvel at Xiao Ze's extraordinary fortune in companionship. Zhu Li, with a warm smile, addressed Xiao Ze. I presume you have come to bid farewell, my lord? Indeed, Xiao Ze replied. I apologize for the disturbances during my stay. I hope you can forgive me, Elder Zhu Li. Haha, there is no need for such formality, my lord. Your assistance to my ancient dragon clan has been immeasurable. Mere words cannot express our gratitude. If you were in the southern region of Zhongzhou, I could have He Qing escort you. Traversing the void would be far swifter than journeying across the Dou Qi Continent, Zhu Li responded cheerfully. He Qing stepped forward, performing a respectful gesture. Sensing Xiao Ze's hesitation, he scratched his head and assured, My lord, there is no need for concern. The ancient dragon island is currently devoid of any crisis. and my departure is quite permissible. Understood, Xiao Ze replied, expressing his gratitude to Elder Zhu Li. I appreciate your assistance, Senior He Qing. After some pleasantries, they made their way outside the ancient dragon island. He Qing transformed, becoming an enormous black dragon. Xiao Ze, along with Xun'er and the little doctor, ascended atop the colossal beast, while Mang Tianqi swiftly followed suit. Having grown familiar with the ancient dragon clan and developed a good rapport with He Qing, they soared through the void aboard the dragon, heading towards the southern region of Zhongzhou. The Stone Clan is located in the stony wilderness of the southern region of Zhongzhou. Like other ancient races, the Stone Clan is remarkably discreet, seldom appearing on the Dou Qi Continent. With their profound heritage, they no longer need to compete for ordinary resources against other forces on the continent, unless it concerns rare flames such as the pure lotus demon fire, which would compel ancient clans to send representatives to attempt to subdue it. The beast domain is in proximity to the southern region of Zhongzhou, thus their journey would not take an excessive amount of time. Thanks to He Qing's speed, they arrived at the stony wilderness within 10 days. My lord Xiao Ze, we have arrived at the stony wilderness, He Qing announced, breaking through the spatial barrier and gracefully descending upon a mountain peak. Having safely delivered you all, I shall take my leave. As the Stone Clan did not extend an invitation to my ancient dragon clan, he added, nodding to Xiao Ze before vanishing back into the endless void. Senior He Qing is remarkably efficient in his actions, without any unnecessary delays, Xun'er remarked, eliciting nods of agreement from the others. Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon the vast expanse of the giant stone wilderness, a desolate plain where countless colossal stones towered majestically. The overwhelming energies of heaven and earth converged upon these monoliths, forming a rather enigmatic array in the shadows. Some of these stones pierced the heavens, rivaling the grandeur of lofty mountains, evoking admiration from the women present and deepening their understanding of the boundless Dou Qi Continent. The Ming Tnch? As the group observed the wilderness, an ancient voice resonated from the void. Ming Tnch's expression turned grave as he gazed at the elderly figure manifesting in the air. To his astonishment, it was you who had come as the protector. The newcomer appeared venerable, with hair and beard as white as snow, and even his eyebrows were completely white. His deep-set eyes, devoid of any murkiness, possessed a peculiar allure akin to black holes, drawing one in with an irresistible sense of mystery. This elder was none other than the protector mentioned by Xun'er, the esteemed Elder Tong Xian. In chapter 413, The Stone Realm, Elder Tong Xian's eyes swept over the crowd, his previously calm demeanor revealing a hint of turbulence, clearly having discerned the backgrounds of Xiao Ziyan and the others. Even Elder Tong Xian was somewhat taken aback upon encountering Xiao Ze and his companions. The cursed poison body, the azure snake, 3 flower pupils, the 7-colored devouring python, and a Xiao Ze whose depths even he could not fathom. Elder Tong Xian pondered in surprise how Xun'er had come to befriend such individuals. However, he soon concluded that like attracts like, given Xun'er's excellence, her companions could hardly be mere mediocrities. Upon meeting Elder Tong Xian, Xun'er offered a slight bow and introduced Xiao Ze and the others. As for the venerable Ming Laoshi, he was the dean of the Jianan Academy, where Xun'er had previously studied for a time. Elder Tong Xian nodded at Ming Tnch, with whom he had some acquaintance, before directing his gaze toward Xiao Ze. With his seasoned perception, Elder Tong Xian naturally discerned that Xun'er's feelings for Xiao Ze were somewhat different. Upon encountering Elder Tong Xian, Xiao Ze slightly bent his waist and offered a respectful bow. There is no need for formality. Since you share a special bond with Xun'er and possess commendable strength, I shall refrain from further remarks. However, I cannot speak for the attitudes of the other old-timers in the ancient clan. If you wish to silence them for good, it is best to truly step into the realm of Dousheng and then clarify your situation with Xun'er. Elder Tong Xian did not mince words, but spoke directly. Upon hearing such candid words from Elder Tong Xian, Xiao Ze was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly respond with cupped hands. Thank you, Elder Tong Xian, for your recognition. I shall exert my utmost efforts. Elder Tong Xian regarded Xiao Ze with an ambiguous expression. Despite Xiao Ze's extraordinary talent, Elder Tong Xian was acutely aware of how formidable the threshold before him truly was. Although he had suggested that Xiao Ze clarify matters with the ancient clan after his breakthrough to Dousheng, the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. However, the path to breaking through to the Dousheng realm is fraught with challenges. Even among the younger generation of the ancient clan, those capable of achieving this feat are few and far between. Tong Xian cast a discerning glance at the others and discerned that this group was largely centered around Xiao Ze. Yet, this matter was one for the youth to navigate, and he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Come, I shall lead you into the stone realm. With a flourish of his sleeve, Tong Xian soared ahead into the massive stone wasteland. Observing this, the others hastily followed, while Xiao Ze took a moment to regard Tong Xian's retreating figure. Tong Xian's power seemed to lie in the mid-range of Dou Sheng, approximately between 4 and 6 stars. Though Xiao Ze's current cultivation level rendered him unable to ascertain the exact strength. The appointment of Tong Xian as Xun'er's guardian reflects the Elder Council's profound regard for her. Be cautious, this stone wasteland serves as a natural barrier. Meticulously crafted into a formation by the ancestors of the Stone Clan over considerable time. It intertwines with the energies of this realm, making it exceedingly difficult for even a Dou Sheng to unravel, Elder Tong Xian explained with a calm demeanor. Mang Tianqi opened his mouth, initially intending to offer an explanation. Under Elder Tong Xian's guidance, the group swiftly traversed through the stones, halting only when they reached the central area of the wasteland. This central zone housed an intricately designed stone formation, and before it stood 2 imposing figures with skin of a pale gray hue. These 2 figures were particularly robust, rivaling even the formidable He Qing. Xiao Ze also noted the faint Stone Clan insignia etched upon their foreheads. The 2 towering men briefly inspected the invitation jade slip presented by Elder Tong Xian, then bowed respectfully, allowing him passage. Please, they said, not questioning the identities of Xiao Ze and the others. After all, they were from the ancient clan and thus presumed to pose no threat. Moreover, should any issues arise, they could be directed to the ancient clan. As the group passed through the stone formation in the central area, they beheld an enormous stone gate towering 100 feet high, at the center of which lay a distorted space. The Stone Clan has always maintained a low profile, unlike the ancient clan, which has constructed a grand city beyond the ancient realm. Xun'er whispered to Xiao Ze, her voice just audible enough for the surrounding little Dr. Immortal and others to hear. Under Elder Tong Xian's leadership, the Stone Clan guards dared not pose any challenges. After all, within the ancient races, the principle of respecting the strong prevails. Elder Tong Xian's cultivation is genuine Dou Sheng strength and not to be underestimated. He could even stand toe-to-toe with their esteemed elders. Such powerful figures are not to be trifled with. As they entered through the colossal stone gate, the group experienced a momentary dazzle of the senses. The scenery before them transformed into a vibrant tapestry, contrasting starkly with the desolate landscape of the wasteland. Within the stone realm, the vista became a riot of colors, with verdant mountains stretching as far as the eye could see. In the realm of stone, there exist not only the formidable warriors of the Stone Clan, but also millions of their descendants. These individuals represent the lower strata of an ancient lineage and serve as the essential foundation. Upon the awakening of their bloodline, they can truly ascend to become part of the ancient race. Thus, to ensure the survival of these millions of descendants, it is imperative that the stone realm does not transform into the desolate plains akin to the outside world. At the entrance, colossal flying beasts lay quietly on the ground, patiently awaiting the arrival of guests. I have the honor of greeting Elder Tong Xian and the esteemed members of the ancient clan. I am a representative of the Stone Clan, tasked with attending to your needs. Please, follow me. A beautiful young maiden of the Stone Clan approached, her face adorned with an expression of utmost respect as she bowed to Elder Tong Xian. It is likely that the guards of the Stone Clan had conveyed the news, prompting the elders to promptly organize personnel for such an esteemed visitor. After all, a powerhouse of Elder Tong Xian's caliber deserved their utmost reverence. Under the guidance of the young maiden, the group ascended onto one of the enormous flying beasts, whose wings stretched an impressive several hundred feet wide. As the creature took to the skies, soaring into the distance, Xiao Yixian and the others gazed curiously at the scenery of the stone realm, while Xun'er provided insights about their surroundings to Xiao Ze. Xiao Yixian and the others listened intently to Xun'er's narration, refraining from interjecting. Compared to Xun'er, their understanding of the ancient races was still rather superficial, much of which they had learned through Xiao Ze. Previously, Xiao Ze had also perused the archives of the Dan Tower, where he encountered records concerning ancient races. The higher echelons of the Dan Tower were not entirely ignorant of these ancient lineages. Indeed, those at such a level had long been qualified to engage with them. However, the Dan Tower only documented information about those ancient races willing to communicate with them, with the records of the Medicine Clan being notably abundant. This was due to the fact that, during each session of the Medicine Convention, the continent's foremost alchemical force would invariably receive invitations from the Medicine Clan. After nearly half an hour of flight at the speed of the colossal beast, they finally beheld a mountain rich with an immense concentration of celestial energies. Upon this mountain, clusters of palatial structures stood, emanating subtle yet powerful auras. As the magnificent flying beast descended slowly, the group was afforded a closer look at the palaces atop the mountain. Constructed from a unique stone material, the palaces exuded an atmosphere of grandeur, imbued with the essence of the untamed and the ancient. Inside the palaces, numerous figures stood, radiating either formidable or latent energies. The arrival of Xiao Ze and his companions attracted the attention of those within the Grand Hall. Upon recognizing the emblem of the ancient clan, the expressions of the onlookers turned solemn. After all, even among the ancient races, the ancient clan held a position of considerable strength, rivaled only by the exceedingly enigmatic Soul Clan. Ah, what a surprise! It is you, Brother Tongxian. Leading the expedition in person, a venerable figure, his skin a pallid gray-white, suddenly materialized before them. Though his visage bore the marks of age, his physique was remarkably robust. Even without making a move, one could sense the terrifying power that resided within him. Brother Sure, it has been quite some time since we last crossed paths, nearly a century. If I recall correctly, Tongxian remarked with a faint smile, clasping his hands in respect towards the elder of the Sure clan. This elder, a high-ranking figure within the clan, possessed strength surpassing that of Tongxian, thus he was met with cordiality rather than coldness. Xun'er, I shall reminisce with Brother Sure for a while. You may wait here for the time being. Haha, there is no need for haste. The hunt for the rock demon is still 3 days away, and accommodations will be arranged for you shortly, the Sure elder announced. Casting a glance over Xiao Ze and his companions, pausing momentarily on Xun'er and Xiao Ze. Is this truly the illustrious daughter of the ancient clan? She appears to possess a bloodline of divine caliber. And what of that one who seems to be shrouded in mystery? Could he be a hidden prodigy of the ancient clan? A fleeting thought crossed the elder's mind as he invited Tongxian to a different locale for their discussions. Among the myriad of clans represented, there was none he deemed worthy of his personal attention, save for the elder of the ancient clan, Tongxian. Most others were merely semi-saint level elders, with only a few achieving the status of a true one-star battle saint, insufficient to warrant the presence of the Sure clan's revered elder. Once Tongxian departed, a striking young maiden addressed the assembly. Please follow me. As the ancient clan arrived in 2 separate groups, would you prefer to visit the palace where the first group resides? Xun'er frowned slightly. The number of clansmen participating in the rock demon hunt was considerable. After all, this method of trial was highly favored by the elders of the ancient clan. Despite its dangers, it offered significant advantages, most notably the absence of quota restrictions. The younger generation was eager, poised to seize this rare opportunity to further enhance their abilities. Consequently, the youth of the ancient clan were particularly animated. When they learned that Xun'er would also be participating, a surge of competitive spirit arose among them. Could we perhaps find another palace? Xun'er inquired. Certainly. The maiden replied with a nod, leading Xiao Ze and the others to a residence designated for esteemed guests. The maiden, perceptive and astute, chose not to place their palace adjacent to that of the ancient clan, opting instead for a location that was neither too close nor too far. As Xiao Ze and his companions made their way to their quarters, discussions erupted among the other ancient races and invited sects within the Grand Hall. Could that be the revered elder of the Sure clan? One inquired. There is no doubt. Only the elders of the ancient clan and the Soul Clan would warrant such personal attention from him. Perhaps not entirely. The strength of that elder from the ancient clan is particularly formidable. To me, he feels akin to a black hole, capable of devouring any probing inquiry. The speaker is a venerable elder from a clandestine sect, possessing formidable strength equivalent to a one-star Dou Saint. Upon hearing the words of this one-star Dou Saint, expressions of astonishment and relief washed over the faces of the crowd. It is no wonder that such a figure could summon the elder of the Stone Clan to personally extend his hospitality. In a corner of the Grand Hall, a man clad in a flowing black robe, with a smile gracing his visage, engaged in conversation with several powerful individuals. His long black hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, exuding an air of nonchalance. His countenance, resembling jade, bore a gentle smile that radiated warmth and elegance. Soon, those conversing with him departed, evidently having gained valuable insights. Once the others left, 2 shadowy figures in black silently materialized behind the man, as if they had been present all along, unnoticed. Lord Soul Jade. She appears to be the most perfect embodiment of the ancient clan's bloodline awakening in this generation. The smile on Soul Jade's lips faded as she reflected on the ancient clan's protective measures, having sent the old fellow from Tongxian. Shall we seize this opportunity to eliminate her within the rock demon realm? At this, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Soul Jade's eyes. If the opportunity presents itself, it would be prudent to dispose of her. However, our primary focus remains on the task assigned by that esteemed individual. Should anyone aware of Soul Jade's identity overhear this, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for Soul Jade holds a prestigious position within the Soul Clan, possessing a divine bloodline and is regarded as one of the 2 most likely candidates to become the next clan leader among the younger generation. Even when referring to that esteemed individual, her tone reflects deep respect. The 2 figures behind her promptly acknowledged, "We understand." The Soul Clan's purpose for attending the rock demon hunt extends beyond mere participation. It is crucial to fulfill a mission concerning the continuation of their bloodline. A gentle smile adorned Soul Jade's lips as she remarked, "Let us depart. We have discerned enough." Before leaving, she cast a glance over the figures in the grand hall, her gaze akin to that of assessing mere tools. After days of travel, we can finally rest. The little medicine sage stretched, showcasing her enchanting form in full glory. With a smile, Xiao Ze bid farewell to the young woman from the Stone Clan and returned to the grand hall. Observing the little medicine sage's graceful silhouette, he couldn't help but marvel at how women mature beautifully over time. Soon after, he noticed Xun'er deep in thought. "What troubles you, Xun'er?" he inquired. "I believe I spotted someone from the Soul Clan in the reception hall, and their presence unsettles me," Xun'er replied, her brow furrowing. The existence of someone who could evoke such unease in Xun'er piqued Xiao Ze's curiosity. "Do you know them?" "That person is named Soul Jade, one of the most distinguished among the younger generation of the Soul Clan, possessing a divine bloodline. Their strength is formidable, reportedly having reached the pinnacle of Dou Qi, and they are undergoing the 9 transformations to sanctity." After hearing Xun'er's description, Xiao Ze began to recall pertinent information regarding Soul Jade. As the possessors of 2 divine bloodlines within the Soul Clan, their prowess is indeed extraordinary. Their initial appearance seems to have been in the desolate ancient domain, during a time when various clans vied for the opportunity presented by the Bodhi ancient tree. Soul Yu cleverly employed a tactic of using others as pawns, compelling numerous powerful factions to expend their efforts against the beast tide. In contrast to other members of the Soul Clan, who readily resort to murder and soul extraction, Soul Yu's ability to manipulate and ensnare formidable figures with unwavering composure is far more formidable. If the opportunity arises, it would be prudent to eliminate him. Xiao Ze mused inwardly. Not to mention, the time since the opening of the ancient domain has greatly diminished, and Soul Yu's strength is certainly not what it once was. Even if Soul Yu were to possess the same strength as during the ancient domain's inception, Xiao Ze remains undaunted. After all, during that time, Soul Yu's battle aura was merely at the pinnacle of the 9 transformation battle sovereign. Chapter 415, The Ancient Qingyang, The Unveiling of the Rock Demon Realm. Xiao Ze did not divulge his thoughts to Xun'er. After all, it remains uncertain whether fate would allow them to encounter Soul Yu. Speaking of divine bloodline possessors, the Soul Clan's lineage is indeed among the most illustrious. Among the ancient races, only the still thriving ancient clan has the potential to birth another divine bloodline possessor. And this has been the sole occurrence in a millennium. Yet within this generation of the Soul Clan, there are already 2 divine bloodline possessors, Soul Yu and Soul Foam, both formidable contenders for the next clan leader. The void-devouring flame has consumed the leader of the devouring spirit clan, utilizing their innate gifts to ensure the continuity of the Soul Clan's Battle Emperor bloodline. Remarkably, as time progresses, it appears to grow even stronger. This generation has indeed birthed 2 divine bloodline possessors. According to the original text's assessments of divine bloodline possessors, their future prospects may even lead to the attainment of a high-star battle saint. However, the burgeoning strength of the Soul Clan comes at the cost of the quiet extinction of numerous ancient races. The history of the Soul Clan is the most ancient, having leveraged the capabilities of the void-devouring flame to surreptitiously annihilate many ancient clans. By harnessing their bloodline powers, the Soul Clan extends its own lineage. The Stone Clan, where Xiao Ze currently resides, is one such ancient race depicted in the original text as having been consumed. Upon noticing Xiao Ze lost in contemplation, Xun'er refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to stand quietly before him. When Xiao Ze returned to reality, he found Xun'er gazing intently at him. "Do I have flowers on my face? Why do you look at me so?" Xiao Ze chuckled, reaching out to gently stroke Xun'er's hair, which was remarkably smooth. Xun'er seldom witnessed her brother Xiao Ze in such deep thought. With a gentle smile, she quietly expressed her enjoyment of his touch. Suddenly, the 5 individuals within the grand hall sensed something and turned towards the entrance, where several powerful auras were emanating. "Brother Xiao Ze, those are my clansmen. I shall go greet them," she said. As Xun'er arrived at the entrance, she gently waved her hand, and the grand stone doors slowly creaked open, revealing several figures to the gathered audience. At the forefront stood a slender man clad in a simple azure robe, his countenance strikingly handsome, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and tranquility. Upon seeing Xun'er, Gu Qingyang paused momentarily, while Xiao Ze, who stood not far behind him, momentarily froze in astonishment. Though he quickly masked his surprise, Gu Qingyang, a formidable figure, had interacted with Xun'er after her return to the Gu clan. Although she addressed him with the utmost courtesy as elder brother Qingyang, he was acutely aware that despite her smiling demeanor, there lingered an unmistakable chill that suggested an impenetrable distance. Gu Qingyang possessed the self-awareness to recognize Xun'er as the daughter of the clan leader, the true jewel of the Gu clan, a paragon of excellence. Sensing Xun'er's sentiments, he relinquished any unspoken hopes. Their current relationship was amicable, and her reference to him as elder brother Qingyang was indeed sincere. However, he had not anticipated that during her excursion, she would return accompanied by an unfamiliar gentleman. A fleeting thought crossed Gu Qingyang's mind as a subtle smile graced his lips. Xun'er, I have heard that you have arrived at the Stone Clan. In 3 days, the infernal demon realm will open. Shall we explore it together? His eyes conveyed a hint of entreaty. As the eldest daughter of the Gu clan, Xun'er would be unable to enter the infernal demon realm under the protection of Elder Tongxian, and it was their duty as leaders of the clan to ensure her safety. No need, elder brother Qingyang, Xun'er replied with a smile, shaking her head in refusal. My friends will accompany me into the infernal demon realm as my honorary elders, and I have great faith in their abilities. Her decision was resolute. Unaffected by Gu Qingyang's words, the silver-robed man behind Gu Qingyang glanced around the hall upon hearing Xun'er's response, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. For every individual present was a high-star Dozun. He could not discern Xiao Ze's strength at all. At such a level, one could not easily gauge another's power. Either the individual had mastered a secret art to conceal their prowess or possessed a rare artifact, or their strength was vastly superior, perfectly masking their aura. The silver-robed man deduced what Gu Qingyang had also considered. Since your friends are formidable, we shall not insist further. Should the need arise, do not hesitate to speak up. Gu Qingyang said with a smile directed at Xun'er. Then we shall take our leave. By the way, the Soul Clan has also dispatched personnel, including one possessing divine quality bloodline. The Soul Jade. The Soul Jade is immensely powerful. Should you encounter him in the infernal demon realm, exercise caution and do not act rashly. Xun'er nodded with a smile, grateful for elder brother Qingyang's advice, which she would heed. Before departing, Gu Qingyang and his entourage cast a lingering glance at Xiao Ze. With a casual wave of her hand, Xun'er closed the door. Throughout the encounter, despite wearing a smile, she exhibited no inclination to invite them into the grand hall. Brother Xiao Ze, after such a prolonged journey, you should take some time to rest. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyang walked back with the man in the silver robe and the burly figure. The man in silver chuckled lightly. I never anticipated that Xun'er could quietly forge friendships with such formidable and exceptionally gifted individuals. Indeed, Gu Qingyang replied, I noticed that her acquaintances, though youthful in appearance, possess the prowess of high-ranking Dozun. Their talents are truly extraordinary, rivaling even our own. He sighed softly. That man's strength is even more formidable. I sense that in a true confrontation, I would likely be at a disadvantage. The burly man and the silver-robed figure exchanged glances, recalling the inscrutable power they sensed from Xiao Ze, which brought them some solace. Haha, it's fortunate we didn't bring Gu Yao along, otherwise. Upon seeing a man in Xun'er's hall, Gu Yao would surely challenge him directly. That would indeed lead to a humiliating defeat. Gu Qingyang shook his head as they returned to the ancient clan palace. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and under the guidance of the Stone Clan elder, everyone gathered at a vast circular mountain range. Xiao Ze surveyed the sprawling expanse of the mountain range, which stretched for miles, his gaze sharpening, for within this circular formation lay numerous traces of seals. Towering stone pillars, some hundreds of feet tall, stood resolutely, with several severely damaged and broken, revealing a deep crimson hue in the central area. Contemplating the stone pillars, Xiao Ze's expression turned thoughtful. However, before he could delve deeper into his observations, a peculiar stone rumble resonated throughout the space. Thank you all for traveling from afar to participate in the Rock Demon Hunt. I shall refrain from unnecessary preamble and will now open the Rock Demon realm. As the elder's voice echoed, a formidable surge of spatial power erupted from him, striking the center of the circular mountain range with great force. The space began to warp, reaching heights of several hundred feet. The Rock Demon realm is now open. Chapter 416, Rock Demon Core. Witnessing the distortion of space, the attendees grew restless. Given the perilous nature of the Rock Demon Hunt, most participants were at the Dozun level, with only a few Dozun present at their peak, struggling to break through to Dozun. They sought to leverage the hunt as an opportunity for their advancement. In contrast to the excitement of others, Xiao Ze redirected his gaze back to the circular mountain range, where the black stone pillars ignited his curiosity. Brother Xiao Ze, those are remnants left behind by the rock demons after they broke through to the rock demon realm. Xun'er whispered to him. This circular mountain range bears many traces of seals, a result of the Stone Clan's efforts to mend their defenses after the prior breach of the rock demon realm. Indeed, those stone pillars are remnants left by the rock demon. Xiao Ze's understanding of the ferocity of the rock demon has deepened. After the opening of the rock demon realm, the elders of the Stone Clan gazed at the crowd. They requested those participating in the rock demon hunt to step forward and receive the spatial stones, warning that the rock demon realm is fraught with peril. If besieged by numerous rock demons, one should not act recklessly but immediately shatter the spatial stone to be expelled from the rock demon realm and return to the circular mountain range. While distributing the spatial stones, the Stone Clan elder offered this counsel, for their invitation to various factions was not intended to lead to the slaughter of their formidable members. Should too many strong individuals perish within the rock demon realm, the Stone Clan would find it difficult to address the inquiries from those factions. As Xiao Ze and his companions stepped forward, a multitude of gazes fell upon them, with the majority fixated on Xiao Ze, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy, even wishing to take his place. How enviable it is that he has mingled with the ancient clan's young lady. The ancient clan's young lady is renowned for her stunning beauty, and one wonders where she found 3 equally captivating companions. How one longs for the chance to be noticed by the ancient clan's young lady. It would be delightful to bask in the company of such exquisite beauties. But alas, with your 6-star Dozun strength, you cannot hope to compare with any of them. The whispers and even the telepathic murmurs surrounding him did not escape Xiao Ze's notice, yet he chose to ignore them. A spatial stone, exuding potent spatial energy, gently settled into Xiao Ze's palm. He sensed a peculiar sealing power within the spatial stone, likely corresponding to the sealing array of the circular mountain range. Shattering the spatial stone would result in expulsion from the rock demon realm, while simultaneously triggering the sealing mechanism of the circular mountain range to forcibly extract the entrant. In an instant, Xiao Ze grasped the fundamental principles of the spatial stone. As he caressed the stone, he quietly expanded his soul power to sense the sealing array of the circular mountain range. Although he could not completely encompass it, his current mastery of array techniques allowed him to glean a fragment of the whole. After obtaining the spatial stone, many powerful individuals eagerly entered the rock demon realm. While the women turned their gazes toward Xiao Ze, noting his contemplative demeanor, they refrained from interrupting him. Even if he were to express a desire to forego entering the rock demon realm, they would express no dissent. In the vicinity of the Soul Clan, Hun Yu cast a glance at Xiao Xun'er and lingered momentarily on Xiao Ze, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Let us also proceed. Soon, a golden glimmer flashed in Xiao Ze's eyes as he exhaled slowly. He had now acquired the ability to entirely replicate the effects of the spatial stone through his own means. Scanning the surroundings, he observed that the number of participants in the rock demon hunt had dwindled. Let us go. Those who enter simultaneously are likely to be transported to the same location, Xiao Ze remarked with a smile to the women. Very well. The group of women followed Xiao Ze as they soared toward the realm of spatial distortion. Within the void, Elder Tong Xian observed Xiao Ze and his companions entering the rock demon realm. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stroked his beard, remarking with astonishment that the Xiao Clan, long thought to have abandoned their Dou Emperor bloodline, could still produce such an extraordinary talent. With Xiao Ze's innate gifts, he might indeed break through the threshold of Dou Saint and, through sheer determination, restore the Xiao Clan to its former glory. If Xiao Xian were aware of such a remarkable prodigy among the younger generation, he would likely be rendered speechless in astonishment. Tong Xian chuckled, refraining from mentioning Xiao Xian, the ancestor of the Xiao Clan, in Xiao Ze's presence. The young man's prowess was sufficient to earn his recognition without the need to invoke the glory of his forebear. As Xiao Ze approached the spatial distortion, the scenery before him flickered and transformed. The power of space gradually dissipated, allowing him to observe his surroundings. What greeted his eyes was a desolate expanse of black earth, the sensation beneath his feet revealing its extreme hardness. Through the resonance with the Tree of Origins, Xiao Ze felt a sense of relaxation, knowing that Xun'er, the little Doctor Immortal, and others were nearby. He stood quietly, awaiting their gathering. However, before that could happen, a minor inconvenience needed addressing. Slowly turning around, he found himself face to face with a towering rock demon, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. The creature's body, composed entirely of stone, was as solid as obsidian, with its fiery gaze radiating an aura of unrestrained ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the rock demon opened its mouth, causing Xiao Ze's brow to arch in mild surprise. Indeed, this continent of Dou Qi was full of wonders. A being made entirely of stone could emit sound. Yet, Xiao Ze felt little trepidation, for this rock demon was merely on par with a late-stage Dou Zone, something he could easily crush with a single blow. Nonetheless, the rock demon displayed no sign of fear, seemingly oblivious to the vast chasm separating their strengths. After its roar, the rock demon raised its hands, adopting a pose as though to embrace something. To Xiao Ze's astonishment, a massive stone pillar, several dozens of feet long, coalesced before him. The rock demon, in a seemingly comical stance, clasped the enormous pillar and prepared to launch it toward Xiao Ze. The pillar appeared extraordinarily heavy, yet the rock demon effortlessly hurled it, demonstrating its terrifying strength. As the stone pillar tore through the air, It created swirling white mist around it. Observing the rapidly approaching projectile, Xiao Ze flicked his finger, unleashing a surge of vast Dou Qi that shattered the pillar into fragments. Following the destruction of the pillar, the Dou Qi pierced through the void, obliterating the rock demon's head into a cloud of dust. With its cranium gone, the massive body of the rock demon collapsed, causing the once sturdy ground to tremble beneath the weight of its fall. As Xiao Ze beheld the crumbling form of the rock demon, a spark ignited within his eyes. With a gesture towards the void, a crystalline orb of black, tinged with a faint crimson hue, soared into his grasp. Could this be the renowned core of the rock demon, said to possess the effects akin to the heart of the earth essence? Chapter 417, Link to Talent. Xiao Ze felt the energy encapsulated within the rock demon core. A golden root swiftly penetrated the core, voraciously absorbing its essence. However, after depleting the core's energy, a frown creased Xiao Ze's brow. For him, the benefit was negligible. Not only did it fail to provide the transformative effects comparable to the heart of the earth essence, but the energy contained within was merely a drop in the ocean. At this stage of his physical prowess, even a rock demon of the Dou Zun level might struggle to enhance his abilities further. Perhaps only the most exceptional rock demon cores could achieve such a feat. Upon realizing the limited utility of the rock demon core, Xiao Ze's interest waned significantly. At most, he would gather a few cores for Xun'er and the others. Brother Xiao Ze, it seems you have already engaged with the rock demon. Xun'er was the first to arrive, her eyes flickering with a golden flame. Despite being the farthest in Xiao Ze's perception, she reached him first. Among the women, her agility techniques were undoubtedly the most refined. Although Medusa, Xiao Yixian, and others trailed closely behind him with an array of agility techniques at their disposal, they paled in comparison to Xun'er. As anticipated, the rock demon core offered him little enhancement. Xiao Ze clapped his hands, scattering the remnants of the core into fine powder. "Ha, brother Xiao Ze. I dare say your physical prowess now surpasses even Ziyan's," Xun'er remarked. The higher one ascends in physical strength, the more arduous the journey becomes. For there comes a point when progress seems nearly impossible. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Ze presented Xun'er with the ancient dragoness blood he had previously acquired. "This is the ancestral blood of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. You have been away from me for so long. What Xiao Yixian and Medusa possess, you should have as well." Initially inclined to refuse, Xun'er hesitated upon hearing the latter part of Xiao Ze's statement and eventually accepted the jade vial. "Brother Xiao Ze, you certainly exhibit fairness in this regard," she remarked, her tone laden with meaning. At this, Xiao Ze coughed lightly, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. With Xun'er accepting the ancient dragoness blood, Xiao Ze felt a sense of relief. While the dragoness blood could enhance her physique, the benefits would be exponentially greater through Xun'er's tenfold feedback. Moreover, he was nearing the pinnacle of the 9 transformations Dou Zun, with only the next step leading to Dou Sheng. Breaking through to Dou Sheng was notoriously challenging. Despite amassing a wealth of energy for tenfold feedback, a lingering sense of inadequacy remained. As the two engaged in casual conversation, Xiao Yixian and Medusa, along with their azure scales, arrived in succession. Upon witnessing the corpse of the rock demon, the group exhibited little surprise. It appeared they had already encountered the creature along their journey. The realm of the rock demons is vast, and we find ourselves at its periphery, where the numbers of these creatures are sparse, predominantly solitary. As we venture deeper into the heart of the rock demon domain, their presence will undoubtedly escalate significantly. Moreover, the rock demons that congregate in groups are particularly formidable due to their innate racial ability, linking talent. When a rock demon stands upon this cursed land, they can connect with one another, greatly enhancing their collective strength. Upon hearing Xun'er's explanation, the expressions of the group varied. Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the concept of linking talent, while the likes of the medicinal sage and Medusa wore expressions of concern. This cursed land, could it be something other than a natural formation? Xiao Ze noted the peculiarities in Xun'er's description of the dark terrain. Indeed, as long as the rock demons remain in a certain area, the energy they exude will corrupt the land, rendering it inhospitable to other forms of life. It is precisely due to this unique ability that this race has been bestowed with the name rock demons. After all, such a power is exceedingly tyrannical, akin to that of demons, particularly targeting other living beings. The group nodded in understanding. This was the origin of the rock demon's name. Perhaps due to their linking talent and this corrupting ability, nature grants them formidable powers, yet simultaneously strips them of certain capabilities. The collective intelligence of the rock demon race is quite low. Had they possessed intellect comparable to that of humans, coupled with their linking talent and corruptive abilities, they would have long since transcended the confines of the rock demon realm. The group acknowledged this point, as the potency of the linking talent was palpable even from the description alone. Now that all were gathered, it was time to attempt a journey toward the central region. Otherwise, the rock demons at the periphery would prove insufficient for their endeavors, since they were among the last to enter. Those confident in their prowess had already made their way to the heart of the domain, hunting the more powerful rock demons. Thus, Xiao Ze and his companions encountered no other formidable beings along their path. The rock demons they faced illuminated the true strength of the linking talent. A few rock demons at the Dou Zone level, when linked, could unleash power rivaling that of the Dou Zun level. Furthermore, as their numbers increased, so too did their strength, akin to an enhanced version of combined combat techniques. No wonder they posed a challenge even to the Stone Clan. The group alighted upon a mountain peak, gazing into the distance where the dark and foreboding land seemed to exude an unsettling aura. From a distant cluster of rock demons, they sensed several presences on par with the Dou Zun level. From this point onward, even upon entering the central region, not only would the number of rock demons increase, but their strength would also undergo a qualitative leap, reaching the Dou Zun stage. Xun'er gazed at the particularly massive rock demons with a grave tone. Could it be that the core area houses rock demons of the Douxing level? The medicinal sage voiced her concerns. It is not so much the case. The rock demon clan seems to find it exceedingly challenging to give birth to beings of the saint level for reasons unknown. Xun'er shook her head and continued to elucidate. Ever since the rock demon clan was forcibly relocated to the stone realm, there has only been one instance of a rock demon of the Dou Saint tier being born. It was during that singular event that the rock demon broke free from the confines of their realm and engaged in an epic battle against the Stone Clan in the Circular Mountain Range. Fortunately, the Circular Mountain Range had yet to succumb to the corrupting abilities of the rock demons, which prevented them from fully utilizing their innate talents. Ultimately, under the leadership of their clan leader, the Stone Clan succeeded in slaying that Dou Saint-level rock demon. The battle against the rock demons inflicted significant losses upon the Stone Clan as well, prompting them to later construct numerous sealing formations in the Circular Mountain Range. Simultaneously, they undertook vast renovations to the area to mitigate the risk of contamination by the rock demon's abilities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixian and the others grew increasingly wary of the rock demons. After all, the Stone Clan, as an ancient race, possessed profound roots, and the fact that the rock demons could inflict substantial losses upon them was indeed alarming. It is likely for this reason that the Stone Clan places great emphasis on managing the rock demon realm, regularly conducting hunts for these creatures. The Stone Clan provides training and opportunities for growth, while the practitioners cleanse the realm of rock demons. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. In the 418th chapter, The Overwhelming Battle, there were a total of 24 rock demons, 4 of which were at the Dou Zun level, to be handled by you, while I swiftly deal with the remainder to weaken their strength. Xiao Ze pointed towards a cluster of rock demons and addressed Xun'er and Xiao Yixian. From this moment on, let us harmonize our efforts. Upon reaching the core area, we may encounter a chaotic melee, so let us avoid harming our own allies. Xiao Ze conjured a sphere of lightning in his hand and hurled it into the sky, where it soared above the cluster of rock demons, instantly unleashing boundless power as thunder erupted. Bolts of lightning cleaved through the void, descending with unmatched ferocity upon the earth. The resplendent silver lightning heralded the commencement of this battle. When the heavenly lightning struck the ground, it obliterated the head of a rock demon towering dozens of feet high into a fine mist. A golden flame soon pierced the void, carrying a terrifying might capable of incinerating even Dou Qi, and descended upon the mightiest of the rock demons in the cluster. Even with the formidable physique of the rock demon, it left behind a deep crimson burning mark from which a liquid akin to magma flowed forth. The power of the Golden Emperor's flame of annihilation was indeed fearsome. Upon witnessing Xun'er spring into action, Xiao Yixian and the others hastened to employ their own abilities. Their graceful forms danced like butterflies, swiftly entering the rock demon settlement, their agile techniques effortlessly evading the onslaught of lightning. Clad in a flowing white gown, Xiao Yixian soared amidst the silver thunder, untouched by a single spark. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, a purplish-gray toxic mist wafted forth, settling upon the Dou Zun rock demon and immediately corroding its body into a pockmarked state. The rock demon roared as it charged toward Xiao Yixian, who merely smiled faintly, opting not to engage in battle at that moment, but instead retreating gracefully. This region, ravaged by thunder, significantly impacts the noxious mists surrounding her. Meanwhile, Qinglin approaches another formidable rock demon. The verdant blossoms in her eyes spin slowly, unleashing a bizarre and formidable mental assault that crashes violently against the rock demon. This causes its scarlet eyes, brimming with boundless fury, to momentarily reflect a hint of confusion. With a low exclamation, Qinglin takes advantage of the brief control over the rock demon. Ancient patterns of the nine-headed serpent emerge on her forehead, their crimson hue rivaling that of the demon's gaze. A fierce, dark red energy coalesces into a peculiar nine-headed serpent, each head exuding an intensely savage aura as they lunge towards the demon's vital points. Medusa, clad in a form-fitting pale red battle armor, gazes upon the tempestuous scene illuminated by a myriad of lightning strikes. A spectrum of energy envelopes her, shielding her from the onslaught of thunder. With a sudden draw of her longsword, a radiant burst of seven-colored energy erupts amidst the silver sea of lightning. The sword's formidable aura cleaves towards the last of the rock demons with unparalleled sharpness. Xiao Ze remains atop the previous peak. In less than a minute since the battle commenced, the rock demons have already sustained grievous injuries. Were it not for their tough hides and innate resilience, they would have been obliterated by the likes of Xun'er and the Little Healer. Above, the thunderous spheres emit an overwhelming silver light, and the lightning has ceased, with Xiao Ze being the first to secure a kill. After all, even the most resilient of rock demons would succumb if struck in the head or other vital areas by lightning. Should they be fortunate enough to evade a critical hit, they would still face countless bolts waiting to strike. Thus, 1 minute into the fray, only 4 rock demons remain standing. Xiao Ze casts a glance across the other battlefields, where skirmishes have concluded within mere moments. The domain of the illusory sea expands, drawing in the cores of the rock demons previously vanquished. Gazing at the 20 floating cores, each varying in size, he divides them into 4 portions. At this juncture, Xun'er and the Little Healer return, each bearing their spoils. Now is the time to absorb these rock demon cores. Your physical resilience has room for enhancement. I shall guard you. Upon hearing this, the Little Healer, Medusa, and others nod, collecting the cores Xiao Ze had previously allocated. He had already explained to them that his current physique could not be augmented by absorbing these cores. As he observes Xun'er and her companions sitting cross-legged to absorb the cores, his attention shifts to the cores belonging to the rock demons of the Dou Qi tier. Unlike those beneath the Dou Qi level, these cores exhibit a dark red pattern. Xiao Ze notes that each dark red pattern signifies an advancement, equivalent to 1 star in the Dou Qi stage. The rock demon that Xun'er previously vanquished was equivalent to a 2-star Dou Qi. Xiao Ze gazed into the distance, where remnants of thunder and flames marked the battlefield, his expression tinged with gravity. Although this battle had been particularly effortless, concluding within mere minutes, what troubled Xiao Ze was the fact that the 2-star Dou Qi level rock demon had unleashed a power upon its demise that reached the 4-star Dou Qi tier. The potency of the linked talent was undeniable. Merely 24 rock demons, through the power of this linkage, could undergo such a remarkable transformation in combat prowess. This left Xiao Ze somewhat apprehensive about the rock demons in the core region. According to Xun'er, such a scale of rock demon cluster was merely considered small. Within the core region, medium-sized clusters of rock demons were ubiquitous. Even large clusters, comprising over 100 rock demons, were not uncommon. While the rock demons lacked experts of the Dou Qi level, the linked talent could still yield numerous high-tier Dou Qi level rock demons. At that moment, Xun'er, possessing the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, was the first to complete her refinement. As she slowly opened her eyes, the golden flames within still flickered with residual might. Brother Xiao Ze, are you worried about the rock demons? Xun'er inquired upon noticing Xiao Ze's distant gaze towards the battlefield. I am concerned that the linked talent of the rock demons might undergo a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation, potentially giving rise to rock demons with Dou Qi level combat abilities. This, Xun'er was uncertain about. Perhaps only the Stone Clan, who had long governed the rock demon realm, would possess such knowledge. Xun'er hesitated, refraining from drawing hasty conclusions. Well, whatever will be, will be. Even if we encounter rock demons that we cannot defeat, we can simply shatter the spatial stone to leave, she mused. Indeed, the rock demon cores harvested while traversing the core region would significantly enhance our physical prowess. Xun'er smiled and nodded, adding, however, if we could hunt high-level rock demon cores in the core region, that would be splendid. This way, Brother Xiao Ze, your journey to the rock demon realm would not be in vain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze smiled faintly but said nothing. Even though high-level rock demon cores would be beneficial to him, he would not partake in their use. After all, offering them to Xun'er would yield greater advantages. Chapter 419, Abundant Harvests, Observing from a Distance. Xun'er refined a 5-star rock demon core. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold reward. In the central region of the rock demon realm, Xiao Ze cast a glance at the panel notification that had appeared, a smile gracing his lips. Their group had lingered in the central region for over a month, dedicated to hunting rock demons and acquiring their cores. They had eradicated numerous small-scale rock demon clusters. Currently, the 5-star rock demon core refined by Xun'er was a contribution from the strongest among this medium-sized rock demon cluster. Xiao Ze surveyed the valley, which had been utterly ravaged. This rock demon cluster comprised 57 rock demons, with the strongest reaching the 5-star Dou Qi level. Through the enhancement of the Link talent, one has ascended to the pinnacle of the 7-star realm. The 7-star Doshin can indeed be regarded as a high-ranking Doshin. Even Xun'er finds it somewhat troublesome to manage. Had it not been for Xiao Ze's subsequent extermination of the other rock demons, which diminished the power of that particular rock demon, it might have taken several more minutes of effort. Now, medium-sized clusters of rock demons are beginning to emerge, indicating we are nearing the core area. Over the course of more than a month traversing the central region, we have reaped considerable rewards. According to Xun'er, the 3 major regions of the rock demon realm, the periphery, the center, and the core, vary in size, with the core region being the largest, followed by the central region, and the periphery being the smallest. After all, most of the rock demons in the peripheral area tend to be solitary, requiring less expansive living space. However, the core region is quite different, as medium-sized clusters of rock demons are ubiquitous. To sustain such a multitude of rock demons, the area they occupy is indeed the most extensive. In the time span of over a month, they have not encountered a single practitioner. It is uncertain whether this is due to the sheer vastness of the rock demon realm, making it difficult for practitioners to encounter one another, or if the rock demon clusters they faced were so formidable that they were compelled to shatter their spatial stones and depart from the realm prematurely. Xiao Ze speculated that both scenarios were plausible, as the strength of Xun'er and her companions ranks among the elite of this group of practitioners. With Xiao Ze included, they could undoubtedly be deemed the foremost. This explains their ability to swiftly deal with the rock demon clusters. However, other practitioners do not possess such terrifying strength, and it is likely that many have already exited the rock demon realm along the way. Moreover, the rock demon realm is indeed immense. They nearly traversed the central area directly. Excluding the time spent in combat and refinement, nearly a month was entirely devoted to travel. Under such circumstances, it is only now that they approach the core area. Given that Xiao Ze and his companions possess an average strength of high-ranking Doshin, their speed speaks volumes about the vastness of the rock demon realm. Just as Xiao Ze pondered this, his gaze was drawn toward the core area, where he beheld a towering figure, an imposing rock demon standing 100 feet tall, emanating an extraordinarily heavy aura. A solitary high-ranking rock demon? Xiao Ze mused, extending his sole perception to investigate that direction. His brow arched slightly upon discovering that the colossal rock demon was in pursuit of a group of individuals. Perhaps due to its formidable strength, the rock demon's speed far exceeded that of its subordinates. In its relentless chase of the group, the rock demon had cast aside its minions. An 8-star rock demon, even without the Link talent, possesses astonishing combat prowess. Coupled with its rocky physique, thick skin, and remarkable resilience, ordinary practitioners would indeed flee at the sight of it. At this moment, Xiao Ze and his companions found themselves situated in a valley, conveniently separated by a mountain range. Had it not been for the colossal form of the towering rock demon, Xiao Ze would not have taken notice. As the immense figure of the demon moved, the earth trembled. Even from the distance of a mountain range, one could feel a subtle quaking. Xiao Ze cast a glance at the ravaged valley, summoning ethereal power to obscure the traces of battle and residual energy in this place. Although he possessed the capability to vanquish the 100-foot-tall rock demon, Xiao Ze harbored no intention of extending his kindness to the beleaguered souls being hunted. Should they detect the aura here, it might lead to unwanted calamity. Rather than face such annoyance, it was far preferable to cloak the presence entirely. As anticipated, the frantic group hastily traversed the valley from several dozen miles away, swiftly fleeing toward the central region. Xiao Ze observed that they were not of the ancient races. Numerous sect uniforms adorned their ranks, resembling a loosely allied coalition. Such a disjointed assembly was the most troublesome, as unity of purpose was lacking. While some among them may not entertain thoughts of leading disaster, the mere presence of one with such intentions could spell trouble for Xiao Ze. Possessing the Golden Emperor Flame, Xun'er had a natural advantage in refining the core of the rock demon, and thus completed her task ahead of the others. Upon alighting, she sensed the tremors beneath her feet and instinctively glanced towards the distance. Brother Xiao Ze, those unfortunate souls have indeed provoked a formidable mid-tier colony of rock demons, she remarked. Approaching Xiao Ze, she naturally intertwined her arm with his. Upon spotting the 8-star Dou Qi rock demon, her suspicions were aroused. Indeed, according to your intelligence, Xun'er, only rock demons of 9 stars or above could muster a large-scale colony. The 8-star Dou Qi was likely the mightiest among the mid-tier. Xiao Ze smiled and nodded as he watched the rock demon recede into the distance. Are you interested in that rock demon, Brother Xiao Ze? It appears to be alone now. With its connection to its kin diminished, it should be quite manageable. Let us observe. We shall speak of it once the tumult surrounding the demon has settled, he replied. Hearing his words, Xun'er gently nodded. The realm of rock demons was hardly a bastion of order. Here, benevolence was best kept in check. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ze conjured a wisp of golden flame, transforming it into a nearly imperceptible golden glimmer that shot forth dozens of miles away. The golden streak traversed the void with remarkable speed, as if imbued with sentience, and landed discreetly behind the rock demon, leaving an inconspicuous mark of fire. I have inscribed a soul mark upon that rock demon. Should the opportunity arise, I shall effortlessly deal with it then. For now, let us remain as spectators to the unfolding conflict, Xiao Ze mused, his gaze shifting to the distance where a massive stone pillar, hundreds of feet tall, was forcefully thrust into the ground by the 8-star rock demon. Through the resonance of the soul mark, he sensed the pillar crashing into the earth, causing a seismic upheaval that created extensive fissures spanning several miles across the terrain. The group of practitioners continued to struggle, unwilling to concede defeat. Soon, the little medicine fairy and Medusa, among others, completed their refining process. Under Xiao Ze's concealment, they ascended into the air to observe this chase. Ultimately, the practitioners, filled with reluctance, shattered the spatial stone. After all, if they did not act, death would become their certain fate. Seizing such a rare opportunity, it would be a disservice to squander the chance to hunt a solitary 8-star rock demon. Xiao Ze beckoned to Xun'er and the others, and together they soared toward the roaring 8-star rock demon. Chapter 420, Harmonious Cooperation, Pitch-Black Flames. In an instant, the distance of several miles was erased, and the five arrived at the site of the previous explosive battle. Xiao Ze cast a glance at the battlefield below. Some misfortunate souls, after shattering the spatial stone, found themselves caught in the aftermath of the 8-star rock demon's attack, leaving behind severed limbs. However, encountering the 8-star rock demon, yet managing to retain one's life, could be regarded as a fortunate misfortune. Let us begin, Xiao Ze declared, dispelling the illusory power that had cloaked them. The roaring 8-star rock demon immediately locked onto the figures of Xiao Ze and his companions. Its colossal rocky hand descended like a mountain, shattering the surrounding air and producing a deafening sonic boom. The azure-scaled eyes of the demon erupted with a vivid emerald glow, within which 3 small green flowers slowly revolved. The peculiar and enigmatic mental force surged forth, preemptively striking the demon's head. The sudden mental assault left the rock demon momentarily dazed, causing its massive hand to veer off course and crash down violently onto the ground. The overwhelming force unleashed upon the earth resulted in the ground shattering, shaking the nearby mountains as if an earthquake had struck. The rock demon's physique was extraordinarily advantageous. Even a mere physical strike could unleash power comparable to Earth-level combat techniques. At the moment when the azure scales executed the 3 flower eyes of the azure serpent, the little medicine fairy, in perfect synchrony, unleashed the violet-gray poison of calamity. The poison silently clung to the 8-star rock demon's body, and now, even a peaked Dozun would not dare to underestimate its potency. Affected by the calamity poison, the rock demon's seemingly indestructible rocky skin became pockmarked, and its defensive capabilities significantly diminished. Witnessing the efficacy of the little medicine fairy's poison, Medusa and Xun'er unleashed their meticulously prepared attacks with sudden ferocity. Resplendent, multicolored sword energy, imbued with an unparalleled sharpness, slashed through the air. The sword energy cleaved the void and struck fiercely against the 8-star rock demon's torso, tearing a grotesque wound. Countless massive shards of dark rock erupted from the rock demon, crashing down like meteors and creating deep craters upon the ground. Observing this, Medusa narrowed her eyes slightly, dissatisfied that she had not achieved a single fatal blow. With her hands delicately poised, Xun'er summoned the resplendent golden emperor's flame, which erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun's blinding light. At her gentle command, the flame transformed into a magnificent arc of slashing energy. This formidable strike, honed to perfection, seemed capable of cleaving through all that stood before it. The extraordinary power of this strike silently swept past the 8-star rock demon, continuing its swift trajectory to a mountain range several miles behind, where it bisected the undulating peaks with a cataclysmic force. The demon's once raging eyes gradually dimmed, a brilliant golden line severing its body in twain before it collapsed, crumbling into a heap of massive debris. Xiao Ze observed the scene without intervening, satisfied as he watched the combined might of the 4 obliterate the 8-star rock demon. Since he had encouraged their collaborative combat, he had steadily diminished his own involvement. In their previous encounter with a medium-sized group of rock demons, he had only dispatched those beneath the rank of Battle Sovereign, leaving the formidable Battle Sovereign-level demons to be tackled by Xun'er and the others. Yet, the 8-star rock demon had met its misfortune, having relentlessly pursued the group of adventurers, showcasing its terrifying prowess. However, In the face of the coordinated assault from Xun'er and her companions, the demon was vanquished in mere moments. With the control of the three flower eyes of the azure-scaled serpent, the debilitating influence of the little medical sage's toxins, combined with the powerful combat techniques of Medusa and Xun'er, the demon's instantaneous demise was hardly surprising. Brother Xiao Ze, we have successfully dealt with it. Xun'er exhaled in relief, smiling at him. Well done. You have all demonstrated remarkable synergy. I can entrust you with the upcoming challenges posed by the medium-sized rock demon horde in the core area, Xiao Ze encouraged, eliciting smiles from the group, even causing the corners of Medusa's mouth to lift slightly. Xiao Ze's gaze shifted to the massive pile of rubble, and he enveloped it with his illusory sea domain, extracting the 8-star rock demon core from the void. Glancing at the core, he furrowed his brow and surveyed Xun'er and the others, saying, "For now, let me keep it. When the time comes." Before he could finish, Qinglin raised her hand slightly. "Young Master Xiao, the 8-star rock demon core should have some effect on you, shouldn't it? Perhaps you should absorb it," she suggested. Xiao Ze looked at the others, who all bore expressions of agreement. "There's no need. I have already reached the pinnacle of the 9 transformation battle sovereign. A single 8-star rock demon core would provide minimal enhancement and would not elevate me to the semi-holy realm. It is better to reserve this core for your use. I shall keep it for now. At that time, let us see if we can hunt a few more 8-star rock demons and distribute them evenly." With a smile, Xiao Ze graciously declined their kind offer. Upon hearing his words, Xun'er and Xiao Yixian were momentarily taken aback, soon followed by a sense of relief. Xiao Ze's cultivation had long been unfathomable. Reaching the pinnacle of the 9-turn Dou Zun was certainly within the realm of possibility. Throughout their journey, the reason Xiao Ze had allowed them to engage in battle without personally intervening was precisely this. If the pinnacle of the 9-turn Dou Zun were to take action, there would be little room left for Xun'er and Xiao Yixian to contribute. Moreover, given Xiao Ze's prowess at this level, his combat strength far surpassed that of the Dou Qi realm. Let us proceed. Beyond here lies the true core area. Perhaps fortune will favor us again, and we may encounter the cluster of rock demons where this 8-star demon resides, and conveniently eliminate it," Xiao Ze stated, pocketing the 8-star rock demon core as he addressed the 4 of them. Xun'er and the others smiled at his words, knowing that once this 8-star demon was dealt with, the strength of that rock demon cluster would inevitably be greatly diminished. If they truly encountered that cluster, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Hun Yu had reached a certain location within the core area. The black flames raging in his palm seemed capable of devouring all things in heaven and earth. A gentle smile still graced Han Yu's lips. Those fellows had finally proven to have some value as tools, albeit regrettably feeble against the rock demons. Otherwise, there would have been no need for me to take action myself. With a flicker of his figure, Hun Yu suddenly pressed the black flames in his palm onto the head of a rock demon, towering several hundred feet tall. The crimson hue in the demon's eyes fluctuated violently. Soon, a trace of darkness quietly seeped into the red of the demon's gaze. The task was thus accomplished. Yet to be on the safe side, it would be prudent to secure a few more, though regrettably, the utility of those tools was no longer available. Chapter 421, Unending Chaos, an unexpected encounter with Gu Qingyang. Upon entering the core area, it appeared that the rock demons residing here were not only stronger, but also far more numerous. The land here was also significantly more polluted. With a thunderous roar, the Medusa soared energy slashed diagonally, severing a rock demon in two, along with the mountain peak behind it. Yet, Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon the central region of the mountain, his expression growing solemn. Even the center of the mountain's cross-section was shrouded in utter darkness, clearly indicating complete contamination by the rock demons. As they ventured deeper into the core area, battles became increasingly frequent, with the number of rock demons indeed far more substantial. The rock demon race, endowed with exceptional traits, possessed hardly any disadvantages aside from their limited intelligence. Their combative prowess was formidable, their innate talents terrifying, compounded by an extraordinarily domineering ability to pollute their surroundings. Rock demons could transform their habitats into environments entirely suitable for their species, forbidding the long-term survival of other beings. Such an extreme and tyrannical capability. It was no wonder that the number of rock demons in the core area was so high, and their quality exceptionally formidable. It appeared to be intricately linked to the thorough pollution of this place. Xiao Ze, feeling a surge of insight, observed that the division of the rock demon realm from its peripheral areas to the core seemed to reflect the extent of the land's pollution. The areas most thoroughly affected by the pollution of the rock demons harbored a greater number and higher quality of these creatures. However, Xiao Ze was uncertain about the causality between the two, whether one was the cause and the other the effect, or if they were mutually reinforcing. The tainted land attracted more rock demons, which in turn could enhance their strength and accelerate their growth. Conversely, A greater number of more powerful rock demons would exacerbate the pollution of the land. This fleeting thought crossed Xiao Ze's mind, but he dismissed it, recognizing it as inconsequential. For his stay would be limited to 6 months, the duration until the spatial stone ceased to function. The time spent in the rock demon realm varied among individuals. Many had been compelled to shatter their spatial stones due to imminent danger, departing prematurely, while others managed to remain until the very limit. The duration of one's stay was determined by the spatial stone, which was uniquely attuned to the ceiling array of the ring-shaped mountain range. Thus its effectiveness lasted only 6 months. Should one fail to exit the rock demon realm within this time frame, the Stone Clan would assume the individual had perished within its confines and would no longer open the realm to search for practitioners. This stipulation had been clearly articulated by the elders of the Stone Clan before the practitioners entered the realm. Due to the urgency of their predicament, practitioners hastened toward the core upon entering the rock demon realm. At that moment, the core area was engulfed in chaos. Although the other practitioners were not as formidable as Xiao Ze and his companions, their collective strength was sufficient to contend with certain mid-sized groups of rock demons. However, the absence of the Stone Clan's saintly warriors meant that a complete reconnaissance of the core area was unattainable. The Stone Clan could not ascertain how many large groups of rock demons remained in the core. Based on past explorations, it was known that there were no fewer than 5 large groups of rock demons. The conditions for gathering such groups could only be met by rock demons of at least 9-star Dou Zun rank, implying that there were at least 5 9-star Dou Zun level rock demons in the core area. Thus, while practitioners stirred up conflict throughout, they were cautious not to act recklessly by venturing too deeply into the core area, as they could easily encounter a large group of rock demons. Even teams from ancient races could not guarantee victory against large groups of rock demons with awakened linking talents. Even if they could overpower them, the cost would be severe, likely resulting in others reaping the benefits. Therefore, even the teams from ancient races endeavored to avoid engaging large groups of rock demons, as the risks outweighed the rewards, preferring instead to hunt a few mid-sized groups. A golden flame incinerated a rock demon nearly 100 feet tall. Xun'er let out a soft sigh of relief as she retrieved the golden flame-imbued 8-star rock demon core. Brother Xiao Ze, we have successfully hunted a medium-sized rock demon colony, and the spoils are quite bountiful. Approaching Xiao Ze, she tossed the rock demon core to him. We ventured into the core area and managed to hunt 4 medium-sized rock demon colonies in succession. We were indeed fortunate. Now the rock demon cores can be evenly distributed. You may begin the refining process here. As Xiao Ze felt the immense energy contained within the rock demon core in his hand, he beckoned the others to join him. He then took out the rock demon cores he had previously accumulated and gauged the energy they possessed. Subsequently, he divided them into 4 equal portions. Without hesitation, Xun'er, the little healer, and the others took their respective shares and found suitable spots to commence their refining of the rock demon cores. They harbored no concern that Xiao Ze would show favoritism. Ever since Xun'er's return, Xiao Ze had demonstrated remarkable fairness in the distribution of such resources when the group was together. Even if only 1 8-star rock demon core was available, it would be refined by a single individual. Xiao Ze would ensure that those without cores would receive some 8th-grade elixirs later on. Although the little healer, Medusa, and the others were not inclined to feel any resentment toward Xiao Ze due to perceived bias, his unwavering commitment to fairness warmed their hearts. It made them, including the little healer, Medusa, and Qinglin, feel valued by him. Initially, they had worried that with Xun'er's return, Xiao Ze would no longer pay attention to them. However, reality proved their apprehensions unfounded. Xiao Ze remained oblivious to the thoughts of the women, as he had always been this way. During their time at Qinghua Academy, he had generously provided Xun'er with numerous elixirs and had not hesitated to supply the little healer with the poisons required for her unique constitution. Even though granting all the rock demon cores to Xun'er would yield a tenfold return and greater benefits, Xiao Ze adhered to his customary practice of striving for equitable distribution whenever conditions permitted. He firmly believed in the wisdom of the saying, "It is not the scarcity that troubles, but the inequality." This principle held true even among the closest of kin. Excessive favoritism could inevitably foster some degree of estrangement. Of course, situations like when he gifted the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit to Ziyan fell under conditions of necessity, as Xiao Ze was unable to conjure treasures of the same caliber as the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Observing the 4 women seated in meditation, refining the rock demon cores, Xiao Ze gazed into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, summoning 4 thunderous figures with golden roots to stand guard around them, ensuring their safety. His soul power had now reached the late stages of the heavenly realm, granting him perceptual abilities far superior to theirs. He sensed that a battle seemed to be erupting in a particular direction, one involving a party he recognized. It was none other than Gu Qingyang and his companions. who had previously sought Xun'er. Their current situation appeared rather precarious. What transgressions had they committed against the rock demons to incite such wrath, leading to a relentless pursuit by the formidable three-headed rock demon? Xiao Ze felt a flicker of curiosity, for based on his observations thus far, it was rare for different rock demon clans to unite in a concerted effort to hunt a single party. Had they perhaps acquired something of immense allure to the rock demons? He decided to investigate further. Chapter 422. The Treasure of the Rock Demon Clan. In the core region, an intensely fierce chase was unfolding. Countless gigantic stone pillars plummeted from the sky with the terrifying force of meteorites striking the earth, crashing down upon the ground. The targets of these colossal stone pillars were none other than Gu Qingyang and his companions. Sensing the increasingly ferocious pursuit behind him, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but smirk bitterly. Brother, if things get dire, perhaps we should relinquish this hot potato to them. The man in silver robes, sensing the growing presence behind them, felt a surge of apprehension. Although this object was indeed a hot potato, it was also an unparalleled treasure, its value prompting such frenzied pursuit by the rock demons. Gu Yao interjected, his gaze fixed upon the object in Gu Qingyang's grasp. It was a heart, its texture reminiscent of both stone and jade, pulsating as if it were still alive. The heart radiated a vivid crimson hue, and with each beat, an inexplicable energy emanated from it, irresistibly attracting the powerful rock demons. This peculiar heart could not be stored within a spatial ring. Any attempt to do so would result in the ring's destruction. This extraordinary red heart had been uncovered from a rocky mountain range. Upon hearing Gu Yao's words, Gu Qingyang furrowed his brow. Holding this heart felt akin to grasping a scalding hot potato, unless they could evade the rock demon's pursuit. Even this remarkable heart would prove useless to them. Gu Yao fell silent, acutely aware of the presence of the 9-star rock demons trailing behind them, and refrained from arguing. Even though the younger generation of the Gu clan was exceptionally powerful, they could not compare to the accumulated might of the rock demon realm over countless years. Now, the burly man, who had remained silent until now, shouted as he felt a gigantic stone pillar lock onto him. His immense aura erupted forth, causing the dark ground behind them to convulse under the pressure of his fierce fighting spirit. In an instant, a towering stone wall, hundreds of feet high, emerged, radiating an impregnable essence. This massive stone wall successfully blocked the descending pillars. However, it was unfortunate that their pursuers were not merely one rock demon, but an entire squadron. Under the relentless onslaught of the stone pillars, even the seemingly indestructible wall began to show cracks, before being shattered by a punch from a 9-star rock demon. The 9-star rock demon gazed at the retreating figures of Gu Qingyang and his party, the scarlet eyes fixated intently on the pulsating crimson heart, letting out a thunderous roar to the heavens. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Qi level, the intelligence of these rock demons has also seen a notable enhancement. Upon attaining the Dou Qi level, their intellect is nearly on par with that of humankind. Originally, as the rulers of various large rock demon clans, these 9-star rock demons would never employ their linking abilities to connect with one another, as it clashed with their territorial instincts. However, upon witnessing the elusive Crimson Heart, they have come to realize that if they do not act swiftly, this opportunity to advance could slip away forever. The first 9-star rock demon's roar echoed through the air like a stone cast into a pond, sending ripples across the expanse, followed by a series of resounding howls. Almost immediately, the aura emanating from the 9-star rock demon surged at a visible pace, ascending through the ranks of Dou Qi, from peak second transition to third and then fifth. These even more formidable 9-star rock demons utilized their linking abilities to amplify each other's power to an astonishing degree. Sensing the terrifying presence of these formidable beings closing in behind him, Gu Qingyang's expression changed dramatically, while the members of his team displayed sheer horror. If such formidable entities were to unite in their assault, they would scarcely have time to shatter the spatial stone. No, they must not forsake their subsequent training for this inexplicable heart. Even if they managed to shatter the spatial stone to escape, it might not guarantee that they could take the heart with them, for it possessed an immense spatial repulsion. Gu Qingyang urged, and his companions nodded in agreement. If the pursuing rock demons had not yet employed their linking abilities, there might still be a chance for escape. Yet now, with several pursuing them who had reached the peak of 4 and even 5 transitions of Dou Qi, they felt no hope of fleeing. Even the staunchest opponent, Gu Yao, showed no hesitation in this moment. Among the ancient clan, he stood as one of the most elite of his generation. There was no necessity to risk his life for a heart whose utility remained uncertain. With a surge of dense Dou Qi enveloping his hand, Gu Qingyang hurled the heart to the side, simultaneously leading his team in the opposite direction. The rock demons, upon sensing the red heart, disregarded Gu Qingyang and his companions' escape, racing frantically toward the heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze, who had long since arrived at the battlefield, raised an eyebrow slightly. Observing the crimson heart, enveloped in Dou Qi, soaring toward him, a smirk graced his lips as he reached out to seize the pulsating heart. Though he was unaware of the name of this treasure, he felt an extraordinarily rich and peculiar power emanating from it. It bore a resemblance to the force contained within the rock demon core he had initially absorbed. It was that very energy that rendered the rock demon core comparable to the earthly essence refinement elixir. Yet now, the unique energy within the crimson heart was vastly superior, existing on an entirely different level. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingyang tossed the crimson heart in my direction. Was it intentional or merely a coincidence? Xiao Ze pondered quietly, concluding it was likely unintentional. He had some confidence in his ability to obscure his presence. Furthermore, if Gu Qingyang had sensed him, given his character, he would not deliberately lead trouble their way. After all, Gu Qingyang regarded him as a member of Xun'er's group, although Xiao Ze could conceal his existence. The crimson heart exuded a peculiar energy that irresistibly attracted the attention of the rock demons. Even the departing members of the ancient clan could not help but glance towards Xiao Ze's vicinity. To them, the surrounding void bore no aura. Yet, the unique power emanating from the crimson heart unmistakably signified the presence of a formidable being concealed within. At that moment, all members of the ancient clan were seized by trepidation. For despite the guidance of the crimson heart, their senses failed to reveal the hidden strength lurking there. Gu Qingyang cast a profound gaze over his shoulder, his expression inscrutable. It appeared that this hunt for rock demons was indeed a gathering of hidden talents. Not only had the possessors of divine bloodlines from the Soul Clan been drawn here, but also that enigmatic man from Xun'er's entourage, whose identity eluded him. Gu Qingyang speculated about the identity of the concealed powerhouse. Though he had two candidates in mind, he could not be certain. There might be other strong individuals concealed within. Chapter 423. Siege? Annihilation. The members of the ancient clan, seeing the crisis averted, felt a sense of relief as the formidable rock demons abandoned their pursuit and turned towards that particular space. The silver-robed man spoke to Gu Qingyang. Brother, should we pause to observe which mysterious powerhouse that may be? Gu Qingyang furrowed his brow, though he too was curious. It was evident that the mysterious figure preferred to remain hidden. Were they to be discovered while observing, might they provoke this formidable being? Although the ancient clan was immensely powerful, Gu Qingyang did not wish to recklessly attract the attention of strong adversaries. In truth, stopping to take a look wouldn't be detrimental. The powerhouse might have been lurking in the shadows all along. His reluctance to relinquish the crimson heart indicated an interest in it, yet he had not attacked them, suggesting he was wary of the ancient clan. Gu Yao gazed longingly at the location of the crimson heart, contemplating the possibility of reaping the benefits. Hearing Gu Yao's words, Gu Qingyang observed the others. Noticing varying degrees of intrigue on their faces, he nodded slightly. Then let us pause and take a look. Gu Qingyang descended upon a mountain peak, situated over 10 miles from the battlefield. He regarded the position of the crimson heart, which remained unchanged, raising an eyebrow slightly. That individual possesses an unwavering confidence in their own strength, unperturbed by the onslaught of 6 pinnacle Dou Qi-level rock demons, or perhaps they harbor another form of reliance. Xiao Ze, indifferent to the rock demons, diverts his attention to the crimson heart in his grasp. With each rhythmic pulsation of the heart, an extraordinary force emanates, accompanied by a vibrant vitality. The fervent obsession of the rock demons towards this heart suggests it holds immense benefits for them. Based on previous sensations, it appears that the core of the rock demons also harbors this peculiar power, yet the heart's unique energy far surpasses that of the rock demon core, existing on an entirely different plane. Could it be, Xiao Ze muses internally, that the crimson heart is the key to their ascension to the Dou Qi level? After all, the 9-star rock demons possess considerable intelligence, albeit inferior to that of humans, yet they exhibit a profound desire for items that benefit their existence. The 6 towering rock demons, each exceeding 100 feet in height, move like colossal mountains, their every action imbued with terrifying might. Any ordinary strong individual brushed against by these moving mountains would likely suffer grievous injuries. Presently, these 6 pinnacle Dou Qi-level rock demons are relentlessly assaulting the location of the crimson heart. A fleeting thought crosses Xiao Ze's mind as he senses the approaching rock demons. His expression remains calm, and silver lightning flickers in his palm. He recalls the scene witnessed earlier at the Void Thunderpool, where the air was filled with the resounding roar of countless thunders, transforming that realm into a world of lightning. At that moment, he had already conceived the idea of creating a similar combat technique, relying on his seemingly boundless Dou Qi. Xiao Ze is particularly drawn to techniques capable of manifesting as domains. The illusory sea domain he previously created has proven immensely useful to him. remaining one of his most frequently utilized combat techniques to this day. This is not solely due to its extraordinary power, but also its versatility, capable of ensnaring, binding, and suppressing foes. The Thunderball he employed to assist Xun'er and others in battle was merely one of Xiao Ze's experiments. The lightning in his palm coalesces into a Thunderball, harboring an overwhelming force of thunder. Go! Xiao Ze gently tosses the Thunderball forward. The sudden appearance of the Thunderball in the void captures the attention of the ancient clan members. The rock demons roar in response, sensing a hint of danger from the Thunderball. However, the allure of the Crimson Horde is too compelling. This minor threat is insufficient to deter them. Behind the 6 rock demons, numerous others roar and charge toward Xiao Ze. Even if they may not be able to surpass the 6 pinnacle Dou Qi-level rock demons at the forefront. Yet the allure of the Crimson Horde was undeniably terrifying, to the extent that it allowed them to entirely forget the looming threat of death. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for the enigmatic powerhouse. Was it truly possible to quell the onslaught of so many rock demons with merely that enigmatic Thunderball? However, in the next instant, Gu Qingyang's eyes widened in astonishment, while the others in the group could not stifle a gasp of disbelief. Before the rock demons, the Thunderball detonated with a resounding explosion, seemingly harboring countless bolts of lightning, enveloping the surrounding space in a tempest of electrical fury. The cacophony of 1,000 thunders echoed, reverberating across a radius of several hundred miles. The silver-hued lightning illuminated the realm, transforming it into a world of thunder. Each bolt possessed an overwhelming might, capable of inflicting grievous wounds upon the 6 peak combatants among the rock demons. Those that followed in their wake, struck by a single bolt, faced severed limbs, or worse, instant demise. In less than 10 breaths, the thunderous realm had claimed every standing rock demon. Even the young generation of the ancient clan, seasoned as they were left astounded by the sheer destructive potential of that Thunderball. Should they find themselves ensnared within its grasp, it was likely they would not endure even 10 breaths before being utterly consumed by the relentless torrents of lightning, reduced to mere ash. Gu Qingyang and the other 4 commanders exchanged glances, each harboring a semblance of trepidation. Gu Qingyang's gaze remained fixed upon the tempestuous realm, inwardly contemplating how long he could withstand such power if he exerted himself fully. He could endure a single bolt, perhaps even 10. But what of 100 or 1,000? The prowess of this combat technique had surely ascended to the celestial tier. This technique was remarkably peculiar, as each bolt of lightning seemed to embody the strength of an earthly tier technique. Were it merely this, it would pose little concern. However, the seemingly infinite nature of the lightning was what rendered it profoundly terrifying. A voice from the ancient clan's ranks broke the silence, unable to contain their astonishment. They had speculated extensively about the battle between the mysterious powerhouse and the rock demons, yet they had not anticipated such a conclusive and overwhelming conclusion. The enigmatic figure had not even revealed their form. With merely a single extraordinary Thunderball, they had annihilated all the rock demons. Let us depart swiftly, lingering here. Whether to advance or retreat is no longer within our control, Gu Qingyang commanded decisively, leading the way without further discussion. The others, regaining their composure, hastened to follow him. After all, such a terrifying entity had undoubtedly sensed their presence and the impure intent of their observation. Now that the rock demons had been dealt with, should they choose to strike, another Thunderball could spell their complete annihilation. Xiao Ze glanced at Gu Qingyang and his party, observing their rapid departure, and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Otherwise, he truly would not know how to respond, for these were indeed the kin of Xun'er, and he could not act against them. Chapter 424. The Refinement of the Rock Demon Heart. The power of thunder raged in this space, resembling yet another void Thunderpool. However, compared to the vastness of the void Thunderpool, the one created by Xiao Ze was rather diminutive. Of course, this diminutive nature is a matter of comparison. When juxtaposed with the void Thunderpool capable of nurturing the 9 mysterious golden thunder, it naturally appears feeble. Nevertheless, when set against these peak battle sovereign rock demons, it proves to be an overwhelmingly formidable force. Xiao Ze's formidable spiritual power surveyed the surroundings for dozens of miles. Confirming the absence of other foes, he then turned his gaze towards that realm of thunder. He hoped that one day the thunder within this realm could turn to silvered gold, so that even when facing high-star battle saints, it could potentially bring them to ruin. Xiao Ze mused inwardly, then shook his head, acknowledging that such a day was still far off. The thunder power within him was not even comparable to the black magic thunder, let alone the 9 mysterious golden thunder that surpassed it. However, in a certain sense, wielding power that transcends one's own capabilities is also a challenge to control. Currently, the thunder composing this realm of lightning could be manipulated with the ease of an extension of his own will. The prior bolts of lightning, seemingly capable of annihilating all, now cradled the rock demon cores. If Gu Qinyang and his companions were to witness this, they would likely be left astounded. Was this truly the same thunder that once brimmed with untamed ferocity? How could it now be so gentle as water? Under Xiao Ze's command, the rock demon cores soared towards him. 6 cores from the 9-star rock demons of the core region were indeed extravagant. However, the price of such talent likely lay in the difficulty of enhancing their intelligence and the formidable challenge of breaking through the battle saint threshold, he pondered. Xiao Ze assessed the battle sovereign level rock demon cores and could not help but shake his head. The sheer number of battle sovereign level rock demons in the core region was indeed staggering. Of course, part of this was also due to the attraction of the red heart in Xiao Ze's possession. Once the trouble was resolved, Xiao Ze finally had the energy to examine the red heart closely. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly. The disparity between this red heart and the rock demon cores did not seem significant. With a flick of his hand, he grasped a 9-star rock demon core. The core exhibited 9 crimson patterns that radiated a faint glow, showcasing its rarity. Why do I feel that this red heart resembles a rock demon core adorned with blood-red patterns? Due to his limited understanding of the rock demons, Xiao Ze was uncertain of the specific utility of this red heart, but it was undoubtedly a valuable item. He planned to refine it alongside other herbs and probe it thoroughly with his spiritual power to ascertain any potential risks. Xiao Ze extracted a golden tree root, transforming it into a wooden box adorned with golden patterns, into which he gently placed the crimson heart. Although this heart possessed many peculiar qualities, it paled in comparison to Xiao Ze's primordial tree. Once the lid was secured, the heart's unique pulsations quietly vanished, entirely insulated by the box. He also collected the other rock demon cores, a satisfied expression gracing his countenance. This outing had indeed proven to be immensely fruitful. Merely hunting such a quantity of 9-star rock demon cores would have kept them occupied for an extended period. Thanks to Gu Qinyang's use of the red heart to draw them in, Xiao Ze was able to reap such rewards in one fell swoop. Brother Xiao Ze. Xun'er stood waiting, her eyes lighting up upon seeing his figure. A radiant smile illuminated her exquisite face as she rushed towards him. It seems your strength has improved once again, Xun'er, Xiao Ze remarked, surveying her and sensing the change in her aura, promptly extending his congratulations. Yes, my enhancement in the rock demon realm has been significant. I am quite satisfied with this progress. Even if we encounter crises, I have no regrets about exiting the rock demon realm now, Xun'er nodded, fully aware that their team's formidable strength had allowed them to hunt numerous powerful rock demons. Had they been an ordinary team, they would likely have been scattered in panic, pursued by the rock demons, or worse. Some would not have even had the chance to use their spatial stones before meeting their demise in the rock demon realm. Brother Xiao Ze, did something happen? She inquired. I sensed someone fighting nearby and went to investigate, only to discover it was Gu Qinyang and his group. Brother Qinyang? Just as Xun'er pondered this, Medusa, the little medical sage, and others began to awaken. Perfect timing, as you all have awakened. Let me recount the events to you. Xiao Ze called the 3 over, briefly recounting his previous encounters. Although they had anticipated Xiao Ze's combat prowess, they were still taken aback to hear how he had effortlessly dispatched a group of combat masters, including 6 at the pinnacle of combat mastery, as though they were mere chicks. Xun'er and the others were momentarily dazed when it came to the speed of annihilating foes. Even those newly entered into the realm of combat, saints might not rival Xiao Ze. In less than 10 breaths, he had vanquished so many rock demons. Xiao Ze then presented his spoils, and upon casually laying out 6 9-star rock demon cores, the others couldn't help but fix their gazes upon them. Compared to this treasure, those 9-star rock demon cores seemed trivial. As Xiao Ze opened the wooden box, a peculiar force emanated forth, drawing astonished glances from the group. As I surmise, this must be the treasured artifact of the rock demon clan, capable of propelling them to greater heights, potentially transcending into the extraordinary. Allow me a moment to refine it and eliminate its latent dangers before presenting it. At this juncture, Xiao Ze hesitated slightly, and the little healer's gaze flickered as she smiled and said, Xiao Ze, why not give it to Xun'er? During my time by your side, I have received numerous precious treasures. Xun'er has only just returned recently and possesses nothing. You cannot be partial. Qinglin swiftly nodded in agreement. And even the usually reticent Medusa spoke up. I am, after all, a magical beast with formidable strength. The enhancement effect is minimal for me, so it is better suited for others. Xun'er bit her lip, feeling a warmth in her heart from the kindness of the little healer and Medusa. Let Brother Xiao Ze make the decision, she said. Then it shall be given to Xun'er. As for the remaining rock demon cores, little healer, you shall divide them among yourselves, Xiao Ze replied after a moment of contemplation without excessive hesitation. He distributed the rock demon cores to the little healer and Medusa before stating, I will now refine this crimson heart. You may proceed as you see fit." After issuing his instructions, he entered a cave and commenced the refinement of the rock demon heart. The others exchanged glances, and with a smile, Xun'er addressed them. "Little healer, you should hasten to refine those rock demon cores. I will keep watch over our surroundings." In the cave, Xiao Ze conjured a majestic golden fire cauldron. The rock demon heart was evidently extraordinary, and Xiao Ze approached it with utmost seriousness. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of this invaluable treasure. Closing his eyes, he concentrated his profound soul energy, meticulously sensing it. At other times, Xiao Ze could expend a significant quantity of herbs to test the properties of treasures. But given that there was only a single rock demon heart, extensive consumption of herbs was not feasible. Thus, he did not aspire for perfection. True perfection in refinement invariably necessitates repeated trials. For now, he simply needed to eradicate the heart's shortcomings and enhance its effects. His previous assistance to Ziyan in refining the Dragon Phoenix source fruit had followed a similar line of thought. If he had a plentiful supply of Dragon Phoenix source fruits for experimentation, he would undoubtedly be able to refine them to perfection. And even concoct pills would not be beyond possibility. However, both the Dragon Phoenix source fruit and the current rock demon heart were singular in number, making such extravagance unattainable. After sensing with his soul energy for a considerable time, Xiao Ze gradually opened his eyes. He then exhaled a breath of turbid air and swiftly rummaged through his storage ring, arranging an abundance of herbs around him. With nearly 1,000 varieties of herbs, the rich fragrance permeated the cave, a scent to which Xiao Ze had long since grown accustomed. As he manipulated his soul energy, one herb after another was cast into the fire cauldron. Engulfed by golden flames, impurities are purged, leaving only the essence behind. Time swiftly elapses amidst the roaring fire, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. Numerous medicinal herbs have now transformed into liquid or powder, floating within the cauldron. The original speed at which the source imperial flame refines these materials is unparalleled across the Dou Qi Continent. With Xiao Ze's enhanced soul power, having ascended to the late heavenly realm, the pace accelerates even further. In just 5 short days, nearly 1,000 varieties of herbs have been completely refined. Upon completing the refinement of the herbs, Xiao Ze did not rush. Instead, he retrieved the heart of the rock demon once more. With this unfamiliar substance, he maintained a cautious demeanor. After sensing it again and confirming there were no errors, he gently tossed it into the cauldron. Instantly, the golden flames erupted, enveloping it completely. Under Xiao Ze's control, the various medicinal liquids and powders flew toward the rock demon heart, one after another. With a resounding thud, it seemed to sense the threat posed by the source imperial flame, causing the heart's pulsations to intensify dramatically. As if possessing consciousness, it unleashed a formidable and peculiar power. However, in the face of the source imperial flame suppression, any resistance proved futile. Having already been cast into the cauldron, it was perhaps too late to contemplate defiance. Xiao Ze, sensing the strength of that peculiar power, could not help but muse. Had it initially displayed such formidable force while in his grasp, it likely would have attracted the attention of numerous rock demons from deep within their core region. Yet now, having been cast into the cauldron, all fluctuations were effectively isolated by the source imperial flame. No matter how much commotion it stirred, it would be of no consequence. Outside the cave, the little medicinal sage, Medusa, and others had also refined the rock demon cores, further enhancing their strength, with their physiques experiencing remarkable improvements. Even a mere wave of their hands, without the use of any Dou Qi, could create ripples in space. They did not rush, but instead stood guard outside the cave. Having grown accustomed to the lengthy process required for a high-level alchemist to concoct advanced elixirs while accompanying Xiao Ze, they understood that even with his extraordinary alchemical skills and the source imperial flame, combined with powerful soul energy, the process could not be hastily completed. From time to time, Qinglin utilized the abilities of the green serpent's 3 flower eyes to survey the surrounding area. Over the past few days, several practitioners had passed nearby. However, upon sensing the terrifying auras of Xun'er and the others, they wisely refrained from approaching recklessly. After all, the rock demon realm was not a tranquil environment for practitioners. Competition thrived, and seizing another rock demon core was highly coveted. Suddenly, Qinglin furrowed his brow, turning to Xun'er. "Sister Xun'er, it appears that some of your kin are approaching this way." Upon hearing this, Xun'er was momentarily taken aback. According to what Xiao Ze had previously mentioned, Gu Qingyang and his companions were fleeing towards the core region. How could they possibly be returning to the core area? It seemed they were escaping from the depths of the core region, heading towards this area. The verdant flower in Qinglin's eyes slowly spun, and after a brief hesitation, he articulated his analysis. Xun'er furrowed her brow. What could have transpired in the depths of the core region that compelled her elder brother Qingyang and his group to flee? Or had they perhaps acquired a treasure from the Rock Demon clan? The mere thought made her shake her head in disbelief. If it were indeed a treasure, how could another appear merely days later? Why don't you all remain here to guard Brother Xiao Ze while I investigate the situation? After a moment of contemplation, Xun'er resolved to take a look. If there were indeed developments in the depths of the core region, their current area would be the first to be affected. Xiao, Medusa, and the others, not ones to dither, nodded in agreement. Being of the ancient clan herself, Xun'er would not be harmed by Gu Qingyang and his companions. Following Qinglin's guidance, she hastened towards that direction. A few minutes later, Xun'er arrived at the location of Gu Qingyang and his group. They appeared grave, hastily retreating from the depths of the core region. Upon sensing Xun'er's presence, Gu Qingyang paused in surprise. As Xun'er descended gracefully, she inquired, "Brother Qingyang, what has happened that prompts such urgency in your departure from the core region?" The formidable aura emanating from Xun'er astonished Gu Qingyang's group. It seemed her gains were even more substantial than theirs. "Xun'er, to be succinct, chaos has erupted in the depths of the core region. A few exceptionally powerful rock demons have united, seemingly intent on forcibly unifying the core region." Gu Qingyang's words cast a shadow of concern over Sun's face. The rock demons' innate ability to link with one another could potentially summon an overwhelming number, a fact that even the Stone Clan might not fully comprehend. If those formidable rock demons were to unify the entire core region, their power would undoubtedly surge alarmingly. "What of your team? You must swiftly vacate the core region," urged Gu Qingyang. "With over 2 months remaining in the rock demon realm, we should first make our way to the central area to manage the situation. If the chaos spreads, we will have no choice but to leave the rock demon realm. Indeed, Brother Qingyang, you all should proceed first. I will return to inform my friends." Xun'er smiled and nodded, slightly bowing in gratitude before hastily making her way back. Gu Yao hesitated for a moment, but Xun'er's figure had already vanished from sight. His invitation for her to accompany them was swallowed back into silence. Chapter 426, The Soul Clan's Arrangements. Gu Qingyang glanced at Gu Yao and shook his head slightly. Xun'er maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards the younger generation of her clan, even towards Gu Qingyang himself. She offered nothing more than a faint smile. Gu Qingyang was acutely aware that any transgression on his part would evoke the frigid indifference concealed beneath Xun'er's smile, casting her rejection from miles away. He possessed the wisdom of self-awareness, recognizing the futility of his hopes, and thus approached Xun'er with a tranquil heart. Concerning the ambitions of Gu Yao, he harbored no intentions of persuasion. Gu Yao belonged to the elite echelon of the younger generation, and should he lack this self-awareness, he would undoubtedly face disillusionment in due time. "Let us depart. Xun'er has already left to rejoin her team, and we too should swiftly exit the core area." Gu Qingyang led the members of the Gu clan toward the heart of the region. Their emergence from the depths of the core area was not without reason. Days prior, after departing from the location where Xiao Ze resided, they had hastily returned to the depths of the core area. With the recent demise of several 9-star rock demons at the hands of Xiao Ze, this indicated that the vast colony of rock demons under their dominion was now leaderless. The absence of those formidable rock demons rendered the colony vulnerable, presenting an opportune moment for them to infiltrate. Since that mysterious powerhouse had harvested the elite rock demons, savoring their most precious flesh, it was only logical that they should seek to hunt the remaining weaker rock demons and partake in their spoils. Gu Qingyang bore no disdain for the prospect of acquiring these rock demon cores. Any enhancement, however slight, was worthwhile. After all, within the Gu clan, hierarchy was rigidly enforced, and his current position among the 4 great commanders was not guaranteed indefinitely. The emergence of a dark horse to usurp his position was a distinct possibility. Thus, he consistently maintained the mindset of striving for self-improvement. However, little did he anticipate that just as they completed their dealings with the first large colony of rock demons, chaos would erupt in the depths of the core area. Under the leadership of those powerful rock demons, a frenzied consumption of other rock demon colonies ensued. The 9-star rock demons did not remain entirely passive, yet those few rock demons appeared exceptionally potent. Even in one-on-one confrontations, they could easily overpower the 9-star rock demons. Moreover, these rock demons exhibited no sense of martial virtue, overwhelming their adversaries in swarms. Although Gu Qingyang and his comrades discerned the peculiarities of those rock demons, the current momentum was clearly in favor of the rock demons. The Gu clan could exert no influence over this burgeoning power. It was prudent to leave this chaotic situation for the Stone Clan to manage. Before departing, Gu Qingyang cast a lingering gaze into the depths of the core area, sensing an unsettling strangeness in the ongoing turmoil. High above the tumultuous earth, Lord Soul Jade observed the chaos below with a faint smile gracing his lips. "Such a commotion, Lord Soul Jade, do you not fear it may attract the saints of the Stone Clan, leading to the destruction of the rock demon realm?" A member of the Soul Clan suddenly ventured to inquire. Perhaps it was due to the completion of the task that Hun was in a good mood, readily answering the inquiries of his subordinates. They, however, lacked such audacity. Had the Stone Clan possessed that kind of courage, they would have obliterated the Rock Demon realm during the initial assault led by the Demon Saint. Hun stated with unwavering certainty. Noticing Hunyue's favorable disposition, one of the Soul Clan members continued, "What if the Demon Saint truly enters?" Upon hearing his subordinate question his judgment, a chilling glint flashed in Hunyue's eyes, and he let out a disdainful snort. The Soul Clan member was immediately struck by dread, his complexion paling as he stumbled backward, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. "My lord Hunyue, I was wrong." He hastily knelt, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Recalling his previous words, the fear on his face was unmistakable. Had he been overtaken by arrogance? How could he have dared utter such words that essentially questioned Lord Hunyue? Humph. Even if the Stone Clan's Demon Saint were to arrive, what of it? Our current arrangements within the Rock Demon realm are merely due to its concealment. The true power of the Stone Clan will not breach this place, even if our cover is blown. There are numerous traps within the Stone realm from which the Stone Clan cannot escape. At this juncture, Hunyue let out a cold chuckle, as if envisioning the destruction of the Stone Clan. Observing the trepidation of his subordinates, Hunyue's interest waned slightly. "Rise, but should you speak out of turn again, you need not follow me any longer." "Yes, thank you for your forgiveness, Lord Hunyue," the Soul Clan member replied, filled with trepidation. Hunyue turned his gaze towards the now chaotic core area and extracted a spatial stone, shattering it effortlessly. Although the current situation allowed for the potential to linger and harvest a substantial number of rock demon cores, Hunyue held little interest in them. As a bearer of the Soul Clan's divine bloodline, he regarded the rock demon cores with disdain. His two subordinates quickly followed suit in shattering their spatial stones. Despite their keen desire for the rock demon cores, they dared not remain behind if Lord Hunyue chose to depart. The power of space enveloped their bodies as Hunyue squinted towards the periphery of the core area, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "It is unfortunate that I did not encounter that esteemed figure of the ancient clan, said to be the most perfect manifestation of bloodline awakening in a millennium. Otherwise, I could have eliminated him preemptively." The three figures of the Soul Clan vanished, leaving Hunyue's words, laced with murderous intent, echoing in the air before returning to silence. In the core area, amidst the mountains, Xun'er returned with a grave expression, and Xiao Yixian and the others hurriedly approached her. "Xun'er, what transpired deep within the core area?" Noticing Xun'er's serious demeanor, Xiao Yixian naturally sensed that something significant had occurred. According to Brother Qingyang, it seems there was a sudden upheaval in the depths of the core area, where several rock demons united in an attempt to dominate the entire region. Hearing Xun'er's words, Xiao Yixian, Medusa, and the others, being astute individuals, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. What left the deepest impression on them regarding the rock demon was undoubtedly the Link talent. If they truly succeeded in unifying the entire core region, one could only ponder whether the accumulation of Link talents would give rise to a rock demon of saint-level combat prowess. What shall we do now? Xiao Ze was clearly still in the midst of concocting, and to disturb him recklessly would risk the destruction of that precious rock demon heart. The little medical fairy found herself in a quandary. The sword was drawn, and Medusa's expression turned grave, tinged with a hint of anticipation. At last, she could fulfill her duty as Xiao Ze's protector. There was no alternative but to use their collective strength to buy time. Medusa was indeed correct at this moment. Brother Xiao Ze was likely at a critical juncture in his alchemical process and should not be disturbed lightly. Otherwise, the destruction of the rock demon heart would be a minor issue, yet the backlash against Brother Xiao Ze would be catastrophic. The crafting of high-grade elixirs was fraught with peril. Utmost care must be taken not to harm Brother Xiao Ze. Upon hearing Xun'er's words, the others quickly nodded in agreement. High-grade elixirs were precious, and their concoction was neither a simple nor leisurely endeavor. It could indeed be perilous. Xun'er and her companions had no intention of interrupting Xiao Ze, opting instead to leverage their own strength to withstand the potential onslaught of the Rock Demon Army. Chapter 427, The Formidable Concealment Capability. Within the cave, Xiao Ze furrowed his brow slightly, as the vast power of his soul rippled around him. He was not entirely oblivious to the circumstances outside. Previously, he had left 4 bodies of thunder, rooted in the essence of the world tree, to guard Xun'er and the others. Although refining the rock demon heart was no trivial matter, it did not entirely sever Xiao Ze's other senses. At that moment, he connected with them through the golden little tree. "Xun'er, do not rush." The sudden voice caused Xun'er and her companions to pause in surprise. Upon confirming that the voice emanated from the golden little tree, they breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly focused their attention, eager to hear Xiao Ze's thoughts. The number of rock demons in the core region is exceedingly vast. With your 4 powers alone, it is impossible to withstand the onslaught of the flame demon army, rendering your efforts futile. But brother Xiao Ze, aren't you in the midst of a critical moment in your alchemical process? While it was true that he could not spare a thought, it did not mean he was entirely without options. Soon, under Xiao Ze's guidance, 4 thunder bodies appeared before Xun'er and the others. These are thunder bodies imbued with the essence of my power. I shall leave one here to maintain an illusory force, concealing our presence. The other 3 shall venture into the core region, drawing attention away from us elsewhere, while simultaneously investigating what transpires deep within the core region. Xun'er and her companions felt the calming resonance of Xiao Ze's steady voice. Their earlier anxiety eased. Having spent considerable time with Xiao Ze, Xun'er, the little medical fairy, and the others held profound trust in him. Upon hearing his words, they did not hesitate to acquiesce. Then, young Master Xiao Ze, what shall we be responsible for? For the time being, let us cultivate in silence. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise and our presence be detected, you may take action. After giving his instructions, Xiao Ze immersed himself once more in alchemical pursuits. The others, recognizing that there were no further commands from him, refrained from disturbing his concentration and instead settled in meditation nearby the cave. The 3 embodiments of thunder departed in different directions, while the final embodiment approached the cave. It produced the roots of the primordial tree, emanating an ethereal power that enveloped the area. The women were aware of Xiao Ze's stealth capabilities, yet they were astonished by the sheer terror unleashed when fully activated. The thunder embodiment continued its task, returning the roots of the primordial tree. The thunderous energy transformed into intricate runes that fell into the void, establishing an expansive spatial seal under the influence of the ethereal power. Countless sealing runes coalesced, thoroughly enclosing this region. Even if outsiders passed by, they would remain completely unaware. The sight of this dual-layered protection filled Xun'er and the others with wonder. This way, they need not confront the rock demon army directly. They could simply await the completion of Xiao Ze's alchemical work, allowing them the freedom to choose their next steps. Indeed, let us bide our time in tranquility. With Xiao Yixian's words, the others nodded in agreement and closed their eyes for meditation. Although they had consumed the rock demon cores previously, they lacked for nothing in terms of alchemical resources while following Xiao Ze. Xun'er, in particular, had an endless supply of resources from her clan. Since returning to Xiao Ze's side, she had acquired many high-level elixirs suitable for their current stage. It could be said that their powers now far exceeded those of their counterparts in the original narrative, partly due to Xiao Ze's elixirs. In the Dou Qi Continent, the esteem afforded a high-level alchemist by various factions stems precisely from such factors. Moreover, Xiao Ze held a significant position within both the Heavenly Alliance and the Alchemist Association, with an unceasing supply of medicinal materials at his disposal. Naturally, high-level elixirs were not scarce, and he even had the capacity to provide for Xun'er and the others. Within the cave, the primordial imperial flame continued to scorch the heart of the rock demon, with nearly 1,000 medicinal ingredients having dissolved within it. The unusual power that had been emanating earlier had now diminished to its utmost limits. The rock demon's heart glowed a vibrant crimson in the golden flames, its sanguine aura exuding an alluring and captivating essence. Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon the rock demon's heart. Although it was not yet fully refined, it possessed an allure that stirred even his own heart. This rock demon heart was quite remarkable, and he wondered if Xun'er would receive any delightful surprises upon its refinement. It should take another 3 days to complete the process. From the depths of the core area emerged powerful rock demons, perhaps previously lacking the strength to reach such heights. However, through the collective connection of an immense number of rock demons, they have been elevated to such a remarkable level. Each of these demons, when placed in the central area, can effortlessly vanquish small clusters of rock demons. Amidst the vast army of rock demons, a particularly striking giant rock demon, towering hundreds of feet high, commands attention. This is not solely due to its colossal stature, but also because its deep crimson eyes harbor a glimmer of black light, distinctly different from those of the other rock demons. This hint of black luminescence imbues the giant with an almost sentient wisdom. Its purpose for appearing here is to seize complete control over the core area. Thud, thud, thud. With each movement of the black glowing rock demon, the ground trembles. Under the leadership of this immensely powerful demon, the army of rock demons is unstoppable in its advance. Any cluster of rock demons stands no chance against this formidable force. Among the rock demons, there is no mercy. Once it is determined that others do not wish to join, the army will utterly crush those clusters. The tremors of the earth roused Xun'er and the little medical fairy from their thoughts. The group exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. They turned their gaze toward the seal, and even with their composure, they could not suppress a gasp of fear. It was terrifying. At the edge of their vision, a slow-moving black tide emerged, composed of rock demons exuding powerful auras. Among them, one particularly towering rock demon emitted an aura that made Xun'er furrow her brow. The connection of talents is truly formidable. The energy radiating from this demon has already reached the semi-saint level. If it were merely a single semi-saint rock demon, the four of them could certainly devise a plan to defeat it together. However, they now faced a vast army of rock demons, led by this semi-saint demon. Should they be ensnared, their demise would be inevitable. Yet, to their astonishment, this formidable army of rock demons seemed entirely oblivious to their presence, effortlessly passing through the spatial seal. Even the semi-saint rock demon, traversing several miles away, failed to detect any anomaly. Could it be that Brother Xiao Ze's concealment abilities are truly extraordinary? Even a semi-saint could be deceived. Chapter 428. The Masterstroke of the Void-Devouring Flame. Xun'er and her companions were left in shock. If Xiao Ze himself were present, it would not be surprising that he could mask his presence from a semi-saint. However, given that Xiao Ze was currently within a cave, fully engrossed in alchemical refinement, it was astonishing that a mere fragment of his power could evade the perception of a semi-saint. After a brief moment of stillness, Xun'er and the others gradually exhaled. Exchanging glances, Xun'er took the initiative to speak. Since we are certain we will not be detected, let us continue our cultivation. The little medical fairy and the others nodded slightly in agreement. There could be no room for complacency while remaining by Xiao Ze's side. Otherwise, after some time, the disparity in cultivation levels with Xiao Ze will surely be as vast as the heavens and the earth. Currently, Xiao Ze is merely stalled at the threshold of the Dou Sheng realm, which is why her progress has been stagnant for so long. However, once she steps into Dou Sheng, her rate of advancement will likely leave them in awe. Although the cultivation of a Dou Sheng expert is arduous, requiring decades of unwavering effort, for Xiao Ze, who is already a high-level alchemist, it will likely pose no challenge. The time spent crafting a high-tier pill may very well equate to the decades of training that other Dou Sheng practitioners endure. Xun'er, witnessing their return to a state of cultivation, gazed toward the gradually retreating army of rock demons, a flicker of golden flames sparking in her eyes. She harbored a sense of unease regarding the leader of the rock demon army, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. Time slipped away in the midst of their training. A tremendous wave of energy radiated from the cave, awakening all those immersed in their cultivation. This energy fluctuation. Xiao Ze must be nearing the completion of her concoction. Barely had Xun'er finished speaking when a surge of heat erupted from the cave. Even with their cultivation, they felt a parching dryness. Following this was a gentle crimson energy wave that brushed past their bodies, eliciting expressions of astonishment. The fleeting crimson energy seemed to bestow upon them the sensation of absorbing the essence of the rock demon core. With the sound of a calm voice, the crimson energy retracted, and Xiao Ze emerged from the cave, cradling a pulsating red heart in her right hand. Compared to before, this heart appeared even more vibrant and alluring, its blood-like glow enchanting. It was evident that the previous crimson energy emanated from this very heart. Xun'er, we must not delay. Hurry and refine it, Xiao Ze urged. Understood, Brother Xiao Ze. Please be careful, Xun'er replied, nodding in agreement, her gaze meeting Xiao Ze's. As if she had discerned his intentions, and she expressed her concern. Rest assured, I shall not act foolishly. I will do my utmost. Xiao Ze reassured her with a smile as he watched Xun'er enter the cave. Xiao Ze then turned his attention to Xiao Ziyan, Medusa, and Qinglin. You all should remain here to protect Xun'er. Refining that object may take considerable time. Master Xiao Ze, do you require my assistance? Qinglin inquired, perceptive as ever. Having noticed Xiao Ze's contemplations regarding the rock demon army. No need. The rock demon army comprises more than one half-saint, and when they unite to attack, it remains perilous. Xiao Ze declined, and Qinglin did not press further. She was well aware of her own limitations in strength compared to Xiao Ze. After adding some protective measures, Xiao Ze departed from the sealing space. Previously, he had dispatched 3 lightning bodies to explore the conditions of the core area. Thus, he was not aimlessly wandering. According to the observations made by the 3 thunder bodies, 6 extraordinarily peculiar and formidable rock demons have emerged from the depths of the core region. However, in Xiao Ze's estimation, their genesis does not appear to be a natural occurrence. After all, with numerous foreign clans participating in the rock demon hunt, the simultaneous emergence of 6 powerful rock demons seems rather unnatural. It could either be the result of the practitioner's provocations or perhaps the handiwork of someone among them. Upon traversing a vast basin, Xiao Ze finally beheld the colossal army of rock demons. The enhancement of his innate abilities imbued each rock demon with a faint crimson aura. Their previously pitch-black forms were now accentuated by this sanguine glow, rendering them even more fearsome. Nevertheless, Xiao Ze did not regard them with any trepidation. Instead, his gaze was drawn to an imposing figure among them. Towering at several hundred feet, this particular rock demon stood out conspicuously. Its crimson aura was most pronounced, and in its scarlet eyes, a subtle black glimmer shone, causing Xiao Ze to arch an eyebrow. Whereas he had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of this peculiar rock demon before, he now faced it directly, allowing him to fully sense the familiar aura of the strange fire emanating from it. Was this essence, combined with its obsidian hue, indeed the work of the void-devouring flame? It seemed evident that whenever the Soul Clan made a move, it rarely boded well. Recollecting the figure of the Soul Jade, Xiao Ze surmised that it must be the executor of this mission. He speculated on their motivations for meddling within the rock demon realm. As one of the ancient races devoured by the Soul Clan in the original narrative, the Stone Clan's current plight at the hands of the Soul Clan was all too reasonable. Xiao Ze had little faith that the void-devouring flame could consume such an immense space unprepared. It appeared that remnants of the void-devouring flame had been left behind to gradually erode the stone realm. When the time was ripe, they would coordinate efforts to directly engulf the stone realm, severing the perception of the continent's peak powerhouses. Subsequently, they would methodically deal with the powerful members of the Stone Clan within. Had the Soul Clan already infiltrated the Spirit Clan, now turning its attention to the Stone Clan? Xiao Ze pondered this and deemed it improbable. The Soul Clan likely had schemes laid out among various ancient races, rather than following a sequential order. As his gaze returned to the towering rock demon, had he remained oblivious, he would have dismissed it entirely. Yet now that he was aware of the Soul Clan's designs, failing to intervene would be unacceptable. Since the residual fire of the void-devouring flame had affected the 6 rock demons, eradicating them would disrupt the Soul Clan's plans. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Ze surged toward the army of rock demons. Cloaked in the veil of illusory power, the army remained oblivious to his approach. With a resounding declaration, he unleashed the great heavenly creation palm. By the time the rock demons sensed any disturbance, a pitch-black void had already materialized in the sky, rapidly expanding. Like a bolt of lightning, it descended upon the army of rock demons with devastating force. At the forefront stands the remarkably outstanding half-sacred rock demon. With a thunderous roar, the half-sacred rock demon strikes with a fist as formidable as a mountain, aiming to shatter the very heavens. Alas, the grand heavenly transformation palm, despite its prowess, remains a low-tier celestial combat technique. To imagine that one could flatten the grand heavenly transformation palm solely with physical might would require the strength of a true combat saint. The fist, harder than gold or iron, crashes against the black hole, only to be torn apart as if it were mere paper, shredded and consumed inch by the abyss. Chapter 429, The Hunt for the Half-Sacred. Xiao Ze hovered high in the air, observing this towering rock demon, whose gaze surprisingly reflected deeply human emotions, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that the enigmatic, void-devouring flame had granted the rock demon a semblance of intelligence, sparking their ambition to unify the rock demon realm. However, Xiao Ze was uncertain whether this drive stemmed from the void-devouring flame's influence or from the rock demon's innate will. He recalled Xun'er mentioning that upon the birth of a combat saint among their kind, the rock demon clan had eagerly surged forth from their realm to engage in battle with the Stone Clan, igniting a legendary war. This led Xiao Ze to surmise that such ambition must originate from the rock demon's own will. As these thoughts flickered through Xiao Ze's mind, he noticed that a significant portion of the rock demon's arm had already been consumed by the black hole, fear evident in its eyes. Sensing the oppressive force of the grand heavenly transformation palm descending upon it, a glimmer of determination emerged in the rock demon's gaze. A crimson energy coalesced upon its remaining fist, imbued with a wild, corrosive essence that seemed to emanate a sense of contamination, colliding thunderously with the black hole. However, this time, the encounter did not result in the black hole effortlessly shattering the rock demon's attack. Instead, a stalemate ensued. This perplexed Xiao Ze, as he had not encountered such resilience in previous rock demons. Could this be an ability bestowed upon them at a higher level? After all, the rock demon race typically exhibited low intelligence unless they reached the sacred realm, relying solely on their formidable physique and immense strength in combat. Xiao Ze had seldom witnessed their application of energy or combat techniques. The crimson energy unleashed by this half-sacred rock demon certainly piqued his interest, as it appeared to stem from its innate talents and abilities, particularly its pollution affinity. Seeing the half-sacred rock demon's desperate struggle, Xiao Ze showed no mercy. An almost limitless surge of battle energy erupted from within him, fervently fueling the grand heavenly transformation palm. The dark golden radiance of his right hand deepened and thickened, reminiscent of the weight of the heavens pressing down. The all-consuming black hole regained the upper hand, devouring the entirety of the crimson energy, along with the fist enveloped in it, shattering it completely. Ultimately, the half-sacred rock demon found itself outmatched. unable to escape the terrifying pull of the black hole. A pair of scarlet eyes shimmered with terror, witnessing the black hole descending, consuming his head, body, and feet in its relentless grasp. The black hole expanded like a flash of lightning, engulfing the entire mountain range. When tranquility returned, a vast basin measuring several thousand zhang emerged in its wake. Xiao Ze furrowed his brows, remaining ever vigilant, with the primordial imperial flame poised to surge forth at any moment. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated subflame of the void-devouring flame had yet to manifest. Could it be that this was merely a trace of its power, not a true differentiation of subflame? Xiao Ze pondered, recalling details about the subflame of the void-devouring flame. The subflame was exceedingly formidable. Even the master of the Soul Palace held it in high regard. This was a power severed from the void-devouring flame itself, and although referred to as subflame, it was indeed a genuine manifestation of that primordial force. Suddenly, Xiao Ze snapped back to reality. Indeed, if this were truly the subflame, its power was rather insignificant. More importantly, why would the void-devouring flame exert such effort to differentiate so many subflames? Each separation would diminish its own strength. Thus, this should merely be a display of flame power, not a true subflame. This explained why it was easily extinguished by Xiao Ze's grand celestial creation palm. With this thought, Xiao Ze breathed a sigh of relief. If it was merely a manifestation of power, it could be dealt with effortlessly. Scores of rock demon cores, adorned with faint red or blood-colored patterns, tumbled into the basin. Most striking was the rock demon core left behind by the semi-saint rock demon, which bore a subtle golden hue, setting it apart from the others. It was this hint of gold that carved a chasm of distinction. Holding the semi-saint rock demon core in his hand, Xiao Ze examined the delicate golden threads. He speculated that once this golden hue completely replaced the blood-red patterns, the rock demon would truly ascend to the realm of the fighting saint. As the grand celestial creation palm was a technique mastered by Xiao Ze, he could indeed control the targets of destruction. Otherwise, such a wide-ranging technique would easily harm friend and foe alike, especially when unleashed from his own hands. With a single strike of the grand celestial creation palm, he annihilated all the rock demons in the mountain range, leaving only their cores behind. Xiao Ze expanded his soul power, collecting all the rock demon cores into his spatial ring. With a flicker of his form, he hurried towards the direction indicated by the thunderous body. Having resolved to thwart the Soul Clan's plans, he had much to attend to. Meanwhile, as Xiao Ze hunted the semi-saint rock demon, outside the realm of rock demons, within the colossal circular mountain range of the stone realm, Hun Yue's brow suddenly furrowed. As the executor of this mission, he had been entrusted with great expectations by Lord Void-Devouring Flame, who had bestowed upon him a fragment of subflame. Naturally, he could not leave all of that subflame with the lowly-minded rock demons. He intended to differentiate a portion of its power to erode their very souls. However, he now sensed that within the realm of the rock demons, a mysterious force of primal fire had inexplicably vanished. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within Soul Jade. Could it be that there had been some unforeseen upheaval in the Yama realm? Had the ancient clan managed to eliminate the semi-holy rock demon? Soul Jade's gaze fell, his expression darkening ever so slightly. Nevertheless, this minor disturbance was insufficient to leave him in disarray. Reflecting on the situation, he concluded that given the turmoil in the rock demon realm, it was imperative to discreetly establish a multitude of hidden maneuvers within the stone realm. With this thought, Soul Jade furrowed his brow and, accompanied by 2 members of the Soul Clan, quietly retreated behind the crowd, leaving without a sound. Only a mere handful noticed their departure. Yet due to the enigmatic power of the Soul Clan, they harbored no desire to provoke them, choosing instead to remain uninvolved. A silver lightning bolt descended from the heavens, stretching an impressive several hundred feet wide. Though referred to as a bolt of lightning, it resembled a celestial river cascading down, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Under the onslaught of this terrifying thunder, the last semi-holy rock demon slowly succumbed, its body ultimately disintegrating into nothingness amidst the silver tempest. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ze commanded the vast, river-like lightning to fragment into countless bolts, launching a relentless barrage towards the rock demon army. As the dust settled, Xiao Ze surveyed the scorched ground, where the remains of rock demon cores emitted steam, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This time, he had effectively swept away years of accumulation within the rock demon realm. The bounty of rock demon cores he collected would greatly benefit each of Xun'er and her companions, as the sheer quantity was staggering, even though the refining effects of the rock demon cores would diminish with continual absorption. The energy contained within could significantly elevate their martial prowess. Not to mention, Xiao Ze had also acquired 6 semi-holy grade rock demon cores. Upon meticulous examination, He confirmed that none harbored the power of the void-devouring flame. This left him somewhat perplexed. It seemed the Soul Clan had not made any substantial moves this time. Chapter 430. The Core Area, akin to a dragon's lair or a tiger's denver. As Xiao Ze hunted the semi-holy rock demons. In the central area outside the core zone, all existing practitioners had gathered. The upheaval in the core area unsettled them. Yet, they were reluctant to abandon the rock demon cores, which promised a rapid enhancement of their strength. Thus, they lingered in the central area, eager to observe whether the expansion of the rock demon army would persist. Should it continue, no survivor would withstand the onslaught of the rock demons. Even if these practitioners united, they would be akin to ants attempting to halt a chariot against the might of an army bolstered by 6 semi-holy rock demons. As they waited anxiously, a wave of terrifying energy emanated from the core area, instilling a sense of dread that suggested an all-consuming force was at hand. The immense distance sent waves of anxiety through numerous practitioners. Some of those who were closer to the core area were astonished to find that the previously overwhelming presence of the semi-holy rock demon had inexplicably vanished. This formidable being, bolstered by the vast linked talents of the rock demon army, had likely achieved the strength of a high-tier semi-holy. The notion that such a terrifying entity had been slain was utterly shocking. In that instant, they felt an unfamiliar dread emanating from the core area. How had they previously navigated in and out of that zone so effortlessly? What followed was even more astonishing. An extreme and terrifying spatial storm, coupled with an unparalleled thunderous power, unleashed a variety of ominous auras from the core region. With the emergence of these presences, the aura of another semi-holy rock demon dissipated. This revelation left the practitioners in utter trepidation. Now that all the semi-holy rock demons' auras had vanished, none dared to venture back into the core area. To them, the core had transformed into a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Entering it would likely result in an immediate and fatal encounter with the owners of those menacing auras, leaving them with no opportunity to utilize their spatial stones to escape the rock demon realm. Fortunately, after a period of cautious observation, the practitioners noted that those exceedingly terrifying auras did not materialize within the central area, seemingly disinterested in it. This discovery allowed them to remain in the central region to hunt rock demons, albeit only small clusters, yet it was better than returning empty-handed. For the practitioners in the core area, the fear instilled by their own combat auras was palpable, but Xiao Ze remained blissfully unaware. Even if he were, it would not concern him greatly. His slaying of the semi-holy rock demons ultimately benefited those practitioners. Without his intervention, the semi-holy rock demons would undoubtedly have unified the entire rock demon realm, expelling all practitioners. Xiao Ze returned to where Xun'er and the others awaited, his spatial ring brimming with spoils. The remaining rock demons amounted to but a handful, posing no significant threat. Upon his return, Xiao Ze did not withdraw the illusory power or spatial seals, as they still needed to cultivate in this area. Even if the rock demons were no longer a threat, the practitioners could not be trusted not to muster the courage to venture into the core region. Seeing Xiao Ze return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Young Master Xiao Ze, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed," Qinglin said, stepping forward to adjust his attire. "Xiao Ze, was this journey relatively smooth? What transpired in the core area?" After confirming Xiao Ze's safety, Xiao Yixian inquired with a hint of curiosity. "This recent upheaval is likely the work of the Soul Clan. Unfortunately, after their actions, they departed the rock demon realm without a trace, and I could not locate them." Xiao Ze succinctly elucidated the situation, causing the likes of the little medical sage and Medusa to harbor even less favorable sentiments towards the Soul Clan. Given the long-standing enmity fostered by the Soul Palace, their relationship with the Soul Clan had always been inherently adversarial. Initially, their lack of direct contact had allowed for a flicker of hope. However, that glimmer has now been utterly extinguished. Fortunately, the semi-holy level rock demons have dispersed. Otherwise, their congregation could have posed significant complications. Medusa expressed her relief. "Indeed, yet I suspect their dispersal was a necessity rather than a choice." Xiao Ze nodded in agreement, explaining, "The rock demon clan's linking ability appears to have a limit on its scalability. Each semi-holy rock demon leads an army that essentially embodies the maximum capacity of that linking talent. This occurrence is not entirely disadvantageous." With a smile, Xiao Ze presented a spatial ring. Qinglin, somewhat perplexed, accepted it and delved her senses inside, her mouth agape in astonishment, which rendered her quite endearing. Observing Qinglin's reaction, the little medical sage quickly took the ring to explore as well, her eyes widening in disbelief. Medusa glanced at Xiao Ze, noticing his reluctance to elaborate, yet his gaze encouraged her to investigate further. Curiosity piqued, she retrieved the ring from the little medical sage. "Hiss!" Medusa gasped, her eyes widening as she beheld a veritable mountain of rock demon cores within the ring. Atop this mound of cores lay 6 extraordinarily unique rock demon cores intertwined with golden threads. So many rock demon cores. Young Master Xiao Ze, have you hunted all the cores from the central region of the rock demons? The sheer quantity of cores was staggering. If the Stone Clan were to discover this, they might very well seek vengeance upon us. Nevertheless, these cores are the fruits of Xiao Ze's arduous endeavors and must not be surrendered. The trio exchanged exclamations, marveling at the vast number of rock demon cores and expressing their admiration for Xiao Ze's prowess. Although they had previously speculated that Xiao Ze's exploits extended beyond merely hunting semi-holy rock demon elites, it now became evident that he had vanquished the entirety of the 6 rock demon legions. Among the 6 semi-holy rock demon cores in the ring, you 3 shall each receive 2, while the remaining cores will be evenly divided among you and Xun'er. Medusa inquired, but young Master Xiao Ze, do you not require these semi-holy rock demon cores? They should hold some value for you as well. They hold little utility for me at this juncture. You are yet to reach the pinnacle of the 9-turn Dou Zone. Therefore, you may not fully grasp the formidable threshold that lies before me. Xiao Ze gently declined with a smile. His primordial tree had already achieved a diameter of over 900 meters, leaving him merely a meter shy of the coveted 1,000. However, akin to the challenge of transcending a major realm, that final meter proved exceedingly arduous to surpass. Even absorbing the energy from the 6 semi-holy rock demon cores would not facilitate a forceful breakthrough. Given his current physique, the refining effect of the semi-holy rock demon cores was negligible. It would be more beneficial to leave it to Xiao Yan and Medusa, as the effect on their physical enhancement would be profoundly greater, and the energy contained within could elevate their fighting spirit. In comparison to the semi-saint rock demon cores, Xiao Ze was far more concerned with the tenfold feedback from Xun'er refining the rock demon heart. The energy contained within that singular rock demon heart far surpasses the cumulative total of the 6 semi-saint rock demon cores. This reinforces Xiao Ze's conviction that this is the true key for the rock demon clan to break through to the saint level in combat. The energy encapsulated within that heart is exceedingly abundant. After the tenfold feedback, it would be sufficient for Xiao Ze to experience a monumental enhancement. Chapter 431, Talent Upgrade. Following Xiao Ze's affirmation, Xiao Yan, Qinglin, and others retrieved the 6 semi-saint level rock demon cores. Each took their respective core and sought a suitable location for individual refinement. Xiao Ze donned the spatial ring filled with rock demon cores once more and gazed into the depths of the cave, where a faint red glow intertwined with golden light, casting reflections upon the cave walls. With a little over a month remaining, completion of the refinement seemed plausible. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame within Xun'er granted her a refinement speed far surpassing that of Xiao Yan, Medusa, and others. Even though the rock demon heart was of significant caliber, it should still be manageable within a month. However, if it were not completed, Xiao Ze had little cause for concern. Prior to entering the rock demon realm, he had already analyzed the ring-shaped mountain range and the spatial stone. Even if the spatial stone were to fail, he could facilitate Xun'er and the others' exit from the rock demon realm through his own means, ensuring they would not be trapped within. During this interval, Xiao Ze evenly divided the rock demon cores within the spatial ring into 4 portions, each placed within a separate ring. Stretching languidly, he took the opportunity, with Xun'er nearby, to organize the medicinal materials required for the 9th rank treasure pill, the Holy Heart Glazed pill. It had been quite some time since he acquired the Holy Heart Glazed pill. Not only had he traversed the relics of the Saint of Combat, but he had also visited the ancient Dragon Island. Both locations had significantly contributed to his accumulation of medicinal materials, allowing him to successfully locate those that were previously lacking for the Holy Heart Glazed pill. Now, he had amassed enough materials for refining a 9th rank treasure pill. With just over a month remaining, he pondered whether he could successfully concoct the 9th rank pill. After some contemplation, he decided to postpone the refinement. The rock demon realm was, after all, not a tranquil place, and this would be his first attempt at crafting a 9th rank pill. Prudence was essential. At the level of celestial soul power, he was already capable of refining 9th rank pills. Due to a scarcity of materials and a prudent caution towards the Black Demon Thunder, Xiao Ze chose not to rush the process. The collection of materials would come in due time. However, now that his power had reached the pinnacle of the 9 turns Dou Zone, he felt no dread in facing the Black Demon Thunder. In fact, with a bit more audacity, utilizing the Black Demon Thunder to refine his body was also a feasible consideration. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Ze's mind as he organized the ingredients for the Sacred Heart Glazed pill. He meticulously reviewed the refinement process of the pill, striving to engrave it into his memory. A month passed quietly, during which Xiao Ze became intimately familiar with every step of the pill's creation. Meanwhile, the little doctor and Medusa successfully refined the 2 semi-saint level rock demon cores, enhancing both their physical strength and energy levels. While perusing the alchemical jade slip, Xiao Ze sensed something and turned his gaze deeper into the cave, where a faint energy fluctuation emanated. A stunning figure emerged from the cave, stepping through golden flames that adorned her like a gilded halo, reminiscent of a celestial being from mythology. The subtle pressure she exuded seemed to stem from an ancient, noble lineage, granting her the aura of a flame queen. With each step, the radiance around her gradually diminished until she stood before Xiao Ze, the golden flames in her eyes fading into nothingness. Xun'er, with her enchanting visage, revealed a joyful smile. "Brother Xiao Ze, I have made significant progress this time. Drawing closer to you, a 9-star Dou Qi, quite commendable." Xiao Ze examined Xun'er with admiration, offering heartfelt praise. Hearing his commendation, Xun'er wore a proud expression, attributing her success to him. "Why speak such words between us?" he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair while presenting the rock demon core he had saved for her. Upon sensing the core within the spatial ring, Xun'er paused momentarily, casting a glance at the little doctor and Medusa, who were diligently refining their own cores. And an understanding dawned upon her. "Brother Xiao Ze, you haven't hunted all the rock demon army, have you?" Xiao Ze nodded slightly, eliciting a look of astonishment from her. Although she had speculated on the numerous cores within the ring, receiving Xiao Ze's affirmation was still beyond her expectations. "It seems we must remain discreet after leaving the rock demon realm. If the Stone Clan discovers that not a single core remains in their central region, it would surely cause them great distress, even with their deep-rooted heritage," Xun'er remarked with a light laugh. The ancient races had their collaborations and conflicts. Thus, she harbored no ulterior motives in weakening the Stone Clan while strengthening her own. "I have already informed them, and since no one else has seen me, the Stone Clan cannot interrogate all the ancient races," she continued. "Time is of the essence. You should hasten to absorb and refine these rock demon cores." Xun'er nodded obediently, settling into an open space to begin absorbing the vast quantity of cores within the ring. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze turned his attention to the panel, which displayed. Xun'er successfully refined the rock demon heart, significantly enhancing her energy level. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold reward." Xun'er successfully refined the heart of the rock demon, resulting in a significant enhancement of her physical constitution, aptitude, and innate talents. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold reward." The feedback reward coincides with the host's inherent talent for body cultivation, thereby enhancing the innate body cultivation ability. Xiao Ze opted to independently claim the tenfold feedback for his physical constitution. As for the feedback related to his Dou Qi realm, he decided to wait until he breaks through to the Dou Sheng level to receive it, transforming into a vast reservoir of energy to assist him in that endeavor. With the receipt of the feedback reward, a uniquely extraordinary energy emerged from the void, causing Xiao Ze's body to tingle pleasantly. The once immovable bottleneck of his physical constitution finally began to loosen. Noticing the changes within, Xiao Ze instinctively turned his gaze to the panel. He observed that the originally pale purple innate body cultivation talent gradually deepened in hue as the remarkable force infused itself into his being. From pale purple to a profound violet, just as Xiao Ze thought that was the extent of it, a faint glimmer of golden light slowly materialized. Although dim, it radiated an air of nobility, and the characters embodying the innate body cultivation appeared ethereal. Supreme body cultivation. As he beheld the ethereal, distorted characters on the panel solidify into a resplendent golden brilliance, showcasing the nobility of this talent. Xiao Ze hastily examined the introduction regarding the upgraded talent. Despite having an inkling from his bodily sensations, the description was illuminating. Supreme body cultivation. Your body is favored by the heavens, possessing nearly infinite potential. Bottlenecks are nearly non-existent. Every movement you make can enhance your physical constitution. Xiao Ze, even with his composed nature, he found himself momentarily stunned upon reading the talent's description. Though lacking flamboyant embellishments, it conveyed sheer power, nearly infinite potential, almost no bottlenecks. Every action could fortify his physical strength. This revelation ignited a fervor within Xiao Ze, who had been ensnared by the bottleneck of his physical constitution for so long, causing his breath to quicken and his heart to race. This talent was overwhelmingly formidable. Chapter 432. All reached the pinnacle of Dou Qi, departing from the rock demon realm. Xiao Ze sensed the power within him settle into tranquility. He no longer focused on the changes on the panel. Instead, he stepped forth, exiting the spatial seal. Arriving at a majestic mountain range, Xiao Ze delivered a punch, channeling pure physical strength into the peak. Ignoring the mountain's response, he closed his eyes to attune to his body. At this stage, even a simple punch could evoke a subtle warmth coursing through various parts of his being. Having been trapped at a bottleneck for an extended period, The strength of his physique had rendered many heavenly materials ineffective. Yet now, with merely a punch, he experienced a slight enhancement. Though faint, the cumulative effect over time would undoubtedly be formidable. The might of supreme body cultivation surpassed his expectations, especially the third effect. As one's physical prowess increases in strength, the efficacy of such enhancement becomes increasingly elusive. At my current stage, even running back and forth with a mountain upon my shoulders yields little result. Yet now, every movement brings with it a discernible improvement. The trifecta of effects from the supreme body cultivation talent indeed renders it an extraordinarily formidable gift for physical enhancement. Xiao Ze lingered in this mountain range for a while, meticulously experimenting with the effects of his supreme body cultivation talent. By the time he departed, not a single peak remained standing in that range. The sheer destructive force derived from physical strength alone was sufficient to level the entire area. With only 3 days remaining until the 6-month mark, Xiao Ze retrieved the spatial stone. The power of space emanating from the stone was still formidable. Yet the sealing force contained within had considerably waned. If not utilized within 3 days, it was likely that the sealing power would no longer be able to influence the seals beyond the rock demon realm. Even if one were to shatter the spatial stone at that time, the spatial force contained within would merely hurl the practitioner outside the rock demon realm. There was a high probability they would not land within the stone realm, but rather be cast into the boundless void or swept away by the chaotic currents of the void. Presenting significant peril, Xiao Ze's gaze shifted to Xun'er and her companions, their presence radiating an overwhelming aura. The immense energies of the heavens and earth were absorbed by them, transforming into their own strength. Once tranquility returned, as if sharing a silent understanding, all awakened simultaneously. They exchanged glances, each face adorned with a smile. It seemed that their gains this time were substantial. Xiao Ze congratulated them with warmth. Thanks to the abundant rock demon cores provided by Brother Xiao Ze, I was able to advance further. Young Master Xiao Ze, I have now reached the pinnacle of the Dou Qi realm. Xiao Ze sensed the strength among the four, noting that Xun'er was the mightiest. After all, she had previously absorbed and refined the heart of a rock demon, an extraordinary item far surpassing the 6 half-saint rock demon cores. It had provided Xiao Ze with tenfold feedback of the supreme body cultivation talent as treasures. Coupled with the vast number of rock demon cores shared among the four, their respective strengths surged dramatically. Previously, the little physician Medusa had already attained a high-star Dou Qi level, with the minimum being 7 or 8 stars. In just 6 short months, they had all reached the pinnacle of the Dou Qi realm. Besides their innate talents, they also benefited from Xiao Ze's harvest of the long-accumulated resources from the rock demon realm. Very well. Let us proceed with the cultivation of the 9 transformations into Saint Law. Xiao Ze nodded with a smile, for they had all now qualified to cultivate this technique. Compared to the original tale, their current strength was vastly superior. Although the time required for high-level cultivators to enhance by a star is exceedingly lengthy, ample resources can significantly compress this duration. During this expedition in the rock demon realm, each of them had at least advanced by 1 star, with some achieving an increase of 2 to 3 stars. If an ordinary cultivator aspires to reach the lofty heights of a high-star Dou Qi, each ascension by a star could consume decades or even centuries of arduous effort. This reality elucidates why the emergence of rare treasures or the opening of ancient relics invariably attracts countless cultivators, all yearning for the resources within. The prospect of acquiring such resources could potentially spare them years of cultivation, making it immensely significant to their pursuits. As the time drew near, it was evident that remaining in the rock demon realm would yield no further rewards, and thus it was time to depart. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the women nodded in agreement, each retrieving their spatial stones. Remember to maintain a unified narrative. It is best not to divulge any details regarding the core region to anyone. After ensuring clear communication with them, Xiao Ze promptly shattered the spatial stone. The women, being astute and perceptive, were unlikely to falter in such matters. As the spatial energy enveloped their bodies, a gentle pull emanated from the outside world. The scenery before Xiao Ze transformed once more, revealing the circular mountain range anew. After a span of 6 months, he blinked and surveyed the individuals present. At this juncture, they were in the final stage of departing the rock demon realm, with several individuals, like Xiao Ze, having emerged slightly earlier. Xiao Ze had done so because, in the core area, there were no more rock demons worthy of his hunt, while others were concerned about the potential malfunction of their spatial stones, fearing the sealing power might prove ineffective, prompting their early exit by 3 days. As enchanting figures materialized beside Xiao Ze, the gaze of the gathered crowd was drawn toward them. Ah, I remember now. It's that fortunate fellow. Their auras appeared significantly more formidable, suggesting that their foray into the rock demon realm had yielded substantial gains. Truly, What a stroke of luck for that individual to be in the company of the noble lady of the ancient clan. The murmurs around him were of little concern to Xiao Ze. He scanned the area but found no trace of the Soul Clan. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. Could it be that his earlier defeat of several half-saint rock demons had inadvertently alerted them? After a moment's reflection, he decided not to dwell on it further. Having disrupted the Soul Clan's arrangements within the rock demon realm, he believed it might also influence their plans against the Stone Clan. Perhaps dismantling this setup could allow one or two of the Stone Clan's powerful members to escape. Xiao Ze refrained from sharing his thoughts with the Stone Clan. Setting aside the challenge of earning their trust, even if they were to believe him, the Stone Clan would likely hesitate to confront the Soul Clan, whose might was beyond their capacity to challenge. If there were any forces on the Dou Qi Continent capable of quietly obliterating ancient races, it could only be the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan. In the original narrative, after the Soul Clan decimated the Stone Clan and the Spirit Clan, the remaining 3 ancient races dared not directly confront the Soul or Ancient Clans. With a 9-star Dou Saint level powerhouse as their guardian, they naturally maintained a considerable distance from the other ancient races. As Xiao Ze sensed the presence of the Soul Clan, a figure silently appeared before the crowd. Elder Tong Xian maintained a calm demeanor, casting a glance at Xun'er, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Such remarkable progress within a mere 6 months. Could it be that the rock demon realm possesses such extraordinary effects? Xun'er, it is time for us to return to the ancient clan, he stated. Chapter 433, Refining the 9-rank treasure pill. Elder Tong Xian, could we postpone our departure for a while? Xun'er had not anticipated that Elder Tong Xian would wish to take her back to the ancient realm so soon. She yearned to spend more time with her elder brother Xiao Ze. Hearing her words, Elder Tong Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Xun'er, you are well aware of your unique circumstances. Although I have a good relationship with you, I cannot allow you to remain outside the ancient realm indefinitely. Even I cannot guarantee your safety completely. Within the ancient realm, the clan leader oversees matters. There are virtually no threats to you on the entire Dou Qi Continent, making it the safest option. Once your strength reaches Dou Sheng, you may pursue your desires without excessive interference from the elders of the clan. Elder Tong Xian, typically reticent, spoke at length to persuade Xun'er. After all, as the most perfect awakening of the ancient clan's bloodline in a millennium, she held a certain degree of influence within the clan. Coupled with her status as the clan leader's kin, even Elder Tong Xian could not compel Xun'er against her will. Naturally, should true peril arise, he would have no choice but to forcibly escort her back to the ancient realm. Xiao Ze pondered for a moment and then cleared his throat. Elder Tong Xian, may I have a word? Elder, I acknowledge your strength, but the bond between you two does not hinge on the present moment. Xun'er's safety is far more paramount. He replied, Elder, you misunderstand. It is not my intention to keep Xun'er by my side indefinitely. I merely wish to refine a medicinal pill for her. Oh, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Elder Tong Xian's eyes. He was aware of Xiao Ze's status as the vice president of the Pill Tower and recognized him as a figure of prominence in Central Continent over the past years, a formidable force on the rise. In the entire Central Continent, he was indeed a coveted presence. Even the ancient clan would not dismiss an 8th-rank peak alchemist lightly. Prior to meeting Xiao Ze, Elder Tong Xian had assumed that Xiao Ze's renown stemmed solely from his formidable alchemical skills. However, upon meeting him, Elder Tong Xian comprehended that even in terms of strength, Xiao Ze ranked among the elite of the Central Continent. Even when compared to the young generation of the ancient races, he was among the very best. Now, with Xiao Ze's earnest declaration of intent to refine a medicinal pill for Xun'er, Elder Tong Xian's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that this esteemed 8th-rank alchemist was preparing to craft a 9-color pill Thunder 8th-rank pill? A faint smile graced Elder Tong Xian's lips. The 9-color pill Thunder 8th-rank pill was not something one could casually present within the ancient clan. If staying for such a high-caliber pill were the reason, it would indeed be worthwhile. Even when reprimanded by the elders, the venerable Elder Tong Xian exhibited no trepidation. Instead, he even endeavored to advocate for Xun'er. Xiao Ze shook his head, causing Elder Tong Xuan's smile to wane slightly. I aspire to refine a 9th-grade treasure pill. The air was thick with astonishment. Even Elder Tong Xian, with his vast experience, found his breath quickening. Xun'er's mouth slightly agape. Initially presumed Xiao Ze's declaration was a mere tactic to stall, but she was taken aback by the seriousness of his intent. The 9th-grade treasure pill, even among the ancient clans, was exceedingly rare. Xun'er herself lacked the qualification to consume one. This was partly due to the overwhelming energy contained within the 9th-grade pill, which her previous physique could not withstand. Furthermore, the 9th-grade treasure pill was incredibly precious. Only the most distinguished elders within the ancient clan might ever acquire one. Little Dr. Ziyan, Medusa, and the others displayed expressions of envy. Having accompanied Xiao Ze, they were well aware of the rarity of 9th-grade elixirs. The ninth-grade treasure pill was not only supremely valuable, but exceedingly scarce. Even formidable Dou Qi warriors would be unable to suppress their envy at the thought of it. With this in mind, little Dr. Ziyan, Medusa, and the others cast envious glances towards Xun'er. Although Xiao Ze would undoubtedly ensure their share in the future when he could refine ninth-grade elixirs, this would be the very first of its kind, a momentous occasion. Regaining his composure, Elder Tongxian noted that his presence deterred any prying eyes. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's intention to refine a ninth-grade treasure pill, Elder Tongxian regarded the matter with utmost gravity. This is not a place for negotiation. Follow me. Elder Tongxian swiftly led Xiao Ze and the others away from the stone realm. The speed of a Dousheng was formidable, soon leading them to a secluded area devoid of any powerful auras within a 100-mile radius. Xiao Ze, I am aware that you are an apex 8th-grade alchemist. Yet the refinement of a 9th-grade pill is exceedingly arduous. To my knowledge, one soul realm must reach the heavenly level at the very least. Elder Tongxian, having set up spatial seals around them, spoke earnestly to Xiao Ze. Elder Tongxian, I am more cognizant of this than you might think. I have prepared extensively for the refinement of a 9th-grade treasure pill. This is not a spur-of-the-moment whim. Elder Tongxian's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ze, and upon observing the seriousness etched on his countenance, he slowly exhaled. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. I will grant you additional time to refine the 9th-grade treasure pill. Do your utmost, and regardless of the outcome, do not endanger yourself. Elder Tongxian nodded solemnly, imparting this earnest counsel to Xiao Ze. Should the relationship between Xiao Ze and Xun'er continue to flourish, there may well be opportunities to forge ties with the ancient clans, potentially making him akin to a half-clan member. Given Xiao Ze's youth and his ability to refine 8th-grade pills at such a tender age, his future prospects are boundless. Achieving the status of a Grandmaster Alchemist through the refinement of 9th-grade pills is not an unattainable dream. A 9th-grade alchemist commands respect even among the ancient clans, for the pills they produce can invoke envy even in the hearts of Dousheng warriors. Elder Tongxian was unwilling to allow Xiao Ze to forcibly concoct the 9th-grade elixir. Fearing harm to himself, I understand. Let us remain here, and I would appreciate Elder Tongxuan's protection. Haha, certainly. Upon confirming Xiao Ze's genuine intent to refine the 9th-grade treasure elixir, Elder Tongxuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly amiable. Not only was Xiao Ze a worthy alchemist to befriend, but the elixirs he crafted were intended for Xun'er, which brought a smile to Elder Tongxuan's face. Once the crowd dispersed, Xiao Ze waved his hand, and the primal imperial flame blazed into life, swiftly coalescing into a golden fire cauldron towering several feet high. Xiao Ze produced a massive stone table to accommodate the materials required for the Sacred Heart glazed elixir. Elder Tongxuan's gaze sharpened as he regarded the golden fire cauldron. With his extensive knowledge, he discerned that it was undoubtedly a form of extraordinary fire, possessing remarkable power. This realization left him in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that Xiao Ze had mastered a powerful fire, beyond the ranks of the known extraordinary flames? The aura of this fire felt even more potent than the ancestral fire of the ancient clans, the Golden Emperor's flame of heaven. Soon after, Elder Tongxuan's attention shifted to the rare herbs that Xiao Ze had taken out. To his astonishment, even with his vast experience, there were many herbs he failed to recognize. Particularly, the two items that Xiao Ze treated with utmost reverence, the Blood Essence Heart and the Glazed Pearl, were entirely unheard of. This revelation solidified Elder Tongxuan's belief that Xiao Ze was indeed preparing to concoct the 9th-grade treasure elixir. Chapter 434. The emergence of the initial elixir and the appearance of Elixir Thunder. Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon the Blood Essence Heart and the Glazed Pearl. The Blood Essence Heart was a treasure discovered at the site of an ancient celestial serpent's remains, while the Glazed Pearl was a reward for assisting the Holy Spirit. Both were exceedingly precious and more than sufficient as primary materials for the Sacred Heart glazed elixir. Xiao Ze first cast the Blood Essence Heart into the golden fire cauldron. The flames transformed into a dragon, instantly engulfing it. A faint blood radiance emerged, completely countering the might of the golden flames. Xiao Ze narrowed his eyes, acknowledging that this was indeed a treasure that could only be nurtured over millennia. The surge of soul power elevated the potency of the primal imperial flame once more. The blood radiance of the Blood Essence Heart could no longer withstand the encroachment of the primal imperial flame, which licked at it fiercely. However, this was merely the first step in refining the Blood Essence Heart. Breaking through the blood radiance's defense was essential to reach the heart's core. The subsequent process of completely melting this core would require additional time, as the energy contained within was overwhelmingly vast. Days later, Xiao Ze suddenly opened his eyes, exuding an intensely potent spirit dust, which he cast into the cauldron. This dust merged with the nearly completed Blood Essence Heart, enhancing its spirituality. The spirit dust was considered a commonly used universal material in the crafting of high-grade elixirs. In the original tale, it had greatly aided Xiao Yan, who fortuitously acquired 5 grains of spirit dust. Xiao Yan absorbed the energy, enhancing the spiritual essence within his soul and hastening his entry into the spiritual realm. Subsequently, at the alchemy conference, he provided sufficient spiritual energy for the method of spiritual ascension. Ultimately, he concocted the 8-tiered, 5-colored pill, claiming the championship of the alchemy event. The refinement of the spirit embryo dust was no simple task. Even with Xiao Ze's extensive accumulation, he had only managed to produce about 100 pieces. The primary challenge lay in gathering ample spiritual energy, and Xiao Ze found himself dissatisfied with his own absorption, unable to spare sufficient energy for alchemical processes. After all, at higher levels of spiritual cultivation, the inhalation and exhalation of spiritual energy become indispensable. Of course, one could take a shortcut like the Soul Palace, directly extracting the essence of the soul to devour and thereby elevate one's spiritual state. However, Xiao Ze had no inclination towards such expediency, despite possessing the talent of Danshun, enabling him to absorb the soul power of others. Xiao Ze typically utilized it to draw in the errant spiritual energy from the cosmos. As he integrated nearly 30 pieces of spirit embryo dust, the handful of liquid swirling in the flames emanated an exceptionally potent spiritual essence. Xiao Ze then enveloped it with the original Emperor Flame, preserving it in a corner of the golden cauldron. Having tackled the most arduous task of refining the source blood heart, Xiao Ze exhaled softly in relief. His gaze then fell upon the glazed pearl. Merely looking at it allowed him to perceive its indomitable quality. A multitude of medicinal ingredients accompanied the glazed pearl as Xiao Ze cast them into the golden cauldron. The glazed pearl was exceedingly hard, necessitating the assistance of other materials to ensure its complete refinement. Although the power of the original Emperor Flame could forcibly refine it, such an action would be somewhat redundant, as the powdered remnants would need to be combined with the medicinal ingredients afterward. It was more prudent to refine the glazed pearl at this moment, while simultaneously integrating the other materials. This time, nearly 500 varieties of herbs were incorporated. The elder Tong Xian observed Xiao Ze refining the source blood heart with a fluid grace that was utterly captivating. The composure and poise he exhibited surpassed that of any alchemical master he had previously encountered. Though elder Tong Xian lacked expertise in alchemy, having reached his level meant he had a fundamental understanding of the craft. Just as mastering combat techniques to perfection allows one to effortlessly confront adversaries, Xiao Ze's fluidity in alchemy indicated his mastery of the art. However, upon witnessing Xiao Ze cast 500 herbs into the golden cauldron, he was momentarily taken aback. Observing Xiao Ze's calm demeanor, he glanced at Xun'er and the others, this being Xiao Ze's first attempt at crafting a 9th-tier pill. Xun'er and her companions were wholly engrossed in watching, not engaging in their own cultivation. Elder Tong Xian, noticing their nonchalant expressions, stroked his beard thoughtfully. It seemed that he had underestimated the advancements made over the years. Had the methods of external alchemists become so robust, and their style so dramatically transformed in the blink of an eye? In the fleeting moment, the flow of time shifted from a serene stream to the audacious act of casting 500 medicinal herbs into the cauldron for refinement. Elder Tong Xian was enveloped in astonishment and perplexity. He reined in his emotions and continued to observe Xiao Ze's alchemical endeavor. Should Xiao Ze succeed in this endeavor, it would be a rare glimpse into the process of a 9th-tier alchemical grandmaster, an experience exceedingly rare even for someone of elder Tongshuan's stature. Days passed, and at long last, Xiao Ze completed the refinement of the glazed pearl. The powder, distinct in its granularity, radiated a brilliance as pure and luminous as glass. The 2 primary ingredients for the Sacred Heart glazed pill had finally been refined, allowing a brief respite until the pill congealed. Xiao Ze set the glazed powder aside and, with a flick of his wrist, cast all remaining herbs into the cauldron. With his current mastery of spiritual energy, he commanded the entirety of the cauldron's environment. Each herb required a different flame temperature during refinement, embodying the principle of multitasking, which is essential for advanced alchemists. Mastery of this skill is imperative, as the crafting of high-tier pills inherently tests an alchemist's capabilities. Xiao Ze had honed this skill to perfection. As time quietly slipped by, Xiao Ze reopened his eyes, his countenance serious as he gazed into the cauldron. The nascent pill, on the verge of formation, emitted energy ripples that caused the cauldron to tremble. The tension among the spectators, especially Elder Tong Xian, escalated. His gaze was fixed intently on the cauldron, apprehensive that the energy from the 9th-tier pill might burst forth, thwarting Xiao Ze's efforts, a scenario he was loath to witness. Fortunately, Elder Tong Xian's fears did not materialize. Instead, a peculiar energy emanated from within the golden cauldron, piercing through the spatial seals he had established, soaring toward the heavens. In an instant, The realm was shrouded in darkness. Ominous clouds gathered, seemingly poised to unleash their fury and suppress the imminent birth of the precious pill. Thunder rumbled, as if heralding an entity of terrifying power. At last, Elder Tongxian gazed upward at the brewing tempest, the likes of which he had not witnessed in nearly a century. The Black Demon Thunder. Its might was extraordinarily fearsome, far surpassing the 9-color pill thunder. A single strike of the Black Demon Thunder was not something even a saint-level warrior would treat lightly. Elder Tongxuan's eyes gleamed as he regarded Xiao Ze. Bathed in the glow of the flames, Xiao Ze's silhouette appeared to be adorned with a gilded edge. A 9th-tier alchemical grandmaster. Elder Tongxian exhaled slowly. The weight of this title was profound, signifying a true ascent to the pinnacle of the alchemical realm. Chapter 435, The Black Demon Thunder. Haha, it seems the time has come for me to take action, Elder Tongxian mused. His gaze fixed upon the Black Demon Thunder above, a flicker of eagerness igniting in his eyes. Although aware of Xiao Ze's remarkable prowess, he may still find himself outmatched in the face of the ominous Black Demon Thunder. Elder Tongxian, there is no need for haste. Let us see what my brother Xiao Ze decides, Xun'er remarked with a smile as she turned her head upon hearing the elder's words. I recognize Xiao Ze's formidable battle strength, yet the crafting of a 9th-grade elixir demands an immense expenditure. One must not succumb to momentary bravado and ultimately jeopardize the endeavor. Elder Tongxian stated solemnly. The 9th-grade elixir, as Xiao Ze mentioned, was intended for Xun'er. He was determined to avoid any mishap. Rest assured, regardless of how my brother Xiao Ze chooses to proceed, I shall support him, Xun'er replied with a smile, seemingly indifferent to the 9th-grade elixir. What truly mattered to her was allowing Xiao Ze to follow his own will. Upon hearing Xun'er's words, Elder Tongxian could not help but sigh. What kind of enchantment had Xiao Ze woven over her, rendering the heiress of the ancient clan so utterly devoted? However, recalling that Xiao Ze was willing to bestow upon Xun'er a 9th-grade treasure pill, Elder Tongxian's heart began to comprehend. Xiao Ze's immense spiritual energy surged into the golden fire cauldron. Even as the terrifying Black Demon Thunder brewed above, it did not interrupt his alchemical endeavor. The Sacred Heart glazed pill held particular significance. It was not only the first 9th-grade elixir he had crafted, but also a farewell gift for Xun'er. Now that Xun'er was cultivating the 9 transformations to sagehood, a single 9th-grade elixir, combined with the ancient clan's foundation, might very well enable her to truly step into the realm of Dou Saint by their next meeting. Furthermore, the effects of the Sacred Heart glazed pill were exceedingly unique, capable of significantly enhancing one's aptitude. According to its description, concentrate the Sacred Heart, forge a glazed body, and achieve an unparalleled form. Xun'er's innate talent for cultivation was already exceptional, and with the enhancement from the 9th-grade treasure pill, Xiao Ze speculated that she might indeed reach the Dou Saint realm by their next encounter. The tenfold feedback of the Sacred Heart glazed pill also greatly intrigued Xiao Ze, which is why he poured his utmost effort into its creation. Xiao Ze raised his gaze toward the Black Demon Thunder in the sky. His soul's perception, at the realm of heavenly level, did not forewarn him of any imminent danger, indicating that the Black Demon Thunder posed no lethal threat to him. Based on the original narrative, the number of Black Demon Thunders summoned by a 9th-grade elixir should not be excessively high. When Xiao Yan first crafted the Bodhi Grand Pill, which was a 9th-grade treasure pill, it boasted a remarkable 50% chance of elevating a peak Dou Zun to the semi-saint level. Yet it only attracted a single bolt of Black Demon Thunder. Xiao Ze was uncertain about the tier of the Bodhi Grand Pill among the 9th-grade treasure pills. However, the Sacred Heart glazed pill, being a direct formulation for the 9th-grade golden pill, certainly could not be of inferior quality. With a slow exhale, Xiao Ze resolved that, given his confidence, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Furthermore, there was the assurance of Elder Tongxian, who was already in the mid-stage of Dou Saint. Should Xiao Ze truly find himself incapable of withstanding the Black Demon Thunder, he would undoubtedly seek the Elder's assistance. Master Tongxian, I wish to experience the might of the Black Demon Thunder. I have also cultivated the power of thunder and have long been enamored by its formidable potency. Xiao Ze's voice resonated, prompting Master Tongxian to regard him with a deep gaze before gently nodding in agreement. Very well, but remember to act within your limits. The elixir is important, yet your safety is paramount. Indeed, Master Tongxian, I would not be so reckless as to overreach. Should I falter, I kindly request your assistance in withstanding the force, lest this precious elixir be destroyed. With that, Xiao Ze continued to focus his soul energy on the refinement of the Sacred Heart glazed pill, while his form ascended gracefully towards the heavens. A brilliant silver radiance enveloped him as he intended to attempt a transformation of his thunderous power. Unlike the colorful variations of Dan Thunder, his cultivated thunder remained steadfastly silver. However, to progress further, perhaps a metamorphosis into Black Demon Thunder was required. Xiao Ze's ultimate ambition was to elevate his thunderous power to rival the extraordinary 9 Xian Golden Thunder, akin to the might of otherworldly flames. As he reached the vault of the sky, he could acutely sense the terrifying presence brewing within the storm clouds. The energy roiling within the dark clouds had the capacity to effortlessly rend even a high-ranking star, Dao's sovereign, asunder. Xiao Ze's bold approach beneath the ominous clouds seemed to provoke the wrath of the Black Demon Thunder, particularly after the silver lightning coalesced around him. The thunderous roars in the heavens grew increasingly fierce, as if the clouds were affronted by the audacity of his relatively feeble thunder. Suddenly, a black lightning serpent, as thick as an arm, erupted from the storm clouds, striking fiercely towards Xiao Ze. The appearance of that Black Demon Thunder sent chills down the spines of those below, including Xun'er, as an aura of impending doom enveloped them. Yet, Xiao Ze's countenance remained serene as an ocean, confronting the serpent with a torrent of silver lightning. The disparity between them was akin to a gentle stream against a roaring river. The delicate flow of Black Demon Thunder, however, crushed the surging tide with an overwhelming force. Unfazed, Xiao Ze recognized that the gap between the Black Demon Thunder and the silver lightning was reminiscent of the chasm separating a saint fighter from a Dao sovereign. He did not entertain thoughts of a decisive strike. Instead, he relied on his nearly boundless fighting spirit. While the quality of silver lightning may not match that of Black Demon Thunder, its quantity was formidable, akin to how persistent raindrops can pierce through stone. The vast expanse of silver lightning coalesced around Xiao Ze, forming a formidable lightning pool, akin to endless ocean waves relentlessly crashing against the Black Demon Thunder. Though the silver lightning could not inflict significant damage upon the Black Demon Thunder, it could substantially diminish its velocity. As time passed, the overwhelming silver lightning was gradually consumed by the Black Demon Thunder, yet it also began to exhibit a faint, almost imperceptible darkness. Before one Black Demon Thunder could be addressed, another stealthily emerged from the storm clouds. Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow as golden flames surged forth. The primordial Emperor Flame erupted with boundless might, fiercely confronting the Dark Magic Thunder. The collision between the Dark Magic Thunder and the primordial Emperor Flame unleashed a tumultuous energy storm across the heavens. Fortunately, below, the Elder Tong Xian had established a spatial seal. Otherwise, the tempest could have had dire consequences. Perhaps the Dark Magic Thunder was too formidable, as even the thunderclouds required considerable time to conjure another strike. While Xiao Ze utilized the silver lightning to wear down the first Dark Magic Thunder, he swiftly extinguished the subsequent manifestations with other methods. After several minutes, with the brilliant primordial Emperor Flame and the final Dark Magic Thunder vanquished together, a magnificent energy storm erupted, shattering the black clouds in the sky. Xiao Ze had successfully obliterated the Dark Magic Thunder, yielding tremendous results. Although the silver lightning had not completely transformed, it now bore a hint of black radiance, its power surging exponentially. Following this method, mastery over the Dark Magic Thunder was merely a matter of time. Chapter 436, Companions. Just as Xiao Ze dealt with the Dark Magic Thunder, the golden fire cauldron below trembled. A dazzling beam of glass-like light forcefully broke through the golden fire cauldron, transforming into a streak of light that soared beyond the spatial seal. This spatial seal was fortified against external threats, but allowed free passage within. As the 9th grade elixir breached the spatial seal, Xiao Ze appeared before it like a flash of lightning. After laboring so long to refine it, he could not allow it to escape. Xiao Ze reached out to grasp the glass-like light, but the 9th grade elixir transformed into a colossal glass beast, roaring at him. It then unleashed an intensely concentrated energy beam. In the face of this powerful energy beam, Xiao Ze did not flinch. Instead, he transformed his grasp into a punch and struck out. The overwhelming energy beam shattered under the force of his fist, dissipating into energy that spread in all directions. In an instant, trees within a radius of several miles were obliterated by the violent energy. Xiao Ze's fist continued its momentum, landing squarely on the glass beast, instantly shattering the form of the 9th grade elixir into fragments. A vast amount of glass powder scattered throughout the realm, while a beam of glass light pierced through the powder, shooting outward. Xiao Ze's eyes brightened as he stepped forward, pursuing that beam of glass light. In the next moment, the glass light transformed into a humanoid figure, fair as jade, with skin like congealed fat. Her resplendent hair cascaded down her shoulders, and a pair of glass-like eyes gazed at Xiao Ze with an innocent, pitiful expression. Her eyes radiated a bright, pure light, reminiscent of a naive girl, untouched by the world's malice. Her stunning beauty rivaled even that of Xun'er and the Little Healer. Xiao Ze's gaze remained unwavering, without a hint of hesitation. He struck out with his palm, A powerful spatial force sealed the surrounding space, leaving her no avenue for escape. Witnessing Xiao Ze's unflinching resolve, the girl's bright eyes revealed profound reluctance. Yet, before any actions could be taken, he was forcefully subdued by Xiao Ze, transforming into a resplendent glazed elixir that radiated a divine luminescence. Xiao Ze was already aware that a ninth-grade elixir could manifest a human form and possess sentience. Thus, he was not swayed by its fleeting appearance. The elder Tongxian and his companions approached Xiao Ze, having refrained from intervening when they witnessed his formidable prowess. Now that the dust had settled, their curious gazes were fixed upon the ninth-grade elixir resting in Xiao Ze's palm. Is this truly a ninth-grade elixir? The ability to transform into a human form and exhibit remarkable intelligence is astounding. The crowd gazed in astonishment as Xiao Ze employed a sealing technique, preserving the elixir within its vial and presenting it to Xun'er. Fortunately, it had been successfully concocted. Otherwise, given the precious materials required, it would be nearly impossible to gather them again in the near future. Xiao Ze sighed in relief, a smile gracing his face. Xun'er solemnly accepted the vial and inquired, "Brother Xiao Ze, what effects does this elixir possess?" The Sacred Heart glazed elixir crystallizes the Sacred Heart, forges a glazed body, and cultivates an unparalleled form. Upon uttering these words, a collective gasp of awe escaped the onlookers. Was it true that this ninth-grade elixir possessed such extraordinary capabilities? Witnessing their astonishment, Xiao Ze smiled and provided clarification. Of course, the effects are contingent upon the individual. For someone like you, Xun'er, whose innate talent is already exceptional, the elixir may only yield a modest enhancement, perhaps a step further from an already lofty pinnacle. Despite Xiao Ze's reassurances, Elder Tongxuan's eyes were filled with a profound astonishment. The higher one ascends in the realm of combat, the more demanding the requirements for talent, resources, bloodlines, and opportunities become. A deficiency in any one aspect could result in a lifelong stagnation at a particular level, unable to advance even a fraction. Naturally, those of ancient imperial bloodlines, such as the ancient battle emperors, possess pronounced advantages that can elevate their limits. However, as one progresses in cultivation, the expectations across all dimensions intensify. Elder Tongxian himself bore a formidable battle emperor bloodline. Yet without additional opportunities, he might find himself forever confined to the mid-stage of the battle saint realm. Xun'er had once been regarded with high hopes within her ancient clan, with aspirations of reaching the same tier as the clan leader, the late stage of the 9-star battle saint. If the effects of the Sacred Heart glazed elixir are indeed as Xiao Ze described, it could propel Xun'er's innate talent to even greater heights. Elder Tongxian, suppressing his excitement, addressed Xiao Ze earnestly. Xiao Ze, your generous gift of this elixir holds immense significance for our ancient clan. It may very well forge a peak powerhouse. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to speak. In conversing with Xiao Ze, Elder Tongxian no longer adopted a tone befitting a senior addressing a junior. Instead,
he regarded Xiao Ze as an equal, recognizing that even a ninth-grade alchemist commanded respect, deserving of deference from even battle saints. After Elder Tongxian finished speaking,
he took out a golden jade slip from the ring. This is a spatial jade slip I crafted. Should you encounter an adversary that proves difficult to face, simply shatter it, and I shall come to your aid. After bowing in gratitude, Xiao Ze accepted the jade slip. While his strength was formidable, facing a mid-level Dou Saint was undeniably perilous. Obtaining Elder Tongxuan's spatial jade slip was indeed fortuitous. Elder Tongxian glanced at Xun'er and then at Xiao Ze. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. The ancient realm of the ancient clan resides in the eastern region of Zhongzhou. Xun'er returning to her clan aligns with your journey. Thus you may travel together. However, I shall not accompany you young ones. I prefer to wander alone and enjoy my freedom. With a hearty laugh, Elder Tongxian nodded at Xiao Ze and acknowledged Xun'er before vanishing from sight. Thank you, Elder Tongxian, for your generosity, Xiao Ze said, bowing toward the spot where the elder had disappeared. Turning to Xun'er and the others, he continued, let us proceed back to the eastern region of Zhongzhou. It should take a month or two. Upon hearing this, the women smiled, for with their speed and the aid of the spatial passage, they could reach the eastern region in less than 20 days. Xiao Ze's estimate of 1 or 2 months seemed to suggest a leisurely journey, which they welcomed. Xun'er stowed away the Sacred Heart glazed pill, cherishing the time spent with her brother Xiao Ze. Their next meeting would likely coincide with her breakthrough to Dou Saint or the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony. As Xiao Ze and his companions made their way to the eastern region of Zhongzhou, a momentous piece of news spread from the southern region. A Dou Saint relic had been discovered in the Beast Domain's 10,000 Great Mountains. The news stirred a tempest, prompting various factions across Zhongzhou to dispatch personnel to the Beast Domain, eager to seize the opportunities within the relic. By the time Xiao Ze heard the news regarding the Dou Saint relic from the human city, Half a month had already passed. The women, who were privy to the details of the relic, could not help but smile lightly. Chapter 437. The Inheritance of Heavenly Tier Dou Techniques. In Tianwang City, within the most luxurious tavern, Xiao Ze and his companions reserved an entire top-level private room. The tavern was designed like a tower, with only 6 private rooms on the top floor, and the cost was exorbitantly high. However, Xiao Ze was unconcerned. His wealth could easily rival that of nations. A mere understatement of his fortune. The value of the Sacred Heart glazed pill he had previously refined alone was worth tens of billions of gold coins. According to the original text, the starting auction price for Heavenly Tier Dou techniques was 30 billion gold coins. As a 9th-grade pill capable of rivaling Heavenly Tier techniques and enhancing the practitioner's aptitude, it was exceedingly sought after. If placed in an auction house, the final bid could even soar to over 100 billion gold coins. Xiao Ze casually produced a single pill. It's worth sufficient to sustain one in this private chamber for several decades. The room was replete with amenities, and the expansive table was adorned with an opulent feast of magical beasts. Among the delicacies, Xiao Ze even spotted the paw of a 5th-tier magical beast. The ice bear, a dish worthy of a champion among humans. Within the confines of the private chamber, surrounded by familiar faces, the women felt no restraint, freely indulging in whatever they desired. The walls shimmered with the brilliance of fighting energy, providing soundproofing while also transmitting discussions from the bustling hall below. It is noteworthy that this tavern stood nearly 100 feet tall. The prosperity of the central state continent was indeed evident, with fighting energy permeating every aspect of life. Xiao Ze listened to the raucous chatter below, his attention primarily drawn to the reports regarding the emergence of the Dou Qi relic in the southern region of the continent. This relic had already been explored by their group, and it seemed that due to Xiao Ze's prior exploration and the breaking of its seal, its activation occurred earlier than anticipated. Have you heard? There's a significant problem with the southern Dou Qi relic. Originally, numerous powerful factions were eager to clash over a prime location near this relic. However, upon entering, many formidable figures discovered that the relic had already been visited. A collective gasp echoed through the hall as the news spread, prompting a fit of laughter among Xiao Ze's companions, including the small medical fairy. It seems we didn't thoroughly scour the area and left behind some treasures, she mused, recalling their previous exploration alongside Xiao Ze. While the majority of the other paths were scouted by his thunderous physique, I certainly didn't seek out every scrap of metal. I only took what caught my eye. Xiao Ze nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, even with such an approach, the entirety of the Dou Qi relic was theirs to enjoy, yielding substantial rewards. We feast while they sip broth, Qinglin remarked, biting into a meatball with a somewhat muffled voice. Medusa reminisced about gathering medicinal herbs in the ancient forest of the Dou Qi relic, a smile creeping across her face. As she savored a bite of the ice bear's paw, her smile grew even brighter. The cool essence enveloped her palate with each chew, the tender meat bursting with flavor. Swallowing it down, she felt a gentle surge of refreshing fighting energy absorbed into her body. Though it paled in comparison to her current prowess, it was a rare find that could enhance her fighting energy, far more economical than pills. Listening to their conversation, Xun'er wore a smile. Though she had not experienced the Dou Qi relic firsthand, she was well informed about Xiao Ze and his companions' adventures within it. Thanks to the golden tree, Xun'er understood that for Xiao Ze, beyond the dragon phoenix source fruit and the heavenly tier fighting techniques, the relic held much more significance. What brings the most joy to Xiao Ze is the ancient forest, which has bestowed upon him an abundance of rare treasures. The matter of the Dou Qi relic has sparked fervent discussions in the hall below. Generally speaking, the crowd revels in the misfortunes of the great powers who ventured forth only to return empty-handed. The Dou Qi relic holds little significance for them. Ultimately, the treasures will still fall into the hands of the powerful factions. Thus, witnessing the great powers return without any spoils fills most onlookers with a sense of schadenfreude. If I cannot possess it, then you should not either. However, beyond their glee at the plight of the great powers, the prevailing topic remains speculation. Who could have entered the Dou Qi relic ahead of time and claimed so many treasures? As discussions unfolded in the hall below, the envy and jealousy in their tones were unmistakable. It is said that the depths of the Dou Qi relic harbor heavenly tier combat techniques. Should a singular faction manage to absorb the riches from the Dou Qi relic, their strength would multiply exponentially. Some even cast suspicious glances towards the Dan Tower. After all, this time, the Dan Tower did not intervene in the ancient relic's affairs. This absence raises questions. Could it be that the Dan Tower has already seized the benefits for itself, thus opting out of the Dou Qi relic? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze could not help but chuckle. To some extent, it does seem connected to the Dan Tower, considering he is also the vice president of the organization. Yet, these are merely conjectures, lacking any tangible evidence pointing to a specific faction's involvement. Rarely does anyone direct their suspicions towards an individual. The vastness of the Dou Qi relic makes it implausible for a single person to plunder it unnoticed. After igniting a wave of discussion, the hall shifted to other topics. The central continent is immense, hosting an array of events that unfold in splendid fashion. Personal vendettas, factional conflicts, resource competitions, and the emergence of rare treasures. It seems there is an endless array of subjects to discuss. After enjoying a feast of magical beasts, the chatter below continued unabated, intensifying with each passing moment. Once satiated, Xiao Ze produced several vials of medicine, glowing with a dark golden hue. Golden Spirit Nectar. This is the elixir required for him to cultivate the grand heavenly transformation palm. Only through the refinement of Golden Spirit Nectar can one's palm attain the strength necessary to wield the grand heavenly transformation palm. During his journey, Xiao Ze managed to find time to replicate it, and at last, he has gathered 4 vials. Golden Spirit Nectar, the elixir I previously mentioned. 1 vial for each of you. Xun'er and the others have already accepted Xiao Ze's inheritance of heavenly tier combat techniques. The transmission of combat techniques in the Dou Qi Continent is relatively straightforward, allowing vast amounts of information regarding combat skills and techniques to be conveyed directly through the power of the soul. Certainly, the transmission of knowledge through scrolls can be quite cumbersome, necessitating the use of spiritual energy for inscription. This is particularly true for advanced combat techniques. While ordinary techniques do not require such elaborate methods, after receiving the Golden Spirit Nectar, the women decided to undergo their training directly in this private room. Although it is a chamber within an inn, its protective measures should suffice. Additionally, with Xiao Ze present to safeguard them, Xun'er and the others had little to worry about. Xiao Ze observed with curiosity as Xun'er and her companions, all vying to refine their palms, gathered here. He pondered which of them would successfully advance in their training. Chapter 438. Farewell. Xiao Ze's gaze was sharp and discerning. He held great expectations for Xun'er and her companions. The talents of the 4 were indeed exceptional. While ordinary individuals might encounter barriers when attempting to cultivate celestial tier techniques, such impediments were unlikely to affect them. If they could master the grand celestial transformation palm, their combat prowess would see a significant enhancement. After all, celestial tier techniques are formidable even at the saint level of combat, equipping them with another means to confront adversaries. In addition to their inherent gifts and abilities, was certainly a wise choice. Xiao Ze opened the window and gazed down from the towering inn. The city of Tianhuang was ablaze with lights, particularly in the vicinity of the inn, where the brilliance of combat energy shimmered incessantly. The very sky appeared brightened by this radiant energy, obscuring the glow of the stars above. Tianhuang City stands as one of the most prosperous cities in the eastern region of Zhongzhou. Although it lies within the sphere of influence of the Huangquan Pavilion, it is not directly governed by them. Remarkably, Tianhuang City has thrived amidst the struggles of numerous factions without the protection of any top-tier power, suggesting that some agreements among pinnacle experts have granted it a unique status. With his gaze lowered, Xiao Ze realized they had reached the eastern region of Zhongyu, drawing near to the territory of the ancient clans. He decided to enjoy his time in this vibrant area, which was far more flourishing than the southern region of Zhongzhou. Just as Xiao Ze contemplated this, he heard a sound behind him. Turning to look, he saw Xun'er slowly opening her eyes, a pale, jade-like hand glimmering with a faint golden hue. Is the refinement complete? Xiao Ze inquired telepathically. Although it was unlikely to disrupt the training of the little medical fairy in Medusa, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Xun'er smiled gently as she rose to his side, enveloped by a delicate golden light. Brother Xiao Ze, I have fulfilled my mission and completed the refinement of my palm. However, the opening of the 3 minor meridians will still require some time. As she spoke, Xun'er displayed her fair hand. Xiao Ze eagerly grasped it, pressing and examining her palm. As the blush crept onto Xun'er's cheeks, despite her numerous intimate encounters with Xiao Ze, she had yet to reach the stage where she could remain unfazed while he held her small hand. After employing his soul perception to assess the situation, Xiao Ze could not help but sigh, realizing that the Saint of Creation was indeed quite invested in the legacy of the Grand Creation Palm. Following his own inheritance of the Grand Creation Palm, even his meridians had been expanded by the methods left behind by the Saint of Creation within the Golden Spirit Nectar. However, Xun'er and her companions were not as fortunate, as they needed to cultivate additional meridians on their own. There was no need for haste. After the refinement with the Golden Spirit Nectar, the process of developing meridians would be considerably easier. It was imperative to fully establish their meridians before attempting cultivation, lest the energy accumulate within their palms and ultimately lead to a catastrophic rupture of their arms. After Xiao Ze elucidated the precautions, Xun'er nodded in agreement. Brother Xiao Ze, let us journey together to the eastern region. Once we enter, we shall be within the domain of the ancient clan, which wields formidable control over that area. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke to Xiao Ze. I understand, but did Elder Tong Xian not mention that we could arrange our time accordingly? Currently, we are in the central region, a bustling place where we could linger a bit longer. Hearing Xiao Ze's words, Xun'er smiled, wrapping her arms around his. Gazing out the window, the golden barrier enveloping the two of them silently dissipated, and they continued to gaze quietly outside. Before long, Medusa, the little medical fairy, and the azure-scaled one completed their refining, both lacking in the development of their hand meridians. They continued to cultivate their hand meridians while lingering in the city of Tianwang, indulging in various local delicacies and exploring the sights. Growing weary of Tianwang, they ventured to other cities. It was only after Xiao Ze had spent 3 months refining the Sacred Heart glazed pill that Elder Tong Xian appeared before them, an expression of resignation on his face. Observing Xun'er happily savoring a skewer of candied hawthorn, Elder Tong Xian sighed. Xun'er, it has been 3 months. It is time to return to the ancient clan. Upon seeing Elder Tong Xian's figure, the others began to speculate. Hearing his words, a sense of melancholy and reluctance filled their hearts. In contrast, Xun'er finished the last of her candied hawthorn and addressed everyone. Having accompanied all of you for such a long time, I am utterly content. However, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. I look forward to seeing you all again. A faint smile graced her lips as she spoke, and she then embraced Xiao Ze. He wrapped his arms around her waist and gently patted her back. Upon your return, be sure to consume the Sacred Heart glazed pill as soon as possible. Though your status renders you unlikely to face any unjust actions, consuming it promptly could avert unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Ze whispered softly in her ear. Xun'er nodded slightly, responding with a subtle, nasal After bidding farewell to one another, Xun'er followed Elder Tong Xian, her figure vanishing amidst the bustling street, unnoticed by anyone. Had a soul with formidable power been present, they would have been astonished to discover that a faint aura of soul energy enveloped Xiao Ze and his companions, allowing them to conceal their presence within the lively crowd. Otherwise, with the beauty of Xun'er and her companions, they would inevitably attract countless gazes, rendering any enjoyment of their outing impossible. Xun'er's departure cast a momentary silence over the group. Young Master Xiao Ze, what shall we do next? Let us continue, he replied, shaking his head. You are all usually preoccupied with your training while in my company. Now is the time to relish some leisure. However, the moment Xun'er left, Xiao Ze intended to immediately resume their training. To suggest that their outing was merely for Xun'er would be disingenuous. Furthermore, the advice he imparted to her before her departure was part of his preparations for what lay ahead. He was resolved to attempt a breakthrough to Dou Sheng. Though the peak of the 9 transformations Dou Zun was but a step away from becoming a half-saint, it posed a challenge to numerous prodigies. After all, those who could attain the pinnacle of 9 transformations Dou Zun were invariably endowed with extraordinary talent and profound opportunities. Yet even so, they remained obstructed at the threshold of the sacred realm. Hence, Xiao Ze harbored the utmost determination to have Xun'er prioritize refining the Holy Heart Glass Pill to assist him in breaking through to Dou Sheng. Indeed, aside from the enhancement and aptitude promised by the Holy Heart Glass Pill, the tenfold energy feedback of a 9th-grade treasure pill alone constituted a significant boon. Naturally, Xiao Ze, accompanied by the little medical fairy, Medusa, and others, did not solely indulge in leisure during their sojourn in the eastern region of the central domain. In addition to their daily training, he guided them through various cities, simultaneously searching for any Soul Clan's soul-devouring array. After all, idleness was not an option. Should they uncover such arrays, it would be prudent to consider disrupting them once he achieved Dou Sheng, thereby saving ordinary individuals and cultivators alike. Chapter 439, Seclusion. Breakthrough. Under the protection of Elder Tong Xian, Xun'er swiftly returned to the ancient saint city, entering the ancient realm. Ignoring the Elder's academy, she hurried back to her place of cultivation, retrieving the Holy Heart Glass Pill, even sealed within its vial. The divine radiance it emitted imbued her with a sense of awakening intellect. Feeling the abundant energy within the Holy Heart Glass Pill, Xun'er hesitated for a moment before taking out a jade slip. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in coarse garments appeared before Xun'er, his gaze immediately fixating on the vial in her hand. Is this the Holy Heart Glass Pill that Xiao Ze concocted for you? Indeed, Father. I beseech you to assist me in refining the Holy Heart Glass Pill. Their brief exchange unveiled much. Ancient Yuan was well aware of Xun'er's circumstances. As soon as she returned to the ancient realm, he recognized that the pill she held was the Holy Heart Glass Pill. Although Gu Yuan was uncertain as to why Xun'er was so eager to refine the Sacred Heart glazed pill, he did not delve into the matter further and merely nodded lightly. Go ahead and take it. I will act depending on the situation. Upon receiving Gu Yuan's affirmative response, Xun'er's smile radiated even brighter. She hurriedly unsealed the medicine bottle and a rich fragrance, accompanied by waves of energy, emanated from it. The Sacred Heart glazed pill transformed into a shimmering light, seemingly attempting to escape its destined consumption. However, as it barely emerged from the bottle, it felt as though the surrounding world had been sealed, rendering it completely immobile. Xun'er glanced at Gu Yuan, nodded towards him, and with a delicate parting of her lips, she placed the Sacred Heart glazed pill into her mouth, commencing the refinement process. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the Central Domain, amidst a vast mountain range, Xiao Yixian, Medusa, and others were diligently practicing the heavenly stage battle technique, the Great Transformation Palm. Qinglin softly exclaimed, her palm radiating a dark golden sheen akin to metal. Intense energy coalesced within her palm, forming a black hole that exuded a powerful allure. It then expanded like lightning, engulfing the surrounding trees, mountains, and everything in its vicinity. The massive peak appeared as if it had been excavated by a colossal spoon wielded by a formidable entity, leaving behind only a hollow basin. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Qinglin's eyes. She had finally completed her training in the Great Transformation Palm. Qinglin, Xiao Yixian, and Medusa had been practicing in separate locations, as the power of the Great Transformation Palm was extraordinary, making it impractical to train together without risking injury to one another. They had all achieved a similar level of mastery over the technique, and now that they could truly wield it, their focus turned to perfecting it to an exceptional degree, aiming to unleash it with merely a thought. On the other side, upon witnessing the successful training of the three in the Great Transformation Palm, Xiao Ze's face broke into a smile. He gazed at the panel, which now displayed a new notification. Xun'er has refined the Sacred Heart glazed pill. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold energy feedback. Xun'er has refined the Sacred Heart glazed pill. Talent enhancement achieved. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold feedback, significantly enhancing talent. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiao Ze's eyes. Now that Xiao Yixian and Medusa had also successfully trained in the Great Transformation Palm, he felt it was time to attempt a breakthrough to the Dou Qi stage without needing to monitor them closely, with the golden tree relaying the message. Xiao Yixian and the others returned one after another. Finding an auspicious location, it was time to attempt the breakthrough. Listening to Xiao Ze's ambitious declarations, Xiao Yixian and the others harbored no doubts, for they understood that Xiao Ze's foundational accumulation was truly formidable. In their eyes, a breakthrough was merely a natural progression. Young Master Xiao, shall we return to the Pill Tower for the breakthrough? Qinglin contemplated, realizing that the only place worthy of being called a land of feng shui, and exceedingly safe, was indeed the Dan Tower. Without further delay, this would be the chosen location. Xiao Ze shook his head. He had been waiting for too long and wished not to prolong the wait any further. If he intended to return to the Dan Tower to break through, he would not have lingered here for so long. He could have taken advantage of this time to journey back to the Dan Tower. Moreover, the Dan Tower was bustling with people, and it was likely that there were personnel from the Soul Palace present. Judging by the Soul Palace's modus operandi, they would not idly allow their rival, the Dan Tower, to give rise to another saint. It would be far wiser to remain in this remote mountain range, establish spatial seals, and disperse illusory power to conceal their presence. With the protection of Xiao Yixian, Medusa, and others, safety was assured. Furthermore, should circumstances become dire, he could forcibly exit the breakthrough state. Before long, Xiao Ze made thorough preparations and sat cross-legged upon a sea blue mat. This mat possessed extraordinary effects, proving quite beneficial for cultivation. He accessed his panel to claim all the energy feedback rewards accumulated by Xun'er during this period. A vast surge of energy manifested within Xiao Ze, akin to an ocean, even stirring a terrifying energy storm in this space. Xiao Yixian, Medusa, and the others gazed at Xiao Ze in astonishment. Within a 100-foot radius of him, a colossal storm of celestial energy began to form gradually. The boundless heavenly energy was devoured by Xiao Ze. No wonder young Master Zhao's fighting spirit seemed inexhaustible. The momentum of this breakthrough was enough to demonstrate the terrifying depth of his capabilities. Qinglin stared at Xiao Ze in astonishment, acutely aware that the more powerful one became, the clearer it was to perceive the sheer ferocity of Xiao Ze's current breakthrough. It was likely that, in terms of fighting spirit quantity alone, he surpassed his peers by multiples, even tens of times. Medusa raised her hand to smooth her hair, which had been tousled by the energy storm, and exclaimed in disbelief. Thus, it is said that Xiao Ze is a monster. His peak Dozun could likely defeat 100 of us, rendering any comparison futile. Xiao Yixian sighed in resignation. Although their fighting spirit levels seemed to be catching up to Xiao Ze, the disparity felt as vast as a chasm. A torrent of energy surged into Xiao Ze's body, with the tenfold feedback from the Holy Heart glazed pill also acting upon him. In Xiao Ze's perception, The significant enhancement of his innate qualities felt akin to the widening of the diameter of the origin tree. However, compared to the benefits derived from the expansion of the origin tree, the tenfold feedback from the Holy Heart glazed pill was not entirely comprehensive. The widening of the origin tree's diameter provided multifaceted advantages to Xiao Ze, from innate qualities to energy manipulation. Under the impetus of this immense energy, the diameter of the origin tree gradually and resolutely expanded. That final meter was finally filled by this vast surge of energy. Crack! As the origin tree reached a diameter of 1,000 meters, a sound akin to something shattering echoed within the void. Xiao Ze, having ascended to the essence of the tree of origin, felt an awakening in his soul. The threshold of the Dou Saint that stood before him shattered. The bottleneck was no more. Under the sweeping tide of boundless energy, the tree of origin soared to unprecedented heights, forcefully surpassing the altitude of 100,000 meters. In Chapter 440, The Troubles of the Holy Spirit Saint, Xiao Ze sensed the tree of origin's remarkable ascent. Following this elevation, Xun'er received her special reward for breaking through to the Dou Zun level as anticipated. A peculiar force began to act upon the tree of origin, facilitating a metamorphosis in its fundamental essence. Perceiving this extraordinary energy, Xiao Ze felt a resonance within his heart. Perhaps surpassing 100,000 meters was merely the initial step towards becoming a Dou Saint. The ensuing transformation would be of paramount significance. The vast energy continued to be absorbed by Xiao Ze as he calmed his mind, quietly attuning to the tree of origin's evolution. It seemed that under the influence of this unique force, the tree of origin radiated outward towards the entirety of the void. The expanse of the void expanded dramatically once again, appearing more tangible than before. Regrettably, such transformation could not be achieved overnight, and Xiao Ze could not hasten the process, compelling him to seize this opportunity to continue his cultivation. Xiao Yixian, Medusa, and the others observed the energy storm surrounding Xiao Ze, which showed no signs of abating. They understood that the breakthrough to Dou Saint would require a considerable duration for Xiao Ze, with the illusory power he had woven to conceal them. Coupled with spatial seals and protective formations, they felt assured of their safety. Xiao Yixian furrowed her brow, glancing at Xiao Ze amidst the energy tempest, seeking the opinions of her companions. I believe it poses no threat. Once the mechanisms left by young Master Xiao are triggered, we will swiftly be alerted even while in our cultivation. Qinglin recalled Xiao Ze's arrangements and words, expressing her agreement. Then it is settled. One shall cultivate while the other keeps watch, alternating after a period. Medusa contemplated and concurred with this proposal. Given the state of Xiao Ze's breakthrough, it was clear that the duration would not be brief, and they could not afford to neglect their own training. Thus, they opted for a more balanced approach. Initially, the trio alternated every 10 days, but as Xiao Ze's energy storm remained unchanged, they later adjusted to a monthly rotation. As Xiao Ze advanced, their own powers were also steadily rising. Time silently slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Far from Xiao Ze's secluded retreat, in the depths of the underworld sea, which had once been shrouded in eerie mists, changes seemed to have occurred over the years. Deep within the underworld sea, a figure sat cross-legged at the sea's eye, drawing in the very essence that other cultivators feared like poison. This malevolent energy, capable of easily corroding the bodies of practitioners, could not inflict any harm upon that solitary figure. If Xiao Ze were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her at a glance. This is the tale of the Saint Spirit Sovereign, who, with self-aided perseverance, successfully ascended to the realm of Dou Saint. At this moment, the aura emanating from the Saint Spirit Sovereign was profound, far surpassing the strength she possessed at the time of her initial breakthrough. However, despite the assistance from the Abyssal Sea, she had yet to ascend to the rank of 2-star Dou Saint, currently residing in the late stages of 1-star Dou Saint. Such progress within a few years at the Dou Saint level is commendable, though it pales in comparison to the extraordinary talent and fortuity of Xiao Yan, who transitioned from the early stages of 1-star Dou Saint to 2-star Dou Saint in merely half a year. The Saint Spirit Sovereign seemed to sense something amiss, her brow furrowing slightly. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing orbs of a peculiar blend of dark and golden hues. The dark colors signified the power of the abyss within her, while the golden hue represented the power of the Saint Spirit. Although refining the ethereal essence of the Abyssal Sea significantly benefited her cultivation, she also needed to maintain a balance between these two distinctly opposing forces within her. This was the reason she had yet to fully refine all the ethereal essence. Excessive refinement could lead to the abyssal power overpowering the Saint Spirit's strength, making future balance exceedingly challenging. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? The peculiar eyes of dark and gold gazed toward the nearby space. To her surprise, she encountered a formidable Dou Saint from a non-ancient race. With a chilling laughter, the the space under the Saint Spirit Sovereign's scrutiny erupted with dense black mist, isolating the surrounding seawater and creating a domain of shadow. Within this domain emerged a skeletal, ancient figure, radiating an aura so cold that it seemed to surpass even the depths of the ocean. Sensing the malevolent energy exuded by the elder, the Saint Spirit Sovereign's frown deepened. "What brings you here, esteemed one?" She was well aware of what the elder referred to when mentioning the ancient race. Having been nurtured by the Oceanic Sovereign, a Dou saint who had the privilege to engage with such ancient beings. Thus, she was not entirely ignorant of their existence. "I am the Grand Sovereign of the Soul Palace, wishing to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks." The Grand Sovereign's gaze fixed upon the Saint Spirit Sovereign. Despite the divine and majestic aura she projected, the pinnacle of one-star Dou saint, the Grand Sovereign could still perceive the immensely sinister power lurking within her. While the Soul Palace served as a tool for the Soul Clan to create turbulence across the Dou Qi Continent, the true number of individuals belonging to the Soul Clan was quite limited. The upper echelons of the Soul Palace were predominantly composed of members of the Soul Clan, encompassing the Palace Master, Vice Master, and the esteemed Grand Sovereigns. The majority of others were absorbed from external sources, much like the Blood River Sovereign, who previously instigated a bloodbath across the Dou Qi Continent before being assimilated into the Soul Palace. Thus, the endeavors of the Grand Sovereign were indeed of that nature. Previously, the unusual occurrences in the Nether Sea were detected by the Soul Palace. Upon investigation, they were astonished to discover the emergence of a Dou saint, one that did not belong to any ancient race and had no affiliations with other major powers in the Dou Qi Continent. Such a solitary Dou saint naturally drew the attention of the Soul Palace. At this opportune moment, the Grand Celestial Sovereign decided to invite the Holy Spirit Saint. The Holy Spirit narrowed her eyes slightly at the mention of the Soul Palace, a place she had learned about through Xiao Ze. Her feelings towards the Soul Palace were characterized by deep disdain, leading her to immediately shake her head in refusal. "I have no interest. I am accustomed to solitude." Simultaneously, she inadvertently revealed a faint aura characteristic of a late-stage Dou saint, causing the Grand Celestial Sovereign's previously calm demeanor to shift slightly. However, upon recalling that the Holy Spirit was a solitary figure, his expression returned to tranquility. "It seemed that your confidence stemmed from your late-stage Dou saint cultivation. The invitation from the Soul Palace was one you could not decline." Although the gap between their Dou Qi realms was not particularly vast, the Grand Celestial Sovereign was filled with confidence. His lineage from the Soul Clan endowed him with profound depth, possessing advanced techniques and soul arts, alongside the innate power of the Soul Clan's bloodline, far surpassing that of an ordinary Dou saint. A sinister, ghostly skeletal hand reached out towards the Holy Spirit, who responded with a cold snort, unleashing a brilliant golden light from the eye of the sea. Instantly, the Nether Sea erupted into towering waves. In the midst of his cultivation, time became exceedingly nebulous for Xiao Ze. The only sensation he could perceive was the continuous ascent of the origin tree's height. As that peculiar force thoroughly permeated the entire void space, Xiao Ze's meditative state was stirred. The soul entity that entered the origin tree sensed that the void space had expanded exponentially compared to before. This was not the most significant change brought about by the special reward. The void space no longer felt ethereal and had acquired a semblance of reality. Just as Xiao Ze had speculated when he broke through to the Dou Zun level, the void space might ultimately evolve into a dimensional realm. Now, with the special reward granted by Xun'er at the Dou Zun level, Xiao Ze's conjecture was further solidified. The origin tree resembled a world tree, supporting this void space and likely serving as a pillar for a future miniature realm. Besides the transformation of the void space, the changes to the origin tree itself were monumental. During this period, he diligently cultivated amidst the alterations of the void space, elevating the height of the origin tree. At this moment, the height of the origin tree had reached an astounding 12,960 meters. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Ze was astonished to discover that his Dou Qi realm was not the half-saint he had imagined, but rather an authentic one-star Dou saint. Just as in the original tale where Xiao Yan utilized the Bodhi heart to break through to Dou saint, he had directly bypassed the half-saint stage and stepped into the realm of a one-star Dou saint. Xiao Ze gazed thoughtfully at the tree of origin. According to the previous patterns of the tree, each elevation in rank signifies a tenfold increase in height within the preceding great realm. Logically, if one were to reach the Dou saint stage, each star would necessitate an elevation of 100,000 meters. However, within the established hierarchy of the Dou Qi Continent, the half-saint realm has been inserted, conflicting with the prior patterns. Thus, Xiao Ze mused, does my current tree of origin system actually preclude the existence of the half-saint realm? He felt a degree of certainty regarding his hypothesis. It is highly probable that the half-saint realm is entirely absent, or perhaps the widening of the tree's diameter has encompassed the half-saint realm. Otherwise, the increasing difficulty of widening the tree's diameter would not make sense. A flurry of thoughts raced through Xiao Ze's mind, but he quickly dismissed them and focused on his current situation. The height of the tree of origin, when aligned with the original Dou Qi system, indicated that he was still in the early stages of a one-star Dou Saint. Upon reaching 130,000 meters, he would transition to the mid-stage of one-star Dou Saint, with each 30,000 meters marking a new phase. The final stretch of 10,000 meters would presumably correspond to the so-called peak of one-star Dou Saint. In addition to the changes in height, the golden imperial flame that once enveloped the tree of origin had transformed into an immense golden canopy, shielding the entire void space below, as if it were providing sanctuary from the elements. However, this void space merely contained a hint of reality and had yet to reach the level of creation. Thus there could be no actual storms or rains. Xiao Ze observed the massive golden canopy above him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At last, it bore some resemblance to a world tree. Although in his conjecture, the void space might one day evolve into a complete realm, it seemed far too diminutive to be considered as such at present. While the size of the void had increased exponentially compared to before, it still fell short when compared to an entire realm. An entire realm should not only rival the size of the Dou Qi Continent, but, at the very least, must encompass an area comparable to a continent within it. Currently, it was not only inferior to the central continent, but even the northwestern continent seemed beyond its reach. If it were to expand several hundred times, it might then rival the northwestern continent. Nevertheless, based on the panel's information, Xun'er's special rewards required him to attain a higher great realm to be eligible. The special rewards at the Dou Zun stage could be obtained upon reaching Dou Saint. However, would he need to achieve Dou Di to claim Xun'er's rewards at the Dou Saint stage? At this thought, Xiao Ze's brows furrowed slightly, as he found himself entangled in a dilemma. If he did not seek the two sources of energy within the ancient emperor's cave, it would imply that to break through to Dou Di, he would require the sources of energy birthed from the small realm. Yet, for the small realm to generate such energy, his strength must surpass Xun'er by one great realm, thereby necessitating Dou Di. Xiao Ze was ensnared in this intricate web of thoughts, hastily closing his eyes to sense the void space. Though the panel may not directly address his inquiries, as long as there exists a flicker of doubt within his heart, answers will inevitably reveal themselves in the shadows. From his humble beginnings to his present state, the answers have never eluded him. Soon enough, Xiao Ze's concerns dissipated without a trace. He merely needed to touch the threshold of the Dou Emperor to claim the coveted rewards of the Dou Saint stage. The threshold of the Dou Emperor is neither too difficult nor too simple to cross. The pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint. In the original tale, the renowned figures of this caliber can be counted on one's fingers: Hun Tiandi, Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the pure Lotus Demon Saint. Yet, in comparison to them, Xiao Ze considers himself fortunate. For after reaching the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint, he can advance even further. Once he meticulously organized the gains from this breakthrough, Xiao Ze slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, remarkably tranquil, contrasted starkly with the days when he had to employ various means to conceal his aura. Now, standing there, he required no such tactics. To the onlookers, he appeared as an ordinary individual. Upon sensing the gradual diminishment of the energy storm, Xiao Yixian, Medusa, and Qinglin ceased their cultivation. At long last, upon witnessing Xiao Ze's awakening, smiles adorned their faces as they approached him. "Master Xiao Ze," they exclaimed. Xiao Ze, observing the curiosity reflected in their expressions, responded with a gentle smile. "I have successfully broken through. I can now be considered at the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent." The three women gasped in astonishment upon hearing his affirmation. In this era where the Dou Emperor has become a legendary figure, the Dou Saint stands as the zenith of the continent. "Master Xiao Ze, what is your current realm?" Qinglin inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him, unable to discern his true state, prompting her to ask with uncertainty. "I am at the initial stage of the 1-star Dou Saint. Perhaps my foundation had been accumulating for too long, allowing me to leap over the half-saint stage and truly step into the realm of the Dou Saint." Xiao Ze replied vaguely. This revelation left the three women in stunned silence. To leap directly over the half-saint. After half a year of secluded cultivation, he had ascended from the pinnacle of the Dou Zun to the 1-star Dou Saint. Their astonishment was boundless. As they regained their composure, the women offered their heartfelt congratulations to Xiao Ze. After all, this was an extraordinary breakthrough, a direct leap over the half-saint realm. Just then, however, Xiao Ze's gaze drifted into the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. There seemed to be a surge of battle energy emanating from the direction of the Nether Sea, suggesting a conflict involving Dou Saints. Chapter 442, The Battle of the Dou Saints. Xiao Ze focused intently, and suddenly his brow arched. The chilling aura felt oddly familiar. It must belong to the members of the Soul Palace. The other presence was a blend of divinity and a tinge of malevolence. Indeed, the Holy Spirit Saint. Were the Soul Palace members causing trouble for the Holy Spirit Saint? Realizing this, Xiao Ze did not hesitate and promptly briefed Xiao Yan, Medusa, and the others. The previously helpful Holy Spirit Sage seems to have encountered the sage from the Soul Palace. Please wait here for a moment. I shall see if I can be of assistance, Xiao Ze stated. Following his words, he condensed a form of thunder and infused it into a root of the primordial tree. With the enhancement of his strength, the power of the thunderous form surged rapidly, sufficient to withstand even a formidable Dou Saint for a brief period. Young Master Xiao, please exercise caution. We shall remain here, Qinglin, perceptive as ever, advised. Recognizing her own inadequacy to partake in battles of the Dou Saint caliber, with a clear sense of self-awareness, she refrained from accompanying Xiao Ze. Both Xiao Yan and Medusa offered their own words of caution, watching as Xiao Ze's figure vanished from sight. Alas, the gap has now widened completely, to the point where we lack even the qualification to spectate, Xiao Yan sighed. Xiao Ze had directly transcended the semi-saint realm and stepped into the true domain of Dou Saint. While they felt joy for his achievement, they also experienced a tinge of melancholy due to the growing distance between them. Perhaps we could venture into the beast domain once more. This time, Xiao Ze's strength is sufficient. He may truly be able to uncover information regarding the seven-colored sky-swallowing Python clan, Medusa remarked with a hint of anticipation. As her words lingered in the air, the three fell into a contemplative silence, gazing toward the direction in which Xiao Ze had departed, their eyes betraying a measure of concern. After all, Xiao Ze had only just stepped into the Dou Saint realm. They were uncertain of the true strength of the Dou Saint from the Soul Palace. Should he prove to be overwhelmingly powerful, Xiao Ze could find himself in peril. In the abyssal sea of Yao Ming, a series of pitch-black chains clanged deafeningly, carving deep chasms upon the sea's surface. The dark iron chains intertwined, subtly forming a barrier that seemed to seal the heavens and the earth. The great heavenly sovereign, whose visage was gaunt and skeletal, appeared as though a thin layer of aged skin clung to his bones, devoid of flesh. His sunken eye sockets glowed with two flickering ghostly flames, exuding an eerie presence. Though the great heavenly sovereign was confident in his ability to subdue the Holy Spirit Sage, he would not engage in battle on unfamiliar territory. As soon as combat erupted, he pulled the Holy Spirit Sage out of the abyssal sea to fight upon the surface. After all, the endless specters of the abyssal sea posed a significant challenge for him. The black robe of the great heavenly sovereign billowed as his overwhelming Dou Qi transformed into ethereal white figures, concealed by the dark chains. These figures morphed into countless sharp, white bones, hurtling toward the Holy Spirit Sage upon the sea's surface. The Holy Spirit Sage formed a seal with her hands, radiating an infinite divine light. The white bones, akin to ice meeting the blazing sun, were repelled by this sacred luminescence, disintegrating into a flurry of white ash. Having neutralized this assault, the countenance of the Holy Spirit Sage did not improve. Rather, it grew more solemn. Changing the seal in her hands, the resplendent divine light and the ominous power of the abyssal sea coalesced, merging two entirely distinct forces within the confines of her palm. Were it not for the innate abilities bestowed upon the Holy Spirit Sage by the divine, a cataclysmic explosion would likely have ensued in an instant. The cause of the Holy Spirit Sage's heightened vigilance lay in the calculated stratagem of the Supreme Deity. Countless swirling white ashes coalesced within the parched palm of the Supreme Deity. The dark mist of the underworld intertwined with the white ashes, forming a knife of bone, a weapon of black and white. The shattered skies, 3 bone blades. In a flash, the Supreme Deity unleashed 3 strikes. Each cut shattered the very fabric of the void, culminating in a singular, formidable blow. A stark, pale blade of light cleaved through the void, aimed directly at the Holy Spirit Sage. The technique coalescing in the hands of the Holy Spirit Sage reached completion, a sphere of light manifesting, interwoven with golden radiance and darkness, presenting a dual-hued orb of profound gold, poised to counter the pale blade of light. Upon collision, an explosive force erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that obliterated countless tons of seawater in the Nether Sea into nothingness. The vast energy surged forth, akin to a colossal titan, taking a bite out of the Nether Sea and forming a monumental chasm. This overwhelming force pressed against the ominous black chains encircling the heavens and earth, stretching them to their limits, as energy burst forth through the chains, conjuring towering waves upon the ocean. The Holy Spirit Sage, ensconced within the chain array, bore the brunt of this energy shock, his complexion paling slightly. Yet, as the master of the chain formation, the Supreme Deity utilized the chains as a shield, successfully withstanding the onslaught of celestial energy. Once tranquility returned, the supreme deity emerged from the confines of the chains, exhibiting no injuries aside from a slight depletion of his fighting spirit. In terms of strength, the supreme deity might not surpass the Holy Spirit Sage by a significant margin, at least lacking any qualitative disparity. However, in terms of foundation, whether from the techniques scavenged by the Soul Palace or those bestowed by the Soul Clan, the supreme deity's depth was vastly superior. The chain array capable of restraining a Dou Saint was a testament to its efficacy. The Shattered Sky's 3 bone blades, unleashed with full force, were comparable to techniques of the heavenly rank. Holy Spirit Sage, do not remain obstinately unwise. Join my Soul Palace, and with contributions, you shall have access to an abundance of heavenly rank techniques. Furthermore, you can rely on the prestige of the Soul Palace, ensuring that no one will dare to covet your standing. The supreme deity spoke with an air of indifference, his tone imbued with an omnipotent assurance. If previously the Holy Spirit Sage was oblivious to the might of the Soul Palace and rejected the invitation outright, it was somewhat understandable. Yet, having now demonstrated sufficient prowess, the Holy Spirit Sage was undeniably intrigued. I remain uninterested, my answer shall not waver. Moreover, do you truly possess the confidence to subdue me? The Holy Spirit Sage, sensing something amiss, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, his tone laced with a peculiar blend of astonishment and intrigue. The sudden shift in demeanor from the Holy Spirit Sage left the supreme deity somewhat perplexed. However, the words of the Holy Spirit have unequivocally conveyed to him that she shall never join the Soul Palace. This revelation darkened the expression of the supreme deity, who had initially considered sparing her, yet it now seemed that sparing her was no longer an option. As he spoke, a white bone dagger materialized in his hand. Distinct from the bone blade he had previously formed from white ash, this dagger was infused with countless vengeful spirits, their semi-transparent visages twisted with profound malice, issuing silent howls from the blade. Since you have rejected the invitation of the Soul Palace, you shall be entombed here, lest you become an adversary to us. The flicker of ghostly fire danced in the supreme deity's eyes, with the Holy Spirit refusing the Soul Palace's overtures to prevent her from being courted by other formidable factions and becoming an impediment to the palace's plans. Her demise had become imperative. He chuckled, recalling how it had been quite some time since he encountered someone from the Soul Palace, yet they remained as imperious as ever. Chapter 443, Capturing Turtles in a Jar, Sealing the Space. The sudden voice caused a slight change in the supreme deity's countenance. The energy emitted during their earlier confrontation was beyond what an ordinary Dou Zun could withstand. Now, the energy could reach the very heart of the Nether Sea, undoubtedly indicating extraordinary strength. The supreme deity glanced at Xiao Ze, his brow furrowing as an incredulous thought emerged. He had not sensed Xiao Ze's approach. Had Xiao Ze not spoken, he might have remained oblivious to the presence of another. Beyond the chains that sealed the heavens and earth, Xiao Ze curiously examined these iron chains. Compared to those he had previously acquired from the Soul Palace, the current chains seemed to possess even greater strength, having undergone some unique forging techniques. The runes upon the chains were more profound and numerous. It was no wonder they had withstood the recent energy shock. Even the energy storms resulting from a battle between Dou Sheng could not obliterate them. They retained their ability to seal the heavens and earth. Of course, Dou Sheng warriors were not entirely powerless against them. The mere residual energy waves were insufficient to completely destroy the chains. Should a Dou Sheng truly wish to dismantle the sealing formation, it would be relatively straightforward, provided there was no other Dou Sheng present to restrain them. The Holy Spirit wore an expression of delight. Previously, she had sensed the proximity of the spatial jade slip she crafted, filled with some confusion and astonishment. This was because the only spatial jade slip she had created was entrusted to Xiao Ze. She was well aware of the prowess of the golden flames he wielded. If she could harness the strength of Xiao Ze's golden flames, perhaps the supreme deity before her would not be such a formidable opponent after all. However, when Xiao Ze truly appeared before her, she was astonished to the point of near distraction, for she sensed that he had reached her level. He was now a Dou Sheng. Just a few years prior, when they last met, Xiao Ze's strength had only recently ventured into the realm of Dou Zun. In the blink of an eye, one has ascended to the realm of a talent that could undoubtedly be deemed extraordinary among the human race. Sensing the formidable nature of the great celestial sovereign's expression hardened, and he ruthlessly wielded the bone knife in his hand toward the sacred spirit sage. Should manage to break through the chains that bound the heavens and the earth, the combined force of the two would likely overwhelm him. Seizing the moment while the chains still held, he resolved to eliminate the sacred spirit sage first. As the white bone knife descended, an eerie wave of energy silently spread forth, racing like lightning toward the sacred spirit sage. The great celestial sovereign was not without purpose. His desire to eliminate the sacred spirit sage stemmed from a profound confidence in his own strength. The bone knife, forged from the bones of countless souls, possessed immeasurable power. Even a level warrior would suffer immensely if the knife's wind were to invade their body, enduring the torment of 1,000 souls. The peculiar energy fluctuation caused the sacred spirit sage's expression to turn grave, for she sensed that this was no ordinary assault, but one aimed at the very essence of her soul. As a naturally born spiritual entity, her soul, despite having attained the level, still paled in comparison to that of human cultivators. Faced with this bizarre blade of energy, she found herself with few means to counter it. Should she be struck by this blade, her soul's foundation would undoubtedly suffer severe damage, potentially leading to a permanent weakening of her spiritual strength. Just as the sacred spirit sage prepared to make a desperate stand, a figure silently appeared before her. The power of space flickered around him. It was who had instantaneously broken free from the shackles. In the face of this soul-imbued blade, remained calm, his own soul power vast as the ocean. To employ a soul attack against him was akin to wielding a hammer in the presence of a master craftsman. Break, uttered, and his soul energy, palpable as substance, surged forth from his lips. It transformed into a torrent of sound waves, annihilating the eerie soul blade in tandem. Witnessing how easily dispelled his own soul attack, the great celestial sovereign's countenance shifted dramatically, and he scrutinized intently. Suddenly, the flicker of ghostly flames in his eyes revealed his shock. "You are the vice president of the Pill Tower?" It was indeed an honor to be recognized by the great celestial sovereign of the Soul Hall, replied with a serene smile, his subtle spatial power quietly enveloping the surroundings. The astonishment on the great celestial sovereign's face became impossible to conceal. The first time he had heard S' name was during a confrontation between the Pill Tower and the Soul Hall several years prior. At that time, he dismissed notoriety, delegating the matter to a lesser-ranked sovereign. Subsequently, the incident faded into obscurity. Now, upon hearing S' name once more, he realized that had ascended to the position of vice president of the Pill Tower. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Ze had only recently attained the rank of Dou Qi a few years prior, yet he now stood on par with him. His ability to effortlessly nullify the soul-infused blade energy was simply monstrous. Gulp. The great heavenly sovereign discreetly swallowed, a retreating inclination blossoming within his heart. As a senior elder of the Soul Clan, he understood well that prodigies of this caliber not only exhibited rapid growth in prowess, but also boasted formidable combat strength. They could vanquish foes beyond their level with the same ease as one would consume food or drink, much like the two illustrious bloodline bearers of the Soul Clan, who were renowned for their terrifying combat capabilities and hailed as contenders for the next clan leader. In an instant, the bone knife in the great heavenly sovereign's hand transformed into a colossal weapon, black mist swirling around him, coalescing into a gigantic hand. The shadowy hand grasped the bone knife, and with a fierce shout, the enormous blade cleaved through space, unleashing an intensely terrifying wave of force as it ruthlessly struck toward Xiao Ze and his companion. A flash of lightning flickered around Xiao Ze, but as if struck by a thought, he quietly morphed it into an overwhelming force of spatial energy. It coalesced in his grasp into a shimmering sphere of space, radiant with silver light, meeting the massive bone knife. As the spatial sphere made contact, the surrounding space rippled like waves upon water. The power of space spread unchecked in all directions. Crack! Upon their collision, the violent spatial energy struck the colossal blade like silver lightning, leaving behind a series of fissures. Witnessing the bone blade marred by the spatial force, the flickering flames in the great heavenly sovereign's eyes trembled violently. The pang of loss surged within him, and the retreating inclination that had begun to take root in his heart now fully consumed him. With sudden resolve, he slashed his other hand backward. However, what was usually capable of effortlessly rending space now felt as though it struck upon cotton, the overwhelming force dispersing and tearing open fine fissures as delicate as hair. The great heavenly sovereign abruptly turned to gaze at Xiao Ze, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "You've sealed the space?" "Indeed. I have only just broken through to Dou Qi, and if you wish to flee, I cannot guarantee I can detain you. Thus, I silently established a spatial blockade. Otherwise, do you think I would waste my breath on you?" Xiao Ze smiled, the spatial energy around him surging violently, forming a silver giant hand that seized the bone knife, crushing it with sheer force. With the bone knife shattered, it was time to deal with its master. Chapter 444, Slaying the Great Heavenly Sovereign. Upon witnessing Xiao Ze conjure the silver giant hand that effortlessly crushed his bone knife, an expression of horror flashed in the great heavenly sovereign's eyes. Yet, he remained undeterred. Hundreds upon thousands of iron chains erupted with a deafening clangor of metal clashing. Numerous chains coalesced, forming massive black iron links that lashed out toward Xiao Ze. Simultaneously, His Dou Qi gathered into his palms, fingers weaving intricate seals, as the immense spatial force surged against the already established binding space around him. The great celestial sovereign felt the formidable constraints of the surrounding space, and a sense of regret welled up within him. The moment he beheld Xiao Ze's emergence, he should have decisively extricated himself. Although Xiao Ze had just ascended to the status of a Dou Saint, his prowess was indeed formidable. He was far more terrifying than those holy spirits who lingered in the Dou Saint phase for years. Now, with merely Xiao Ze's intervention, the great celestial sovereign sensed a fatal threat looming over him. Suddenly, the world fell eerily silent as an overwhelming pressure erupted from Xiao Ze. A wisp of golden flame materialized from the palm of Xiao Ze, swelling in the wind, transforming into serpentine fire dragons stretching hundreds of feet in length. These fierce dragons surged toward the colossal iron chains, emanating a terrifying and searing heat. The iron chains, capable of withstanding the aftershocks of a Dou Saint battle, were undeniably robust. Yet, confronted with the temperature of the golden flames, they melted instantaneously into a pool of molten iron, plummeting toward the abyssal sea below. One of the golden fire dragons suddenly soared toward the great celestial sovereign. Before the spatial seal he was conjuring could be completed, he witnessed the massive fire dragon hurtling toward him. Feeling the scorching heat that approached, the sovereign's withered visage flushed a deep crimson, and he gritted his teeth. He extended his hands forward, transforming his spatial seal into a colossal spatial shield spanning hundreds of feet. With a thunderous crash, the golden fire dragon shattered. Yet the spatial shield was left riddled with gaping holes from the overwhelming heat. The air around the great celestial sovereign was engulfed in a torrent of golden flames, compelling him to summon his Dou Qi for defense. The measures he had previously arranged to dismantle Xiao Ze's spatial confinement were also incinerated by the golden flames. The great celestial sovereign could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. A single misstep had led to his total defeat. Had he acted with greater decisiveness earlier and merged with the Bone Blade, he could have unleashed the might of a 2-star Dou Saint and perhaps inflicted significant damage upon Xiao Ze. Once all the dark iron chains were reduced to molten iron, Xiao Ze turned his gaze toward the great celestial sovereign. To his astonishment, the sovereign produced a pale silver spatial jade slip and shattered it. The slip emanated a powerful spatial fluctuation. However, the spatial passage that should have formed was obliterated under Xiao Ze's spatial blockade, dissipating into nothingness. Was the great celestial sovereign resorting to desperate measures? A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Ze's mind. He had preemptively established the spatial blockade precisely because it was easy to kill the great celestial sovereign. However, if the sovereign were intent on fleeing, Xiao Ze was uncertain if he could retain him. Moreover, the great celestial sovereign was not alone. He had the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan backing him. Shattering the spatial jade slip, who knew whether the spatial passage would unveil the vice master of the Soul Palace or the master of the Soul Palace, Soul Mieshing? Ever since Xiao Ze completed the spatial blockade, the great celestial sovereign had been trapped with no escape. Under Xiao Ze's command, the golden flames surged forth, extinguishing the sovereign's Dou Qi, and a single wisp of golden flames scorched the great celestial sovereign's right hand. Hiss! The intense agony compelled the grand celestial lord to draw in a sharp breath, his visage contorting in distress. The golden flames consuming his right hand proved insurmountable, obliterating any energy that dared to confront them. Gritting his teeth, he exhibited no hesitation as he transformed his left hand into a blade and severed his right arm at the root. A shroud of black mist enveloped the wound, with not a single drop of blood escaping. Xiao Ze, do you truly intend to take my life today? Have you considered the repercussions from the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan? The grand celestial lord uttered, his countenance dark and foreboding, as his fighting spirit surged. Why indulge in such idle chatter? If I did not intend to kill you, why would I lay so many traps? Xiao Ze replied indifferently. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the grand celestial lord's fighting spirit erupted with a chilling force, a wave of dread energy surging forth from his being. He charged toward Xiao Ze and his companion with lightning speed. Xiao Ze summoned a flicker of lightning, unleashing a tempest of thunderbolts from his form. Thunder strikes above. Let us depart. Xiao Ze communicated telepathically to the Holy Spirit Sage, for the thunder's cacophony rendered ordinary speech futile. In the blink of an eye, they vacated the area, and in the next moment, a tempest of lightning surged forth, the violent, frigid energy dissipating amidst the storm. The detonation of a peak 1-star Dou Saint was indeed formidable. Xiao Ze dispelled the spatial force before him, as the area had been utterly shattered, forming a gaping void with a diameter of several hundred zhang. The thunderstorm poured into the abyss, cascading into the boundless void. This perilous nature of the endless void stems from the fact that in battles upon the continent, if the energy becomes excessively potent, the space may falter under the strain, unleashing that energy into the infinite expanse. Within this vast void, such energy may linger for an extended period, posing challenges to those traversing the emptiness. Moreover, due to certain peculiarities, it may eventually give rise to a treacherous realm within the void. This is precisely why the formidable power of Dou Saints necessitates a pact among ancient races, that those above 5-star Dou Saints refrain from indiscriminate engagement. Energy surged within Xiao Ze as he subdued the ferocity of the thunder, subsequently smoothing the rift in space with his spatial force. The Grand Celestial Lord's self-detonation had not fully manifested before he was overwhelmed by the thunderous onslaught, leading to his demise. Otherwise, Xiao Ze's storm would not have gained the upper hand. After all, the self-detonation of a peak 1-star Dou Saint could easily overshadow Xiao Ze's lightning power, becoming the dominant force amid the chaotic energies. A vast array of natural energies converged, continuously mending the damaged space. Coupled with Xiao Ze's proactive use of spatial force to assist, the rift that would typically require an extensive duration to heal was now nearing restoration. Xiao Ze, I did not anticipate your strength to ascend so swiftly, the Holy Spirit Sage remarked with a hint of relief. Choosing to befriend you was indeed an extraordinarily wise decision. Through fortunate coincidences and a series of opportunities, I have managed to break through to the Dou Saint level. Xiao Ze turned, a smile gracing his features. Upon glancing at the Spirit Sage, I noticed that, aside from her considerable energy consumption, she bore no injuries. You may simply call me Spirit, she remarked. For your current strength surpasses my own. It is somewhat overwhelming for me to be addressed as Spirit Sage. Xiao Ze responded with an understanding smile. Spirit Elder, do you have any plans moving forward? With the Great Venerable of the Soul Hall having fallen here, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. The Great Venerable's presence here must have been communicated to the personnel associated with the Soul Hall. They are surely aware of his whereabouts and will come to question you. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the spirit displayed a hint of resignation. She merely wished to purify the ethereal energies of the underworld sea. Yet trouble had unwittingly come knocking at her door. I am uncertain, she replied. Perhaps you should take a position at the Alchemist Tower. As one of the foremost human factions in the Central Plains, the Soul Hall would be wary of you. Chapter 445, Elder of the Alchemist Tower. The Soul Hall boasts numerous branches within the Central Plains, divided into the Earthly and Celestial Halls, with the Celestial Hall being of utmost significance. The Celestial Hall is further subdivided into the Heavenly, Earthly, and Human Halls. The Heavenly Hall serves as the headquarters of the Soul Hall, presided over by the Hall Master. The Earthly Hall is governed by the Vice Hall Master, while the Human Hall is jointly overseen by high-ranking venerables such as the Great Venerable and the Second Venerable. Within the Human Hall, the Second Venerable furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. At that moment, a knock echoed upon the door of his secluded chamber. The Second Venerable, known as the Bone Ghost Sage, possessed formidable strength, reaching the rank of High Half-Saint. A surge of fighting spirit from the Bone Ghost Sage struck the door, causing it to swing open on its own. What is it? The Bone Ghost Sage's brow tightened as he observed the flustered demeanor of the messenger, intensifying his sense of foreboding. Second Venerable, grave news. The soul tablet of the Great Venerable has shattered. What? A wave of terrifying fighting spirit permeated the chamber, causing the messenger to struggle for breath as his body creaked under the pressure. Moments later, the Second Venerable arrived at the palace where the soul tablets were stored. Upon seeing the shattered soul tablet bearing the name of the Great Venerable, its light dimmed and its spirit extinguished. The Second Venerable inhaled deeply, his gaze icy. Spirit Sage, how audacious you are to dare slay our Great Venerable. Though the Bone Ghost Sage spoke thus, he refrained from recklessly venturing to the underworld sea. Instead, he promptly made his way to a palace where intricate runes adorned the walls, converging upon a central area filled with jade slips. The Bone Ghost Sage extended his hand toward the uppermost jade slip, but after a moment's contemplation, he chose the second slip instead. The foremost slip was meant for contacting the Hall Master, who had previously mentioned his intention to enter seclusion for cultivation. Thus, the Bone Ghost Sage deemed it prudent to seek the Vice Hall Master instead. Bone Yu infused his fighting spirit into the palace, causing the intricate patterns within to shimmer with its brilliance. Shortly thereafter, a voice emanated from the jade slip. What is the matter? I report to the esteemed Vice Palace Master. The soul token of the Grand Celestial has shattered. He is likely to have perished. A voice from the other end of the jade slip expressed uncertainty, then urgently commanded, clarify the details. Recently, as per your instructions, we discovered a formidable fighting saint in the abyss of the netherworld. Bone Yu recounted, causing the Vice Palace Master's brow to furrow deeply. The Holy Spirit Saint had merely just ascended to the rank of fighting saint, and when compared to the peak of a 1-star fighting saint like the Grand Celestial, he was significantly inferior. As the Vice Palace Master pondered this, he suddenly inquired of Bonyu. Was there no information transmitted before the Grand Celestial's soul token shattered? None. Bonyu replied gravely. He understood that even if the Holy Spirit Saint possessed the strength to kill the Grand Celestial, it would not suffice to prevent any information from being communicated. It seems there must have been others involved. Could it be the ancient monster from the Alchemy Tower? Or perhaps the ancient clan? The Vice Palace Master's voice echoed from the Jade Slip, revealing his uncertainty. For if it were indeed the ancestor of the Alchemy Tower, even he would not dare to investigate lightly. A misstep could lead to him falling prey to the abyss of the netherworld. After all, the ancestor of the Alchemy Tower was a 5-star fighting saint, comparable to the Palace Master, though his own strength had reached the late stage of a 3-star fighting saint. The disparity in power against a 5-star fighting saint was vast. The fighting saint stage did not permit the same versatility as lower-tier cultivators who could employ various methods to achieve victories against higher ranks. A mere difference of 1 star at the fighting saint level represented a considerable gap. I shall report this to the Palace Master. After a moment of hesitation, the Vice Palace Master resolved to inform the Palace Master, leaving the decision to him. For even if it were not the ancestor of the Alchemy Tower, another possibility could be an even greater threat that the Soul Palace could not afford to provoke. Although the ancient clan could not dispatch a fighting saint of 5 stars or above due to ancient treaties among races, there were still numerous formidable beings below that level. If the elders of the ancient clan decided to act against the Grand Celestial, they could very well ensure his silence and prevent any information from being disseminated. The Vice Palace Master doubted his own ability to confront the elders of the ancient clan, lacking confidence in securing victory. If one of those elders were a peak 4-star fighting saint, he might even find himself completely ensnared. In the abyss of the netherworld, upon receiving Xiao Ze's invitation, the Holy Spirit was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, the demise of the Grand Celestial from the Soul Palace in the abyss of the netherworld was inextricably linked to himself. If a powerful figure from the Soul Palace sought revenge, he would undoubtedly be unable to cope. Rather than risk his life in vain, it would be wiser to temporarily align himself with the Alchemy Tower, becoming a guest elder and seeking the protection of a top-tier faction. Upon reflection, the Holy Spirit harbors a sense of helplessness. Even upon attaining the status of a saint, complete freedom remains elusive. Certainly, if the Holy Spirit were resolutely determined to evade capture, the Soul Palace would not expend vast resources in pursuit of a battle saint. After all, to conceal a battle saint, the Soul Palace would at the very least need to dispatch formidable elders for the search. A single misstep could lead to a counterattack from the battle saint. Thus, even the Soul Palace, unprepared, would refrain from initiating a manhunt for a battle saint. However, the Holy Spirit does not wish to lead a life of concealment. By the way, Xiao Ze, what position do you hold in the Dan Tower? The Holy Spirit, with her dual-toned eyes of gold and azure, gazed at Xiao Ze, curiosity evident in her expression. Taken aback, Xiao Ze was somewhat surprised by the Holy Spirit's lack of information. Nevertheless, he patiently explained. I serve as the Vice President of the Dan Tower and recently presided over the Dan Conference. In Central State, my position is rather well known. Vice President? The Holy Spirit replied, somewhat puzzled, as she was not yet familiar with the structure of the Dan Tower. Considering that the Holy Spirit might soon become an honorary elder of the Dan Tower, Xiao Ze displayed no impatience, elucidating the tower's hierarchy. So, you are now one of the 3 beneath the Dan Tower, yet above all others? Upon seeing Xiao Ze nod, the Holy Spirit smiled and declared, very well. Then I shall take on the title of an honorary elder in the Dan Tower. Welcome, esteemed Holy Spirit, to the Dan Tower as an honorary elder. The two exchanged smiles. Xiao Ze understood the Holy Spirit's keen interest in his status within the Dan Tower. Isolated from the outside world, she found herself out of touch with contemporary practitioners and the current state of affairs. By fostering a closer relationship with Xiao Ze, she might secure greater advantages. Xiao Ze, too, comprehended this and was determined not to neglect the elder who had once aided him. After a brief discussion, they swiftly sealed the ethereal mists of the underworld sea and departed from its treacherous depths. Presently, the underworld sea was a perilous locale, with Soul Palace members likely en route. Lingering there served no purpose and only heightened the danger. It would be prudent to leave at once. Chapter 446. Ascending as the President of the Dan Tower, Xiao Ze returned with the Holy Spirit to the location where the little medical sage and Medusa awaited. After a brief introduction among themselves, they embarked on their journey back to the Dan Tower. A few days later, within the imposing Black Tower of Holy Dan City, Xiao Ze and the Holy Spirit sought an audience with the 3 presidents. Xian Kongzi glanced at the Holy Spirit, suddenly struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. With his eyes slightly lowered, he rapidly sifted through his memories. Those who left an impression on him were typically powerful practitioners or prominent leaders of significant factions. Soon, Xian Kongzi recalled the source of that familiar feeling, but his expression froze in the next moment. Are you the Holy Spirit Sage? Xian Kongzi exclaimed in astonishment. When the Grand Elder returned from the Sea of Nether, he delivered a detailed report that included the portrait of the Holy Spirit Sage. As a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent, Xian Kongzi naturally paid close attention, committing the sage's features to memory. Upon a fleeting glance at the Holy Spirit Sage, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, and with a moment of reflection, he recalled having seen the president of the Alchemist Association. The Holy Spirit Sage courteously greeted him and then turned her gaze toward Xiao Ze, uncertain of how to proceed. Ahem, President, the situation is as follows. The Holy Spirit Sage intends to become an honorary elder of the Alchemist Association. What? Xian Yi's expression shifted to one of surprise as he looked at Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze's return from this daring venture had brought them an unexpected delight, a Dou Saint-level honorary elder. Wait, esteemed presidents, do not rejoice too soon. The Holy Spirit Sage's intentions are driven by certain predicaments. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the three presidents' expressions sobered, for they had weathered many storms and understood that matters were seldom so straightforward. Subsequently, due to my involvement, the great celestial sovereign perished in the Sea of Nether. This incident is inextricably linked to the Holy Spirit Sage, who may face retaliation from the Soul Palace. Therefore, upon my recommendation, after listening to Xiao Ze's explanation, the three presidents' expressions turned grave. The great celestial sovereign was a genuine one-star Dou Saint, and his demise in the Sea of Nether would undoubtedly provoke the Soul Palace's wrath. Now, they had to deliberate whether it was worth incurring the Soul Palace's enmity for the sake of an honorary elder of Dou Saint caliber. Xian Yi pondered Xiao Ze's words, suddenly seeming to have made a realization. He looked up at Xiao Ze. Wait, you just mentioned that with your intervention. The great celestial sovereign perished in the Sea of Nether. Does this matter concern you as well? Xian Yi's inquiry captured the attention of the other two presidents, who had instinctively dismissed Xiao Ze from their considerations, given that this involved a clash between two Dou Saints. Yet, Xiao Ze would not aimlessly seek personal glory. Not long ago, I fortuitously broke through to Dou Saint, and I personally struck down the great celestial sovereign. In truth, the Holy Spirit Sage merely fears indiscriminate retribution from the Soul Palace. Crash! The three presidents abruptly rose, their chairs tumbling to the ground, seemingly oblivious to the noise. Their gazes were fixed intently on Xiao Ze, as though he had become a stranger to them. A monster. After a prolonged silence, Xian Yi exhaled a heavy breath, expressing his astonishment. A Dou Saint at merely 20-something years of age, who has just broken through yet has the power to slay an established Dou Saint. Tian Leizi's gaze grew vacant as he murmured. At this moment, Xian Kongzi regained his composure, piecing together the events, and his eyes brightened. According to Xiao Ze, the great celestial sovereign was slain by him, which must undoubtedly be related to the Alchemist Association. If it is discovered that Xiao Ze was behind the actions, the Soul Palace will undoubtedly unleash its most vehement retribution. Thus, whether or not the Holy Spirit Saint is accepted as an honorary elder of the Dan Tower bears no difference. Moreover, Xiao Ze has even brought back an honorary elder of the Dou Saint level for the Dan Tower, significantly enhancing its strength. Given the gravity of the situation, it is prudent to consult the Grand Elder. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Kongzi refrained from making a hasty decision and instead led Xiao Ze and the others into the secret realm of the Little Dan Tower. The five figures materialized atop the towering azure peak. The fragrance of herbs was rich on the peak of the Little Dan Tower, yet the place was sparsely populated. The reclusive elders of the Little Dan Tower observed the hurried approach of the five and exchanged curious glances. However, they soon shook their heads and returned to tending their medicinal fields like humble farmers. Having chosen a life of seclusion, they naturally turned their backs on worldly matters unless they posed a threat to the Little Dan Tower. Otherwise, they paid little heed to them. Upon arriving at the stone dwelling of the Grand Elder, the three presidents were about to report when they heard the Grand Elder's voice from within, inviting them to enter. The door creaked open, revealing the figure of the Grand Elder clad in coarse linen. His eyes, deep and starry, seemed to draw in one's very soul upon meeting his gaze. The Grand Elder swept his eyes over the five, lingering momentarily on Xiao Ze and the Holy Spirit, clearly astonished by their strength. Once inside the stone dwelling, President Xian Kongzi swiftly conveyed the matters at hand to the Grand Elder. After listening, the Grand Elder's eyes flickered with surprise as he turned his gaze upon Xiao Ze. Your rate of growth exceeds my expectations by a considerable margin. The Grand Elder expressed a sense of satisfaction before shifting his attention to the Holy Spirit. In that case, there is no reason for hesitation. We welcome you as an honorary elder of the Dan Tower, and the tower shall offer you the highest level of elder's remuneration. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Holy Spirit's eyes sparkled with delight, and a joyful smile graced his face as the long-awaited matter reached fruition. By the way, Xiao Ze, with your rise in strength, your alchemical skills must have also advanced, correct? The Grand Elder inquired with keen interest, reasoning that Xiao Ze had managed to progress in both martial and alchemical realms simultaneously, based on his previous performances. Indeed, Grand Elder, prior to breaking through to the Dou Saint level, I had already concocted a 9th-grade treasure pill. The three presidents exchanged complex glances with Xiao Ze, curious about what other surprises he might be concealing. Compared to Xiao Ze's elevation in Dou Qi, it was his advancement in alchemy that they found more palatable. After all, Xiao Ze's previous alchemical skills were already extraordinary, and further improvement seemed merely a matter of time. Tian Ze, you previously applied for resignation from the presidency of the Dan Tower. Now, there appears to be a suitable successor. At the Grand Elder's words, Tian Ze's rigid expression softened, revealing a hint of a smile. He had indeed submitted his resignation request to the Grand Elder earlier. However, the Grand Elder believed that Xiao Ze was not yet entirely suited to assume the position of president. It was not that the Grand Elder intended to suppress Xiao Ze, but rather that he adhered to the principle that those who stand out in a forest are often beset by the winds. Now that Xiao Ze had mastered the refinement of 9th-grade elixirs and attained the realm of Dou Sheng, he naturally harbored no reservations. Xiao Ze, what are your thoughts on taking up the role of president of the Dan Tower? If you have none, perhaps you should simply remove the vice from your title. The Grand Elder said with a chuckle. Chapter 447, Renowned in Zhongzhou. Xiao Ze hesitated for a moment, as he had many matters to attend to. Remaining in the Dan Tower as president would impede his subsequent arrangements. Is there a difficulty? The Grand Elder inquired. If it is truly unfeasible, the Dan Tower will not press you. Noticing the hesitation on Xiao Ze's face, the Grand Elder continued. Indeed, given Xiao Ze's current prowess, he is exceptionally fit to assume the role of president. However, the appointment of the Dan Tower president is not a trivial matter. It requires a rigorous selection process, ultimately choosing one or more candidates from among the nominees to take on the role. Typically, in the final stage, candidates must demonstrate their alchemical skills through competition. The one who produces the highest quality elixirs secures the position of president. Yet, Xiao Ze's situation is somewhat unique. A 9th-grade alchemist, even in the annals of the Dan Tower's history, is a rare occurrence, let alone appointing one to the presidency. After all, to become a 9th-grade alchemist, one must first attain a certain level of spiritual mastery. Without sufficient spiritual power, one cannot even qualify to refine 9th-grade elixirs. It has been over 1,000 years since the Dan Tower has seen a 9th-grade alchemist. Thus, the Grand Elder urged Xiao Ze to voice any concerns he might have. Grand Elder, while I have reached the first star of Dou Sheng, I still feel a profound inadequacy in my strength and wish to continue climbing the heights of cultivation. Should I become the president of the Dan Tower, I fear I may lack the time to manage its affairs, Xiao Ze confessed. Ah, so that is your concern. You need not worry. If the position of president were merely a burdensome task, many would not strive so fervently for it, the Grand Elder replied with a smile. The Dan Tower has 3 presidents. Unless there are urgent matters, one president can handle the responsibilities. Moreover, even if you choose to journey elsewhere, we old fellows will be here to oversee the small Dan Tower. The Grand Elder's words relieved Xiao Ze. While he could manage the affairs if necessary, it could hinder his cultivation and disrupt the operation of the Dan Tower. It would be better to appoint someone more fitting for the role of president. Thus, Xiao Ze expressed his willingness to assume the position. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's agreement to take on the role of president of the Dan Tower, those present were filled with joy. Qinglin was delighted for his friend's advancement, while the 3 presidents felt a sense of relief, and Tian Ze laughed heartily, patting Xiao Ze on the shoulder. Xiao Ze, I have long desired to pass the position of the Alchemist Guild's president to you. However, the previous circumstances were not conducive, as your youth and brilliance might attract undue calamity. The Grand Elder, with a jovial demeanor, engaged Xiao Ze in conversation for quite some time. At this stage in his life, the Grand Elder had largely relinquished his desires. Witnessing the Alchemist Guild flourish was a source of great satisfaction for him. Now that Xiao Ze had achieved the rank of a 9th-tier alchemist, the benefits to the guild were manifold, potentially propelling it to even greater heights. Shortly thereafter, a sensational announcement reverberated throughout the central continent, emanating from the Alchemist Guild. The news spread with lightning speed, igniting fervor across the entire region. The presidency of the Alchemist Guild was now entrusted to Xiao Ze, the former vice president. Had it been merely this transition, it might not have stirred such excitement. However, the revelation of Xiao Ze attaining the status of a 9th-tier alchemist changed the narrative entirely. Countless formidable individuals and hidden factions across the central continent turned their attention to the Alchemist Guild. In particular, some reclusive masters, having reached a bottleneck in their own strength, sought to enlist Xiao Ze's assistance. believing that his intervention could help them break through their limitations and elevate their martial prowess. The title of ninth-tier alchemist attracted a throng of powerful entities to the Alchemist Guild, all yearning for a chance to have Xiao Ze lend his expertise. Beyond the reclusive masters, numerous factions hastened to the guild, bearing lavish gifts to congratulate Xiao Ze on his new role as president and to celebrate the emergence of yet another ninth-tier alchemist within the guild's ranks. In the central continent, a ninth-tier alchemist is regarded as a legendary figure, rarely seen, yet widely revered. The emergence of any ninth-tier elixir would incite frenzied competition among various factions, even prompting battles among formidable combatants. Now, with the birth of a ninth-tier alchemist, the entire central continent was set abuzz, as countless practitioners aspired toward this new pinnacle. In response to the influx of practitioners, the Alchemist Guild, after a thorough selection process, welcomed many of the reclusive masters as honorary members. This was prudent, as should the Soul Palace discover that Xiao Ze was responsible for the demise of the great celestial sovereign, it would surely invite vehement retribution. By capitalizing on the current momentum of Xiao Ze's reputation as a ninth-tier alchemist, the guild could significantly bolster its strength. Simultaneously, the guild did not neglect those factions that arrived bearing gifts, forging amicable ties with them, perhaps laying the groundwork for future alliances. Xiao Ze's identity as a ninth-tier alchemist solidified his status as the preeminent young alchemist in the central continent. During this period, Xiao Ze found himself quite occupied. Following his elevation to president, he took charge of receiving various factions. After all, these entities had come bearing generous offerings, eager for a chance to meet him and establish familiarity. In the future, should any elder or ancestor from these factions require ninth-tier elixirs, they would be inclined to seek Xiao Ze's services for their creation. Even a concealed sect that Xiao Ze received sought to invite him to concoct a ninth-grade healing elixir for their esteemed elder. They were willing to pay any price. Such fervent eagerness genuinely astonished Xiao Ze. However, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. Those revered elders or ancestral figures represent the very foundation of their respective powers. As long as they exist, the faction can remain steadfast and thrive. Even if it means exhausting all their resources, as long as the elder remains alive, it would not take long for them to rebuild their fortunes. Yet, should the elder fall, it could very well lead to the decline of the faction, perhaps even its complete dissolution within the central continent. Xiao Ze did not decline the sect's request. After all, they provided the recipe. By agreeing to concoct the elixir, he could obtain a ninth-grade healing formula, coupled with the generous remuneration offered for his services. Xiao Ze found himself quite tempted and naturally would not let this opportunity slip away. Inside the palace, Xiao Ze examined a tome in his hands that detailed the rewards offered by the sect. He quickly perused it and then raised his head in mild astonishment. Fortunately, as an alchemist, he need not worry about the elixirs. With rewards of such magnitude, a few more similar offers could lead to his financial ruin. Alchemists truly do reap substantial rewards, and fortunately, he himself was one. Xiao Ze retrieved a scroll of pale azure hue, from which an ancient aura emanated. Clearly an item of considerable antiquity. This was the ninth-grade formula provided by the sect. Chapter 448, The Calming Pill. Slowly unrolling the pale azure scroll, he felt a surge of spiritual energy enveloping him. The scroll bore a potent spiritual imprint, indicating it had not been perused by any alchemist. With a fingertip resting upon the scroll, Xiao Ze allowed his spiritual energy to seep in, and a multitude of information regarding the elixir flooded his mind. The knowledge contained within a ninth-grade elixir was indeed vast. After all, each ninth-grade elixir requires no fewer than 1,000 varieties of rare materials. In this context, merely documenting how to process these 1,000 herbs constituted a considerable amount of information. Before long, Xiao Ze gradually opened his eyes. The Azure Soul Reshaping Pill, a ninth-grade treasure elixir capable of reconstructing the soul and restoring its power. Upon reviewing the effects of the Azure Soul Reshaping Pill, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow in surprise. If that esteemed elder truly required the Azure Soul Reshaping Pill, it was evident the extent of his injuries. To reconstruct the soul and restore its power suggested that the elder's soul was likely in a state of continuous disintegration. The injuries had affected the very essence of his soul. As time progressed, the strength of the soul would steadily diminish. Without this elixir, the elder would be condemned to endure the torment of his own weakening spirit. If the injuries are indeed inflicted by human hands, the methods employed are exceedingly cruel. Xiao Ze speculated on the extent of the wounds suffered by the esteemed elder, expressing his thoughts. He then turned his gaze towards the pale blue scroll, upon which the once vibrant soul imprint had significantly dimmed. After carefully storing it away, he paused briefly before rising and making his way towards another palace. Xiankongzi. I intend to publicly conduct an alchemical demonstration, Xiao Ze announced upon entering Xiankongzi's palace, sharing his intentions. Kongzi, taken aback by the rapid emergence of hidden forces requesting Xiao Ze to concoct ninth-grade elixirs, acknowledged the proposal with surprise. Publicly demonstrating alchemy is indeed a commendable choice. Although the central continent is abuzz because of you, they have yet to witness it firsthand. If we openly refine ninth-grade elixirs, it might serve to assuage their concerns and facilitate the gathering of powerful allies for the Dan Tower. Very well, Xiao Ze, since you have made your decision. Focus on preparing for the public demonstration. I shall handle the remaining matters. Kongzi quickly settled the arrangement, addressing Xiao Ze. By the way, Xiao Ze, as you are now the president of the Dan Tower, there is no need for formal titles. You may simply call me by my name. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? After all, Kongzi, you are my senior. Xiao Ze hesitated, but Kongzi responded with a hint of exasperation. You surpass me not only in alchemical skills, but also in combat prowess. I feel quite embarrassed to be regarded as your senior. In the realm of alchemy, the capable should indeed take precedence. Address me as you see fit. Seeing Xiao Ze still hesitant, Kongzi did not press further. Then, Kongzi, I shall commence preparations for the public alchemical demonstration. You may inform me of the schedule at your convenience. Can you manage at any time? Kongzi asked, astonished. How long has it been since you acquired the ninth-grade formula, and yet you have already mastered it? Within these few days, I should be able to fully grasp the process with a success rate of approximately 70 to 80%. Xiao Ze reflected on the steps involved in refining the Xianqing soul-consolidating pill and replied with a smile. The Holy Heart glazed pill, due to its intricate framework, presents a significantly higher difficulty than the average ninth-grade elixir. Therefore, after mastering the Holy Heart glazed pill, Xiao Ze naturally attained a higher success rate with other ninth-grade elixirs. After all, the framework of the Holy Heart glazed pill encompasses all ninth-grade elixirs, from the basic to the advanced. Once mastered, it greatly aids in the refinement of other ninth-grade elixirs, potentially increasing the success rate by 1 to 2%. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's explanation, Kongzi's expression stiffened. Indeed, how could he compare himself to Xiao Ze? Let us tentatively set the date for 1 month hence, at the central square of Shangdan City. Kongzi watched Xiao Ze depart, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. The more proficient Xiao Ze becomes in alchemy, the closer the Dan Tower will advance towards a more illustrious future. A sensational announcement reverberated from the Dan Tower once more, captivating the central continent. Xiao Ze is on the verge of publicly refining pills, specifically the revered ninth-grade treasure pills. This revelation has stirred the hearts of countless individuals. A ninth-grade alchemist has not graced the world for centuries, let alone the opportunity to witness one in the act of alchemy. Such an occasion is exceedingly rare. Consequently, leaders of various factions have hastened to the Dan Tower, and a myriad of cultivators are unwilling to miss this grand spectacle. This event surpasses previous alchemical gatherings in its allure. After all, the most one could witness at such gatherings were 8th-grade pills, whereas now one can bear witness to the birth of 9th-grade treasure pills. Beyond the desire to behold the 9th-grade alchemist in action, a segment of factions and cultivators are driven by a sense of curiosity. The Dan Tower has publicly proclaimed that Xiao Ze is a 9th-grade alchemist, yet has failed to provide substantial evidence to corroborate this claim. It appears that the Dan Tower seeks to reassure the powerful individuals who have allied with them. This public alchemy demonstration has captivated countless hearts. Since the news broke, the 8 expansive spatial squares outside Shangdan City have been thronged with people daily, surpassing even the excitement of the alchemical gatherings. Among the crowd, numerous figures clad in various alchemist uniforms can be seen. The Dan domain is inherently a gathering place for alchemists. Upon the announcement of this event, the alchemists within the domain were among the first to learn of it. For an alchemist, the chance to witness a 9th-grade alchemist at work is an unparalleled honor, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus, upon hearing the news, countless alchemists, with a pilgrimage-like fervor, flocked to Shangdan City, including many high-ranking alchemists. When these hurriedly arriving powerhouses encountered the high-level alchemists, astonishment was evident on their faces. These high-ranking alchemists, who could be regarded as masters or grandmasters of alchemy throughout the central state, were now filled with respect, clearly intrigued by Xiao Ze's public demonstration. A deluge of powerful individuals surged into Shangdan City, engaging in various expenditures, auctions, and transactions, thereby providing immense benefits to the city. At the very least, Kongzi could not help but beam with joy as he observed the substantial income generated by the Dan Tower's various enterprises during this period. The Dan Tower possesses numerous assets within Shangdan City, including the sale of pills, collection of medicinal materials, and auction houses. With so many powerful individuals entering, even if only 1 out of 10 incurs expenses, the resultant profit from such a vast base would be considerable. I anticipated that the public alchemy demonstration would yield benefits for the Dan Tower, but I did not expect it to already be reaping immense rewards even before it commenced. Xian Kongzi remarked with profound sentiment. The presence of Xiao Ze is indeed a boon for the Dan Tower. Chapter 449. The Alchemy Under the Gaze of the Multitude. Within the inner domain of Shengdan City, within the Elder Tower of Xiao Ze, since his appointment as vice president, the Dan Tower has already indicated plans to replace the Elder Tower for him. However, Xiao Ze held no particular expectations regarding his residence, thus graciously declined the kind offer from the Dan Tower. Even now, having ascended to the position of president of the Dan Tower, he remained in the Elder Tower. Within the confines of his room, a potent aura of soul energy enveloped Xiao Ze. An inexplicable allure radiated from him, drawing the subtle spiritual essence from the void. It was not until a certain moment that Xiao Ze abruptly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a brilliant light, imbued with the essence of spirituality. This was a manifestation of his extraordinarily potent soul energy. After a brief blink, the luminescence in his eyes subdued, revealing once again his unique, iridescent pupils. Ultimately, he still had not broken through to the late stage of the celestial realm. Achieving the pinnacle of this realm remained somewhat elusive. Xiao Ze sighed softly, yet did not dwell excessively on it. He had thoroughly assimilated the Xianxing soul refining pill and intended to utilize this time to ascertain whether he could elevate his soul realm. Should his soul energy be further enhanced, he would possess greater confidence in concocting 9th-grade elixirs, potentially increasing the success rate by an additional 10%. Alas, the threshold to the pinnacle of the celestial realm was indeed formidable. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan transitioned from the late stage of the celestial realm to its consummate form, largely relying on the soul origin light cluster obtained from the human hall within the soul palace. That vast soul origin light cluster was the result of years of painstaking collection by the soul palace, amalgamating the essence of millions of alchemists and powerful beings. It was through the refinement of this soul origin light cluster that Xiao Yan successfully ascended to the peak of the celestial realm. Was the disparity among the essence of over 1 million souls truly so significant? If breaking through to the pinnacle of the celestial realm was already so challenging, how formidable would the ascent to the Emperor realm be? Xiao Ze furrowed his brow. He currently possessed 2 binding slots available. Should Xun'er break through to the Dou Saint level, he would be able to add another binding slot. These binding slots were exceedingly precious and lacking suitable candidates. He had left them vacant. In his contemplation, at least one of these 3 slots ought to be reserved for matters concerning the soul. Otherwise, he would have to rely solely on fortuitous encounters to enhance his soul realm. Among the strategies worth considering were the soul origin light clusters stored within the human hall and the soul of the tomb that could assist Xiao Yan in breaking through to the Emperor realm. Both treasures would immensely benefit the soul. With a slight shift in thought, Xiao Ze tucked these matters away in his mind for future consideration. Presently, the pressing issue was the public display of alchemy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qinglin entered, holding a wooden tray upon which rested a set of black garments. Young Master Xiao, today marks the day of your public alchemy demonstration. Allow me to assist you in changing attire. Qinglin placed the tray on the table, a smile gracing her face. Thank you for your assistance, Xiao Ze replied, nodding as he rose to his feet, permitting Qinglin to assist him in shedding his clothing and donning the black ensemble. The little healer and Medusa also entered, taking their seats as they observed Qinglin dressing Xiao Ze. In this regard, Qinglin undoubtedly excelled far beyond them. Once the change was complete, Xiao Ze's fingers moved slightly, conjuring a water mirror before him. The attire was predominantly black, adorned with intricate patterns of sun, moon, and mountains, exuding an air of solemn elegance. After donning the garments, both the little healer and Medusa were taken aback, their beautiful eyes lingering on Xiao Ze, following some light-hearted banter with them. Xiao Ze proceeded towards the central square of St. Dan City. This was the very square where the Pill Convention had previously taken place, vast enough to accommodate a large crowd. Yet, even with the square's extensive space, it now appeared exceedingly crowded, teeming with people and resonating with a cacophony of voices. At the forefront, aside from the leaders of various factions and formidable figures, stood alchemists clad in a myriad of uniforms. These alchemists had arrived at the central square ahead of time, settling in to ensure they could witness Xiao Ze's alchemical prowess up close. Initially, the square had been filled with floating stone platforms for the participants of the Pill Convention to showcase their skills. However, all those platforms had now sunk into the square, leaving only a singular, prominent high platform. As anticipation reached its zenith, a figure adorned in a black alchemist's robe appeared atop the high platform. Boom! Xiao Ze's emergence was akin to igniting a powder keg, unleashing a torrent of cheers that soared into the heavens, dispersing the clouds above. Xiao Ze was taken aback by such fervent enthusiasm. It seemed almost excessive. In the original narrative, when Xiao Yan attained the rank of a 9th-tier alchemist, he did not receive such an honor. However, upon reflection, Xiao Yan was embroiled in a conflict with the Soul Palace and was in the midst of forming the Tianfu Alliance, which had diverted public attention towards the battles between the Soul Palace and the Tianfu Alliance. At present, however, there had been no earth-shattering news on the continent. Xiao Ze's achievement as a 9th-tier alchemist naturally drew countless spectators. I express my gratitude to everyone for taking the time to attend. This alchemical endeavor is entrusted to me, and I shall exert my utmost effort. Xiao Ze briefly acknowledged the crowd before swiftly entering his focused state. Golden flames emerged, and in an instant, the entire square fell into an eerie silence. An overwhelming aura emanated from the golden flames, instilling a sense of dread in countless onlookers. The alchemists, too, wore expressions of astonishment, as the flames within them, regardless of their rank, exhibited an unmistakable fear. It was as if those flames were subjected to an imposing force. Before Xiao Ze's golden flames, the alchemical fires within them recoiled, as if confronted by a supreme entity, retreating within. Amidst the astonishment, the many alchemists were also filled with curiosity regarding the golden flames mastered by Xiao Ze, speculating about which extraordinary fire from the renowned list it might be. Some erudite alchemists speculated that it was the Golden Emperor's Inferno Flame, albeit with notable distinctions. Moreover, the Golden Emperor's Inferno Flame appears to be a unique heritage fire of the ancient clans. How could it possibly manifest in the hands of Xiao Ze? A myriad of medicinal herbs floated around Xiao Ze, and even the slightest diffusion of his soul power was sufficient to elevate these materials. The golden flames coalesced into a grand fire cauldron, which then birthed several fire dragons. Under Xiao Ze's deft control, the herbs were meticulously refined, one by one, and cast into the cauldron. The entire process was seamless and fluid, captivating the onlookers in a trance. Even those who were not alchemists could perceive the profound essence and aesthetic beauty of the scene. The alchemists present were particularly exhilarated, their bodies trembling slightly, eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. This public alchemical demonstration, which drew the attention of countless spectators, was marked by an unusual silence, as everyone was wholly absorbed in Xiao Ze's actions. Chapter 450, The Frost Clan. As time quietly slipped away in the midst of the alchemical process, when Xiao Ze reopened his eyes, an overwhelming surge of soul power emanated from him. This invigorated the observing alchemists, signaling that what was to come would be an unforgettable spectacle etched in their memories for a lifetime. Indeed, as Xiao Ze's soul power flowed into the golden fire cauldron, it trembled violently. Subsequently, a wave of elixir energy radiated from the cauldron. The sky swiftly darkened, gathering ominous clouds that resembled the gathering of a tempest. The midday sun, once blazing, was obscured in an instant, casting a pall over the landscape. The clouds loomed with a weight that seemed capable of crushing everything beneath them. Yet, in this harrowing atmosphere, not a single rumble of thunder was heard, as if some monstrous force was brewing within. Despite the absence of thunder, the monumental shift in the celestial realm bore an immense pressure, leaving the multitude below in a state of trepidation, their faces betraying their unease. The profound hues of the clouds, merely by glancing at them, seemed to draw in one's very soul. On a high platform in the central square, numerous elders and disciples of the Alchemy Tower observed the unfolding event. At the forefront stood 3 venerable presidents. Although Tianzi had relinquished his position to Xiao Ze, he still held a prestigious status within the Alchemy Tower. Xian Kongzi regarded the ink-black clouds with a grave expression. The Black Demon Thunder could only be attracted by elixirs of the 9th grade or higher. I wonder when I will be able to concoct an elixir capable of summoning the Black Demon Thunder. Tianzi gazed at the sky, his heart resonating with an understanding. You now have ample leisure time, allowing you to devote yourself entirely to alchemy. Perhaps you might indeed succeed. Xianyi remarked with a smile to Tianzi, who responded with a faint smile, not paying it much heed. Having immersed himself in the art of alchemy for many years, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge in becoming a 9th grade alchemist. At the moment of great anticipation, the dark clouds in the sky gradually parted to reveal a pitch-black void. As this ominous chasm emerged, an unsettling chill swept through the crowd in the square, as if a terrifying entity were about to surge forth from the abyss. There is no need for alarm. I am capable of handling this, echoed Xiao Ze's voice, imbued with the power of the soul, reverberating throughout the square, soothing the panicking masses. After all, in such a densely packed gathering, a stampede could lead to casualties far beyond mere handfuls. Xiao Ze's soul energy, infused with a calming essence, gradually quelled the crowd's fears. He ascended directly towards the dark void, and as he approached, a bolt of lightning, roughly the width of an arm, shot forth, hurtling towards him. In an instant, It seemed that the energy of this realm was commandeered by an inexplicable force converging upon Xiao Ze's fist. A fighter of his caliber could manipulate the energies of the world, and even in the absence of fighting spirit, could unleash catastrophic attacks. The formidable energies coalesced into a resplendent crystal of energy atop Xiao Ze's fist. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, his fist collided with the dark magic lightning. In the next moment, a tempest of violent energy erupted in the sky. Fortunately, Xiao Ze had distanced himself from the square below, and with the intervention of powerful figures from the Dan Tower, the ensuing shockwaves were contained, sparing the spectators from harm. Observing the Dan Tower's experts in action, Xiao Ze chose not to further mitigate the residual waves. The dark magic lightning was singular, not of the caliber akin to a holy heart glazed pill, and thus its threat was limited. Once Xiao Ze neutralized it, the ominous clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Under his control, the energy storm was swiftly subdued. Even the ruptured spatial rifts began to mend, protecting the elevated platform. The Dan Tower's guardians stood vigilant against any ill-intentioned individuals who might harbor malicious thoughts towards the 9th grade elixir. At that moment, a small breach appeared in the golden fire cauldron, and a pale azure streak of light shot forth into the distance. Yet, before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the azure light came to a halt, for Xiao Ze had positioned himself directly in its path. The multitude gazed at the azure streak, their eyes betraying a glimmer of avarice, for it was a 9th grade elixir, worth its weight in gold. The azure streak transformed, shimmering and coalescing into a colossal azure dragon stretching 1,000 feet long. Though devoid of draconic majesty, the terrifying roar, infused with overwhelming energy, caused the surrounding space to tremble. Witnessing such formidable might quelled the greed that had begun to stir within the hearts of many. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Ze dispelled the menacing sound waves with a gentle ripple of energy. If the sound waves were to spread, at least half of the people in the square would perish. After neutralizing the sound waves, Xiao Ze did not hesitate. He pressed forward with a finger. A faint flash of lightning appeared, and in the next instant, the silhouette of the azure dragon shattered, transforming into a delicate stream of light. As if sensing Xiao Ze's relentless pursuit, the light morphed into the form of a human child, astonishing countless onlookers. Is this the embodiment of a sentient 9th grade elixir? Yet, Xiao Ze showed no signs of hesitation as he pressed his finger against the child's forehead. The child's figure vanished, and the azure light settled into the palm of Xiao Ze's hand. Only once the azure light was completely sealed did the greed in the eyes of the onlookers gradually subside. Simultaneously, they recognized a terrifying truth. Xiao Ze was not only a 9th grade alchemist, but also possessed a remarkably profound level of battle aura, having even reached the realm of the battle saint. Once Xiao Ze had securely sealed the elixir, a figure burst forth from the crowd, their striking frost-white hair particularly eye-catching. "Thank you, President Xiao Ze, for your alchemical prowess," the middle-aged man said, cupping his hands in gratitude, his imposing aura indicating he was a battle sovereign. "I thought you would wait until the end before retrieving this elixir," Xiao Ze remarked as he tossed the vial to the middle-aged man. The man hurriedly caught it, fearful of any mishap. "Thank you. President Xiao Ze's assistance will surely be remembered by the Frost clan." A glimmer of delight flashed in the man's eyes. With this elixir, the injuries of the clan's elder could finally heal, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. After expressing his gratitude, the middle-aged man swiftly made his way to a certain location in the Holy Pill City, eager to administer the elixir without delay. The elder of the Frost clan had accompanied him to the Holy Pill City. Xiao Ze watched the man depart, his eyes narrowing slightly. If memory served correctly, the Frost clan was a hidden family. Though not as powerful as ancient races, it still boasted battle saint-level warriors within its ranks. Just as the middle-aged man left, some individuals in the square began to stir restlessly. While the elixir remained in Xiao Ze's possession, those individuals dared not harbor any ill intentions. However, the situation had changed. The middle-aged man was merely a mid-tier battle sovereign, and based on perception, he seemed to be somewhat inferior. Several individuals present could easily overpower him. Chapter 451, Warnings and Alliances. Xiao Ze noticed the restless crowd, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he ascended to the high platform. "This public alchemical demonstration has concluded successfully. I sincerely thank you all for your support. Should you have any alchemical needs, the Pill Tower will consider them accordingly." Certainly, while the alchemical concoction is completed, the Alchemy Tower bears no obligation to safeguard the elixir from the grasp of others. However, should such an event transpire within the confines of the Holy Pill City, one must not blame the Alchemy Tower for its merciless stance. Xiao Ze's words fell like a bucket of cold water upon those harboring ill intentions, swiftly bringing them to their senses. Offending other factions might be manageable, but inciting the Alchemy Tower was an entirely different matter. The tower stands as the sanctum for alchemists across the continent, home to countless formidable practitioners. Should one truly provoke the alchemy tower, an avalanche of troubles would undoubtedly ensue. Given the influence of these powerful alchemists, innumerable champions would eagerly lend their strength, all for the sake of acquiring a potion crafted by a high-ranking alchemist. In that moment, the desires of many regarding the 9th grade elixir were effectively quelled. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man with frosted white hair hastened to a garden within the Holy Pill City. The garden was heavily guarded, with numerous watchmen stationed both overtly and covertly. As the middle-aged man approached, a multitude of gazes fell upon him. Upon discerning his identity, the imminent surge of combat energy gradually receded. "Greetings, Patriarch." An elder clad in a light gray robe respectfully addressed at the entrance of the garden. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and swiftly made his way deeper into the garden. The elder promptly instructed the guards to heighten their vigilance before following the middle-aged man into the depths of the garden. Within a concealed chamber, the middle-aged man's expression turned grave as he approached an obsidian coffin adorned with intricate runes. The coffin itself was crafted from an extraordinary wood, one that resonated with the essence of the soul. The High Elder of the Frostbloom clan, due to the continual dissipation of his soul energy, could only remain in a prolonged slumber within this obsidian soul coffin. The middle-aged man swiftly performed a series of intricate hand seals, culminating in a faint handprint that descended upon the soul coffin. The imprint activated the runes upon its surface, causing them to flicker before the coffin slowly creaked open, revealing a frail figure, pallid as parchment, with hair and beard both white as snow, and a countenance haggard. Were there any with potent soul energy present, they would undoubtedly sense the persistent emanation of soul energy from the elder. The elder gradually opened his eyes, revealing murky orbs devoid of luster, as if he were already treading the path toward death. "Patriarch, has the clan been beset by formidable foes?" The elder's voice was hoarse, betraying the length of his silence. Yet, his first inquiry was about the clan's potential assault by adversaries. The middle-aged man's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he hastily produced the 9th grade elixir, addressing the elder. "High Elder, I have expended vast resources to procure this 9th grade pill, which possesses the power to heal your current afflictions." The elder was momentarily taken aback, and upon sensing the potent medicinal energy within the elixir, a flicker of hope emerged in his eyes. Although he had previously devoted himself to his family, it was merely a consequence of his damaged soul origin, rendering him unable to recover. He contemplated sacrificing the remnants of his life to shield his family from several formidable foes. However, should an opportunity for salvation arise, he would certainly not wish to let it slip away. The middle-aged man could readily perceive the elder's excitement and promptly extended the vial to him. "Elder, please refine this elixir first and ascertain its efficacy." "Haha, indeed. If it proves effective, my life shall not meet its end here." The elder extended his parched hand to receive the vial. After a brief effort, he managed to dispel the seals upon it, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from him. Such a formidable seal could only be cast by a Dou saint. As the seal was lifted, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted into the air. His initial surprise quickly gave way to fascination, drawn in by the potent aroma. It was indeed a 9th grade elixir. The elder croaked, recalling his previous attempts to seek remedies through elixirs. Yet, those had only reached 8th grade and offered little relief for his affliction. However, this 9th grade elixir might yield a different outcome. The elder hastily closed the coffin and began the refinement of the elixir. The middle-aged man observed the coffin emanating a powerful energy, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Yet, years of holding a high position had instilled in him the habit of concealing his emotions, and he swiftly suppressed his worry. "May the elder recover, alas. If only I had not ventured into the cold poison secret realm," he sighed inwardly as he exited the chamber. In the Dan Tower, Xiao Ze wore a smile as he bid farewell to the representative of the last faction. At last, he had attended to all those who had come to pay their respects. The past few days had been consumed with entertaining numerous factions. Thankfully, other presidents had assisted in sharing the burden, or he might have found himself occupied for over half a month. Besides some who genuinely sought to ingratiate themselves with the Dan Tower, many, like the Frost Clan, had ulterior motives in their dealings with Xiao Ze. After all, 9th grade alchemists were exceedingly rare. The entire Dou Qi Continent boasted only a handful of them. Most factions in need of 9th grade alchemists were hidden forces or possessed Dou Saint level strength, each remarkably formidable. Yet, even those powerful entities faced the dilemma of being unable to produce results without the necessary resources. On the surface, 9th grade alchemists were virtually non-existent on the continent, akin to holding an abundance of resources without anyone capable of meeting their needs. Now that Xiao Ze had emerged, he had drawn the attention of these potent and deeply rooted factions. Even ancient races had sent representatives to present gifts and cultivate goodwill with him. While other ancient races could enlist the aid of the Medicine Clan for alchemical creations, having an additional option is ultimately a boon. Should the 9th grade alchemists of the Medicine Clan be unwilling to assist, they could also seek Xiao Ze's expertise. After all, among the ancient races, although there are alliances, there also exist contradictions and conflicts. At this level, I have gained the privilege to engage with the ancient races on equal terms, and at times, they even seek my assistance. Xiao Ze pondered within, reflecting on the esteemed status of high-level alchemists in the Dou Qi Continent. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. The Grand Elder entered with a respectful demeanor, presenting a frosty invitation. President, the Frost Clan has sent an invitation. Grand Elder, such trivial matters could be entrusted to the disciples. There is no need for you to deliver it personally. Xiao Ze replied with a hint of exasperation as he accepted the invitation. Haha, it is no trouble at all, as there are no pressing matters at hand. The Grand Elder chuckled heartily. Seeing this, Xiao Ze did not insist further and slowly opened the invitation. Upon reading it, a smile graced Xiao Ze's face. It seemed that the esteemed elder of the Frost Clan had fully recovered and intended to meet with me personally. Chapter 452, Mutual Exchange? Under the guidance of a Dantower disciple, the esteemed elder of the Frost Clan and the current clan leader arrived within the black giant tower of the inner domain of the Holy Dan City. Although the elder's eyes still appeared somewhat clouded, the spirit within them radiated a powerful brilliance. The restorative effect of the 9th grade elixir on the soul was indeed formidable, continuously replenishing his spiritual strength. During this process, he seemed to possess an extraordinary soul power, akin to that of a high-level alchemist. However, once his soul power was fully restored, it would return to a normal level, for he was, after all, a Dou Qi expert whose soul strength would not be significantly diminished. Upon learning that this 9th grade elixir was crafted not from the relics of the Dou Sheng, but rather by a 9th grade alchemist, the elder promptly urged the current clan leader to accompany him in paying a visit to Xiao Ze, having endured the agonizing collapse of his soul's essence. The elder of the Frost Clan was acutely aware of the preciousness of befriending a 9th grade alchemist, though he had expended vast resources. Securing a Dou Sheng expert would ensure the Frost Clan's enduring prosperity. Throughout their journey, the elder had also heard about the events following the public alchemical demonstration. Xiao Ze had cautioned individuals against rash actions, especially within the confines of the Holy Dan City, which allowed him to successfully refine the 9th grade treasure elixir. Otherwise, tempted by the allure of the 9th grade elixir, many peak Dozun and even semi-holy experts might have intervened. After all, numerous factions had come to witness the public alchemy, with several hidden forces akin to the Frost Clan being represented by their leaders or esteemed elders. Without Xiao Ze's warning, the 9th grade treasure elixir would never have reached his hands. The Frost Clan's request for Xiao Ze to refine the 9th grade treasure elixir could be said to have repaid their vast resources in full. However, at this moment, Xiao Ze cautioned other factions against taking reckless actions, leaving the Frost Clan indebted to him. The Supreme Elder of the Frost Clan intended to reciprocate this favor. This visit served not only to forge a connection with Xiao Ze, but also to repay the debt. In the grand reception hall of the Black Tower, Xiao Ze occupied the esteemed position, adorned in the attire of the Alchemy Guild president. Representing the Alchemy Guild in dealings with the Frost Clan, he naturally could not neglect the decorum. President Xiao Ze, the two esteemed guests have arrived, came the reverent voice of an Alchemy Guild disciple from beyond the door. Please, let them in. As the door creaked open, the guiding disciple stood aside, allowing two figures to enter. Among them was the Frost Clan leader, whom Xiao Ze had previously met, accompanied by the Supreme Elder of the Frost Clan. Rising courteously, Xiao Ze remarked, Clan Leader Han, it has been several days since we last met. Your grace remains unchanged. President Xiao, you flatter me. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. He is our Supreme Elder. The 9th grade elixir I sought previously was to heal his grievous injuries. The Frost Clan leader replied with a smile. I am Han Q, honored to meet President Xiao. Thanks to the 9th grade elixir crafted by you, I have been spared from the torment of soul dissolution, the elder stated solemnly and respectfully. There is no need for such formality, Elder Han. To accept remuneration and provide alchemical services is merely my duty. Seeing you restored to health brings me great relief. Xiao Ze replied with a smile, gesturing for them to take their seats. After some amiable conversation, Elder Han's expression turned serious as he spoke. President Xiao, do you know why I suffered such severe soul injuries? I am eager to learn more. Methods that harm the very essence of the soul are indeed rare. Xiao Ze inquired, his curiosity piqued by the Supreme Elder's willingness to discuss the matter. Sighing, Elder Han began to recount his tale. The incident arose from my unexpected discovery of a passage in the ancient texts of our clan's heritage. He explained that after achieving the status of a high-ranking semi-saint, he found himself stagnating at this level, unable to ascend to the realm of the fighting saint. Thus, he sought breakthroughs within the clan's ancient records, only to stumble upon a secret realm documented therein, known as the Cold Poison Realm, located in the boundless void. With a tentative spirit, he ventured into the void and indeed found the Cold Poison Realm. This realm was exceptionally suited to the Frost Clan's cultivation methods, allowing Elder Han's progress to accelerate remarkably. In just a few decades, he successfully crossed the threshold between semi-saint and fighting saint, achieving the true status of a one-star fighting saint. Perhaps it was the surge of power following his ascension that altered his mindset. Initially confined to the periphery of the Cold Poison Realm, he soon yearned to delve deeper into its mysteries. Consider the possibility of hastening progress or discovering extraordinary treasures of nature. However, deep within the frost poison secret realm lies an endless expanse of chilling frost poison. This frost poison is unlike anything previously encountered. Although the ancient texts of the family record the dangers associated with the frost poison and advise descendants against venturing too deeply into the frost poison secret realm, the allure of further advancement ultimately triumphed over the warnings of the ancient manuscripts, compelling Elder Han to delve deeper within. The frost poison is exceedingly fierce upon contact. One's soul feels as though it has been cast into a frigid wasteland, enduring the relentless assault of the frost's biting chill. Even so, Elder Han was unwilling to concede defeat, resolutely resisting the frost's encroachment while pressing onward. Within the depths of the frost poisoned secret realm, an extraordinary creature thrived, the Azure Frost Celestial Scorpion. This peculiar beast, a remnant from ancient times, had long been thought extinct in this era. Elder Han was astonished to encounter this Azure Frost Celestial Scorpion once more within the frost poison secret realm. A moment of carelessness resulted in him being stung by its venomous tail, fracturing the essence of his soul. After hearing Elder Han's account, Xiao Ze could not help but marvel at the myriad of strange and fearsome beings that inhabit the boundless void. As far as he knew, the void Thunderpool and the endless river were both terrifying entities capable of posing a lethal threat even to powerful fighters. Now, another perilous realm, the frost poison secret realm, had been added to the list. Within this secret realm lurked an ancient Azure Frost Celestial Scorpion, capable of shattering the essence of a fighter's soul with a single strike. Such terror! It appeared that the dangers of the Dou Qi Continent were not the only threats. The vast void concealed a plethora of hazards that even the mightiest fighters could not entirely disregard. Thus, it became evident that the frost poison secret realm represented both opportunity and peril. Xiao Ze remarked thoughtfully. Upon hearing his words, Elder Han's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment, and he cleared his throat. Ahem, President Xiao Ze. I wish to bestow upon you the coordinates of the frost poison secret realm. Noting the astonishment in Xiao Ze's gaze, Elder Han hastily elaborated. Although the depths of the frost poison secret realm are fraught with danger, the periphery offers an environment highly conducive to practitioners of the cold attribute, rendering it an excellent training ground. I am grateful for your prior warnings to those reliant on the 9th grade treasure pill. Upon hearing Elder Han's remarks, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow, sensing a reciprocity in the exchange. However, this reciprocity, while seemingly generous, concealed hidden dangers within. Chapter 453, Return to the Beast Domain. Xiao Ze found himself momentarily unable to comprehend the true intent of the esteemed elder. May I inquire, Elder Han, what is the strength of the Azure Frost Celestial Scorpion as you know it? The Azure Frost Celestial Scorpion, aside from possessing formidable and lethal poison, is also quite powerful. Likely at the 4-star Dou Saint level. Had I not employed the life-burning secret technique, I fear I would have met my end there. Elder Han, upon perceiving the doubtful gaze of Xiao Ze, promptly elucidated, President Xiao Ze, I do not intend to recommend a perilous location for your venture. Although the Frost Sky Venom Scorpion possesses the strength of a 4-star Dou Saint, it seems bound by some unknown force, unable to depart from the depths of the cold poison secret realm. While I managed to escape its depths using the life-burning secret technique, should the Frost Sky Venom Scorpion pursue me and deliver a follow-up strike, it could easily claim my life. Yet, it refrained from doing so, indicating a certain hesitation on its part. I can discern its murderous intent towards me. However, upon my departure from the depths, it chose not to follow. Thus, as long as you, President Xiao Ze, refrain from venturing into the depths of the cold poison secret realm, there are ample benefits to be gained from cultivating in the periphery, where a plethora of rare materials can also be found. After listening to Elder Han's discourse, Xiao Ze furrowed his brows in contemplation. He harbored some thoughts regarding the cold poison secret realm. The peculiar poison of the Frost Sky Venom Scorpion did not instill in him an overwhelming fear. With his own eerie poison body, even the most exotic toxins would ultimately serve as nourishment for his growth, provided they did not kill him instantaneously. What truly troubled him was the formidable strength of the Frost Sky Venom Scorpion at the 4-star Dou Saint level. Moreover, Elder Han had merely grazed the surface of its true power without fully comprehending it. In the early stages of Dou Saint, Xiao Ze could leverage his immense foundation and diverse abilities to challenge opponents of higher tiers. However, a 4-star Dou Saint, being at the mid-stage of Dou Saint, represented a significant escalation in disparity. Xiao Ze was uncertain of his capability to triumph over such an opponent. At best, he could employ a multitude of tactics to secure an escape. The chasm of strength among Dou Saints becomes increasingly daunting as one progresses. This notion flashed through Xiao Ze's mind, as he had no intention of challenging a 4-star Dou Saint at this juncture. The cold poison secret realm was not an absolute necessity, nor did it conceal any extraordinary opportunities that he could not attain elsewhere to enhance his cultivation. Presently, Xiao Ze aimed to cultivate methodically, and with the various carefully devised opportunities at his disposal, he could achieve steady progress within the Dou Saint stage. Why should one, with the cultivation of a 1-star Dou Sheng, desperately engage in battle with a 4-star Dou Sheng? By the time he reaches the same 4-star Dou Sheng level, a mere gesture from him could annihilate an opponent of equal standing. Nevertheless, this caliber of poison is indeed rare. Once he enhances his strength, he could accompany Xiao Yixian to devise a strategy for opportunities therein. Given this perspective, I have developed a measure of interest in the cold poison secret realm, and I kindly request Elder Han to divulge its details. Having regained his composure, Xiao Ze clasped his hands in respect towards Elder Han. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's affirmative response, Elder Han let out a sigh of relief. The Frost Clan had already made tremendous sacrifices in their quest for a 9th-rank pill from Xiao Ze. Even with their profound lineage, they had overextended their resources. Elder Han felt no shame in refraining from extracting further offerings from his clan to repay this favor. He had personally visited the cold poison secret realm and was aware of its conducive environment for cultivation, making it a veritable treasure for Dousheng experts. The cold poison secret realm is, in fact, a commendable choice, albeit often shrouded in suspicion and wariness. Fortunately, it seems Xiao Ze is not overly concerned. Elder Han's right hand formed a delicate grip, conjuring a spatial compass that shimmered in silvery gray hues. President Xiao Ze, this is the spatial compass, inscribed with the coordinates of the cold poison secret realm. The boundless void differs from the Dou Qi Continent, making it arduous to pinpoint exact locations. One can only rely on these spatial coordinates for guidance. Xiao Ze received the spatial compass, probing its essence with his soul perception. Confirming the stability and clarity of the coordinates, he nodded appreciatively. Elder Han would not jest with him regarding such a matter. By the way, President Xiao Ze, should you wish to bring your followers to cultivate in the cold poison space, please refrain from making too much noise about it. After all, this is a place inherited from my Frost Clan's ancestors. Indeed, that is only natural. I am not one to lack discretion, Xiao Ze replied with a smile, engaging in further conversation before bidding them farewell. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ze glanced at the Alchemy Tower disciples outside the hall and instructed, from now on, any forces sending invitations shall be handled exclusively by the Grand Elder, barring exceptional circumstances. Only matters of significant importance should be escalated to the other 2 presidents. Understood. President Xiao Ze. The Alchemy Tower disciple responded with palpable excitement, watching as Xiao Ze departed. Xiao Ze stowed away the spatial compass, momentarily disinterested in venturing to the cold poison secret realm. Even in pursuit of opportunities for Xiao Yixian, the timing felt premature. She was still engrossed in mastering the 9 transformations to sagehood, having yet to even brush the threshold of half-saint, let alone access resources of Dousheng caliber. Xiao Ze intended to revisit the void Thunderpool to absorb some black demon thunder, fortifying his thunderous might. Although he had successfully vanquished the Grand Celestial Sovereign with his thunderous power, that force had begun to wane when facing Dousheng experts. It was during that confrontation that Xiao Ze had summoned an overwhelming torrent of thunder, unleashing it upon the Grand Celestial Sovereign to secure victory. If the power of thunder were to successfully transform into the black magic thunder, such complications would be unnecessary. A single strike of thunder would suffice to annihilate the great Celestial Sovereign. I must make another journey to the void Thunderpool to enhance the source of thunder within me. Do you intend to accompany me? Or shall you remain in the Alchemist Tower for quiet cultivation? Upon returning to the Elder Tower, Xiao Ze sought the opinions of the little medical sage and Medusa. If young Master Xiao does not find me a burden, I shall follow wherever he goes. Qinglin spoke first. I shall also join. Initially, I plan to visit the Beast Domain after your breakthrough to the Dou Saint level to gather information regarding the 7-colored devouring Python clan, but plans often change. Now, I will go with you, Medusa declared resolutely. With both of you going, it would be rather dull for me to stay behind. Moreover, there should be some venomous magical beasts in the Beast Domain. the little medical sage said with anticipation. At this level, mere cultivation has begun to yield diminishing returns. To attain rapid advancement, it would be wise to seek out more venomous magical beasts. Chapter 454, Infiltration. Xiao Ze led the little medical sage, Qinglin, and others towards the beast domain. Having visited before, they navigated with ease. Moreover, following their previous tumultuous encounter with the serpent-like magical beasts, their understanding of the beast domain had deepened. This time, they headed directly for the headquarters of the 9 nether earthly serpents. The serpent's earth veins served as the headquarters for the 9 nether earthly serpent clan, regarded as a sacred ground by many serpent tribes. However, its location was not on the surface of the beast domain, but rather within the intricate depths of the underground world. Xiao Ze was aware that the territory of the 7-colored devouring python lay deep within the 9 nether yellow springs. Thus, he did not linger on the surface of the beast domain, but instead led his group directly towards the serpent's earth veins. Upon reaching a heavily guarded underground passage, the defenses were sufficient to deter ordinary formidable beings. However, among Xiao Ze's group was a Dou Saint powerhouse. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ze enveloped everyone in an illusory power, boldly entering the underground passage. The serpent tribe warriors stationed at the passage remained oblivious, showing no signs of awareness. Within the passage, Xiao Ze consulted the map acquired from the alchemist tower, guiding the group swiftly through. Although the 9 nether earthly serpents resided deep underground, they were not entirely isolated from the world. In fact, they sometimes sought the assistance of human alchemists. The alchemist tower, with its multitude of alchemists, was undoubtedly the most prominent force in the central state. Alchemists from the alchemist tower had been invited to the headquarters of the 9 nether earthly serpents to concoct potions. Thus, the alchemist tower possessed pertinent information regarding the clan's headquarters. Xiao Ze, it seems your illusory power has grown increasingly formidable. One of the group remarked as they engaged in leisurely conversation, the sound entirely muffled beneath Xiao Ze's Dou Qi veil. Fortunately, the illusory sea spirit pearl is indeed a rare treasure, imbued with the powers of the vast sea and the ethereal realm, which will grow alongside my own strength. Xiao Ze spoke softly, glancing at the map before veering into another passage. After nearly an hour of traversing the subterranean corridors, they finally entered the underground world. This realm was truly extraordinary. After passing through the dark passage, they were greeted by yet another expanse of land. Qinglin gazed at the environment of the underground world, intrigued by its wonders. Previously, during their tumultuous escapades in the beast domain, they had only dealt with the surface-dwelling serpentine beasts and had not ventured deep into the underground realm, which was known for its intricate and convoluted abysses. Even the formidable beings of the 9 underworld serpent could not pinpoint the destination of every chasm. In this underground world, devoid of sunlight, new sources of illumination emerged, plants and minerals infused with fighting spirit. These scattered glimmers of flora and ore illuminated the subterranean landscape, preventing it from descending into darkness. The group hurried towards the headquarters of the 9 underworld serpent. Despite their swiftness, it took them the better part of the day to arrive at the headquarters. The serpent's vein. As they beheld the sprawling mountain ranges before them, expressions of astonishment flickered in their eyes. The 9 underworld serpent, indeed one of the 3 great beast clans, was teeming with powerful beings, including several of semi-saint caliber. Xiao Ze remarked with a hint of nostalgia that while beasts may initially lack the innate intelligence of humans, leading to their premature demise, such concerns were absent within the beast clans. With the protection of these clans, beasts could flourish more effectively. The beast clans, bound by bloodlines, are fiercely protective of their own. Among the most renowned was the elite beast clan of the celestial demon Phoenix. No foreign entity was permitted to obtain the blood essence of the celestial demon Phoenix clan, lest they face relentless pursuit and retribution. Under such a formidable deterrent, the number of hunters targeting the beast clans diminished significantly. Even those tempted by the allure of beast blood would think twice before acting. However, should a conflict arise, and the intent to kill be resolved, their actions would be swift and decisive, eliminating witnesses and erasing all traces of their presence. Otherwise, given the beast clan's protective nature, one could find themselves facing escalating retaliation, from minor skirmishes to an overwhelming collective of powerful adversaries. Lastly, the longevity of the beast clans allowed them to cultivate an abundance of formidable beings. The 9 underworld serpent clan, itself a pinnacle of bloodline excellence within the beast realm, boasted an extraordinarily long lifespan, amassing a cadre of powerful warriors that even the previous alchemy guild could not rival. Only now, with the emergence of Xiao Ze, a 9th-grade alchemist, did the number of powerful figures begin to surpass that of the 9 underworld serpent. Certainly, another reason is that the Danta itself is not a sect, but rather a comparatively loose organization of alchemists. Medusa gazed at the headquarters of the 9 Nether Serpent clan and remarked with a sense of resonance. I never anticipated encountering such a vast tribe of serpent folk here. I have glimpsed the origins of my own serpent lineage in ancient tomes of our clan. It seems they migrated to the Tagar Desert many years ago, though I am uncertain whether they departed from the central continent. Although Medusa felt nostalgic, she regarded the serpent folk without any sense of kinship. As the queen of the serpent tribe in the Tagar Desert, she would not easily forge familial ties with just any serpent clan. When it came to combat, Medusa was resolute. After all, even among humans, fratricide could occur, let alone among the numerous beast folk. Let us proceed to the sacred site of the 9 Nether Serpent clan, the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. Even if there is no information regarding the rainbow-devouring serpent clan, it is inherently suitable for the cultivation of serpentine beasts. Under Xiao Ze's concealment, none of the formidable beings of the 9 Nether Serpent clan could discern their presence. To be cautious, Xiao Ze further augmented their cover with spatial power. Unexpectedly, even the veil of illusory force eluded the perception of the powerful serpent beings. However, as they delved deeper, the presence of strong individuals intensified. Xiao Ze even sensed the authentic aura of a Dou Saint, one at the mid-stage and another at the late stage of the 1-star Dou Saint realm. These two presences resided in the core area of the 9 Nether Serpent clan headquarters, likely belonging to the current clan leader, Yao Xiaotian, and the Grand Elder. Rather than approaching the core area, Xiao Ze chose to traverse the headquarters of the 9 Nether Serpent clan directly, heading towards the profound depths of the underground world. In the depths of this underground realm lay a pitch-black chasm, 100 feet wide and immensely expansive, stretching toward the horizon. Under Xiao Ze's guidance, the group approached the vicinity of the chasm. A chilling gust of wind surged forth from the depths, howling above the chasm. The frigid and piercing winds rendered the area barren of any vegetation. Any ordinary strong individual facing such a chilling gale would find not only their body immobilized, but also their fighting spirit frozen. Chapter 455, To Be on the Safe Side. As Xiao Ze and his companions gradually descended, the moment their boots touched the ground surrounding the chasm, a wave of icy sensation seeped through. No wonder young Master Xiao remarked that the 9 Nether Yellow Springs are exceptionally conducive for the cultivation of serpentine beasts. Common serpent beasts embody the attribute of coldness. If they can endure the chilling aura of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, this place is undoubtedly a treasure for cultivation, Qinglin remarked, rubbing his arms with a sense of realization. Meanwhile, the little medical fairy turned her gaze back towards the headquarters of the 9 Nether Serpent clan. Feeling a sense of relief, she had not expected that the headquarters would conceal so many powerful beings, with numerous semi-saint level experts among them. Thankfully, they had decided to withdraw after their previous commotion in the beast domain. Otherwise, they might have been detained. Upon hearing the words of the little healer, Medusa nodded in agreement. Moments ago, they had traversed the headquarters of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent under the cover of Xiao Ze. The formidable auras converging together made her heart race, and she silently rejoiced at having retreated in time during the previous tumult in the beast domain. This time, there is no need for concern. If the 9 Nether Earth Serpent lacks other means, not even the full might of their clan can detain us, Xiao Ze proclaimed confidently. During the last upheaval in the beast domain, his strength was insufficient to contend with a true Dou Saint. Even if he could escape from the grasp of such a powerful figure, he would have been unable to ensure the safety of Medusa and the little healer, prompting his early departure. However, circumstances had drastically changed. He had now attained the rank of a 1-star Dou Saint, while still in its infancy. He no longer feared the likes of Yao Xiaotian or the elder of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan. In reality, in a conflict, only 2 Dou Saints from the 9 Nether Earth Serpent could stand as worthy opponents to Xiao Ze, while the rest would struggle to engage in their battle. Even a half-saint would be but a trivial being in his eyes. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the little healer and Medusa exchanged smiles. Indeed, they had evolved beyond their former selves. Their group possessed the strength to even challenge the headquarters of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to investigate the situation of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. Xiao Ze, if we truly cannot locate the lair of the 7-colored devouring serpent clan, do not force it. Perhaps they have long since vanished, their existence erased by the relentless passage of time. Just as Xiao Ze was about to lead them into the deep ravine, Medusa hesitated for a moment and spoke. I have said I will find the lair of the 7-colored devouring serpent clan. If not, I shall scour the entire beast domain. Hearing Xiao Ze's resolute declaration, Medusa pressed her lips together and then smiled, nodding in agreement. I believe in you. Under the influence of Xiao Ze's Dou Qi, the group pierced through the chilling winds and hastened towards the bottom of the ravine. This immense chasm was profoundly deep, even with Xiao Ze's speed. It took nearly 10 minutes to reach the bottom. At the base of the ravine, A vast lake shimmering with a pale yellow glow came into view, stretching endlessly. The cold winds that continually surged from the chasm originated from this very lake, the sacred ground of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent, the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. The gazes of the 3 women settled upon the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, where the lake's waters exhibited a deep yellow hue, interspersed with a hint of blood-red brilliance. A thin stream of pale yellow vapor, mingled with faint traces of sanguinescence, continuously seeped from the lake's surface, rising and howling skyward. Thus, the process of the formation of the winds was unveiled. The terrifying 9 Nether Yellow Spring, from which a malevolent airflow permeates, travels an extensive distance, reaching the depths above the gorge, capable of unleashing such formidable lethality. Qinglin, recalling the chilling gusts witnessed above the gorge, expressed her astonishment. Ordinary powerhouses would find their bodies and fighting spirit frozen in the face of such winds. Xiao Yixian shuddered slightly, her palm instinctively rubbing her arm. Truly, it is the legendary 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Upon arrival, one is incessantly assaulted by its obscure and frigid aura, making even the flow of fighting spirit sluggish. Among the 4 present, only Xiao Ze and Medusa could approach the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Xiao Ze, endowed with profound heritage, could withstand this terrifying chill merely with his physical form. Medusa, on the other hand, possessed the bloodline of the 7-colored devouring python. The ordinary 9 nether earthly serpents could not linger here due to their diluted bloodlines, but Medusa, being of the 7-colored lineage, was imbued with a potent bloodline that rendered her unafraid of the frigid essence of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Xiao Yixian and Qinglin found it somewhat unbearable. Without Xiao Ze's assistance, they could hardly draw near the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Young Master Xiao Ze, please accompany Sister Medusa into the 9 Nether Yellow Spring while Sister Xiao Yixian and I wait here, Qinglin suggested, her body trembling slightly. Indeed, Xiao Ze, both of us struggle to endure the overwhelming energy of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Xiao Ze pondered for a moment, golden flames emanating from his fingertips, cascading onto the 2 of them. Instantly, a thin layer of golden flames enveloped their bodies. How does it feel now? Qinglin and Xiao Yixian exchanged glances, and Xiao Yixian nodded. Much better, but would taking us both into the 9 Nether Yellow Spring not become a burden? Yes, young Master Xiao Ze. Did you not mention that the chilling energy here is exceptionally potent? Unless there is a pressing matter, the 9 Nether Earthly Serpents would not venture here. We should be safe hiding in this place. Qinglin was also reluctant to trouble Xiao Ze. After all, assisting them against the chilling energy of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring would surely demand considerable effort from him. It's no trouble at all. There is no question of being a burden. This location is indeed close to the headquarters of the 9 Nether Earthly Serpent Clan. If their powerful beings sense anything, they could arrive swiftly and easily corner you here. Xiao Ze waved his hand, reassured that under the protection of the Origin Emperor Flame, they could withstand the frigid essence of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan left Xiao Yixian and the others behind to unseal the demon seal within the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, only to be discovered by the demon, Yao Xiaotian. Consequently, Xiao Yixian and the others were injured by the arriving Yao Xiaotian. Knowing this, Xiao Ze certainly would not allow them to stray from his side. Even if bringing them into the 9 Nether Yellow Spring incurred additional expenditure on his part, he was least concerned about such consumption now, for the existence of the void space bestowed upon him the privilege to lavishly expend his fighting spirit. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, both the little medical fairy and Qinglin nodded in agreement. Xiao Ze's concerns were indeed understandable. The 2 of them lacked the formidable foundation that allowed Xiao Ze to remain unscathed even in the presence of a Dou Saint. Although it was unlikely that both Dou Saints from the 9 Nether Underworld Python would arrive, one could never be too cautious. Should such a scenario unfold, any further delay for Xiao Ze could lead to dire consequences. Feeling the warmth of Xiao Ze's care and concern, the little medical fairy and Qinglin experienced a comforting sensation, a warmth that transcended the golden flames enveloping their bodies, warming their hearts. Chapter 456, The Terrifying Snake. Xiao Ze reached out to touch the waters of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, and instantly, a deep yellow ice crystal enveloped his palm. The ice crystals rapidly ascended his arm, as if intent on freezing his entire being. However, with a slight exertion, Xiao Ze shattered the crystals clinging to his arm into a fine powder. Witnessing the terrifying chill of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, the little medical fairy couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The icy power of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring must rank among the pinnacle forces on the Dou Qi Continent. One could only wonder how such a fearsome chill had been formed. This exemplified the grandeur of nature itself, as the 9 Nether Yellow Spring had likely taken countless millennia to cultivate such a terrifying power. Rising to his feet, Xiao Ze was enveloped by the raging flames of the Origin Emperor Flame, providing a protective mantle for the quartet. they plunged into the deep yellow waters, emitting a wave of searing heat, with a faint yellow mist mingling with the scent of blood surging upwards into the sky. Within the depths of the yellow lake, Xiao Ze sensed the rapid depletion of his Dou Qi. He glanced at the little medical fairy and Qinglin, both of whom nodded affirmatively, signaling that they were unharmed. Only then did Xiao Ze lead the three of them swiftly downward. When Xiao Yan had first entered the 9 nether yellow spring, his cultivation at the 1-star Dou Saint level, even with the protection of 4 types of strange fire, had left him feeling somewhat numb from the chilling force, causing a slight sluggishness in his Dou Qi's circulation. Utilizing to fend off the icy power was an exceedingly exhausting endeavor, which spurred Xiao Yan's desire for a swift resolution. Yet Xiao Ze faced no such dilemma. While the consumption of the Origin Emperor Flame was indeed immense, its power was equally formidable. Under the protection of the Origin Emperor Flame, he could completely isolate himself from the chilling force of the 9 nether yellow spring. With his seemingly boundless Dou Qi, Xiao Ze was least concerned about its expenditure. Thus, he was able to fully unleash the might of the Origin Emperor Flame, shielding the three as they ventured deeper into the 9 nether yellow spring. As they delved further, the surrounding chill intensified rapidly, and Xiao Ze did not hold back, continuously urging the Origin Emperor Flame. The golden radiance grew ever more resplendent, as if a magnificent golden sun were slowly rising beneath the depths of the 9 nether yellow spring. At that moment, a dark water arrow shot towards them from a distance. As the water arrows traversed, the deep yellow lake water spontaneously split apart, allowing the arrows to maintain their relentless speed. The water arrows moved with remarkable swiftness, slicing through the air with a chilling sound. Imbued with an intensely concentrated aura of coldness, directly aimed at Xiao Ze's visage. With a flick of his finger, a strand of golden primordial imperial flame met the deep black water arrow, leading to their mutual annihilation. Seizing the moment before the assailant could launch another strike, a burst of golden imperial flame shot forth, striking the attacker with ferocity. It was then that the little medical sage and her companions glimpsed the assailant's form. Concealed beneath the murky yellow water, even they struggled to maintain a clear line of sight. It was a serpent, entirely shrouded in darkness, adorned with peculiar scales. The creature did not evade the assault of the primordial imperial flame, and now writhed within the golden inferno. Its bizarre scales cracked under the ferocious heat, and within mere moments, the serpent was reduced to naught but ash. Could there truly be life thriving within the 9 nether yellow spring? Medusa exclaimed with astonishment. For even the members of the 9 nether earth Python clan found it arduous to endure in such a place. Yet, this serpent appeared undaunted by the frigid energies of the 9 nether yellow spring. Strange locales invariably give rise to peculiar life forms. The vast expanse of the Dou Qi Continent is indeed replete with wonders. The little medical sage remarked with a sense of awareness, as she perceived that the cold force wielded by the serpent seemed even more concentrated than the energies found within the 9 nether yellow spring. This environment must have shaped the serpent's existence. The emerald flower within the azure-scaled serpent's eyes twirled slowly, its expression grave as it regarded Xiao Ze. "Young Master Xiao Ze, fear not, I can sense it," Xiao Ze responded. As his voice faded, the surrounding golden imperial flames surged and coalesced, transforming into slender golden needles as fine as a hair. Below, a mass of black mist approached, and when it finally came into view, both the little medical sage and Medusa revealed expressions of astonishment. Lacking the terrifying perceptive abilities of the azure-scaled three-flower pupil, they could only discern the true visage of the black mist upon its emergence. To their shock, it was a gathering of the serpents Xiao Ze had previously incinerated, amalgamated into black mist, rising ominously from below. Each serpent was infused with an extreme coldness, and before they could draw near, they all opened their mouths simultaneously, launching water arrows at Xiao Ze and his companions. The air was filled with a cacophony of piercing sounds as numerous deep black water arrows cleaved through the deep yellow lake water. In an instant, the lake was thoroughly emptied, leaving only the relentless barrage of dark water arrows. Witnessing the serpents initiate their attack, Xiao Ze harbored no intention of holding back. He unleashed the gathered golden needles. The power inherent in the golden needles instantaneously transformed the lake water into steam, leaving a faint yellow mist in the deep yellow lake. Although the primordial imperial flame fashioned into golden needles may not possess extensive destructive capability, their precision and concentrated impact had been honed to perfection. The golden needles left trails of pale yellow mist in the air, effortlessly piercing through the water arrows. Under the deft manipulation of Xiao Ze, the golden needles pierced precisely into the head of the monstrous serpent, instantly extinguishing its life force. Even if by a stroke of luck they had not struck the head, the explosion of the needles would have been sufficient to reduce the beast to a mere pulp. An array of golden needles shot forth, momentarily shrouding the front of Xiao Ze and his companions in a pale yellow mist. This relentless assault resulted in the demise of countless serpents, their blood spreading outwards, further staining the deep yellow waters with a hue of crimson and allure. Perhaps the surge of blood incited the serpents' frenzy even more, as they continuously charged toward Xiao Ze and his group. Witnessing the serpents' frenzied assault, Xiao Ze furrowed his brow and mused inwardly, they are oblivious to their fate. Yet, he had no intention of retreating in the face of their aggression. The primal imperial flame surged within him, and under his command, waves of golden needles coalesced, directly launching towards the serpents. Xiao Ze was eager to ascertain whether these serpents were truly endless, or if his own fighting spirit knew no bounds. Beside him, the little medical immortal, Medusa, and others marveled at the serpents' ferocity. The blood of their kin seemed only to heighten their madness. Within a brief span, tens of thousands of serpents lay lifeless, their blood dyeing the surrounding 9 underworld waters a sinister red, resembling a pool of blood. However, as time progressed, a hint of hesitation emerged amid the serpents' frenzy. Their numbers dwindled, and the once ferocious horde began to exhibit signs of terror. Ultimately, the serpent congregation was utterly shattered, their previous madness and ferocity replaced by sheer fright, having been thoroughly cowed by Xiao Ze's might. Chapter 457, The Chief Captured. The little medical immortal Medusa and Qinglin stood aghast as they observed the serpent's panicked retreat, all struck dumb by the spectacle. They were left in awe of such a frenzied race. This bloody battle had sufficiently decimated the serpent population, had it not been for Xiao Ze's unwavering golden imperial flame, which offered them no glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. The serpents might have fought to the last. Through this confrontation, the little medical immortal, Medusa, and the others truly witnessed the terrifying magnitude of Xiao Ze's fighting spirit. While maintaining the protective golden imperial flame around them, he simultaneously channeled vast amounts of fighting energy to conjure golden needles to slay the serpents. Such an overwhelming expenditure of energy would likely be insurmountable even for a Dou Saint. Yet, Xiao Ze maintained a calm demeanor, as if these daunting demands were merely a drop in the ocean to him. Casting a glance at the murky blood pool surrounding him, he shook his head, choosing not to pursue the fleeing serpents further. This battle had indelibly instilled fear into the hearts of the serpents. It was likely that they would henceforth harbor a sense of dread in the presence of powerful auras. Truly, they were a remarkably mad race. Even when drenched in blood, had they not lost all hope, I suspect they would have fought until the last of them fell. The little medical sage expressed her sentiments deeply, and the azure-scaled one nodded in agreement with Medusa. However, beyond their reflections, they harbored no feelings of pity or reluctance. Previously, they had been in stark opposition to the monstrous serpents, entangled in a life-and-death struggle. Since those serpents harbored intentions to slay them and launched an assault, they could hardly be blamed for the ensuing carnage. It was likely that the serpents would think twice before attacking them again. Xiao Ze shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the topic any further, and led the little medical sage and the others onward to the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs. The bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs was suffused with an extraordinarily terrifying chill, an environment devoid of life, desolate and boundless. The vast expanse of sandy terrain was littered with numerous fist-sized stones, emanating a faint, radiant energy. However, with the arrival of a golden sun, this shimmering energy appeared dim and lackluster. Upon reaching the bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs, the little medical sage gazed at the desolate land, murmuring her thoughts. Is this truly the base of the 9 nether yellow springs? How bleak it is. One could surmise that this area might very well be the source of the chilling power, a place where even the monstrous serpents would hesitate to linger. The azure-scaled one spoke slowly, her 3 verdant blossoms rotating gently as she surveyed the surroundings. Xiao Ze turned to Medusa, inquiring, "What do you sense here?" Medusa furrowed her brow, a peculiar sensation washing over her. "I perceive a faint call, though the overwhelming chill of the 9 nether yellow springs renders this sensation somewhat unclear. Any sense of something is better than nothing. I fear the absence of discovery," Xiao Ze replied, nodding. "As long as you have sensed something, we need not worry about being unable to find it. We shall scour every inch of the 9 nether yellow springs, if necessary." Hearing Xiao Ze's words, Medusa smiled, her lips forming a delicate line. "Thank you, Xiao Ze, for continually being a bother for my sake." Just as Xiao Ze was about to respond, the azure-scaled one exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao Ze, there is a presence of life at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs." Her voice evoked expressions of astonishment on the faces of the little medical sage and Medusa. They had previously surmised that the chilling power here was insurmountable, even for the monstrous serpents. How could there be a presence of life? Could it be the king of the serpent horde, capable of withstanding the chilling depths? Help! At that moment, a faint and indistinct voice reached their ears. "It can speak," Could it be a serpent? The little medical sage tilted her head in curiosity. We shall find out by investigating, Xiao Ze mused, fully aware of the voice's origin and thus felt little trepidation. Even if the owner of that voice were to fully restore their strength, Xiao Ze would still be capable of emerging victorious, thus there was nothing to fear. His formidable power served as the foundation of his confidence. Accompanied by several companions, Xiao Ze ventured to the side, soon sensing something amiss. He gestured downward, and the sand and stones below seemed to be caressed by an invisible hand, drifting apart. To the astonishment of the little medical fairy and others, an enormous iron chain, stretching 100 feet in length, materialized before them. Was there truly a man-made iron chain at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow spring? Before they could fully process their surprise, Xiao Ze reached out, shaking the chain with great force. The energy rippled along the length of the chain, revealing another massive iron chain protruding from the ground in several directions. At the center of these 4 colossal chains lay a large mass of sludge. Master Xiao Ze, that is where I sensed the life force earlier. Though it is feeble, its origin is undeniably powerful, Qinglin remarked at that moment. Indeed, the aura emanating from that presence seemed to surpass even Xiao Ze's own. Could it be a 2-star or even a 3-star Dou Saint? The little medical fairy's expression grew grave. Medusa had already half-drawn her sword. Encountering a 2-star or 3-star Dou Saint at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow spring was likely to be a formidable member of the 9 nether earth Python clan, engaged in seclusion for cultivation. As intruders in the sacred grounds of the 9 nether earth Python clan, they were inherently in a hostile position. Xiao Ze flicked his finger, unleashing an invisible force that dispersed the mass of sludge, revealing a figure that was withered and skeletal in appearance. As the sludge parted, the emaciated figure suddenly opened its deeply sunken eyes, disregarding the brilliant light surrounding Xiao Ze and staring directly at him, its gaze wild and frenzied as it howled. I am the chieftain of the 9 nether earth Python clan. Save me, and I will lead my entire clan to serve you as their master. The voice was a haunting rasp, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits, sending chills down the spine. Xiao Ze remained composed, yet the little medical fairy, Medusa, and the others were visibly taken aback. If the withered figure spoke the truth, the current scenario warranted serious contemplation. The chieftain of the 9 nether earth Python clan appeared to be imprisoned like a captive at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow spring. His appearance suggested he had endured considerable torment, for the 9 nether earth Python clan was hardly in a position of ease within the depths of the yellow spring. The suffering inflicted upon the chieftain had evidently driven him to madness, consumed by hatred. If they were to rescue him, he would be willing to lead the entire 9 nether earth Python clan, pledging allegiance to his savior. The little medical fairy, Medusa, and the others pondered numerous speculations in their minds, yet none dared to speak, awaiting Xiao Ze's decision. In the face of the frenzied gaze of the withered figure, Xiao Ze maintained an unperturbed demeanor, unaffected by the turmoil. Chapter 458, The Soul Contract. The imprisoned demon, Yao Ming, was acutely aware that the 4 individuals before him clearly regarded Xiao Ze as their leader. Xiao Ze, displaying an expression of indifference, evidently did not trust the words of a stranger. Despite his youthful appearance, it was apparent that his formidable strength was not the result of naivety, and he would not easily believe the claims of an unfamiliar person. Yao Ming understood that he needed to earn Xiao Ze's trust, for this might be his sole opportunity for escape in this lifetime. He had been confined by the demon, Yao Tian, at the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs for several centuries, enduring the relentless torment and erosion of its chilling power. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow as he listened to Yao Ming divulge every relevant detail. Fearing that his bargaining chips might be insufficient, Yao Ming worried that Xiao Ze might simply turn away with his companions. Yao Ming's brow knitted tighter. He found Xiao Ze's demeanor perplexing. Gaining Xiao Ze's consent, Yao Ming eagerly continued his narrative, speaking of the further development of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, which could facilitate a soul contract. At the very least, Yao Ming believed that Xiao Ze possessed the capability to confront Yao Tian and the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Yao Ming's words, a hint of satisfaction graced Xiao Ze's countenance. After Yao Ming concluded his account, he did not continue speaking for his own sake, but instead turned his gaze towards Xiao Ze. Yao Tian and I share a fraternal bond. However, I am the elder brother, possessing greater strength and talent. Aware that he could not surpass me, he conspired with his trusted allies to inflict grave injuries upon me. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze stands alone, accompanied by 3 individuals who are evidently not even semi-saints, highlighting the disparity in our strengths. I am the chieftain of the 9 nether D Ming Python clan. Centuries ago, that scoundrel Yao Tian orchestrated my poisoning and imprisoned me at the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs. I hold little interest in the 9 nether D Ming Python. I realize that you may not take the words of a stranger seriously, especially since I am currently a captive but at the very least, allow me to recount the events that transpired. Resolutely firming his thoughts, Yao Ming recognized that he must persuade the man before him. Throughout the encounter, Xiao Ze maintained an air of nonchalance. In the original narrative, Yao Ming did not exhibit such urgency. Suppressing the overwhelming hatred and rage swirling in his mind, Yao Ming closed his eyes, only to slowly open them again after a moment. He could not allow the formidable beings of the 9 Nether Ming Python to partake in the siege against Donggu Long Island, potentially placing Ziyan in a perilous situation. In this desperate predicament, the arrival of Xiao Ze and his companions felt like a lifeline, one he was determined to grasp with all his might. Although Yao Xiaotian had imprisoned him, he had not acquired the 9 Nether Soul Rod, the true emblem of the clan leader of the 9 Nether Ming Python. This realization prompted Yao Ming to propose such an exceedingly harsh condition. As Xiao Ze's gaze lowered contemplatively, he suddenly conceived another possibility. Yao Ming had endured confinement in the depths of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs for centuries, subjected to the torment of its chilling power. Yao Ming clenched his teeth as if he had made a profoundly significant decision. Even if you are unwilling to extend your hand in assistance, at the very least, you must allow others to perceive the vile countenance of that beast, Yao Xiaotian. Noticing the lack of significant reaction on Xiao Ze's face, Yao Ming took a deep breath, realizing that merely venting his anger and hatred would yield no effect. That beast has subjected me to the torment of the chilling force for several centuries. At this point, Yao Ming gasped in rapid succession, clearly overwhelmed by anger, struggling to maintain composure. Thus, when he saw Xiao Ze remain noncommittal, Yao Ming felt compelled to reveal everything. Xiao Ze was astonished by Yao Ming's ability to swiftly suppress his inner hatred and to analyze the current situation with a relatively calm mind. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan ventured to the depths of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs alone. Moreover, during this time, Xiao Ze had not received any news from Ziyan. She was likely still refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit and had not yet emerged from seclusion. The shift in strength would inevitably necessitate corresponding changes in strategy, and he could no longer endure another few hundred years. Observing Yao Ming's expression, Xiao Ze remained uncertain about Yao Ming's true intentions. Upon hearing this, Qinglin was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the abilities Xiao Ze had previously helped her develop. Yao Ming remained silent for a moment, and Xiao Ze did not urge him. However, Xiao Ze did not hesitate for long. Despite the almost frenzied desire for revenge stirring within him, he noticed their faces reflecting a degree of interest and nodded toward Yao Ming. Thus, Yao Ming directly offered the entire 9 Nether Earth Python clan as leverage, pleading for Xiao Ze to rescue him. This condition was worth considering, yet I shall not leave a soul mark upon your spirit. At present, he had no particular desires from Yao Ming, nor did he harbor extensive thoughts about the 9 Nether Earth Python's power. He was in urgent need of allies to assist him or, at the very least, to gain control over the 9 Nether Earth Python. Therefore, even if he were to be rescued, he would not offend the entire clan, only needing to contend with Yao Xiaotian and his closest confidant. Hence, there were not many concerns. He glanced at the lovely Medusa, the little doctor beside him, and realized with astonishment. For under Xiao Ze's current disposition, if I were to pay a hefty price to rescue you and assist in fending off Yao Xiaotian and his allies, only for you to turn your back on me, would that not render my efforts futile? To await the next alien visitor to reach the depths of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. Over the past few centuries, aside from his enemies, it seems no one has managed to enter these depths. In the original tale, one of the crucial reasons Xiao Yan aided Yao Ming was his awareness of the impending siege on ancient Dragon Island by the 3 great dragon kings. Since you do not trust me, I shall lower my soul defenses, allowing you to inscribe a soul mark upon my spirit. Thus, my life and death shall rest in your hands. The appearance of oneself seems to differ somewhat from that of Xiao Yan. As Xiao Ze spoke, he turned his gaze towards Qinglin, suggesting that she should take the lead. This implies that Yao Ming has likely succumbed to despair, his only remaining motivation being a fervent desire for vengeance. Yao Ming, we both understand that such empty claims cannot possibly instill trust in the other party. Xiao Ze cast a sidelong glance at the small healer, Medusa, and the others who had approached him. If Xiao Ze, a fellow Dou Saint, were to employ the Soul Seal, he could indeed dictate Yao Ming's fate. Upon recounting the tale of his imprisonment, Yao Ming, noticing Xiao Ze's silence, spoke urgently. Xiao Ze replied coolly, deliberately exaggerating the gravity of the situation, as if rescuing him would demand immense effort. The 3 young women beside Xiao Ze exchanged astonished glances. However, given Xiao Ze's formidable strength, he alone could easily counter the assault of the 3 dragon kings. Yet, should those 3 young girls attempt to wield such power, the binding force may not be as potent. When Xiao Ze's focus shifted to Qinglin, Yao Ming's pupils abruptly constricted. The Green Serpent's Tripedal Eye. Chapter 459. the choice driven by hatred. It is not surprising that Yao Ming only now perceives the anomaly in Qinglin. The extraordinary nature of the green serpent's tripetal eye easily attracts the covetous gaze of others. Long before, Xiao Ze had instructed Qinglin to conceal the eye's power when not in use. Coupled with Xiao Ze's overwhelming presence, Yao Ming had not devoted much attention to the trio of young women. After all, Yao Ming, now a 2-star Dou Saint, naturally focused on Xiao Ze, a fellow Dou Saint, dismissing those who were not of the same caliber. A significant reason for this was Yao Ming's realization of Xiao Ze's terrifying strength, prompting him to refrain from concentrating too much on the 3 girls accompanying him. Xiao Ze's ability to endure terrifying exertion while bringing these 3 girls to the depths of the 9 underworlds signifies his regard for them, possibly even suggesting a forbidden bond. Standing aside, Xiao Ze observed Qinglin's condition. Unlike the usual forced contract of the green serpent's tripetal eye, the effect of a soul contract is far more formidable, allowing free manipulation of its effects by the owner. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he declared, Yao Xiaotian. The outcome of today's events is entirely of your making. The 3 green flowers within his pupils began to spin slowly, emanating an enchanting allure. The soul contract is a skill mastered by Xiao Ze, and he guided Qinglin in its development, which can also be described as a form of teaching. Despite the vast disparity in strength between Yao Ming and Qinglin, this inherent extreme restraint evoked a chill within Yao Ming's heart. Qinglin's face paled slightly as she exhaled, turning to Xiao Ze with a smile. An intangible force of spiritual energy surged forth from her brow, ultimately coalescing before her into a massive black soul serpent. Yet, the soul contract imparted by Xiao Ze possesses the power of manipulation. The mere transformation of the soul imprint into this peculiar soul contract reveals much. Now, it is who finds himself ensnared in doubt. Transformed into a wisp of ethereal green light, it descends upon the forehead of the soul serpent. Xiao Ze begins to comprehend deep-seated animosity towards the formidable. A smile graces Xiao Ze's face as he approaches, scrutinizing the iron chains that bind him, retracts the soul serpent into his being, inhaling deeply to calm the tumult of his emotions. This entire process is beyond the control of the possessor of these chains, forged from a unique material, are indestructible. 2. They are immovable, unyielding. Xiao Ze, with an encouraging smile, gently pats the small head of the, not out of mere flattery, but rather because it is indeed the truth. My dear, it is time for you to assist me in breaking these chains. However, should they impose the contract, the scenario would shift dramatically. This subtle influence can indeed be controlled at will. Xiao Ze lightly shakes his head, signaling her not to be hasty. Mastery over the soul contract to an exquisite degree is essential for achieving such feats. I understand, he acknowledges. Even if we're resolute in his refusal to assist Xiao Ze, holding a determination to perish, he could still self-destruct, inflicting a final indignity upon Xiao Ze. If cooperation proceeds smoothly, it must not bear any adverse effects on. It would undoubtedly surpass the efficacy of the soul imprint significantly. Yet, complete dominion over him remains elusive. The utmost he could wield is the thread of life itself to compel into servitude. Master Xiao Ze, have I failed to meet your expectations? Meanwhile, the chains incessantly emit an intensely chilling energy, sapping his fighting spirit and perpetually leaving him in an exceedingly weakened state. Even if he were sent to his demise, there would be no hesitation. Upon witnessing manifest his soul, one could see he was but a puppet at the mercy of others. Were it not for the royal bloodline among serpent beasts, he would possess virtually no means of resistance. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Ze asserts, exhibits no hesitation. The 3 small flowers in her eyes whirl with fervor, and a formidable mental force surges forth. However, it would not culminate in his death, rather. He would endure endless torment, living in profound agony. Gazes at Xiao Ze, observing his impassive demeanor, and the last flicker of negotiation within him fades away. Yet, remains unaffected by this peculiar allure, instead feeling a chill rise within him. This method of confinement is infinitely more cruel than death itself, condemning him to suffer for centuries in this place. Rest assured, since we have made our pact, I shall not betray it. Should you escape, I will ensure your dismemberment, leaving you to neither live nor die. In his heart, screams with rage, while outwardly, he slowly closes his eyes, a flicker of light dancing upon his brow. If the demon Ming were to be slain at the depths of the 9 hells due to a mere glance, unable to seek vengeance against the formidable Yao Xiaotian, it would be a lamentable fate. Although Xiao Ze did not elaborate on the effects of the soul contract, it subtly influences the contracted magical beasts, fostering an unparalleled loyalty towards the possessor of the Bai Shi San Huatong. With the blood-soaked experiences passed down through generations, Ming comprehends the formidable restraining power that those enchanting, beguiling eyes possess over serpentine magical beasts. Upon noticing Ming's lack of action, Qinglin turned her gaze toward Xiao Ze. Her brow furrowed in concentration. A peculiar mental force surged forth. Evidently, forcibly establishing a soul contract with a 2-star Dou Saint was still somewhat taxing for her. Qinglin, however, could traverse the immense chasm between Dou Zun and Dou Saint, leaving a soul contract upon the Black Serpent. Under normal circumstances, once the Bai Shi San Hua Tong forcibly contracts a magical beast, it incessantly devours the beast's Dou Qi, nourishing itself and facilitating the elevation of its own cultivation. Truly, it would not rest even in death. The Bai Shi San Hua Tong can be deemed the nemesis of all serpentine magical beasts, possessing the ability to perceive the state of the contracted creature. Should the beast harbor any treachery, the contract etched upon its soul can instantly ensnare it. Shortly thereafter, a verdant blossom appeared upon the forehead of the soul serpent, appearing lush and irresistibly enchanting. The soul contract, in comparison to a standard coercive contract, offers significantly greater flexibility. Ming understood that even if Xiao Ze left a soul imprint upon his essence, it was only through Qinglin's activation of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong that he beheld those mesmerizing and exquisite eyes. Excellent. Your mastery over the soul contract has reached an unparalleled level. Coupled with the chilling essence of the 9 hells, its fortitude has ascended to new heights, rendering Ming helpless even if he were to regain his strength. Presently, Xiao Ze harbors no desires. Whether he secures the allegiance of the 9 hells Ming Python Clan is a matter of fortune for him, and loss would be of no consequence. It can be said that Ming's attitude toward Xiao Ze and his companions transformed into one of utmost caution the moment he discerned Xiao Ze's terrifying might. Xiao Ze issued a command, to which Qinglin nodded her small head. On the contrary, Ming bore a deep-seated need for revenge, an overwhelming hatred that necessitated expression. Under the influence of such extreme enmity, Ming would ultimately make a decision he would normally never consider. However, for Xiao Ze, the situation was quite different. Chapter 460, Breaking the Seal. Esteemed one, these chains possess an exceedingly terrifying, chilling energy, unyielding and nearly indestructible. To extricate me, one must first deal with the Huang Quanyin stone, Ming cautioned, observing Xiao Ze's focus on the chains. Each chain's end connected to the Huang Quanyin stone, a peculiar object tempered over countless years at the bottom of the 9 hells. It is precisely because those ominous stones of the netherworld continuously emit an exceedingly terrifying cold energy that my fighting spirit is incessantly drained, leaving me in a state of perpetual weakness. At the juncture where the iron chains connect to the stones of the underworld lies a sophisticated mechanism, the true seal. Should you shatter it, I shall be liberated. The demon swiftly articulated his thoughts, for the matter pertained to his own escape, and he hesitated not for a moment. Xiao Ze cast a glance at the distant stones of the underworld. My lord, did I not previously assert that these iron chains are indomitable? The demon received the elixir. Feeling the abundant energy within, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Shortly thereafter, the demon slowly opened his eyes, and an aura began to emanate from him like a swelling tide. Crack! The overwhelming cold energy within the iron chains indeed rendered them extraordinarily resilient. Although Xiao Ze displayed astonishing strength, his true fighting spirit still remained at the initial stage of a 1-star Dou Saint. It would be prudent to first deal with the 9 underworld serpent clan, alleviating any lingering concerns. What? A 2-star Dou Saint? Xiao Yixian, Medusa, and others observed the demon's growing aura, noting the significant transformation of his form. However, as his fighting spirit restored and the medicinal effects permeated, his physique gradually returned, his gaunt features and body regaining their former vitality. This bottle contains nothing less than 8th-grade elixirs, the demon pondered, recalling that during his tenure as the leader of the 9 underworld serpent clan, he had never possessed such lavish resources, so readily dispensing a bottle of 8th-grade elixirs. Suddenly, he felt a remarkable lightness in his body. The prolonged sensation of extreme weakness compelled him to lurch forward. Medusa, Xiao Yixian, and others communicated through the golden sapling, expressing their astonishment at the demon's plight. This peculiar entity at the bottom of the 9 underworld was akin to a small hill, modest in height, only a few dozen meters tall. Feeling the surging power within, the demon could not help but laugh heartily, gratefully bowing toward Xiao Ze. The fighting spirit of Yao Xiaotian had already reached a level comparable to that of Xiao Ze, while the Grand Elder's strength might surpass it, attaining the pinnacle of a 1-star Dou Saint. It is likely that by the time you have fully recovered, your brother will have already led the members of the 9 underworld serpent clan to eliminate you. The demon could not help but glance at Xiao Ze's arms, which appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking the strength to even carry a horse. He stole another look at Xiao Ze. Yet, Xiao Ze's physical prowess was indeed formidable, and with the isolation provided by the Origin Emperor Flame, breaking the iron chains would be relatively effortless. First, the matters concerning the 9 Underworld Serpent clan must be addressed, and afterward, he would accompany her to the depths of the 9 Underworld to seek the ancestral land of the 7-colored devouring serpent. Although it felt somewhat like asking too much of him. 90%. Even if you, my lord, choose not to intervene. I am confident in my ability to vanquish both Yao Xiaotian and the Grand Elder. Just as the demon believed Xiao Ze was about to deal with the seal within the stones of the underworld, he beheld Xiao Ze's hands enveloped in golden flames, gently resting upon the iron chains. She certainly did not wish to be disturbed by the formidable members of the 9 Nether Serpent clan during her quest for her ancestral land. Could it be that after centuries of isolation, the outside world has undergone such profound transformations? Are 8th grade elixirs now commonplace? My gratitude to you, Lord Xiao Ze. Once I regain my fighting spirit and reclaim the position of clan leader, the 9 Nether Serpent clan shall be at your service. As Xiao Ze spoke, his soul power extended outward, forming a vast spiritual barrier. This allowed Yao Ming to accept the reality of his liberation, prompting an uncontrollable, raucous laughter. How could one restore their strength? Yet, since Xiao Ze was aware, he must indeed take precautions against potential threats. Words lodged in his throat. Yao Ming could not help but swallow hard. In such circumstances, it seemed a tad unreasonable to expect Xiao Ze to hold back 2 genuine fighting saints. Yao Ming spoke with unwavering confidence. After all, enduring centuries of imprisonment and torment, it was only natural that one would be overwhelmed with emotion upon regaining freedom. Yao Ming expressed his astonishment, for he had been unaware of the soul imprint of Yao Xiaotian sealed within the Yellow Springs Shadow Stone. There was no need for such complications. In the original text, Xiao Yin was oblivious to the existence of soul imprints within the 9 Nether Shadow Stone. Haha. After centuries of suffering, Yao Xiaotian, I shall ensure you experience the same torment. Once the soul barrier was set, Xiao Ze sensed that it could indeed obstruct the transmission of soul fluctuations. The barrier was pitch black, and even from a distance, one could perceive the boundless chilling energy within. Why not crush the opponent with overwhelming force? Medusa had no objections, for plans often falter in the face of reality. Yao Ming paused in contemplation before suggesting, I am immensely grateful to you, Lord Xiao Ze, for the 8th grade elixirs that have enabled my swift recovery. Previously, Yao Ming's form resembled that of a mere skeleton, and to say he was hanging on by a thread would not be an exaggeration. Xiao Ze sought Medusa's counsel. Gulp. Allow Yao Ming a moment to regain his strength. If we were to breach the mechanisms inside, it might trigger the soul imprint left there. Hurry and recover. For with your current strength, even if you seek vengeance, your brothers would likely suppress you effortlessly. Just as Yao Ming stood in stunned silence, Xiao Ze had already snapped the chains binding his body one by one. Xiao Ze then produced a vial of elixirs and tossed it to Yao Ming. My lord, if you can hold on for a while, I shall swiftly restore my fighting spirit after breaking the seal, and together, we shall triumph over Yao Xiaotian and the Grand Elder. He quickly suppressed his inner doubts, downing the entire vial of elixirs, and sat cross-legged to commence his recovery. An invisible yet gentle force lifted him. Yao Ming gazed at his arms and felt within. The chilling energy that had tormented him for centuries was gradually dissipating. Xiao Ze and the others appeared to accept this as a matter of course. For the position of clan leader, even blood brothers would not hesitate to strike lethal blows. As the enigmatic figure of Yao Ming was about to finish speaking, a chain imbued with chilling energy was effortlessly shattered by Xiao Ze. Such physical prowess was unmatched, even by himself, considering he was a member of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan. When the 2 combat saints clashed, their power would surely exceed that of their adversaries. Thank you for your assistance, noble one. May I ask your esteemed name? Yao Ming's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of a ghostly wail. After venting his feelings of liberation, he gradually regained his composure and respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude towards Xiao Ze. In that case, let us first address the matters concerning the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan. Chapter 461, Seizing the Initiative. Xiao Ze glanced at the soul barrier. Realizing that without his soul power's continuous support, it would not endure for long at the depths of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, where the chilling energy was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even soul power struggled to maintain its presence there. In the original tale, Xiao Yan failed to perceive the soul mark within the Yellow Springs stone due to the overpowering cold energy it contained. Merely approaching it caused him discomfort, let alone using soul power to investigate the entirety of the Yellow Springs situation. However, with Yao Ming's strength now restored, whether he could impede the soul fluctuations was of little consequence. Let us depart. As Yao Ming attempted to command the monstrous serpents to leave, he witnessed them flee in abject terror. The expressions on the faces of the Grand Elder and Yao Xiaotian were particularly grim. How is this possible? After spending so many years at the depths of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, How could his cultivation possibly advance instead of regress? Xiao Ze found the Grand Elder quite intriguing. The Grand Elder, with a crimson poisonous serpent coiled around his shoulder, suddenly exclaimed, his face contorted in rage. The murderous intent in Yao Ming's eyes and the ferocity on his face were palpable. Yao Ming turned his gaze towards Yao Xiaotian, a fierce hatred etched upon his features. With the pinnacle of a one-star combat saint's fighting spirit, if forced into a contract, Qinglin's power could swiftly escalate. Yao Xiaotian, you conspired with the Grand Elder to ambush me back then, imprisoning me at the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs and subjecting me to endless torment. Yao Xiaotian's expression darkened. He could not possibly acknowledge that Yao Ming was the clan leader. Elders, join me in eliminating that impostor who dares to claim the title of clan leader, along with those intruding humans. Although Yao Xiaotian proclaimed this, the initial initiative taken by Yao Ming had already borne fruit. It was evident that should he fall into Yao Ming's grasp, his fate would be far worse than death. The elders who had once followed Yao Ming hesitated, their expressions uncertain. Unbelievable, Yao Xiaotian exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The leading figure, clad in black, bore a dark countenance, eyes glinting with a fierce light, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. The aftermath of a battle between combat saints was a force beyond their capacity to withstand. Xiao Ze, with his aura restrained, observed as Yao Ming single-handedly battled 2 combat saints, still managing to maintain the upper hand. Yao Ming spoke with palpable urgency. Scarcely had his words left his lips when a brilliant flash of lightning descended between the 3 combatants, sending the Grand Elder hurtling away. Yao Ming could not help but glance towards Xiao Ze, clearly discerning that the departure of those monstrous serpents was linked to him. Xiao Ze soared toward the realm of thunder, accompanied by the women. I am now the leader of the 9 nether dark python clan, Yao Xiaotian, a 2-star Dou Saint. The perplexity on Yao Ming's face began to dissipate, and he nodded in understanding. Earlier, when they had ventured to the depths of the 9 nether yellow spring and encountered those monstrous serpents blocking their path, they had been somewhat ruthless. Indeed, amidst such extreme energy interference, the soul barrier could not be sustained for long. Once they breached the soul barrier, the group wasted no time and headed straight for the summit of the 9 nether yellow spring. Only a few trusted confidants nurtured by Yao Xiaotian responded without hesitation to his call. Upon witnessing the elder's hesitant expressions, Yao Ming also nodded slightly. What was amiss? Yao Xiaotian sensed the skeptical gazes of the formidable beings on his side. It was not merely a matter of chance. The 9 nether dark python clan possessed secret techniques to control them, ensuring their presence in the 9 nether yellow spring as a safeguard against intruders. Silver lightning, interspersed with shades of black, swiftly transformed into a realm of thunder, obscuring the Grand Elder's figure. Then I shall rely on you, for I wish to avoid further delays. However, to resolve this matter as swiftly as in the original tale was evidently an unattainable goal. As expected, the moment Xiao Ze and his companions reached the chasm's heights, they sensed a formidable presence rapidly approaching from afar. Yao Ming brandished the 9 nether dark staff. Seizing the initiative, a resounding wave of sound emanated, causing the approaching powerful members of the 9 nether dark python clan to falter momentarily. Boom. 2 Dou Saint presences surged toward Yao Ming, the overwhelming might of the Dou Saints forcing many of the 9 nether dark python clan's strong to retreat. After all, he was not an alchemist, and his research on soul power was not particularly profound. Given the present circumstances, it was clear that only raw strength could determine the outcome. Very well, Yao Ming, do you require my assistance? If I intervene, he shall be at my mercy. Meanwhile, Ziyan, who was refining the Dragon Phoenix source fruit, would undoubtedly break through to Dou Saint. It was merely a matter of time. This fragment of soul power could enable one to directly traverse the soul barrier. Qinglin might be among the women to achieve Dou Saint status the fastest. The expressions of the 9 nether dark python clan as strong were filled with horror. Yao Xiaotian gritted his teeth, speaking without a hint of hesitation. Throughout these years, I have constantly pondered how to repay you adequately. As they departed from the chasm, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow slightly. The soul barrier had shattered. What is the matter, clan leader Yao Ming? Could it be that these monstrous serpents still belong to the 9 nether dark python clan? I had long stated that he should be eliminated sooner. You insisted on keeping him, allowing him to endure torment. Now, if we join forces, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Xiao Ze spoke with an air of tranquility, as if discussing a matter of little significance. I am the chieftain of the 9 nether earth serpent clan, Yao Ming. He charged towards Yao Xiaotian, his aura radiating without reservation. With the obstruction of the monstrous serpents removed, the group ascended swiftly, soon reaching the summit of the 9 nether yellow springs. Among them were 2 formidable figures, unmistakably at the level of Dou Saint. As Yao Ming spoke, a sinister smile slowly crept across his lips. Fortunately, He heeded Lord Xiao Ze's counsel to take the initiative. Otherwise, with Yao Xiaoyan's cunning, the situation could have become even more complicated. With a mere snap of his fingers, a thread of soul power enveloped Yao Ming. The group continued their ascent without pause. He had not anticipated that Yao Ming would seize the initiative, leaving him unable to voice his accusations of Yao Ming being an imposter. After all, the Grand Elder was also at the pinnacle of the one-star Dou Saint, and together they truly could have detained Yao Ming. Yet, that was merely a possibility. As Xun'er was also expected to break through to Dou Saint during this journey. Let it be. If they must be killed, so be it. These monstrous serpents possess remarkable reproductive capabilities. Along the way, they encountered the remaining monstrous serpents. To instill such fear in these creatures that they would flee at the mere sight of Xiao Ze, did they truly eliminate every last one? Humph, an imposter, who fortuitously obtained the token of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent Clan's leader, believes he can masquerade as the true chieftain. Surely, Yao Xiaoyan is aware that Yao Ming's seal has been shattered and is now gathering the elders to converge upon the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. However, Yao Ming's expression stiffened. He could control these monstrous serpents and was well aware of their ferocity. Meanwhile, the battlefield between Yao Ming and Yao Xiaoyan unfolded, showcasing a relentless and overwhelming clash.